Kui Kui thought that taking over her grandfather's grocery store was just the beginning of a mundane life, until customers started ordering signed photos of Daji and peaches of immortality. When a young boy asked to buy two-dimensional foil, she finally realized something was off about the shop. The subsequent pursuit by interstellar agents and the repeated rescues by a mysterious man turned her life upside down. It was only when she was forced to wear a princess crown that she discovered her true identity, hidden by her parents, and the destructive power flowing in her blood. This girl, who once wouldn't dare step on an ant, was now smirking at a universe-wide wanted notice. Since it's already said that I'm the villain, why not make this title official? Chapter 1. The Time-Space Wish Shop. Under the blazing sun, the heat scorched her skin, and although the streets were bustling with cars, there were hardly any pedestrians. Kui Kui aimlessly walked along the sidewalk, feeling downcast, her mind filled with the image of being kicked out by her mother and her mother's ultimatum: if you don't find a job today, don't come back here. Kui Kui felt a bit frustrated. She had been job hunting for a whole month. Not to mention positions available, there wasn't even a summer job opening. Her mind was a chaotic mess, and the hot weather made her irritable. Shaking her head, Kui Kui caught sight of someone collapsed on the opposite sidewalk. On such a hot day, they must have fainted from heat stroke. The ground was so hot that lying there for a while would lead to third-degree burns. Should she help? What if they accused her of something? After thinking it over, Kui Kui took out her phone and began recording. Kui Kui sat dazed in the shop, a bit disoriented. After helping the old man, he dragged her into a small shop by the roadside. She caught a glimpse of the shop's name as she entered: Time-Space Wish Shop. The old man claimed to be the owner of the shop. Seeing Kui Kui's unique features, he insisted that she help him run the shop while he enjoyed his retirement. Before Kui Kui could respond, the old man dashed off, only to return a moment later, leaning against the doorframe and calling out to her, "Little Kui Kui, this is a magical shop, and from now on, it's in your hands. Someone will handle your salary. I'm off to travel the world. There are surprises in the studio." The old man hurriedly left again, leaving Kui Kui slightly stunned. He just handed over a shop to her? But how long had they known each other? Oh well, at least she could count this as a job and go home to deal with her mom. The shop wasn't big, with a slightly retro Chinese decor. Various shelves held some books, greenery, odd weapons, and exquisite boxes. Kui Kui was puzzled about what the shop sold and walked toward the studio on the other side. Upon opening the studio door, Kui Kui was taken aback. Didn't the old man say there would be surprises? The studio was completely empty, truly nothing at all, just a blank space. She tentatively took a few steps inside when suddenly a beam of light enveloped her, followed by a virtual electronic voice. Scanning. Identity match. Data confirmed. System activation. Binding. Please enter customer service name. Cook. Kui Kui. Kui Kui jumped in surprise as the light faded, revealing a small sprite before her. "Dear customer service Kui Kui, I am your contracted time-space sprite assistant, Shaowen. From now on, I will assist you in completing tasks." The little sprite flew around Kui Kui. What customer service sprite? What tasks? Kui Kui was bewildered. A sprite seemed too fantastical. This is the Time-Space Wish Shop, a chain store across the multiverse. Kui Kui's task is to help customers fulfill their wishes. Of course, the customers need to pay equivalent compensation, the sprite explained, noticing Kui Kui still looked confused. Well, there are countless planets in the universe, and the universe is not just one universe. In your words, it's a vast world. In this vast world, there are numerous civilizations and some superpowers. The Wanjia City is one of them, and the Time-Space Wish Shop is an enterprise under Wanjia City, mainly helping people from various realms fulfill their wishes. The Time-Space Wish Shop spans the vast world, and each store has a customer service representative. Kui Kui is the representative for Earth. To facilitate customer service across time and space, each representative has a time-space sprite, and Shaowen is Kui Kui's contracted sprite. The sprite excitedly flew in front of Kui Kui. "Oh, I think I understand. So, I need to help customers fulfill their wishes, right?" Was that old man the previous customer service representative? Kui Kui asked. "Yeah, Kui Kui, you're the first customer service representative here, and the Wish Shop opens tomorrow." That old man you mentioned was probably the personnel department's examiner. Regardless, Kui Kui passed the examination, so you're an employee of the Wish Shop now. The sprite happily conjured a newcomer onboarding gift for Kui Kui. Kui Kui opened it to find an employee handbook, a work uniform, a glass bottle filled with liquid, and a book. Kui Kui stared at the large words beginner magic on the cover, stunned. Is this for real? Of course, of course. Kui Kui, now that you've become an employee of the Wish shop, everything you see and hear will overturn your original understanding. Magic is just a small case. The sprite was very proud. All right, you go home first. I need to fix the coordinates here and build a passage with headquarters. Don't forget to wear your employee uniform and come to work at 9 tomorrow. The sprite waved its hand. When Kui Kui got home, she still couldn't recover from the shock. Fortunately, her imagination was already quite wild, so aside from feeling a bit dazed, she didn't have any other adverse reactions. If you can't find a job, don't come back home. I've changed the locks. Figure out your own food and lodging. I'm off to travel the world. Don't expect to be taken in by my company. I told them not to take you in, little Kui Kui. Good luck. Love, your mommy. Kui Kui looked at the A4 paper taped to the door, wanting to cry without tears. How could a mother be so cruel to her daughter? At least she forgot to mention she had gifted me a small apartment. Oof. Kui Kui, dressed in pajamas and holding the magic book, lay on her bed, feeling pleased. This single-story duplex apartment was a coming-of-age gift from her mother, and years had passed since then. Her mother had long forgotten. After rolling around for a couple of times, she started flipping through the magic book. After trying a simple illumination spell countless times without success, she was about to give up when she suddenly saw a line of small text. Magic source. Kui Kui opened the glass bottle from the starter gift and gulped down the magic source inside. Then she cast the illumination spell again, and a white light sphere floated in front of her. She knew it. Kui Kui was extremely excited to have successfully cast the spell. Riding on this excitement, she also learned the flying spell and fireball spell. The next day, Kui Kui arrived at the shop early, changed into her employee uniform, a black cheongsam with golden edges. The sprite told her some precautions, and together they eagerly awaited the arrival of the first customer. However, they waited until noon without a single customer coming in. Xiaowen, we opened a new shop. Did we do any promotional measures? What if no one knows about this shop? Not at all. I scattered the flyers yesterday. Kui Kui and Xiaowen continued to wait, and finally, they welcomed their first customer. Ding, ding, ding. Welcome to the Time-Space Wish shop. A man pushed the door open and walked in. Kui Kui quickly led him to the reception area and served him a cup of tea. I heard you can help people fulfill wishes? Any wishes possible? The man asked, pulling out a flyer, slightly skeptical. In fact, when he saw Xiaowen, most of his uncertainty faded away. After all, that was a sprite that seemed to belong in a storybook. Yes, sir. May I ask what wish you have? Kui Kui raised a professional sweet smile. Can I have a dinosaur egg, please? The man said, quickly adding, I'm a scientist. Xiaowen conjured a tray. No problem. Please place your trade item on the tray. The man pulled a card from his pocket. 50 million. Is that enough? Then he added somewhat shyly, in US dollars. Xiaowen nodded. Deal. Kui Kui stood up. Sir, please wait a moment. We will deliver the dinosaur egg to you in 10 minutes. Kui Kui and Xiaowen walked into the studio, which was still a blank white space, except for a formation in the middle. Step into the formation, Kui Kui. We're going on a mission. I'm a little excited. Xiaowen said excitedly. Kui Kui was also very excited. Xiaowen activated the formation to start the time-space transfer. Kui Kui felt a bit dizzy, and when she regained her senses, she found herself by a lake. Roar! Kui Kui's ears almost rang. She looked over to see a gigantic dinosaur running by the lake. Its massive body shook the ground with each step. Xiaowen, do you think we might get eaten by a dinosaur before we even get the egg? Of course not. Xiaowen will protect Kui Kui. Prehistoric creatures are very different from modern ones. Kui Kui and Xiaowen navigated through towering plants and finally found a nest of dinosaur eggs. During this time, Kui Kui even used a fireball spell to kill a giant bug that was chasing them, and the smell of blood and roasted meat attracted other predators. The dinosaur eggs lay in a grassy nest, and there were no dinosaurs nearby, probably out foraging. Kui Kui walked over to the nest, looking at the giant dinosaur eggs, which are already somewhat translucent, revealing some developing baby dinosaurs inside, except for one in the corner. After thinking for a moment, Kui Kui picked up that egg and asked Xiaowen to teleport her back. When Kui Kui and Xiaowen emerged from the studio, exactly 10 minutes had passed. The man took the egg and hurried away. Kui Kui ordered takeout, feeling tired and hungry after running around in the prehistoric world. Shaowen, was the world we just visited real? Yes, but it's not the Earth of the past. It's another planet. Shaowen stuffed a piece of cream cake in her mouth. She really loved the food here. The employee manual says that as long as coordinates are left for the spaces we visited, we can travel freely, right? Kui Kui was quite interested in this. She had already learned some magic and was now filled with thoughts of surviving in the prehistoric wilderness. That's how it should work, Shaowen said, taking a sip of milk tea to soothe her throat, but only during working hours is the time here protected. No matter how long you stay in another world, only 10 minutes have passed here. Until the afternoon sample testing, no second customer came in. Kui Kui closed the shop door and took Shaowen back to her little nest. Shaowen could hide herself, allowing only Kui Kui to see her, which she said was a capability of high-dimensional beings. Before bed, it was still time to learn magic, but today, with Shaowen's guidance, Kui Kui learned much faster than yesterday. Chapter 2. Sulai 1. Shaowen established a spatial passage between the shop and the apartment, allowing Kui Kui to sleep until 8 o'clock before getting up, making a simple breakfast, changing into her work clothes, and then opening a random door to the shop. When there were no customers, Kui Kui studied the magic book with Shaowen, becoming much more proficient with the previous spells. Ding dong. Welcome. A person in a black cloak pushed the door and walked in, the cloak exuding black mist, obscuring the person's appearance. Kui Kui guided him to the reception area. The cloak wrapped him tightly, making him look somewhat mysterious. Do you truly have everything here? The mysterious person asked in a hoarse voice. Yes, sir. As long as you can pay the price, there's nothing we don't have, Kui Kui replied as Shaowen had instructed. All right, I want a bottle of the river Styx water, and I will trade this dragon crystal as payment. A sparkling dragon crystal popped out from under the cloak and landed steadily on the table. Okay, sir. Please wait 10 minutes. Kui Kui collected the dragon crystal and walked into the studio with Shaowen. The light of the teleportation array brightened and then faded, and Kui Kui found herself standing on a piece of black land. This world seemed entirely dark, with a scarlet full moon hanging in the sky and several wandering souls flickering with faint light. Is this the underworld? Kui Kui asked, somewhat afraid. Shaowen flew around her. Yes, don't be scared. I will protect you. I'm very capable. Oh, by the way, you receive a reward for successfully completing your first business transaction last time. I accidentally forgot. Here's a magic wand. Shaowen pulled out a magic wand. Kui Kui tightened her grip on the wand, cast a lighting spell, and then bravely asked a wandering soul for directions. Just keep going straight. The wandering soul pointed in a direction. Kui Kui cast a flying spell and soared forward, curiously asking, since this is the underworld, will I meet Meng Po here? I heard she's a beauty. This is the realm of the underworld. Meng Po is from hell. What do you think? Shaowen shot her a glance. After a while, a patch of red appeared in the distance. Kui Kui perked up and continued flying. As she got closer, she realized it was a field of red spider lilies. Spider lilies only grow near the river Styx. They're the flowers that guide souls, so the river Styx should be just ahead. Let's go, Shaowen said excitedly. Kui Kui landed, and the spider lilies parted to the sides, forming a path in the middle, as if guiding her forward. As Kui Kui walked and admired the flowers, she finally reached the river Styx. There were also several wandering souls drifting along the riverbank. When she prepared to collect water, she suddenly realized a problem. Isn't the water of the river Styx said to devour everything? How do I collect it? Kui Kui felt a bit of a headache. The shop has special bottles for collecting river Styx water. Shaowen threw out a bottle. Kui Kui quickly filled the bottle with water and walked into the flower patch to pick some flowers to decorate her room. Just as she picked a few, a wandering soul cautiously floated nearby, carefully comparing a piece of paper. Excuse me, are you a clerk from the wish shop? The wandering soul asked. Yes, how can I help you? Kui Kui put away her things and politely inquired. The flyer says you can fulfill any wish, right? The wandering soul handed over the paper, which was an advertisement for the wish shop, featuring a model in work clothes. Yes, but fulfilling a wish requires a corresponding price. All right, I want to make a wish, but I have nothing to exchange. Can I use my soul as payment? The wandering soul asked urgently. I have merits on me. It's definitely worth it. That's fine. Kui Kui glanced at Shaowen. They brought the wandering soul back to the shop and completed the transaction with a mysterious person, then led the wandering soul to the reception area. "Guest, please tell us what wish you would like us to fulfill." Kui Kui smiled, with Xiaowen perched on her shoulder. The wandering soul flickered, seemingly having made a great decision, hesitating to speak. "May I take a moment to organize my thoughts, my lord?" After a long while, he finally said, "I was the general of Pingnan from the Great Yu, Su Lai, that he was a general of the Great Yu dynasty in a parallel world during his lifetime. In that parallel world, the territory was vast, and many nations were vying for power, attempting to expand their own territories. Su Lai was born into a military family, and the children of the Su family were all brave and skilled in battle. The achievements accumulated over generations reached their peak with Su Lai. From a young age, he underwent rigorous training and earned the title of war god on the battlefield through his own abilities. Later, he married Liu Yu, the daughter of the left prime minister and his childhood sweetheart. This strong alliance made the Great Yu royal family uneasy, fearing that from then on, the people of Great Yu would only know the Su family and not the royal Jiang family. How could they allow others to sleep beside their own bed? From that moment on, the Great Yu royal family plotted to eliminate the Su and Lu families, and finally, the opportunity came. When Su Lai's daughter was 5 years old, the southern region of Miaojiang instigated war, and the emperor appointed Su Lai as the general of Pingnan to march against Miaojiang. While Su Lai and his soldiers were fighting at the borders, he did not expect that his wife and daughter had already been captured by the royal family. The royal family used the Su and Lu families as hostages as a bargaining chip, offering one province bordering Miaojiang as the price to negotiate with the Miaojiang royal family, intending to have Su Lai killed on the battlefield. The Miao people were skilled in using poison, and after receiving the hostages, they turned them into Gu people, a secret technique of Miaojiang with a very high failure rate. None of the Su and Lu family members survived, and his daughter, Su Muyu, was the only successful specimen. During the standoff between the two armies, the great shaman of Miaojiang brought Su Muyu, who had been turned into a Gu person, to the front lines, threatening Su Lai to commit suicide. Otherwise, his daughter would suffer a fate worse than death, dying painfully before his eyes. Seeing his once lively and adorable daughter now turned into a monster, neither human nor ghost, filled Su Lai with rage. He couldn't bear to look at her. Her once bright eyes had turned completely black. He chose the nation over his daughter, but before he could refuse, the shaman said he would give him a day to consider and then withdrew his troops back to camp. Su Lai sat in his tent, his emotions complex. He dared not think deeply about how his daughter ended up in the hands of the Miao people, nor could he imagine what had happened to his family in the imperial city. Just as he was in turmoil, the next day, a royal decree arrived at the camp, stating that the general of Pingnan had colluded with Miaojiang and would be punished for treason, with his entire clan to be executed. That Su Lai was stunned. He gathered his troops to confront the shaman. At this point, the shaman was confident, revealing the entire plan of the Great Yu royal family in Miaojiang. He thought Su Lai would go mad, but to his surprise, Su Lai remained extremely calm. He shot an arrow that killed Su Muyu and then led his trusted subordinates to fight desperately against the rebels and the shaman's forces. Outnumbered, he was eventually killed by a flurry of blades. His soul arrived in the underworld, but was unwilling to move on. He harbored hatred for the Great Yu royal family in Miaojiang. He also wished to reunite with his family in the underworld. With such an obsession, he didn't know how long he drifted by the river of forgetfulness until a flyer from the time-space wish appeared from the sky and floated before him, giving him hope. Then he saw Kui Kui, who was wearing the same clothes as on the flyer. S.O. General Su, what do you want to exchange for your soul? Kui Kui said sympathetically. The Great Yu royal family was truly despicable. After my death, I wandered in the underworld and learned about parallel worlds, so I want you to go to that world. Help that me. Take revenge on the Great Yu royal family. Take revenge on Miaojiang and ensure the safety of my family, especially my daughter. She is so well-behaved and so kind. Please be sure to protect her, Su Lai pleaded. Kui Kui nodded. Okay, the order has been successfully created. General Su, don't worry. In another world, I will help you change all of this. Please wait for 10 minutes. Kui Kui and Xiaowen entered the teleportation array, and light shone before they landed in a wild field with tall city walls in the distance. Kui Kui wanted to walk over, but suddenly realized something. Xiaowen, This should be ancient times. Is it really appropriate for me to wear a chi pao? Look for yourself. Xiaowen conjured a mirror. This is a company-customized employee uniform that can automatically modify your appearance in the eyes of others. Of course, I can help you modify it too. Kui Kui looked and indeed found that her outfit had transformed into a traditional dress. With no worries, she walked toward the city wall and soon arrived at the city gate, where the words Imperial City were engraved above, with soldiers guarding it, checking the identities of those entering the city one by one. Xiao1. I don't have anything to enter the city with. What should I do? Can you transform some silver for me? Kui Kui muttered, stepping aside. Xiaowen felt around behind her and handed Kui Kui a pair of diamond-studded earrings and a pearl necklace. Here, the more Kui Kui looked, the more familiar the items seemed. Aren't these from my jewelry box? Yes, your current staff privileges are not enough to conjure things out of thin air. I can only help you this once. It won't happen again. Holding the earrings, Kui Kui accepted the guard's inquiry, fabricated an identity as an orphan girl, and said she had come to the Imperial City to seek a job. After some negotiation, she managed to bribe the guard with the earrings and entered the city. Unlike the tall buildings of modern times, the architecture and streets here had a unique charm. Everything seemed novel to Kui Kui. She inquired about a pawn shop, took the pearl necklace to pawn, and because it was made with modern craftsmanship, the pearls were of excellent quality, full and round. Hearing that it was a limited edition, the shopkeeper bought it for a high price of 1,000 taels. Kui Kui had the shopkeeper give her some small denomination silver notes and some loose silver, understanding the principle of not flaunting wealth. After leaving the shop, she began to shop, buying many things. If not for Xiao when reminding her about the task, she might have shopped until curfew. Holding a pile of items, Kui Kui found a small beggar in an alley. The child was dirty all over, and she squatted down, taking out a string of candied hawthorns and handing it to him. Here, candied hawthorns, they're delicious. She smiled warmly, and the little beggar cautiously accepted the candied hawthorns and began to eat. Kui Kui asked him some questions about Su Lai, and the little beggar answered all her inquiries. When she left, she gave all her things to the little beggar. At this time, Su Lai had just married Lu Yu, and the plot had not yet developed to the worst point. Since everything was still in time, Kui Kui found an inn to stay in, contemplating how to approach Su Lai without arousing suspicion, determined to save the Su and Lu families. It was necessary to infiltrate their inner circle. For several days, Kui Kui wandered the streets during the day, frequently passing by the Su and Lu residences, but she never encountered Su Lai. At night, she studied magic in the inn. So far, she had learned illumination, flight, fireball, wind blade, water condensation, earth spike, and some simple healing spells. She felt that even if there were spirits and monsters in this world, she should be able to protect herself that a few more days passed. And Kui Kui had become proficient in casting multiple fireballs simultaneously, finally getting the chance to approach the Su residence. Lu Yu was pregnant, but she had been weak since childhood. The doctor who examined her subtly informed Su Lai that this pregnancy could endanger her life. Su Lai, having deep feelings for Lu Yu as they were childhood sweethearts, immediately spread the news and offered a hefty reward for a famous doctor to help her recover and ensure a safe pregnancy. Kui Kui naturally relied on her healing skills to get in, but when she finally saw Lu Yu, she discovered that Lu Yu was actually poisoned. Chapter 3, Su Lai, Part 2. Kui Kui arrived at the entrance of the Su residence and told a servant that she was a skilled healer. A guard then took her to a courtyard where, in the center, there was a half-dead person lying on a bamboo mat. The guard bowed and said, "Miss, this is a matter of great importance. Our general said that only those with true skills are qualified to treat the lady. Please." With that, he stepped back, allowing Kui Kui to treat the person. Kui Kui's pretended to walk around the patient a few times, occasionally touching them while mumbling incantations. Then she called for a guard to bring a bowl of water, cast a healing spell, and fed the water to the patient. In the blink of an eye, the person who had just been on the brink of death was already acting as if nothing had happened. The guard was astonished. "Divine Doctor, please forgive my rudeness. Please follow me." She waved her hand and asked the guard to take her to see Su Lai. Someone had already gone ahead to report, and when she arrived at Lu Yu's courtyard, Su Lai had already come out to greet her. He dismissed the servants and brought her into the room, his expression serious as he said, "Divine Doctor, my wife is not weak from pregnancy. She has been poisoned. I did not know the mastermind behind this, so I concealed the truth to avoid alarming the snake. Today, I learned that the divine doctor has the ability to bring the dead back to life. I hope you can save my wife. He prepared to clasp his fists and kneel. Kui Kui's hurriedly stopped him, saying, "No need for that, General Su. Please get up first. I need to check on your wife's condition." She walked to the bedside, where Lu Yu lay with a somewhat darkened complexion, looking very serious. She quietly asked Xiao Wan, "This situation seems quite severe. Are you confident in the healing spell? Just do your part. I'll handle the rest," Xiao Wan reassured her. With Xiao Wan's promise, Kui Kui's felt at ease. She turned to Su Lai and said, "General Su, I can detoxify your wife. Although I haven't identified the poison, my master taught me a method that can counteract all poisons." Before she finished, Su Lai eagerly said, "Divine Doctor, please save my wife. The general's residence in Xiangfu will certainly repay you." At this point, Kui Kui's was pleased, as she had gained the identity of a lifesaver and Su Lai's promise, making her task seem half successful already. Saving a life is better than building a 7-story pagoda. However, I hope the general can arrange a position for me in the residence after this is over. You see, I have been an orphan since childhood and was later adopted by my master. Now that my master has passed, I have nowhere to go to. It is a good thing that the divine doctor is willing to stay in the general's residence. How about you become a guest physician in the future? That would be excellent. General, please step outside for a moment. I need to use a secret method to detoxify your wife. Kui Kui's was in high spirits. After Su Lai stepped out, Kui Kui's tried 3 healing spells, and only then did Lu Yu's complexion start to improve. She waited a while longer before calling Su Lai back in. Su Lai rushed to Lu Yu's bedside, gently caressing her face. Can you hear me?" Noticing that he had completely ignored her since entering the room, Kui Kui's awkwardly coughed to get his attention. Su Lai then turned to her, somewhat embarrassed, and said, "Divine Doctor, I have already arranged your accommodations. I've instructed someone to take you there. I apologize. My wife has just recovered from serious illness, and I thought it best to have a new person care for her." Su Lai's feelings for Lu Yu were genuine, as Kui Kui's had noticed at the wish shop. She nodded and walked out with a servant, leading her to a courtyard. "My lord, this is your residence. The servants have already prepared everything for you. The general said to let you live here in peace. If there is anything lacking in hospitality, please let me know so I can make better arrangements. Thank you for your trouble." Kui Kui's entered the courtyard, where the servants all bowed to her. After instructing the servants not to disturb her, she asked them to wait until Su Lai and Lu Yu had time to come over, as she had something very important to discuss with them. After giving it much thought, she felt it was necessary to tell Su Lai everything. If he believed her, her task would undoubtedly become much simpler. In fact, besides clearing Lu Yu's toxins that day, Kui Kui's had also enhanced her constitution. After all, 3 healing spells were not just for show. By the time Lu Yu woke up, she was completely well. However, Su Lai, worried about his wife's health, let her rest for another 2 days before bringing her to Kui Kui's courtyard. This is the one who saved your life." That Su Lai wanted to introduce Kui Kui's to Lu Yu, only to realize he had been so eager to have her save Lu Yu that he hadn't even asked for her name. Feeling quite embarrassed that I have been neglectful. "Divine Doctor, you have done us such a great favor, and yet I do not even know your name. I am truly ashamed. My surname is Wan. You could just call me Miss Wan." Kui Kui's quickly replied. When Divine Doctor sounded odd. Got a plague? Oh no, that's terrifying. Thinking of this made her shiver. Su Lai, supporting his wife, bowed to her. "Miss Wan, we will never forget your life-saving grace. If you need anything from us, please do not hesitate to ask. We will certainly repay you." Kui Kui's hurriedly helped them up. "Please get up. There's no need for such formality. We could discuss repayment later. However, I really have something very urgent to discuss with you. Let's go inside." "You all go out. Do not enter without my instructions." She pulled the 2 of them inside, dismissing the servants, and poured tea for them to calm their nerves, as what she was about to say was quite fantastical, and the ancient mindset might not accept it. "General Su, Sister Yu, please listen carefully to what I have to say next. I know this may sound unbelievable, but it concerns the life and death of the 9 clans of the Su and Lu families, and I dare not conceal the truth." Kui Kui's looked at them seriously. Perhaps influenced by her seriousness, Su Lai and Lu Yu frowned, their expressions solemn. Miss Wen, please speak. We can handle it. When a person dies, their soul goes to the underworld for rebirth. I was originally a celestial being from beyond, and one day, while passing through the underworld, I encountered a soul unwilling to be reborn. Do you know who it is? I do not know, Miss Wen. Why do you look at us like that? Could it be? Lu Yu asked, somewhat suspicious. That ghost is none other than General Su. Kui Kui's said, please, Miss Wen, tell us what happened. Lu Yu asked nervously, gripping Su Lai's hand. After Kui Kui's explained the entire situation, the couple looked deeply shocked, with Lu Yu almost in tears, a lie. Su Lai comforted her, but still asked persistently, Miss Wen, you say you are a celestial being, and that these things were told to you by my deceased self. How can you prove it? Kui Kui's was prepared. She performed fireball spells, flying spells, and various other magical techniques, completely convincing the couple. There is still time. Everything can still be salvaged. I have come to help you. Kui Kui's reassured them. First, we need to do two things. Secretly prepare with the Su and Lu families. Second, Sister Yu, you need to take care of your health. According to what General Su told me, you should soon be pregnant, and we cannot disrupt this process. Otherwise, things will become uncontrollable. Right now, the enemy is in the open while we are in the dark. This is the best time for us to prepare. She then turned to Su Lai and said, another thing you didn't mention to me is your wife's poisoning. I don't know if he overlooked it or if the royal family acted in advance. In any case, you need to investigate this. We must take the initiative. Su Lai nodded seriously. We must not delay. You error. Today we will go to the Xiangfu to request support from your father. Su Lai took Lu Yu to the Xiangfu, while Kui Kui's locked herself in her room to practice magic. The matter of Lu Yu being poisoned was somewhat strange. Su Lai loved Lu Yu so much that he couldn't possibly forget her poisoning. What worried her was that the plot might have changed for some reason, and the impending war might arrive sooner than expected. She needed to work hard to increase her self-defense capabilities. If she couldn't protect herself, how could she protect their families? Although she didn't know what the punishment for failing her mission would be, she certainly didn't want to lose the hard-earned job she had found. Xiaowen, do you have any extraordinary martial arts manuals I can study? Once on the battlefield, she would have to fight, and even a mage could not avoid close combat. Kai Kai, your permissions are still not enough. You're currently a level 0 clerk. Once you reach level 1, I will unlock the Wishing Shop's system mall for you. At that time, you can buy many advanced techniques from there. You should keep working hard on your magic. Xiaowen encouraged Kai Kai. She had no choice but to continue her efforts in practicing magic. Su Lai and Lu Yu did not return all night, and it wasn't until noon the next day that the two of them returned to the general's residence. How did the discussion go? Miss Wen, our conclusion is to resign from our official positions. The Zhang family is afraid of our strong alliance and the power we hold, so it would be better for us to voluntarily return the power to them. Lu Xiang and I have already submitted a memorial to the emperor. I have written a letter and sent someone to deliver it at full speed to my parents in the army. As for the person who poisoned you, heir, we have found some clues, but they broke off halfway. However, we can confirm that it has nothing to do with the royal family. What if the Zhang family still doesn't let you go? I discovered a valley while fighting bandits before. It is like a paradise with a hidden entrance that we plan to go there and live in seclusion, Su Lai said, and Lu Yu nodded in agreement. All right, when do we leave? Kai Kai asked. Although Su Lai was helping her take revenge on the royal family and the Miao people while taking care of his family, he didn't say he had to do it himself. If he wanted to live in seclusion, then so be it. She would only be responsible for protecting his family and would wait until her magic was fully developed before going after the Miao people and the Diyu royal family. We'll leave once the emperor approves. I've already arranged for people to secretly build the paradise. Su Lai anxiously awaited the emperor's reply, but the emperor delayed in giving approval. He was unsure about the sudden softening of someone who had been so cautious for so long, and this dragged on for a month. During this month, several things happened. Lu Yu became pregnant, and Lu Xiang stopped attending court. He sent away his servants and moved his family and trusted aides into the general's residence, completely looking like someone who was retiring to the countryside. Kai Kai's magic also saw significant growth. Her previous fireball spell had evolved into the more advanced Starfire Conflagration and Fiery Inferno, and the same went for her other spells. Her progress was much faster than on Earth, and she speculated that it might be due to the better and less polluted environment of ancient times. Chapter 4. Su Lai, Part 3. It was probably because the attitudes of Lu Xiang and Su Lai this month didn't seem fake that the emperor allowed them to resign and return to their hometown. However, the suspicious emperor still sent people to monitor them. And it wasn't until both families packed their things and left the imperial city that the number of people following them gradually decreased. Kui Kui and Su Lai were in the same carriage, and after confirming that there were no spies behind them, their conversation became more casual. "What about your parents?" Kui Kui asked. Su Lai was a sentimental person, and Kui Kui didn't believe he would abandon his parents. "Our Su family has guarded the border for generations, and the people in the camp are all our trusted allies. The emperor's people don't have the ability to infiltrate us," Su Lai said dismissively. He had already lost his loyalty to the royal family. Not seeking revenge or holding grudges didn't mean he would respectfully serve as the royal family's lapdog. Just then, the convoy suddenly stopped. A guard rode over and reported, "General, scouts have found dozens of corpses in the grass ahead. They don't look like people from Daji. They resemble the people from the northern snowfields." "Snowfield people's corpses? How could they appear here?" Su Lai frowned. "Miss Su, please take care of your error while I investigate." Lu Yu tugged at his hand and said, "Lai Gij, be sure to be careful." Not long after, Su Lai returned with a furrowed brow. "What happened?" Kui Kui asked. That group was indeed snowfield people, but they were all dressed in Dayu clothing and had deliberately disguised themselves as Dayu people. "If it weren't for one of my subordinates being skilled in disguise, I might not have noticed." The mood of everyone grew heavy. Su Lai ordered the convoy to speed up, and nothing else happened on the way. Half a month later, they finally arrived at a hidden paradise. In the basin formed by the surrounding mountains, a river wound its way through. A row of houses had already been built in the northernmost part of the valley, and farmland had been cultivated with crops planted. Kui Kui sensed that there might be skilled fighters hiding in the shadows to protect them. After settling everything, everyone began to enjoy a leisurely rural life. Kui Kui didn't have many people to protect. The Su family was small, with only 3 family members. Lu Yu's mother had died in childbirth, leaving only Lu Xiang and Lu Yu, making a total of 5 people. Even with the unborn Su Mu Yu, they were only 6. Su Lai assured her that his parents were safe in the camp, so she didn't worry and focused on resting and practicing magic, while also entertaining the people in the valley. Lu Xiang and Su Lai had brought a group of trusted aides and loyal servants. After discovering that the people here had never eaten fish, Kui Kui caught some from the river and prepared a whole fish banquet with braised fish, sweet and sour fish, sour soup fish, spicy fish, and more, completely conquering this group of people. "I never expected fish could be eaten this way. Sister one is truly amazing." Lu Yu, who considered herself a young lady, also relaxed her manners, and the two had become close enough to refer to each other as sisters. "Eating more fish is good for pregnant women. Sister, you should eat a bit more. Tomorrow, let someone make fish soup for you. That would be a great tonic," Kui Kui said proudly. "By the way, Sister Yu, I know a set of prenatal yoga that can strengthen your body and benefit the health of the fetus. I'll teach you later." Kui Kui also had a set of mahjong polish for old Master Lu and the old servants to play, and made fishing rods, kites, and a series of other items. Now, the peach blossom source was filled with elderly people enjoying their lives. Kui Kui wasn't used blowing. She used magic to set up traps with soil spikes and tree vines around the mountains, and secretly collaborated with Su Lai to create some primitive explosives. Their power wasn't great, but it was sufficient to deal with the military of this world. Soon, 8 months passed, and Lu Yu safely gave birth to a daughter, named Su Mu Yu. Although the newborn was a bit ugly, she grew more and more beautiful as time went on. During the full moon banquet, Su Lai's parents specially returned to celebrate. The elderly couple looked at their adorable granddaughter and naturally adored her, refusing to put her down, even abandoning their mahjong games. After the full moon banquet, Su Lai's parents returned to the main camp, and Kui Kui was thinking about her magic becoming complete, preparing to quietly extinguish the Miao region to avenge Su Lai. Unexpectedly, before she could take action, the dark guards brought her a message. The East Sea to the east of Diyu had turned red overnight, accompanied by a strong smell of blood. Various scouts went to investigate, only to find that the island nation of Showa was drenched in blood, with all of Showa's hundreds of millions of citizens, including livestock. Not a single survivor. The victims all died from blood loss. Corpses were strewn across the land, and blood flowed like rivers, continuously pouring into the sea, staining the waters of Showa red. The scene was too shocking. It was said that some people fainted on the spot, some vomited, and even more were terrified to madness. It's important to note that those who could serve as spies were all carefully selected. When the dark spies recounted this, their faces were still filled with deep terror. Showa is an island nation in the sea, made up of numerous islands, and no one knows what exactly happened that day. Kui Kui was also shocked. Sulai never said such things. She didn't doubt Sulai's memory, so there was only one possibility left. Some unknown mutation had occurred, and Showa was destroyed. What would happen next? Would the war in Miaojiang start early? Although Sulai no longer had to lead troops in a battle, they still couldn't let their guard down against the emperor, who might use others to do his dirty work. Moreover, they didn't know what kind of terrifying existence could wipe out Showa in a single night. After Xiaowen's magic reached its peak, she went back to the wish shop to eat desserts, because in this world, no one could harm her anymore. But now it was different. During the mission, Kui Kui couldn't return to the wish shop. Otherwise, it would count as a mission failure, and she couldn't contact Xiaowen, only waiting for Xiaowen to contact her. In this world, no matter how long it took, it would only be 10 minutes on Earth, so by the time she completed her mission and returned, Xiaowen would probably still be snacking. Kui Kui was sweating nervously. She had almost worked non-stop to cast over a dozen forbidden spells around the peach blossom source, handed the spells to Sulai, and after giving him some instructions, set off alone to investigate the situation in Showa. Originally, Sulai planned to arrange a guard to accompany her, but unexpectedly, Kui Kui only asked for directions before flying off, leaving him no chance to speak. Seeing this, he could only smile wryly and called the guards to strengthen the defense around the peach blossom source. The further Kui Kui flew east, the more people were fleeing along the way. The events in Showa were too horrifying. Those living closer to the east were afraid of suffering the same fate and were fleeing in all directions. A faint smell of blood began to permeate the air. Having trained in magic, her senses were already sharp, especially with the blood of billions of people involved. Upon reaching the seaside, the blood-red sea and the overwhelming aura of blood filled her with dread. The surface of the sea was littered with countless dead fish due to water pollution. As she flew further, a small island appeared, where the inhabitants lay on the ground in various positions, all with wide eyes and faces full of terror. She did not land. The ground was already stained with blood, and she simply couldn't bring herself to set foot on it. Continuing her flight, she encountered several other islands, all in the same tragic state, with no useful information to be found. The temperature in Showa was hot, and the corpses had begun to decay, with flies buzzing around. Suddenly, she remembered that after a large-scale death, there was something even more terrifying: a plague. Now that billions had died in Showa, if a plague broke out, the consequences would be unimaginable. Gathering her focus, she cast a spell to burn all the islands in Showa to the ground before flying back to Taoyuan. A month had passed by the time she arrived in Taoyuan, and she first checked the forbidden spell she had set up, finding it untouched before entering the valley to look for Sulai. At that moment, Sulai was discussing matters with Lu Xiang and his trusted subordinates. Upon her return, everyone greeted her with respect. "Miss One, how is the situation? Have you made any progress?" Sulai asked, and everyone looked at her expectantly. "I have no leads, and I can't tell what caused this. Worried about a plague. I have burned Showa." She shook her head. "Why are you all so serious? Has something happened?" The room fell into an eerie silence, and Sulai replied dryly, 10 days after you left, the southern regions of Laiwu and Pengxi also disappeared. 5 days ago, Miaojiang was the same. The emperor wants to summon me and Lu Xiang back, but we refused." Kui Kui's expression suddenly darkened. The situation was far more complicated than she had thought. What could kill hundreds of millions of people in just 15 days? Wait, 15 days? It seemed she had grasped something. "General Su, from the day the incident occurred in Showa to the 10th day after I left, it just happens to be 15 days. And from the 10th day after I left to 5 days ago, it is also exactly 15 days, right? Yes, could it be that the pattern of this creature's slaughter is based on a cycle of 15 days? Sulai was reminded by her and also thought of the key point. "Yes, this is just our speculation, but if it's true, then there are still 10 days left before it launches its attack. However, we still don't know where its next target will be. Su Lai clenched his fists. At this moment, Lu Xiang spoke up. Su Lai, I believe we should return to the Imperial City. This monster can wipe out an entire nation. We, being in Diyu, cannot stand by idly. General Su, I think Lu Xiang is right. With such a great enemy at hand, the royal family would be eager for you to return and defend Diyu. They want to harm you. Diyu has billions of citizens, and you must save them. I will make full preparations in Taoyuan to ensure its safety. Kui Kui also spoke up. Although she wanted to complete her mission, she would still rather fail than sacrifice the lives of billions. Su Lai returned to the Imperial City to deploy troops, and his parents also returned to the Imperial City. Kui Kui spent those 10 days first burning the corpses in the southern region, then setting up many offensive and defensive magic spells outside Taoyuan, entrusting the incantations to Lu Yu and Lu Xiang so they could activate them with just a thought. Even she herself couldn't break them. After finishing all this, she was already exhausted and really wanted to sleep, but she didn't dare to, and immediately began to practice restoring her magical power. After 10 days, she had just barely recovered. On this day, as Kui Kui finished her training, her heart raced. A wave of pressure emanated from the direction of the Imperial City. She thought it was bad and immediately flew toward the Imperial City. Chapter 5. Su Lai, and she had considered that the order of attack might be southeast, southwest, northeast, or northwest, but she didn't expect that the mysterious entity would shatter her slim hope in an instant. Just now, that wave of pressure made her heart palpitate. That entity's strength was likely on par with hers, which was the best-case scenario. Damn, little one, not online at a critical moment. Oomph, she scolded little one. She accelerated her speed to the Imperial City, where the soldiers were on high alert, ready to shoot at her with their bows and arrows. Su Lai quickly called for a halt. Landing on the city wall, she asked Su Lai, "What was that momentum just now?" Su Lai didn't know either. There was no unusual activity in the city, so he could only have people remain vigilant. Everyone was anxiously waiting, and after about a stick of incense's worth of time, that terrifying pressure reappeared over the Imperial City, right above the palace. A man broke through the air, as if he had suddenly emerged from that void with a formidable presence. Kui Kui's heart sank like it had fallen into an ice cellar. She couldn't defeat this person, let alone these mortals. She shouted loudly to Su Lai, "Take everyone, retreat outside the city. Hurry, leave this to me, quick. Staying here is just sending yourselves to your deaths." In the midst of her words, the man had already extended his hand, creating a light shield that firmly enveloped the palace. Cries of agony echoed, and strands of golden light floated from within the palace into the man's hand. He allowed people to retreat outside the city, maintaining that eerie posture without moving. Kui Kui didn't have time to guess his intentions and flew over. As she got closer, she realized this man was exceptionally handsome, the kind that would outshine a crowd in the entertainment industry. No matter how good-looking, he was still a bad guy, an enemy. One by one, fireballs with horrifying heat exploded around him, seemingly caught off guard by Kui Kui's tactic. He was hit unexpectedly, spat out blood, and was heavily slammed to the ground. The light sphere covering the palace and the golden light also disappeared. He got up leisurely as if nothing had happened, casually brushed off the dust from his clothes, and licked the blood from his lips as if savoring it. Watching his perverse behavior, Kui Kui felt a chill in her heart. This person was very dangerous. TSK, who would have thought, on this backward, little broken native planet? There was a great magician. The man rose into the sky to level with Kui Kui, raising his narrow phoenix eyes with interest as he said, "Ah, the temporal mark? You're a newbie from the timeless shop? Huh? Now, this is interesting. Hee, if I kill you too, my life will be 100 times more interesting." Kui Kui listened, feeling a chill rise from her soles to the top of her head. She bit her tongue hard to steady her fear. The flames are burning the heavens. "Little girl, do you think the same tricks will work on me? I've already prepared." The man laughed brightly in the fire like a frozen. Kui Kui was too lazy to argue with him, so she launched her attack directly. In an instant, the raging fire and were enveloped by a massive ice ball. The tremendous energy from the collision of ice and fire exploded, its power amplified tenfold, and even though the man was prepared, he was still blown back significantly. He squinted his eyes in displeasure. "Have you had enough, little girl? Now it's my turn." He snapped his fingers, and after a flicker, a figure identical to him appeared. Although it hadn't fully recovered, it was more than enough to deal with a great magician. "Shadow, go!" The shadow rushed towards Kui Kui, who hurriedly retreated, and the two clashed together. He continued to cover the palace, once again absorbing those golden rays of light, listening to the screams within the palace, seemingly enjoying it immensely. He casually turned to look at the people outside the city. "Don't worry, you'll be next soon. After all, they need to be paired together for better effect." After saying that, he glanced back at Kui Kui. "Such a cute little girl. It's a shame to kill you. But who told you to be here when I found you?" The shadow came fiercely, and she had no intention of paying attention to him. "Earth Shield." She used Earth Escape to temporarily block the shadow, quickly retreating to create enough distance, as a magician was not skilled in close combat. The shadow ghosted around the Earth Shield. Without the Earth, can still be called an Earth Shield? The originally solid Earth Shield shattered. Ice. Condense. Kui Kui exerted all her magic power, quickly freezing the moisture in the air into ice flowers, then forming them into ice spikes to stab at the shadow. The ice spikes glimmered with dazzling blue light, but were extremely dangerous. A normal person hit by one would lose half their life. The shadow casually grabbed a whip from the weapons scattered on the ground, seemingly nonchalantly waving it, but every swing sliced through the air, shattering an ice spike with each strike. Ice shards flew everywhere, but none could approach him. After destroying all the ice spikes, the flames, accompanied by wind blades, rolled towards him. She remained unmoving, flicking her wrist, causing the whip to elongate strangely, slithering like a serpent through Kui Kui's attack towards her. She couldn't dodge in time and was struck hard with a crack. The whip, lined with barbs, tore her wounds open as it withdrew from her body. Kui had never experienced such pain. It felt as if the part of her body that was hit had begun to numb, and her head hurt so much that she wanted to faint. In a moment of daze, she fell from the sky. Miss Wen, how are you?" Su Lai flew over to catch her. The soldiers had already retreated outside the city to protect the civilians, leaving him on the city wall. "Miss Wen, you rest and recover from your injuries first. I will go to fight him." Su Lai drew his sword and left. Kui Kui hurriedly called out to him. "Su Lai, don't go. Listen to me. There is no one in this world who can match him, not even me. If you go, it's just a death sentence. Come back. Retreat to the outskirts of the city. Go back to Taoyuan and reunite with your family. Staying here is meaningless now. The people in the palace are already in grave danger." The screams inside the palace had stopped, and the golden light drifting towards the man was flickering and about to disappear. Su Lai left the city, and Kui Kui felt that this mission was likely to fail. So she flew back into the sky. The shadow was still playing with the whip, and upon seeing her fly up, he said playfully, "I haven't experienced the thrill of whipping someone in a long time. It's really exciting." He smiled enticingly, but the whip he swung was exceptionally vicious. Kui Kui quickly cast several shields in front of herself, but the whip broke through her defenses like a hot knife through butter, only stopping at the last layer. "Blocked? Interesting." The shadow chuckled lightly. "So what's next? I'm curious to see how many lashes the cute little girl can take." He continuously swung the whip to attack, leaving Kui Kui exhausted from defending, with no opportunity to counterattack. Her magical energy foundation had already been harmed while desperately setting up Taoyuan's defenses, and now the shadow, this pervert, kept whipping her, becoming more and more excited. She could only keep channeling her magic to create defensive shields. The replenished magic couldn't keep up with the consumption, and the wounds were burning painfully. She was starting to feel overwhelmed. At such a critical moment, Xiaowen still hadn't shown up. Would she die here? Kui Kui complained about Xiaowen again. After a while, the shadow's true body above the palace, that man, had already retracted the light barrier. With a casual wave, the corpses in the palace exploded, blood splattering everywhere. He walked over elegantly, merging with the shadow. "All right, I played with you for so long. I'm tired of it. I just want to end this game quickly. Then I can enjoy my feast in peace, undisturbed." As he spoke, he glanced outside the city, licking the corner of his mouth. Run. As long as you're on this land, you can never escape from me." He wielded the whip as if admiring it, but suddenly flicked his wrist lightly. The whip, with an intensity greater than the shadow's attack, rushed towards her. This time, she could no longer withstand it. The whip shattered her defenses and struck her, as if her insides were being crushed. Kui Kui spat out a mouthful of blood, barely managing to control her body. The whip did not retract after hitting her, but extended further, wrapping around her completely and dragging her back in front of the man. This was not a fight. It was a one-sided suppression. There was no comparability. In front of this man, she was like a newly hatched chick. I love to see the look of terror on people's faces when they face death. The perverted man spoke again, his narrow phoenix eyes shining with light as he tightened his control over the whip, wanting to crush Kui Kui. Kui Kui only felt pain, hurt, and struggled to breathe. She felt as if her bones were breaking, her vision becoming increasingly blurry, and she could no longer see the face of the perverse man clearly. Suddenly, the whip snapped in response, and Kui Kui had already lost her strength, feeling somewhat dazed. She thought she would fall and die, but unexpectedly, someone caught her in one arm. She lifted her head and saw an extraordinarily handsome face, with features as distinct as a sculpture. His angular face was exceptionally beautiful, and beneath his sharp eyebrows were a pair of slender peach blossom eyes, with long, clearly defined eyelashes. His deep black pupils had a faint touch of deep purple, making them appear even more profound, with a flickering cold light in his eyes that added an air of indifference. A tall nose and well-defined lips gave him a strong, yet slightly enchanting appearance. The handsome man was holding her in one arm, while aiming a gun at the perverse man with the other, dressed in an interstellar combat suit that looked like it belonged in a movie. The perverse man laughed, trembling with delight. "Oh, I didn't expect you to hide here. It'd still be found by the young Master Pei. Young Master Pei truly cares for you." Bang, bang, bang. In response, the handsome man's laser gun shot directly through the perverse man's body, creating 3 large holes. One couldn't help but admire his strength, despite his pale complexion and slight weakness. He continued to taunt the handsome man. "I won't let you escape a second time. The abyss of despair has already prepared a permanent residence for you," the handsome man said coldly. He then took out a vial of medicine and made Kui Kui drink it, after which she fell into a deep sleep. The handsome man waved his gun, and a spatial passage appeared in front of him, connecting to Kui Kui's small apartment bedroom. He ruthlessly threw Kui Kui inside and closed the spatial passage, then turned to the perverse man with a gloomy expression and said, "Su Shu, I really underestimated you. You will bear the consequences of disrupting the order of this world." Su Shu remained unconcerned. "What a pity if you had come a bit slower. By the time I absorbed the dragon energy and power of belief from this world, my strength would have recovered significantly. I truly regret not killing that little friend of yours in Wanjie City sooner." The handsome man took the perverse Su Shu onto the spaceship and told the AI, "Go to the abyss of despair, contact the people there, and prepare to imprison Su Shu." He then thought of Kui Kui, who had just been beaten half to death, feeling inexplicably emotional, and inquired about which newcomer at the wish shop was on a mission, instructing them to recall her time-space spirit, erase her memories, and reseal her, providing her with an AI. After a moment's thought, he added, "Also provide some compensation." Chapter 6, A Beautiful Childhood, Part 1. After drinking the potion the handsome man handed her, Kui Kui fell into a deep sleep, feeling incredibly comfortable. She stretched lazily and realized she was in her small apartment's bedroom, filled with confusion. Was she dreaming? Little One seemed to have disappeared, and no matter how she called, she couldn't summon him back. She also felt the absence of her contract with Little One, and her magic was gone. Was this a punishment for failure? Had everything been taken away, and had she been expelled? She was terrified, quickly pulling open a random door, and seeing that it still led to the shop. She breathed a sigh of relief. Crossing through the random door into the shop, the reception area was empty, and there was no sign of Su Lai. Had she failed the mission? She found it hard to accept. Just then, a beam of light enveloped her, similar to when she first bonded with Little One. The difference was that Little One's cute voice was replaced by a cold electronic female voice. "Number 1314 intelligence system has been bound. Please confirm your identity." A virtual light screen appeared in front of her, displaying some information. At the top was a photo of her that she didn't even know when it was taken, followed by name, Wenji Kui, gender, female, age, 22, place of origin, Earth below, there were two options, one a check mark, the other a cross. Please confirm if the identity information is correct. If correct, please click the check mark. If incorrect, please click the cross. The virtual electronic voice sounded again. Kui clicked on the checkbox, and the screen changed to show several sections, but only the employee information, task panel, and system store were lit up, while the other sections were gray with a lock symbol. After thinking for a moment, she opened her employee information. Employee, Kui level, 1, 3100, view level details, money, 10,000,000 skills, none collection, none charm, 10,100 system. Why is my charm so low? Only 10 points? Kui was a bit incredulous. This is a comprehensive assessment based on the host's appearance, strength, and the recognition gained in both tasks and the real world. It has fair and objective reference value. The system's emotionless voice rang out. The task panel contains sections for task images, task progress, and other small modules, but there was no information as there were currently no tasks available. Kui opened the system store again, feeling excited. The dazzling array of products on each page tempted her to splurge. The interface was exquisite, with a search bar at the top and icons for voice and photo search next to it. On the right was a warehouse icon, and the entire page of products was divided into two sections in a 3:7 ratio, categories on the left and products on the right. The categories were based on different realms, with a total of 5: modern, cultivation, magic, super technology, and others. Kui had long been longing for cultivation, so she first opened the category for it, which was marked with various secret manuals. The glaring prices behind each book made her heart race. Did she just see a 1 followed by a string of zeros behind her money line? System, is that string of money a reward for tasks? Please do not harbor unrealistic ideas of sudden wealth. Host, the 10 million in your account is a gift from the system. If the host wishes to earn money, it can also be done through completing tasks and selling items. 10 million is not a small amount, but Kui only managed to pick up a washing marrow pill, a body training pill, and a chaotic decision book, spending all 10 million, and that was with a first order 20 discount. The chaotic decision, as the name suggests, is a powerful technique, but it is incomplete, containing only the first half. That's why Kui was able to buy it at the original price of 99 million, which was already at a promotional discount. That perverted man made her understand that wealth is an external possession. Having strength is what truly matters for survival. By the way, system, do you know what happened to my little spirit Shaolin? And what about my last task? She still had many questions about her last task. Liu Yu's poison, the corpse of the snowfield people, that perverted man, and the handsome man who descended like a god and saved her. Moreover, she remembered Xiao when saying that after level 3, the system would replace the spirit, and she was only at level 1 now. The host's last task has been completed, and no further information can be disclosed. If you wish to inquire further, this system knows nothing. This is a system without emotions. Kui could only guess that Xiaowen might have received a task from headquarters and returned, allowing a system to replace her in advance. She opened the warehouse, and inside, besides the recently purchased chaos decision and 2 pills, there was also her employee manual. And unexpectedly, there was a level 1 employee gift pack. She clicked on it, and it was a book titled Comprehensive Guide to Languages of the Multiverse. Out of curiosity, she clicked on it, and an introduction popped up, Comprehensive Guide to Languages of the Multiverse. It was that brief. Below was a line asking if she wanted to learn it. Kui clicked yes, and in an instant, she felt a rush in her head, as if she had gained a lot of knowledge. After a moment's thought, she realized she could now understand all the languages recorded in the multiverse. This cheat function was simply amazing. It wasn't business hours, so she returned to her apartment, took out the cleansing pill and body training pill, followed the instructions to consume them, and then stripped down to soak in the bathtub. 2 hours later, she crawled out of the bathtub, turned on the shower, and rinsed herself several times before finally getting clean. Her meridians had been altered by the medication, and the impurities in her body had been expelled. The most direct feeling was that her skin had become delicate and fair, and her figure and looks had improved as well. After cleaning up the bathroom, Kui sat on the sofa, opened the system panel, and watched her charm increase from 10 to 12, feeling immensely satisfied. She clicked on Chaos Decision, selected to learn it, and felt a wave of heat rush through her body. She felt as if she was filled with power, and legal decisions appeared in her mind. Kui Kui jumped lightly and leaped to the ceiling. If she hadn't quickly used her hand to measure, she would have probably hit her head. The next day, Kui Kui was practicing the chaos decision in the shop. Ding dong, welcome. The electronic bell rang. Kui looked towards the door, only to find that this time the guest had appeared directly in the reception area. It was a woman, to be precise. A pale-faced woman in her 50s wearing a hospital gown, holding a folder in her hand. Carrying a cup of tea, Kui approached with a standard smile. Dear guest, what is your wish? The woman said kindly, I want to have a beautiful childhood, and I can exchange this gold mine for it. Is that okay? Her speech was somewhat labored, and the wrinkles on her face bore a hint of sorrow as she placed the folder on the table. Sure. Can you tell me more specifically? Kui did not immediately take the folder, but first inquired about the task's requirements. The woman stared at the folder, but her gaze seemed to see other scenes beyond the document. With a tone of nostalgia, she slowly began to speak. My home is in a very remote place. When I was 3 or 4, I only knew that we didn't have enough to eat, but I didn't have to work. By the time I was 6, I could remember many things. At that time, our village was building a road, and my family couldn't afford to send me to school. Because I didn't go to school, I could only follow my parents to work on the road, carrying dirt, carrying stones, dragging stones with the adults. My hands were bruised, my shoulders back, and feet were sore. I still remember that pain. I envied Ingzi from the village because her father was the village chief and had the money to send her to school. I wanted to go to school too, but my family was very poor. Saying we were living in a bear house was not an exaggeration. At that time, there was no concept of 9-year compulsory education. The tuition for a year was over 100 yuan. Although it seems trivial now, it was very expensive back then. My family worked hard in farming, but we could hardly save anything from that little harvest to support the family. There was also a younger brother at home, and in my memory, I was either helping with chores or taking care of him. Other children my age were already in the 4th grade, going to school every day with their backpacks, being mischievous without getting punished, and not having to work. My father knew I was envious, so when our family conditions improved a bit, he sent me to school. However, I was older, and the 1st grade teacher refused to accept me, so I could only join the 3rd grade class. But without a foundation, I simply couldn't keep up. I dropped out after just 1 semester. As I grew older, with the improvement of the agricultural policies, our family conditions gradually got better. We had food and clothing, and I happened to catch the wave of going to work in the city. I followed the village girls to work and gradually started a business, which grew bigger and bigger. However, I always envied other children for having a carefree childhood, and that has always been my hope. Sometimes I think, if only I could give all my wealth to my childhood home now, then I could be a little princess, not having to work, not having to take care of my brother, able to go to school, wear many beautiful dresses, buy toys, ride in a small car, have friends, be able to study well, get into a good university, and learn a major I like. Even if I am not as wealthy in the future, I would still feel very satisfied. Kui Kui nodded in agreement. Seeing her like this, the woman couldn't help but laugh and said, This child clearly hasn't experienced hardships when she was young. Kui Kui didn't refute, just smiled. She had never seen her father since she was little. She had been raised by her mother, who ran a hotel. As for her father, all she had was the surname. When she opened the folder, she discovered not only the ownership transfer document for the gold mine, but also a will. These are all the assets under my name. I have suffered too much in my childhood, and even when I have money, I have no fortune to enjoy, just as I am about to retire. I've been diagnosed with late-stage cancer and don't have much time left. As long as you fulfill my wishes after I die, all my assets will belong to your company, the woman said with a smile, her voice tinged with regret. Kui Kui counted the numbers of the assets on the will and found that there were real estate worth 5 billion and 2 gold mines. For the company, as long as it is well managed, doubling the value is definitely not a problem. Kui Kui smiled and said, Transaction created successfully. Thank you for your support. Please wait for 10 minutes. The woman disappeared with a smile, leaving her seal on the desk before vanishing. With her seal as proof, the will would come into effect. Chapter 7, A Wonderful Childhood, Part 2. Kui Kui walked into the workshop, closed her eyes, and began to teleport. When she opened her eyes again, she was already in a crowd. The sound of chattering filled her ears, and in front of the crowd, A middle-aged man, holding a megaphone, was speaking. The road construction has been decided, and the compensation for the land has already been distributed. We will start work the day after tomorrow. Everyone go home and prepare a bit. Tomorrow, each family should send one person to come out with me to mark the spots, and each family will be responsible for digging a section. All right, everyone disperse. Go home and eat. After the village chief finished speaking, he waved his hand, signaling everyone to disperse. And the villagers gathered together began to break up in small groups to head home. After agreeing with Sister Wang, next door, to go mark the spots together tomorrow, Chen called her son, who was still frolicking. Mao Shui, come here, we're going home. There were still crops in the field, and she needed to return to tend to the farm work and livestock. Coming, Mom. Little Chun Mao Shui, just over 3 years old, stumbled towards his mother, sniffling, and obediently came to her side. Chen looked around and spotted a girl with a ponytail in front of the crowd. She patted the little tree's bottom and instructed, Tree, go call your little aunt. We're going home for dinner. Upon hearing the word eat, little tree's eyes lit up, and he responded eagerly before running over to his big aunt and tugging at her pants. Kui Kui was still immersed in the storyline. Didn't even realize what was happening until she felt someone tugging at her pants. She was wearing a chi pao. Where did the pants come from? When she opened her task panel, she saw that her appearance had changed. Her face was still her own, but her loose hair had become a ponytail, and she was wearing a ruffled short-sleeved top, black-footed leggings, and a pair of white plastic sandals, along with a slanted shoulder bag. How utterly shabby! She didn't yet know that this dowdy outfit was the trendiest in the entire rough village. Her identity information was marked as Wenji Kui, a distant cousin of Chun Mu from afar, orphaned with both parents deceased, and having sold her property yesterday to seek refuge with the Chun family. Seeing that Kui Kui didn't move, the little boy was anxious. He was waiting to go home for dinner, as his sister was making meat today. He tugged harder. Auntie, it's time to go home for dinner. It seemed this was Chun Meishin's younger brother. Kui Kui followed the little boy towards Chun Ma. Chun Ma picked up the little boy, leading the way in front while somewhat awkwardly asking, Child, how did you sleep last night? Kui Kui learned about the storyline from Chun Meishin's narration and felt a bit of pity for the family's poverty. Seeing Chun Mu's restraint around her, she smiled and replied, It's okay, I can sleep well. Upon hearing this, Chen Ma sighed with relief but felt a bit awkward. With an apologetic smile, she said, The conditions at home are a bit poor, so it's normal if you're not used to it. Later, I'll take out the blankets to air them out. The sun is strong today, and the blankets will be soft and more comfortable to sleep on tonight. Chen Ma was very warm-hearted, but thinking about her distant cousin's status, Kui Kui felt a bit guilty, feeling it wasn't right to keep staying at someone else's house. It's not that troublesome. I'm just sleeping a few nights. Kui Kui tentatively replied. Unexpectedly, Chun Ma immediately looked surprised and said, What's wrong? Where else do you plan to go? Your aunt and uncle are gone, and you sold the house, so you're all alone now. Your sister is your only relative now, and you still plan to go somewhere else? You can stay at your sister's house with peace of mind. We're not outsiders. As long as you don't mind that my sister's house is poor and has bad conditions, you can stay for a lifetime. Your brother-in-law agrees with this too. Chen Ma was genuinely anxious. Now Kui Kui was a big girl without parents, and she had only this one relative. As her sister, it was natural for her not to let her live alone outside. Don't think about those messy things. Just stay at your sister's house. If you leave, your brother-in-law might blame you and me. People who don't know might think I drove you away. Chen Ma said this, seemingly a bit angry. Kui Kui had only been testing the waters with her earlier comment, but hearing such heartfelt words from Chen Ma, she hurriedly smiled and said, Sister, I was wrong. You've treated me so well. I won't leave. I'll stay at your house every day, but you mustn't dislike me. Go, what are you talking about? What do you mean your house and my house? This is our home. You can stay as long as you like, Chen Ma said, finally satisfied. Kui Kui smiled and chatted with Aunt Chun for a while about daily life. By the time they got home, she had basically figured out the current situation. The identity of this younger sister was akin to that of an orphaned child seeking refuge at her cousin's house. The Chen family's house was a mud brick structure that didn't look very big. There were a few vegetable patches at the entrance, growing some lush green vegetables. To the left of the house was a pig pen, where a little pig was squealing. A small girl was struggling to carry a wooden bucket filled with pig feed. walking towards the pig pen. Seeing Aunt Chun and Kui Kui had returned, she called out, "Mom, Aunt, the food is ready and warming in the pot. You can eat first. I'll feed the pigs and then call Dad to eat." She continued to carry the bucket towards the pig pen. The wooden bucket was heavy, and Chun Mei-shin was only 6 or 7 years old, swaying as she reached the pig pen. The pig pen was too high, so she put the bucket down and tried to lift it up to pour the feed out. However, it was still quite a struggle to lift it high enough. Aunt Chun went into the kitchen to set the table, and Kui Kui walked over to Chun Mei-shin. "Let me do it." Chun Mei-shin felt her hands lighten and looked up, surprised to see her aunt from yesterday. She was a bit taken aback. She looked at her aunt's fashionable clothes and stylish appearance, thinking she was someone who cared about appearances, but she didn't expect her to help feed the pigs. Kui Kui poured the pig feed into the trough. Having practiced the chaos decision, she looked delicate and weak, but in reality, she could easily take down several adults. Seeing her young guest staring at her in surprise, she laughed and said, "Why are you looking at me like that? Did your little aunt charm you?" Kui Kui suddenly interrupted, and Chun Mei-shin blushed, snatched the pig bucket, and ran into the house. Suddenly, she turned back and whispered, "Auntie, you're the most beautiful person I've ever seen." After saying that, she tried to run again, but Kui Kui held her back, took the pig bucket into her own hands, and said, "I'll carry the pig bucket inside. You hurry and call your dad back for dinner. If it gets cold, it won't taste good." During dinner, Chun Ma repeated what Kui Kui had said about leaving to Chun Ba. Sure enough, Chun Ba reacted just like Chun Ma, slapping the table excitedly and saying, "What are you talking about, girl? Your sister is your only family. Where else would she go? It's not safe to be alone." Chun Maoshua also chimed in, "Don't let Annie leave. Auntie is beautiful. Auntie is beautiful." Kui Kui said with a smile, "That was just something I said when I was confused. I'm not leaving. I'll stay here from now on. I've attended a little school and can teach Mei-shin and Maoshua. I was worried that Mei-shin is of school age, and our family is poor, unable to pay for tuition. If you're willing to teach them to read now, that would be wonderful." Chun Ma was a bit excited, as today's parents all hope their children will succeed. The family then happily continued their meal. Kui Kui could clearly see the joy on Chun Mei-shin's face. She was extremely eager to learn. After finishing the meal, Chun Dad and Chun Ma went out to work in the fields, while Chun Mei-shin, being sensible, tidied everything up and then went out to play with her younger brother. Kui Kui sat on a small bench, took off the bag she had been carrying, and still didn't know what was inside after all this time. Inside the cloth bag was only a stack of money. Kui Kui counted it and found 1,325 yuan, which should be the money from selling a house. Kui Kui couldn't help but praise the system for its thoroughness. In this era, a few dozen yuan is the annual income of a farming family, and her more than 1,000 yuan was undoubtedly a small fortune. She didn't expect that the identity assigned by the system would be that of a wealthy woman. The current situation of the Chun family was indeed, as Chun Mei-shin said, with nothing but 3 mud brick houses, a pigsty, and one room serving as a kitchen and dining area, while the other 2 rooms were filled with clutter. "Sis, come play with me," a small voice called from outside. It was Chun Maoshua tugging at Mei-shin's clothes, asking her to play hide and seek while Mei-shin was weeding the vegetable patch. Mei-shin wanted to tell her brother to go play by himself, but before she could refuse, she heard her aunt laughing at the door. "Mei-shin, make sure to play with your brother. I'll come help with the weeding." "Sis, play with me." Maoshua continued to twist her clothes. Mei-shin was reluctant, worried that her seemingly delicate aunt would manage the work. So she took her brother and joined Kui Kui in weeding. At first, the little guy was unwilling, but seeing his pretty aunt working, he also put in effort, and soon the weeds in the field were cleared. It was still early, and thinking about the small fortune she was holding, Kui Kui asked, "Mei-shin, is there a small shop around here? And we'll take you to buy candy. There is a supply station at the village head." Maoshua chimed in, "Aunt, I'll lead you there to buy candy." Mei-shin felt a bit embarrassed, but was pulled along by Kui Kui. When they arrived at the supply station, Maoshua started shouting, "Boss! Boss! Buy candy! Buy candy!" The boss, seeing Maoshua and Mei-shin accompanied by Kui Kui, who was dressed fashionably and looked like a city girl, recognized her as Chun Ma's distant cousin and smiled, asking, "What candy do you want?" Mei-shin and Maoshua both turned to look at Kui Kui. "What kind of candy do you have? What are the prices? We have milk candy for 10 cents each, but there aren't many, just a small jar, corn candy for 3 cents each, and mint candy for 1 cent each. There is plenty of those. Other white sugar is 2 yuan per jean, and brown sugar is also 2 yuan per jean, the boss said with a smile. Aunt, I want milk candy, Mao Shue said pitifully, as he and Mei Xin had never eaten milk candy before. I'll take all the milk candy, plus 2 jean of corn candy and 1 jean of mint candy, and 1 jean each of white sugar and brown sugar, Kui Kui said without hesitation. Though Mei Xin didn't speak, she surely wanted some too. Her task was to ensure that Mei Xin had a wonderful childhood, so she naturally wanted to cover all bases. While the boss was packing the goods, she took another look around the shop. It was small, and there weren't many items, after all. It was just a village supply station. She chose some oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, tea, and 2 jean of flour. For she noticed that there wasn't much in the kitchen when she looked during mealtime. When they left, the boss escorted them to the door. As Kui Kui had spent over 30 yuan, which was equivalent to his income for more than a month, Kui Kui gave milk candies to 2 children, carrying them along while holding something weighing about 10 kilograms as they walked home. Upon seeing the dilapidated mud house that looked like it could collapse at any moment, she had an idea to find an opportunity to repair the house, but she still needed to save money. Mei Xin said she wanted to be a princess, and that at least a small villa needed to be fixed up for that. When they arrived home and put everything in order, Kui Kui asked Mei Xin to start a fire, then took a few eggs, mixed them with flour, and chopped some scallions to make pancakes for the children. Mao Shue had already taken the candies to find Chun Dad and Chun Mom, leaving only Mei Xin and Kui Kui in the kitchen. Chapter 8. A Beautiful Childhood 3. Auntie, today you spent so much money. One till you run out of money? Mei Xin asked nervously, knowing that her aunt was alone now. How could that be? Auntie has money. When school starts in the fall, Auntie will send you to school, Kui Kui replied with a smile. School? Really? Mei Xin was surprised and couldn't believe it. She knew her family was poor and thought she had no chance to go to school. Hearing her aunt say she would support her education made her both happy and scared. Yes, Mei Xin must go to school. Auntie will also buy you a beautiful backpack, stationery, and lots of pretty clothes and dresses. Mei Xin, do you believe, Auntie? I believe. Auntie, woo woo woo. Mei Xin cried out in excitement. Kui Kui hurriedly comforted her to stop crying, saying, look at the fire. The pancake is going to burn. The frightened little girl immediately stopped crying and focused on watching the fire. Kui Kui's dinner was much more delicious than lunch. After all, Kui Kui had gone out to buy so many spices and oil, and the aroma of the dishes wafted out the door. As the fragrance spread, the Chun family, who hadn't had meat for a long time, couldn't help but salivate, especially Chun Dad, who had just entered the house. He smelled the delicious food from afar, and even his weary body felt much more relaxed. During dinner, Chun Mom scolded Kui Kui, sister, I'm not trying to criticize you, but wouldn't it be better to save that money for your dowry? Your sister can afford to support you. Why do you have to spend so extravagantly? Kui Kui said, I also feel sorry for the children, sister. Don't worry, I can earn more money after spending it. I am someone who has seen the world, and there are many ways to make money. Seeing her reasoning, Mom Chun didn't say anything more. After finishing her meal, Mom Chun put down her chopsticks and said, Dad of the child, tomorrow morning I will go with Aunt Wong next door to mark the fields. The day after tomorrow, you can go to work. Let us put aside the field work for now. The crops that need to be planted have already been planted, and we have some free time. Let us finish the road work first. Once the road is open, our lives will have hope. All right, we will do as you say. But Mei Xin, you probably won't be able to go to the market tomorrow. Let us go next time, what do you think? Dad Chun asked Chun Mei Xin. Originally, if Mom Chun didn't go to mark the fields, they would have gone to the market tomorrow. But there was still some work left to do, and they probably wouldn't make it. Chun Mei Xin didn't say anything. After finishing her meal, she stared blankly at a small basket of mushrooms in the corner, not saying a word. Seeing her daughter sulking, Mom Chun felt both angry and heartbroken. The child was still young, only thinking about playing at the market. But there were many things at home, and the adults couldn't leave. There was also a younger one at home who needed her daughter's care, and they, as parents, had no way out. Those mushrooms can be given to Grandpa Jean to help you sell. The money will be yours to keep. Mom won't take it. Okay, Mom Chun advised. still silent, but Tao Bao could see her starting to cry, crying alone for a while before hiccuping and replying. Then next time I want to buy a pair of hairpins. Seeing her daughter compromise, Mom Chun naturally agreed to everything, repeatedly saying, "All right anyway. Those mushrooms are picked by you, and the money is yours to spend as you wish," Mom wanted to interfere. Although her mother said this, Chen Meishin already knew it was just to comfort her. If they really sold the mushrooms, being able to keep 50 cents to buy a pair of hairpins would already be very good. Kui Kui looked a bit uncomfortable, and Chen Meishin wanted a beautiful childhood. She had to help her fulfill such a small wish of going to the market. "Sister, tomorrow I'll take Meishin and Mao Xue to the market," she said. "I don't do farm work anyway, so I might as well go." Chun Dad and Chun Mom were taken aback, unsure how to respond. But Mao Xue jumped with joy at the thought of being taken to the market. Hope reignited in Meishin's eyes as she stared intently at Kui Kui, eagerly awaiting her next move. "Sister, brother-in-law, tomorrow I'll take the kids to the market. They really want to go, and I can't bear to see them sad." Kui Kui repeated. Chun Dad didn't say anything, but his expression didn't seem to indicate opposition. Chun Mom hesitated a bit and said, "Isn't that a bit inappropriate? You're also a young lady, and I'm not at ease with just the three of you going." Seeing her mother wavering, Chun Meishin quickly added, "Mom, we can go with Grandpa Zhang. Nothing will happen." "Mom, I want to go. I want to go." Mao Xue chimed in cheerfully from the side. Kui Kui seized the opportunity and said, "Don't worry, sister. The town is just that small. Everyone knows each other. What could possibly happen? The kids hardly get to go out once a year, so just let them go." Chun Ma softened her heart. "Well, you all be careful on the way. Mei Xian, you must keep an eye on your brother and make sure he doesn't cause any trouble. Understand?" "Mom, I know. I'll look after my brother." Mei Xian immediately smiled, happily ran to the corner, and began to pack the small basket of mushrooms, waiting to sell them at the market with her aunt tomorrow, so she could buy the hairpin she had always wanted. The plan for the market was settled. But Chun Dad was still worried and specifically went to Grandpa Zhang's house to inform him before coming home. After dinner, Kui Kui asked Mei Xian and Mao Xue to walk around the village with her to familiarize themselves with the environment. People in the countryside eat early, and it wasn't completely dark yet. Behind the village was a reservoir pond where villagers would irrigate their fields during the summer drought. Beyond the pond was a vast bamboo forest, and at that moment, the sound of wild chickens flapping their wings could be heard all around. Just listening to the noise, one couldn't tell how many there were, not to mention the bamboo forest on this mountain. Thinking about the market tomorrow, Kui Kui's heart stirred. "Mei Xian, can I catch the wild chickens in this forest? If Anne wants to catch them, she can. No one cares. There were people who tried to catch them before, but after putting in a lot of effort and not catching a single one, no one bothered anymore," Mei Xian said, finding her trendy aunt quite lively. "Then wait for me. I'll catch a few to sell at the market tomorrow and buy meat for you and Mao Xue." Kui Kui had the two kids wait outside while she ventured into the bamboo forest. The bamboo was tightly packed, making it a bit difficult to walk. But that didn't stump Kui Kui. Although she had only learned the first level of chaos decision, catching a wild chicken was easy. The wild chickens could fly, and so could she. The wild chickens ran fast, but she was even quicker. Before long, she came out with 4 wild chickens. Mei Xian and Mao Xue were stunned. "Aunt, you're amazing." The feathers of the wild chickens were very beautiful, and Mao Xue couldn't help but want to touch them, almost getting pecked by their sharp beaks. Kui Kui brought the 2 kids home, and when Chun Dad and Mom saw the 4 plump wild chickens, they were also surprised, not expecting their sister to be so capable. The whole night, Mei Xian was so excited that she couldn't sleep. She felt like today was a dream. She had eaten milk candies, enjoyed her aunt's delicious cooking, and her aunt said she would support her education, buy her a new backpack and stationery, as well as beautiful clothes and skirts, and she had even caught 4 wild chickens. Thinking about it now felt like a dream. Kui Kui and Chen Meishin squeezed onto one bed. As soon as it got light and the rooster crowed, she was called to get up. Meishin had already prepared the mushrooms and wild chicken, and had started cooking the pigweed, waiting for Grandpa Zhang to come and call them. Kui Kui woke up, washed her face, and prepared to brush her teeth, only to find there was no toothpaste or toothbrush, so she had to give up. Someone at the door called for Aunt Chun to go make the mark. It's coming, Mei. The rice is already cooked. You can heat up the dishes and eat before you leave. And remember to keep an eye on your brother. Aunt Chun hurriedly packed up the leftover food from yesterday. And before she could eat a bite of the hot rice, she left. In the kitchen, they were watching the fire to cook pig feed. Kui Kui went over to heat up the dishes and called for Mao Shiwe to get up. The three of them finished their meal, fed the pigs, and tidied everything up. When Grandpa Zhang also came to call out, Mei, are you ready? We need to go to the market. Hurry up. Grandpa Zhang shouted from outside the door. Kui Kui responded, slinging the small cloth bag over her shoulder, picking up the backpack containing mushrooms, and holding a wild chicken tied with straw in one hand. Then took the two children outside. Kui Kui and Mo Shue walked slowly, so she simply picked him up, and in a few steps they were outside. Let's go, everyone is here. Let's head out. When Kui Kui saw several people coming over, Grandpa Zhang picked up 2 bundles of herbs, called out to other villagers heading to the market, and began the journey. Everyone was quite surprised by the 4 wild chickens and praised Kui Kui. Today, since the young people were busy with the road work, the ones going to the market were mostly elderly men and women. However, the rural elders were particularly strong, still walking briskly with their burdens. Kui Kui, carrying 2 children, was at the back. Chun Mei didn't complain at all about being tired, trying hard to keep up with the adults' pace towards the place she wanted to go. To get from the village to the town, they had to cross several mountains and a river. Since road construction hadn't started yet, people had to take the mountain paths to the market, which took more than 2 hours. Now that the government had sent funds to dig roads between the town and various villages, each village was responsible for its section, and construction was set to begin tomorrow. On the way, Kui Kui and her group met Chun Ma, who was there to mark the location. Mei handed her the prepared lunch and happily continued walking with the other market-goers. After more than 2 hours, Kui Kui and her party finally arrived in town. Before they even stepped onto the cement road belonging to the countryside, they heard a song playing from a loudspeaker that was particularly popular in this era. Little town stories are many, full of joy and happiness. If you come to the little town, you will gain a lot. It looks like a painting, sounds like a song. The true, good, and beautiful in life are all included here. Talk about this and that. Little town stories are really nice. Please invite your friends to come to the little town as guests. Listening to this song, Kui Kui temporarily said goodbye to Grandpa Zhang and the others, agreeing to meet later under the loudspeaker, and took the 2 children to stroll through the market. They had arrived relatively late, and the street was already packed with people, bustling with noise and excitement. Fresh fruits, big and sweet, 3 pounds for $1. Pick whatever you want. If it's not sweet, you don't have to pay. Come take a photo, young lady. $2 a picture, guaranteed to make you look prettier than the big star Zhang Linxia. The street was filled with vendors selling fruits, taking photos, selling music tapes, clothes, shoes, and hats. Everything was available. Chun Mei felt her eyes weren't enough to take it all in, looking at the cameras one moment, and being attracted by the songs from the speakers the next. If Kui Kui hadn't been holding her hand, this little girl would have likely stood in front of the photographers and not moved. For Kui Kui, who had experienced a modern metropolis, this small market was really not very appealing. As the 3 strolled around, Kui Kui finally found a market entirely selling vegetables. Thinking of processing the mushrooms and wild chickens on her back first, she pulled Mei along, carrying the excited Mo Shue, and walked into the market. Looking for a vacant spot, she set the 2 children down, instructed them not to run around, placed the basket on the ground, carefully spread out the plastic cloth prepared by Mei, laid out the mushrooms, and arranged the wild chickens in front, then sat down waiting for customers without shouting. Chapter 9. A Beautiful Childhood, Part 4. In a group of rustic rural people, Kui Kui, dressed fashionably and with delicate features, was quite eye-catching. In front of her stall were 4 plump and beautiful wild chickens, and everyone couldn't help but sneak a glance at her. However, no one came to buy anything, and Kui Kui didn't mind, letting the vegetable sellers watch as they pleased. Watching other stalls bustling with people, vendors bargaining with customers, it was extremely lively, while her mushrooms and chickens went unnoticed. Mei felt very disappointed, thinking about how hard she had worked to pick the mushrooms, but no one was buying, and she was counting on buying a pair of hairpins. Kui comforted her, saying that it would definitely sell. After waiting for a while, Some vendors had already sold out their vegetables and packed up to leave when a middle-aged man in an old-style tracksuit walked into the market. In fact, the tracksuit wasn't outdated. It was a trendy style now, but without comparison, there was no harm. The vendors still setting up their stalls greeted him one after another. "Good morning, Boss Do. Why did you come personally today?" The middle-aged man responded amiably. "There's no stock in the store, and the young people are all busy. I came out to buy vegetables and also to check on everyone." The man, known as Boss Do, began selecting vegetables. Kui inquired with an old man nearby and learned that he was the owner of the only hotel in the town, the Lucky Hotel. Whenever someone in town held a wedding or had visitors, they preferred to host the banquet and accommodation there. Boss Do was very generous when buying vegetables. If he found something he needed and it was fresh, he would wave his hand and have the vendors send all the vegetables to the hotel. He selected from several stalls and noticed Kui's stall, where fresh mushrooms were displayed along with beautiful, plump wild chickens that appeared to still be alive. Thinking of the distinguished guests at the hotel, he walked over to Kui. "Young lady, your mushrooms are very fresh. How much are they?" 50 cents a pound. "Boss Do, I have a little over 10 pounds here. If you take all of them, I'll sell them for $5. Kui had already discussed the price with Mei. "All right. These wild chickens look great too. How much are you selling them for?" Boss Do asked, getting down to business. Kui didn't know the price, and no one around had sold wild chickens before. "Boss Do, we're not sure about the market price for wild chickens. You're knowledgeable. Set a price. And I trust you won't shortchange me." After some polite exchanges, Boss Do laughed. "Haha, since you trust me so much, let me calculate. These chickens are $3.50 a pound. Wild chickens are harder to catch than domestic ones, especially when they're alive, and they taste much better. How about I give you $5 a pound? That works. I'll weigh them for you." Kui didn't weigh them herself, but borrowed a scale from the old man next door. The 4 plump wild chickens weighed a total of 21 pounds. Adding the $5 for the mushrooms, Boss Do gave Kui $110. Thinking of the countless wild chickens in that large bamboo forest, Kui had an idea. It seemed she had found a way to make money. "Boss Do, I can catch more wild chickens, all alive. Would you buy them?" Boss Do, considering the distinguished guests at the hotel and the potential of having a large supply of wild chickens to elevate his business, agreed. "Sure. If you have them, just bring them to me. I'll buy as many as you have." Kui brought the child along to deliver the goods to the hotel warehouse and gave the 5 yuan from selling mushrooms to Mei to keep safe. Thinking about the extra 105 yuan earned, she felt great and gave Mei and Mao each 10 yuan, saying, "Here, take this as a little gift from your aunt for meeting you. Keep it hidden, don't let your parents find out, or else if it gets taken away, your aunt won't help you." The 2 kids had never held so much money before, and their faces turned red with excitement. Steamed buns, flour rolls, white steamed buns. Steamed buns, flour rolls, white steamed buns. Candied hawthorn, popcorn, popcorn. Cotton candy, cotton candy. Many vendors were shouting, "Aunt, I want to eat. Can I go buy some?" Mao licked his lips, eagerly looking at the things the vendors were pushing and carrying. Kui Kui looked at the finger-biting Mao and the enviously bright-eyed Mei and smiled. "All right, let's buy. We'll get a little bit of everything. But it's your aunt who's paying, so you all keep your money, understood?" Mao agreed, and upon hearing Kui Kui say they would buy candy, he happily spun around. However, Mei knew they shouldn't spend money carelessly, and understanding, she said to Kui Kui, "Auntie, just buy one for Mao I'll share it with him." Although Chan Ma had previously said to keep the money for herself, Mei knew it was just to comfort her. If they really spent all the money, she would definitely face a beating when they got home. She also felt embarrassed about spending her aunt's money. Kui Kui naturally understood her concerns, but since she had money, she didn't worry. While on the road, Kui Kui chatted with Grandpa Zhang and others, learning some information about this world. She discovered that this place was not Earth, but rather a parallel world set in the 1980s, where the country's chairman was named Wan Zeping, sharing her surname. The capital was in Shangjing, and the news broadcast every day about the reform and opening up. Most things were similar to Earth, but many details were different. This must be a parallel world. Kui Kui bought popcorn and candied hawthorn for both children, but didn't get any for herself. "Auntie, eat." Mei handed the snacks to Kui Kui. "Auntie, eat mine, eat mine." Mao hurriedly offered his as well. "All right, anyone eat? You guys hurry up and eat." Annie will take you for breakfast, and after you're done, we'll go shopping. She took the two children to a rice noodle restaurant, and each ordered a bowl of noodles with meat sauce. The noodles were quite delicious. The handmade noodles tasted much better than those she had eaten before that were made by machines. Back then, there weren't any additives, and everything was in its original flavor, crafted by artisans who experimented little by little. She finished her bowl of noodles in one go, not even leaving the soup behind, and the two children did the same. They had never eaten anything so delicious before. Seeing her give the boss 6 yuan, Mei felt sorry. A bowl of noodles actually cost 2 yuan. Kui Kui would not give her a chance to feel regret. Holding Mao Xue and leading Mei, they began shopping. The two little ones had snacks. One was happily sitting in the basket on Kui Kui's back, munching away, while the other followed Kui Kui, watching Taobao shopping in a daze. At first, when she saw her aunt helping her buy a headband, Mei refused. But when her aunt personally placed the headband on her head, and she saw the little girl wearing the headband in the mirror at the shop, she silently stopped speaking. Kui has always been someone who can't control her hands. And even now, she is the same. Wearing a headband, Mei let her aunt lead her into the clothing store, where they bought her a black floral dress, a trendy ruffled short-sleeve top, and a pair of footed pants. They also bought clothes for Mao Xue, and then took them to the shoe store, where everyone got a pair of liberation shoes and white sandals. Mei felt dizzy with happiness, almost to the point of tears. She thought her aunt's promise to buy her a dress yesterday would take a long time to fulfill, but she didn't expect it to happen today. The beginning of everything is difficult, but once it starts, it can be uncontrollable, just like shopping. Kui put the things she bought into the backpack and took two happy children to the Xinhua bookstore. Mei, you could take Mao Xue over there to choose your favorite backpack and stationery, while I pick out some tutoring books for you here. Mei was so happy that she felt like flying, not caring about any money, and she took Mao Xue to choose stationery. Kui Kui gave Mei some basic books on pinyin and literacy, as well as first-grade language and math tutoring books. After thinking for a while, she had an English primer and a few storybooks, and also picked up some notebooks. Once Kui Kui had made her selections, she walked over. The little girl was still hesitating, as all the backpacks here were so beautiful that she felt a bit dazzled. When she saw her aunt already coming over with a pile of books, she chose her favorite backpack featuring Disney princesses. After checking out, Mei took the initiative to pack the books and stationery into the backpack, insisting on carrying it herself. Seeing her excitement, Kui Kui went along with it, thinking about how both children were at a growing stage while their home was still eating very plain meals every day. Kui Kui went to buy 20 pounds of pork and a few pounds of ribs, then bought the missing seasonings as well as some cookies and candies, filling a large basket to the brim before heading to the agreed meeting place, the loudspeaker. Most people in the village who came to the market were there to sell things. After selling her items and browsing for a while, Kui Kui found that most people had already gone home, leaving only Grandpa Zhang waiting for her. She took out the meat buns she had bought earlier and handed them to Grandpa Zhang. Grandpa Zhang, it's almost noon. Please take these buns and eat them if you get hungry on the way. Grandpa Zhang declined. Oh, I can't accept these. These two little kids haven't eaten yet. Grandpa Zhang, you should take them. We have enough, Mei said as well. Grandpa Zhang accepted them, looking at Kui Kui's fully loaded basket with a mix of surprise and sympathy, feeling sorry for the child who was an orphan. By the time they got home, it was already afternoon. Mom Chen had long marked the fields and was busy working with Dad Chun. Noticing the time, Kui Kui realized it was time to prepare dinner and suddenly slapped her forehead, remembering that she had forgotten to buy a clock today. Kui Kui can't start a fire, so Mei her, once again marveling at the benefits of magic. It is said that chaos decision becomes incredibly powerful in the later stages, capable of moving mountains and filling seas. Unfortunately, it is a fragmented scroll, and this volume only has 5 levels. She is currently only at the first level, so she is far from it. Kui Kui made a stir-fried green bean with meat, a tomato and egg drop soup, braised pork, a stir-fried vegetable, and cucumber with sugar, which are definitely not something they would usually have. The eggs at home are all saved for selling, and they only slaughter a pig during the new year. Most of the eggs are sold, leaving just a little for the family to eat for a year. However, Kui Kui doesn't care. She can earn money, and no matter how tough it gets, she won't let her children suffer. Today's meal has already reached the richness of a New Year's feast. As soon as the dishes were ready, Mao Shue couldn't wait to run to the field and pull back Chun Dad and Chun Mom. The aroma of the meat lifted the spirits of the two tired people. After washing their hands and entering the house, Kui Kui and Mei Xin had already set the table. Looking at the meat on the table and the pile of things that hadn't been cleaned up yet, Chun Mom suppressed her desire to eat meat and reproached her sister. Just because you have money doesn't mean you can spend it like this. Xiao Kui, it's not that I'm scolding you, but you should save some money for yourself. How can you spend it carelessly just because you have it? Kui knew that she was worried about herself and said, Sister, brother-in-law, I've said it before, money is just a small matter. Guess how much I paid for the 4 wild chickens today? 5 yuan a pound, and I sold them for 100 yuan. Think about it. How many wild chickens are there in the bamboo forest behind the village? I may not be able to work in the fields, but I still have the ability to catch wild chickens. Dad Chun and Mom Chun were stunned. These 4 wild chickens were almost equivalent to half a year's income. Suddenly, they had nothing to say. The family buried their heads in eating. Looking at the shabby house and furniture, Kui asked, Sister, how much does it cost to build a house? The village chief's brick house cost 20 to 30,000. Why are you asking this? Do you want to move out alone? Mom Chun stopped eating. No, sister, I was just thinking that our house is too shabby, and I want to make some money to fix it up and rebuild it. Kui thought that Mom Chun might not agree. So she pretended to be a spoiled city girl, and sure enough, Dad Chun and Mom Chun were left speechless in embarrassment. Kui Kui had no choice. Reasoning wouldn't work. And this was the simplest way, even though it hurt Chun Ma's feelings a bit. Chapter 10, A Beautiful Childhood, Part 5. The next morning, Chun Dad and Chun Mom went out to dig the road, as the work in the fields had already been mostly done before. Kui Kui got up and went out with Mei Xin to gather pigweed, then cooked it and prepared a meal to deliver to Chun Dad and Chun Mom. When she came back, Mao Shue had already woken up and was sitting dazedly on the doorstep. Kui Kui called the child to have breakfast, then took out a math tutoring book to start teaching Mei Xin. Mei Xin learned very quickly, and Mao Shue listened nearby. By the end of the morning, Mei Xin had basically mastered some simple addition, and Mao Shue had also remembered a few numbers. Seeing that it was almost time to cook, Kui Kui decided to test Mei Xin. Mei Xin, what is 6 plus 9? 15. Mei Xin answered quickly and accurately. 3,521? Mei Xin hesitated for a moment, silently calculating in her mind, and then said the correct answer. 56. Kui Kui has come up with a few more questions, and only then is satisfied enough to go inside and cook. Mei Xin is not dumb. She has a good understanding. Otherwise, she wouldn't have built a fortune worth billions in her previous life without even reading books. It was just that she was mocked for being older at the time, and her self-esteem was hurt, which is why she couldn't continue her studies. At noon, Kui Kui stewed some spare ribs, reheated the leftover braised pork from yesterday, stir-fried some water spinach, and made a cold cucumber salad. Kui Kui finished her meal and felt a bit guilty seeing Chun Dad and Chun Mom sweating profusely, so she asked, Sister, how do they dig the roads? The village chief said that each village is responsible for its own roads, and every household in our village has to dig. The road is 3 meters wide. It's tiring, but once the road is built, life will have prospects. The broadcast keeps saying, to get rich, you must first build the road. Chun Mom took a sip of soup. I see. Then sister, you and brother-in-law go dig the road during the day, and I'll take care of the rest at home. Kui Kui said, although I don't know much, I can learn from Mei Xin and help with the children's homework at home. Chun Mom readily agreed. This sister had been pampered since childhood, and now she was all alone. How could she let her sister do the hard work? With a firm decision, Chun Dad didn't dare to object either. He was just a simple man. After dinner, Chun Dad and Chun Mom went to the construction site with their neighbor Aunt Wang's family. Kui Kui tidied up the house, fed the pigs, and then let Mei Xin and her brother take a nap while she sat on a bench planning. In the plot, Mei Xin said she wanted to go dig the road. But now that Kui Kui was here, that didn't happen. Mei Xin said she wanted to be a little princess, not having to work, not having to take care of her brother, able to go to school, wear beautiful dresses, and have a little car. Up to now, Kui Kui hadn't even fulfilled the simplest wish of not having to work. She had never lived in the countryside. So many things still needed Mei Xin to do. After thinking it over, Kui Kui decided to move the family to the city. Once in the city, she could open a restaurant. The more Kui Kui thought about it, the more feasible it seemed, and she began to plan how to make money. The only way for her to make money now was by catching wild chickens. A wild chicken weighs about 6 pounds and at 5 yuan per pound. One chicken is 30 yuan, and 10 chickens make 300 yuan. The bamboo forest behind the village stretches over several mountains, with at least a few thousand chickens. She felt like money was beckoning her. While the siblings were napping, she made ropes out of dry straw, intending to use them to trap wild chickens at night. Just as she put down the last rope in her hand, she heard a commotion coming over. Mei-Xin's aunt, quick, bring a basin of hot water. Your sister is hurt. Chun Dad was carrying Chun Mom back home, with Aunt Wong from next door following. Chun Mom had blood flowing from one of her legs. Kui Kui was startled and quickly brought a basin of hot water. Mei-Xin and Mao Shue were awakened by the commotion and cried when they saw Aunt Chen's legs still bleeding. Uncle Chun helped Aunt Chen sit down after putting her down. Aunt Wong took the hot water and cloth to clean Aunt Chen's wound. Kui Kui hugged the two frightened children and asked what happened. Just now, while digging the road, a few wild boars suddenly rushed out from the mountains and ran around. Jia got her calf caught on the hoe while trying to hide. Uncle Chin said that Aunt Chun is Lin Jiahui. What a calamity, Jiahui. With this injury, Aunt Wong cleaned the wound and said, we'll tell the village chief that you don't need to go until your injury is healed. Just rest at home. Aunt Chin didn't refuse. The cut was very sharp and penetrated her calf muscle, leaving her unable to move. Uncle Chun and Aunt Wong returned to the construction site. How could the wild boars suddenly appear? Kui Kui was a bit confused. Who knows? There are a lot of wild boars in our mountains, and they often come down to root around in our fields. We can't fight them, so we just hide when we can. Today, I was just unlucky, Aunt Chun sighed, sitting stiffly and sweating from the pain. Kui Kui suddenly thought of her system store. She spent 9,990,000 of her 10 million to buy the discounted Chaos Decision Fragment at an 20 discount, and spent 8,000 on discounted body training pills and marrow washing pills. Now she has 2,000 left and is unsure if there are any potions in the store that can accelerate wound healing. Kui Kui walked into the room, opened the system store, and spent 300 to buy a bottle of pain relief spray, a bottle of spray to accelerate wound healing, a bottle of alcohol, a roll of gauze, and cotton swabs. After thinking for a moment, she spent another 200 to buy a bottle of tetanus oral solution. She packed everything into her small cloth bag and then went outside to take them out in front of Chun Ma. Sister, let me take care of your wound again. It's too serious. It might get infected, and if it gets worse, you might not even be able to keep this leg. Mei Xin and her siblings were still gathered around Chun Ma. Chun Ma knew that Kui Kui was a girl who had seen the world, and seeing her say this made her worried as well. She cooperatively took the oral solution that Kui Kui handed over, thinking to herself, my sister really is a city girl, educated, beautiful, and knows medicine. It seems that having her treat my wound doesn't hurt as much anymore. It might be her illusion, but Chun Ma felt that her wound had shrunk a lot and was already scabbing over. However, she didn't have the chance to take a closer look as Kui Kui had already wrapped her leg with gauze. Kui Kui handed her the medicine. Sister, this medicine is for spraying on the wound. You can spray it 3 times a day, and in a few days, you'll be fine without leaving a scar. She casually picked up the 2 children. You two can't crowd too close, you know? The wound needs to breathe. Mei-Xin nodded obediently, and Mao Shue followed suit, agreeing that what their aunt said was right. There wasn't much to do at home, so after finishing the rope, Kui Kui began to teach Mei-Xin how to read. Chun Ma and Mao Shue, having nothing else to do, watched and learned alongside them. In fact, Chun Dad and Chun Ma weren't being cruel by keeping their daughter from school. It was just that the family was too poor. They only earned 300 to 400 yuan a year, and tuition alone cost over 100. The remaining money had to be spent on livestock and essential supplies for the year. It was already a blessing not to incur debt. So where would they find money for Mei-Xin's education? The couple had been feeling stifled about this, but now that Kui Kui was willing to teach, they were naturally very happy. Not only did it keep Mei-Xin from doing farm work, but it also allowed her to learn well from Kui Kui. After dinner, Kui Kui took the rope and headed to the bamboo forest in the back mountain. This time, she didn't take Mei-Xin with her, as she was still pondering what Chun Dad had said about the group of wild boars causing trouble in the mountains. She wondered if Bosran would buy wild boars. It was dark before the wild chickens dared to come out. Kui Kui practiced the chaos decision, and her perception was no longer solely reliant on her eyes. She nimbly dashed into the bamboo forest, stood still, and then held her breath and focused. Kui Kui listened carefully to the sounds around her while channeling her inner strength. To her left, something was rustling the bamboo leaves. Not far behind, wild chickens were clucking. To her right, she heard the flapping of wild chicken wings. And ahead, it seemed a wild chicken was rushing towards her. Kui Kui figured out the situation but kept her eyes closed. She used her internal energy to quickly strike from a distance, just like a grandmaster in a movie. All that could be heard were thuds as the wild chickens fell to the ground. Clearly, these few wild chickens had no chance of escaping. She measured her strength perfectly, just enough to knock the wild chickens unconscious without killing them, tying the 7 or 8 wild chickens together with a prepared rope. Kui Kui changed locations a few times and finally carried back over 30 chickens. Chun Dad and Chun Mom were once again astonished. Although they had seen Kui Kui carry 4 wild chickens last time, this time it was over 30. She managed to drag them back, just like pulling radishes from the ground. It should be noted that wild chickens are exceptionally agile, so although there were many, no one ever tried to catch them because it was nearly impossible. But seeing this little sister bring back a string of wild chickens, Chun Mom couldn't remain calm. Your little aunt, you are truly amazing. The most excited were Mei Xian and Mao Shui. One was thrilled to see anything, thinking her little aunt was the best in the world, while the other said, "Little aunt, the feathers of these wild chickens are so beautiful. Can I pluck a few to make a shuttlecock?" Mei Xian asked, filled with longing. In these times, chickens are treasures in households, usually kept alive rather than killed. Only a few girls in the village had chicken feather shuttlecocks, and Mei Xian envied them. In fact, she had wanted beautiful wild chicken feathers since the last time she saw them, but hadn't had the courage to ask. Now that her little aunt brought back so many wild chickens, she felt her hopes had increased a little. All right, let's pluck the most beautiful feathers from each chicken and make a shuttlecock for Mei Xian. As long as it makes Mei Xian happy, this small request is nothing. I wanna. Mao Shui chimed in. Chun Mom laughed and patted him on the back. You little man, why do you want a girl's shuttlecock? Everyone laughed, and Mei Xian had already started picking chicken feathers, completely focused on her dream shuttlecock. The next day, after breakfast and tidying everything up, Kui Kui took the wild chickens to the town again to deliver them to Boss Du as she passed the farmland by the mountain. She noticed many messy footprints of wild boars, and there were also several holes dug by wild boars in the fields. Villagers working with Chun Dad saw Kui Kui, a little girl dragging a group of chickens, and were amazed. Old Chun, your cousin is incredible. She managed to catch so many wild chickens. Selling them must earn quite a bit of money. You'll be enjoying life. Chun Dad chuckled modestly. Oh, not really. The money she earns is her own. She is all alone and quite pitiful. Don't go spreading that around. Her little aunt is really impressive, skilled in both literature and martial arts. It's thanks to her that we've had a good couple of days at home. Kui Kui walked far away, but could still hear their conversation. Chapter 11. A Beautiful Childhood, Part 6. The more than 30 brightly colored wild chickens were still eye-catching when they arrived in town. Kui Kui was thus watched by people all the way to Boss Du's hotel. Boss Du was in a great mood when he saw Kui Kui bringing so many wild chickens. He had already negotiated business with a big hotel in the county town, and the hotel staff were very interested in wild game, preparing to create a special dish. Naturally, the more wild game, the better. Boss Du greeted her with a big smile. Hey, little sister, we meet again. You brought so much this time. Kui Kui put down the wild chicken and replied. The main issue is that the transportation is inconvenient. The road hasn't been properly dug yet, and my ability is limited when I'm alone, so I can only bring this much at a time. Boss Du quickly took the scale to weigh the chickens. A total of 38, weighing 220 pounds. As usual, it's $5 a pound, totaling $1,100. Boss Du put down the scale, asked the assistant to take the chickens away, and smiled at Kui Kui again. Little sister, you go inside and sit for a while, have some tea. We don't have that much money on us, so I'll go to the store to get it for you. Kui Kui followed Boss Du to the hall on the first floor. While Boss Du was counting money, she asked, Boss Du, do you buy wild boars? She had her eyes on wild boars since yesterday. A wild boar weighs several hundred to over 1,000 pounds. If she could make money from this, It would be a big profit. Boss Du finished counting the money and handed it to her, somewhat surprised. You little girl look delicate and weak. I didn't expect you not only to hunt wild chickens, but also wild boars. Bye-bye. My brother said, I'll take as many as you bring. Not afraid of you bringing too many, just afraid of not enough. All right, Boss Du, I'll drive the boars over to you another day. Kui Kui left happily with the money and the assurance, leaving Boss Du sighing. This girl is something else. She talks about hunting wild boars as if it's as easy as catching little chickens, and she'll even drive them over. Kui Kui took the money and bought some snacks that the kids liked before heading home. When the little ant returned, ahhhhh, who had sharp eyes, spotted Kui Kui from a distance and ran over excitedly. Kui Kui picked him up and carried him into the house. Mei was practicing writing characters and was also very happy to see the little ant return. But she held back and finished writing neatly before coming over to put ahhhhh down. Ahhhhh, don't let the little ant carry you. You're so heavy, and she's walked such a long way. She must be exhausted. Kui Kui handed the snacks to Mei, asking her to share them with her younger brother. When Shen Ma saw this, she couldn't help but say again, her aunt, money doesn't come from the wind. Why spend so extravagantly all the time? Kui Kui smiled, took out the remaining 1,000 yuan after buying snacks, and handed 500 yuan to Aunt Shen. Sister, I told you I would make money. We're not short on cash. Look, I earned 1,000 yuan today. Seeing that Kui Kui made 1,000 yuan from catching a group of wild chickens, Aunt Shen was somewhat shocked. In this era, ordinary workers in the city only earn about 200 to 300 yuan a month. Kui Kui made what took others 3 months of salary in just one night of catching wild chickens. So how could she not be surprised? Kui Kui's goal is not just this little money. Chen Mei's princess dream needs more money to fulfill it. Seeing that Chen's mom was stunned and didn't take the money, Kui Kui quickly stuffed the money into Chen's mom's pocket, saying, Sister, if you still recognize me as your sister, then accept the money. We are family, so there is no need to be polite. This is just a small token of my appreciation. I'm living here now, and you still treat me like an outsider. Are you trying to drive me away? Hearing this, Chen's mom finally accepted the money. When Chen's dad returned, he was also shocked and speechless. Chen's mom had already prepared a rope for her at home. Kui Kui took the rope to the back mountain and caught another 40 wild chickens, then greeted everyone before heading up the mountain to look for wild boars. Wild boars are easy to find. They don't require her to put in much effort or time. The wild boars, having grown accustomed to their dominance, rely on their invulnerable hides to wreak havoc in the village and are not afraid of people at all. When Kui Kui found them, for wild boars were recklessly digging up crops. Although she had the strength, Kui Kui was still a bit scared of the fierce and ugly wild boars. After thinking for a moment, she opened the system shop and spent 400 gold coins to buy 4 ordinary beast-taming rings. Chanting the incantation, she transformed them into ropes and used her internal energy to control them to approach the wild boars. The 4 pigs had not yet noticed anyone when they were already caught, and the beast-taming rings turned them into obedient pigs. A delicate young girl was leading 4 robust black wild boars down the country road. Fortunately, country folks go to bed early, or it would have scared a lot of people. Kui Kui tied the pig to the big tree at the entrance of her house. The next morning, she was awakened by screams. To be precise, it was the soprano voice of Aunt Wong from several nearby houses that woke everyone up. It was no wonder Aunt Wong reacted that way. Anyone would be startled to see 4 wild boars next door early in the morning. The Chen family rushed out, including Chen Ma, who had applied the medicine from the system and was almost fully healed. The product from the system were definitely of high quality. The Chen family was both shocked and scared, but when they saw Kui Kui's calm expression, and remembered that she had said she would go out to hunt wild boars yesterday, Chen dad almost trembled as he asked, Your aunt, you didn't catch these 4 wild boars, did you? Just give them a beating and they'll behave. Kui Kui lied without a hint of embarrassment. Chen dad's gaze shifted from sympathy to fear as he silently thought, Her aunt is not someone to mess with. We can't afford to provoke her. From now on, whatever she says goes, and we dare not argue. Kui Kui didn't expect that this one sentence would lead to a situation where Chen dad and Chen mom would absolutely have no objections to her future decisions. The way the neighbors looked at her also changed. This girl seemed a bit too fierce. Who would dare to take her in later? The only constant was that Mei and Mao Shue still admired this aunt. Mei now felt that she no longer envied Ingzi. Ingzi's dad was just a village chief. But her own aunt was amazing, able to catch wild chickens and even wild boars. Since everyone was awake, no one could go back to sleep. So they tidied up, had breakfast, and those who needed to go to the construction site headed out, while those who stayed home did their own things. Kui Kui also loaded 40 chickens onto the back of a wild boar and took a stick to drive the wild boar to sell. It goes without saying that the combination of a beautiful girl and a large wild boar attracted another wave of attention. Kui Kui was already immune to it and directly found Boss Du. Hey, little sister, it's you again. These 4 wild boars must weigh at least 2,000 pounds. You're really honest, bringing them here just like that. Ha, I like your personality. Boss Du smiled when he saw Kui Kui and noticed that the 4 big wild boars were obediently following her, with no wildness at all. He thought to himself, this girl is tough. Even the wild boars are scared like this. Boss Du, I've brought the wild boars. But you haven't said how we're selling them yet? Kui Kui skillfully led the pigs towards the backyard warehouse. Wild chickens are still the old price of 5 yuan per pound. As for the pigs, the price for farm-raised pigs is 10 yuan per pound. And for your wild boars, how about 13 yuan? We're old acquaintances, so I won't cheat you. Boss Du looked Daji. Kui Kui has no concept of money. After cooperating a few times, Boss Du didn't seem like a bad person. So he loosened the reins and let people weigh the pigs. Worried about wild boars attacking people, Boss Du had the pigs tightly tied up and then used a large scale. It took 6 people to lift the pig. Of course, Kui Kui was not among them. After a great deal of effort weighing the pigs and chickens and deducting the 5 pounds for the rope, the pig weighed 2,123 pounds and the chickens weighed 252 pounds. Kui Kui received 28,859 yuan. Boss Du kept asking Kui Kui if she wanted to deposit it in the bank. After all, it wasn't safe for a weak woman to carry such a large sum of money. After Kui Kui decisively refused, he fell silent. Indeed, with someone like her who could train wild boars to be obedient, anyone daring to rob her must be out of their mind. Before leaving, Kui Kui specially asked Boss Du, if I bring 20 more pigs, can you handle it? The village was surrounded by mountains, and based on the footprints, it was estimated that there were at least 100 wild boars in the mountains. Catching a few dozen wouldn't damage the ecological environment and would also help eliminate a pest for the people. After receiving a positive response from Boss Du, Kui Kui pocketed the money and promised to bring the pigs the next day, then went home with the beast-taming rope, which she had bought for 400 from the system and could be reused so she couldn't lose it. After Kui Kui left, Boss Du ran into the store, took out a big phone, and called his superior. With over 20,000 yuan, along with the leftover money from selling his house and the previous sale of wild chickens, he had nearly 30,000 yuan, enough to build a new house. Kui Kui thought, and suddenly realized that Chun Mei said she wanted to be a little princess and ride in a small car. So why not just move to the city? The housing prices are not high now, and moving to the city would provide a better environment and resources to turn Chun Mei into a little princess. Why still build a house in the mountain valley? Kui Kui was enlightened and discussed with Aunt Chun as soon as she got home. Aunt Chun was still in shock from Kui Kui earning 30,000 yuan when Kui Kui dropped another bombshell. Tomorrow, after I catch a wild boar to sell, I will go to the city. The money I have is more than enough to buy a house, and then we can all move to the city to live. Kui Kui spoke with great confidence, and Chun Ma was still in a daze. Moving to the city was something she had never even dared to think about. However, Mei who had been helping her younger brother with homework, was different from her mother. Upon hearing Kui Kui's words, she hesitated not at all and chose to believe, putting down her pen and looking at Kui Kui with bright eyes, asking, Annie, can I become a young lady in the city, just like they say in the movies? Wearing beautiful school uniforms, carrying a floral backpack, and going to the best school? Mei had had the chance to watch a free movie in town before. This was the first time Chun had heard her daughter say such things, and she couldn't help but feel her eyes welling with tears. She turned away to wipe them and then chuckled. You little girl, you've only seen one movie in town, and you're already dreaming of being a young lady. That's just something to fool people in the movies. With our family situation, you'll never become a young lady in this lifetime. Hearing her mother say this, and glancing at the shabby house under the dim yellow light, Mei-Xin was stunned. This desire to be a young lady had only been a dream for her. When did it become so strong? She had never voiced it before. So why did she say it today? Seeing Mei-Xin lost in thought and starting to doubt her life, Kui Kui stood up and declared loudly, "Wait for me to come back. And our whole family will move to the city. I'll be back in a week at most. Mei-Xin, you wait at home for your auntie. I promise. You will definitely become a young lady, with 5 cars picking you up and dropping you off for school. Do you have confidence?" "Yes," Mei-Xin shouted, believing everything her aunt said. "I'll wait at home for my auntie to take me to live in the city." Chapter 12. A Beautiful Childhood, 7. Mei-Xin shouted out loud. And Shema looked at her daughter like that. Then at the silent Mao Shu, a pang of heartache. Thank goodness for the children's aunt. Otherwise, the kids wouldn't know what kind of suffering they would continue to endure here. That night, Kui Kui took Mei-Xin's hopes into the mountains. When she returned in the early hours of the morning, driving 20 pigs and dragging 40 wild chickens home, Mei-Xin was still awake, sitting on the bed waiting for her. Upon seeing her return, she whispered excitedly, "Annie, did you catch the wild boars?" Her eyes sparkled with hope, knowing that if her aunt sold the wild boars, she could move to the city. They're all tied up outside. When has Annie ever failed? "Ah, Mei-Xin, come back tomorrow to see. I'm afraid 20 wild boars might scare you. Come on, it's time to sleep. Warm up the cool for Annie. I'm really cold," Kui Kui coaxed. Only then did Mei-Xin climb back into bed and snuggle under the covers. The whole night, Mei-Xin was so excited she couldn't sleep, feeling like she was about to become a young lady in the city. Kui Kui let her toss and turn for almost the whole night, thinking that Mei-Xin wouldn't wake up the next day after not sleeping much. However, as soon as dawn broke and the roosters crowed, she got up. This time, Aunt Wang didn't call her. After breakfast, Kui Kui took off with the wild boars, knowing she would be gone for several days. Mei-Xin and Mao Xue were reluctant to see her go. Mei-Xin even promised, "Annie, I will do my homework on time every day. Come back early to check." When they reached the town, wherever Kui Kui went, the crowd dispersed. After all, there had often been incidents of wild boars attacking people, and there were not many who could tame wild boars like Kui Kui. A big truck was parked at the entrance of Boss Du's warehouse. Boss Du and another middle-aged man were standing at the warehouse door, as if they had been waiting for her for a long time. Gao Hongyi had initially been skeptical when Du Dachun claimed that a little girl could capture 20 wild boars. Yesterday, when he received Du Dachun's call asking him to bring a truck to load the wild boars, he thought Du was just joking with him, which made him a bit unhappy. But now, seeing Kui Kui leading a group of wild boars over, he was utterly astonished, especially seeing the usually fierce and aggressive wild boars behaving like well-behaved babies. Du Dachun couldn't help but chuckle at his expression. Don't judge a book by its cover. This young lady is quite impressive. Good morning, little sister. Come in. Everything is ready, just waiting for you. Several men came over with ropes and scales, skillfully getting to work. While weighing the boars, the middle-aged man approached Kui Kui, looking impressed, and said, "Little sister, Du Dachun told me you could catch wild boars. I didn't believe it, but seeing it today, you really are something." He gave her a thumbs up. "Just a bit strong and lucky," Kui Kui modestly replied. "By the way, my surname is Wen. You can just call me Little Wen. Hey, look at me, it's been so long, and I haven't even asked what Little Wen's name is. I'm Du Dachun, and this is Gao Hongyi. We run a big hotel in the city, and I'm collaborating with him. Your wild game will be handed over to him." Boss Du introduced. Kui Kui thought for a moment and said, "Boss Gao, are you going to drive back to the county town later? I have something to do in the city too, and I was wondering if it would be convenient for you to give me a ride." Gao Hongyi smiled readily. "Miss Wen, why be so polite? We'll go together later." Du Dachun chimed in from the side. "Old Gao has some connections in the city. If you have any matters, you can look for him." That's right. After weighing the pigs, there were 20 in total, weighing 16,000 pounds, amounting to 800 yuan. 40 wild chickens weighed 256 pounds, costing 280 yuan. The total was 152,080 yuan, but Kui Kui only took 152,000 yuan, letting the extra 80 yuan be a thank you fee for Boss Du with 150,000 plus the previous 30,000. Kui Kui already had 180,000 $100,000 cash in her small bag. Feeling confident, on the way to the county town, she began to ask ahhhhh where there were houses for sale. Boss Gao, you're familiar with the county town. Do you know where there are houses for sale? I want one of those independent small buildings, preferably with a storefront. I plan to move to the city and run a small business. Good timing. Miss, you asked the right person, ahhhhh said while driving. Before I opened a hotel, I ran a small restaurant, and step by step, I grew it into a large hotel in the county town. I just happened to have a shop available for sale. It's a 3-story small building with a backyard, and the rooftop is a terrace. The first floor used to be a restaurant storefront. So if you want to open a restaurant, you don't need to prepare anything. Everything is complete there. What do you think? Kui Kui felt very excited, but still wanted to take a look first. Arriving at the county seat, ahhhhh drove the car into the hotel warehouse and instructed someone to make another trip, as over 10,000 pounds it could not fit in one load. Then he rode his beloved flashy little motorcycle and took Kui Kui to see the house. This was the development zone, and there were several construction sites nearby. The house, as ahhhhh said, was a 3-story small building with a backyard, and there was a small open space in front of the door. The first floor was about 90 square meters, and the location was quite good. The first floor still retained the decoration of the former restaurant, and Kui Kui was also planning to open a restaurant. Now was still a time of significant wealth disparity. The rich liked to dine out for the prestige, while the poor couldn't even afford to go to a restaurant. If a small restaurant's positioning wasn't done well, the risks were considerable. The first floor shop was divided into 2 rooms. The front room was over 60 square meters, and the back room was over 20 square meters. It also had 2 independent restrooms, and the shop still had 5 sets of tables and chairs left behind. There was no cash register, and the back used to be the kitchen, complete with a washing sink and stove. The second and third floors were living spaces, with some old beds and cabinets left inside. A quick tidy-up would make it suitable for living without any issues. After inquiring about the price, ahhhhh sold it to her for a friendly price of $120,000. Both of them disliked dragging things out and opted for a direct cash transaction, then proceeded to transfer the property rights and land use term. Essentially, Kui Kui spent $120,000 not just acquiring a half-old, half-new house, but also obtaining the land use rights for it. Given the future upward trend of the real estate market, it was a guaranteed profit. ahhhhh also recommended a renovation company, and the 2 bid farewell. Walking down the street, Kui Kui felt as if she truly lived in the world of the 1980s and 1990s. There were cars and brick houses and passing by stores. She could see televisions and many people using beepers, even spotting several large mobile phones. Women had permed hair, wore large hoop earrings, and sported bright red lipstick. Men wore jackets and high-waisted trousers, with beepers clipped to their waists, hurrying along. Elementary school students passed by in uniforms, carrying panda backpacks and holding popsicles, leaving wet marks on their hands. This was truly the 1980s and 1990s. Kui Kui sighed while standing by the zebra crossing. Next to her was a newsstand, and an old man inside heard Kui Kui's exclamation and laughed, saying, "The national policy is good, and society is developing fast. Since the reform and opening up, the country has become rich and the people strong. Living in this era, I am proud of our motherland." After praising the country, the old man picked up a newspaper and waved it at Kui Kui, saying, "Young lady, would you like a newspaper?" Kui Kui suddenly burst into laughter, realizing that this old man had been talking for so long just to get to this last sentence. "It's quite amusing. How much is a copy?" Kui Kui stepped forward and asked with a smile. "Not expensive, 20 cents, the old man replied with a smile. Kui Kui gave him 50 cents and took a newspaper to fan herself as she walked away. Kui Kui rushed to the only department store in the county, bought a large pile of pots, bowls, and pans, and also purchased all the necessary daily necessities. She called a tricycle to deliver everything to the store. Then she went to the appliance store and bought a refrigerator, a television, and a telephone, leaving nothing behind. Finally, she visited the vegetable market, bought the necessary cooking oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea, and conveniently bought a tricycle as well. Riding on the tricycle, she returned to the store with everything packed full. The house had been vacant for a long time and was a bit dirty. Kui Kui didn't want to clean it herself, So she opened the system shop and purchased a cleaning service. The moment she completed the payment, the entire house became brand new, including the exterior walls. And everything was neatly organized. The result was very satisfying, especially in the kitchen, where even the black grease stains were cleaned up, making the whole kitchen bright and tidy. The front hall only had tables and chairs left. All the extra garbage had been removed, and the floor tiles were spotless. Kui Kui carried daily necessities upstairs first. She decided to leave the second floor for Mo Xiaohua's family to live in, while she would occupy the third floor, so she started tidying up the third floor. She chose the largest room to enter. The room was already clean, and even the curtains looked brand new. Kui Kui went downstairs to carry up the mattress and the bed sheets and quilts delivered by the workers, and soon it would be ready for sleeping. The second floor had a layout of 3 bedrooms and a living room without a kitchen. Kui Kui specifically selected the largest room and decorated it in a soft pink theme with doll-like floral curtains, all of which were items from Mei that could be played with or worn. The floor was covered with a blanket, and the vanity, wardrobe, and writing desk were all a new set, arranged like a princess's room. To ensure fairness, the rooms for Mao Shui and Chun Dad and Mom also received new furniture. The renovation was done by a construction team recommended by Gao Hongyi, and it took about 3 or 4 days to complete. Since she was going to open a restaurant, Kui Kui needed to investigate the competition. Over the past few days, she had been dining at nearby restaurants that had good reviews and reputations. The food was decent, but there was significant competition. Considering that there were many construction sites nearby, Kui Kui thought about opening a fast food restaurant similar to a school cafeteria, providing takeout service, which would definitely be a highlight. She found a factory that made lunchboxes and placed an order for a batch, then returned to the shop to start her training. Her chaos decision was still at a beginner level. She hadn't practiced during her days in the task world, but since the situation was set, she thought a bit of training would be a good way to relax. After training all night, early the next morning, Kui Kui went to the market to buy a bunch of snacks that children loved, then took the bus back to her hometown. Arriving in the village at 3 o'clock that afternoon, everyone was busy repairing the road, and as Kui Kui passed by Chun Dad, she gave him 2 bottles of soda she had bought before finally returning to the village. As soon as she reached the village entrance, a group of children saw Kui Kui coming back with bags and packages and joyfully surrounded her, hoping to get a piece of candy. Kui Kui also generously opened a bag of milk candies to share with them, which allowed her to leave the encirclement. However, some who played well with Mei saw her aunt coming back with so many delicious treats and ran towards Chan Mei house with the milk candies in hand. Mushin, your aunt has made a lot of money and is back. Chapter 13. A Beautiful Childhood. 8. Mei, who was weaving ropes with Chun Ma, immediately stood up excitedly upon hearing this voice. Mom, my aunt is back. At that moment, the child ran over and upon seeing Mei, enviously said, your aunt is back. And she bought a lot of candy. I even saw soda. Your aunt has a new dress in her hand. I saw it with my own eyes. Mei, when you become a young lady, don't forget me. Breathlessly saying such a long string of words, he turned around and saw Kui Kui was about to come in, hurriedly running back out to tell everyone that Mei aunt made a lot of money and is back. Kui Kui watched her aunt's departing figure and chuckled, walking to the door where she saw a stunned Aunt Chun and Mei. She raised the items in her hand and said with a smile, I've already bought a house in the city and am planning to open a fast food restaurant. Sister, Mei, we're moving to the city tomorrow and will live there from now on. Are you excited? Mei was stunned for quite a while before rushing over and asking in disbelief, Aunt, is that really true? Of course. Kui Kui nodded emphatically, feeling happy at Mei surprised expression. That evening, when Chun Dad returned home, he found many people in his house, while Aunt Chun was in the kitchen cooking, the aroma wafting over half the village. As he approached the door, before he could even set down his tools, he was met with a flurry of envious congratulations. Old Chun, your aunt is quite capable. Moving to the city soon. Don't forget about me when you get rich, said Uncle Lu from across the street, someone he barely spoke to on normal days. Thanks to your family, I can finally have a meat feast. Ha ha ha, chimed in Aunt Wong from next door. There were many suddenly appearing relatives, chattering and bustling as if it were a festival. The yard was filled with people, and Chun Dad awkwardly replied a few times before hurriedly escaping to the kitchen. Once inside, he heard Aunt Chin cheerfully say, "Kids, Dad, we're moving to the city tomorrow." Her aunt said it's not good to keep all the things at home, and it's troublesome to bring them, so we killed all the chickens and a pig. Tonight, we're hosting a banquet in the yard to treat the villagers. Killed? Killed? Who killed them? Chun Dad looked at the meat frying in the pot, unable to contain his confusion. The men were out digging roads. Who had the guts to kill so many chickens and a pig? Before Chun Dad could finish his sentence, Kui Kui appeared at the kitchen door. "I killed the chickens and the pig. The innards were too much trouble, so I gave them to Aunt Wang and Grandpa Zhang," Kui Kui said while inviting several women behind her into the kitchen. Chun Dad then saw 4 women carrying clean pork into the kitchen in pairs, followed by Mei Xin and her little friends helping to carry plastic sheets. Mei Xin, hurry up and lay down the plastic. Otherwise, there's no place for the pork. Kui Kui instructed the women she had invited for help. Mei Xin quickly went with her friends to lay down the plastic, not even giving Chun Dad a chance to speak. Aunt Chin shooed him out for blocking the way and went to greet the invited villagers. Chun Dad was dazed, filled with a mix of confusion about the situation and ecstatic disbelief about moving to the city. While listening to Aunt Chun and going to the room to bring out the seeds, peanuts, candies, and alcohol that Kui Kui had bought to share with everyone. As night fell, the villagers were invited to the farewell dinner, and the open space was filled with tables. Chun Dad hung a big electric light on a tree, illuminating the area brightly, and borrowed tables and chairs from neighbors, filling them with dishes. Everyone brought their own bowls and chopsticks. After all, the Chin family had been poor, and they didn't have any extras. Everyone drank and ate meat, exchanging blessings and envious words, while the children envied Chin Mei Xin. Mei Xin's friends, who were close to her, surrounded her in tears, saying, "Mei Xin, don't forget us when you get to the city. I will remember you all, and I'll come back to visit you and bring you things from the city." Mei Xin cried as well. It wasn't until late at night that the villagers finally dispersed, all lamenting, the Chin family must have accumulated good fortune in their past lives to have such a capable sister who can make money. When will we be able to live in the city too? Even just moving to the town would be nice. With the blessings and envy of the villagers, Kui Kui took the Chun family away from the village, having already sold 10 pigs and 100 chickens to Boss Du for over 80,000 yuan, and then took a delivery truck to the city. Chun Dad was somewhat puzzled as to why they would leave behind the wild boar business to start one in the city. Kui Kui replied to him, "The wild boars in the mountains are limited, and they will eventually be caught all. Relying solely on this to get rich won't work. We still need to do business honestly. I'm planning to open a fast food restaurant, and the store has already been set up. My sister's cooking skills are not worse than those in city restaurants, and we can make money too." From the moment we got out of the car, Dad Chun, Mom Chun, and Mei Xian were all in a state of detachment. It was the first time seeing buildings taller than 5 stories. The first time walking on a road wider than the river, and many things were firsts. With the gradually brightening yellow street lights, it felt like being in a dream. Kui took out the key to open the door, and when she turned around, she saw the Chun family's incredulous faces. She smiled and said, "We're here. This will be our home from now on. Don't just stand there. Hurry in and take a look. It's 3 stories high." 3 stories? Mei Xin's eyes lit up. She took a step forward, but didn't dare to go in by herself. Kui found it amusing and went in first to turn on the lights before bringing the Mo family inside. "Let's go check out where we'll be living. It's on the 2nd floor. As Kui led them upstairs, she explained, "You saw the 1st floor. I'm planning to open a fast food restaurant. The equipment is all set up, and I've cleaned everything, so it can be used right away. The 2nd floor has 3 rooms. You guys can stay in one, and I'll be on the 3rd floor. I've already bought the furniture and bed linens for the rooms, and if you don't like them, we can go shopping later." Mom Chin looked at the bright living room, already astonished, and when she heard Kui say this, she waved her hands repeatedly, saying, No, this is just fine. Just fine." At that moment, Mei Xin had already rushed into the living room and, seeing a black square object by the wall, asked in surprise, "Wow, Annie, is this a TV? TV? What's that?" No one in the village had a TV, so Dad Chin naturally didn't know such a thing existed. Mom Chin also looked curious, holding Mao Xue as she approached, and was startled to see her own reflection inside. Kui amusingly turned on the TV, and immediately a black and white image appeared, which amazed Mei Xin and the others. You can watch movies at home. That's so impressive. Mei Xin curiously walked around the TV, constantly exploring. Kui Kui led them to see the room, and Chun Dad and Chun Mom were very satisfied with their room. There was a 2-meter bed, 2 bedside tables, and a large wardrobe. The curtains were drawn halfway, and the windowsill was empty. Although it seemed very simple in Kui Kui's eyes, Chun Dad and Chun Mom, who were used to living in mud houses, felt that it was already great. Upon hearing that the 2 children also had their own separate rooms, they went to see Mao Shui's room. It had a 1.5-meter bed, a wardrobe, a bookshelf, a desk and chair, a small desk lamp, and a mat on the windowsill where one could lie down. Mao Shui knew that this room was his. So he jumped down from Chun Mom's arms and pounced onto the bed, bouncing back up from the soft mattress, feeling extremely happy. Kui Kui led Mei Xin to the door of her room and smiled. Mei Xin, are you ready? Your aunt said she wants to turn you into a little princess. Mei Xin was both excited and nervous. At Kui Kui's signal, she opened the door and was stunned. Dad Chun and Mom Chun were also shocked, and then Mei Xin began to scream. The exquisite and beautiful lace-edged bedspread, the matching white and pink curtains, and the dolls and teddy bears. The wardrobe and dressing table were filled with items that matched the bed set, adorned with European-style floral patterns. When she opened the wardrobe, it was neatly arranged with various princess dresses and matching shoes, and even the floor was covered with a white carpet. She stood at the doorway, not daring to go in at all. Her aunt, this is not a place for a country girl like Mei Xin to live. This is simply a place for a princess. When Mom Chun said this, she stumbled over her words, and Dad Chun frowned and said, Your aunt, you are spoiling the child too much. If you keep spoiling her like this, how will it be in the future? Kui Kui looked at ahhhhh, who was happily screaming in the room, and smiled at Chun Dad and Chun Mom, saying, If you spoil her, you spoil her. She's our daughter, so she should be pampered. Although she said that, if she spoiled her too much and something happened later, wouldn't that harm Mei Xin? Chun Dad was very worried that her aunt was spoiling the child too much. Seeing him say this, Kui Kui raised her eyebrows and smiled, speaking firmly. Don't worry. If something happens, I'll take responsibility. Let's just spoil her without hesitation. The next day, after the Chun family got familiar with their new home, Kui Kui took them to buy groceries and conveniently hired 2 workers. One was named Lin San, who had previously worked in another city as a kitchen helper. His cooking skills were decent, making him a good fit to help Chun Mom with cooking. The other was Lu Min, a local housewife who came to work as a waitress to supplement her family's income. She was quick and had a good character, so Kui Kui arranged for her to handle miscellaneous tasks in the restaurant. After providing them with some basic training, she told them to come back to work once the restaurant opened. With a market for groceries secured and staff in place, the next step was takeout. Kui Kui taught Chun Dad how to ride a tricycle, and then the 2 of them, carrying several dishes cooked by Chun Mom, visited 4 nearby construction sites. They talked to the foreman, first letting them taste the food, then boasting about their restaurant's low prices, and finally explaining their free delivery service. With Kui Kui's persuasive skills, they ultimately secured 700 orders for their restaurant. Each lunchbox, which contained 1 meat dish and 2 vegetable dishes, was sold for just 2 yuan. Although they only provided lunch for the workers, 700 orders added up to a significant amount. After deducting costs, each box yielded a profit of 40 cents, which meant 280 yuan for 700 boxes in a day, leading to an estimated 8,400 yuan in a month. This revenue was already quite substantial. Once the construction work was completed, they believed their restaurant's reputation would be well established, and they wouldn't have to worry about business. Chapter 14. A Beautiful Childhood. 9. With the orders from the construction site secured and sales and income basically guaranteed, the day after tomorrow was June 6th. Kui Kui felt it was an auspicious date, as 6 meant smooth sailing, so she decided to set the opening date for that day. On the day of the opening, Lin San and Chun Mom got up early to prepare the dishes, using large bowls to hold the food, just like in a school cafeteria, placing them on a table outside the kitchen. Kui Kui set up a platform outside the kitchen and opened it up to the dining area, sealing it with glass and leaving space for serving the dishes, allowing people to see the tidy kitchen. Chun Mom and Lin San were on standby in the kitchen, while Lu Min nervously stood at the door, ready to serve customers. Kui Kui bought 2 flower baskets to place at the entrance of the restaurant, and together with Mei Xin, they pulled a rope. When Chun Dad lit the firecrackers, they both pulled the rope hard. With a loud bang, the red cloth slowly fell away with the tug of the rope, revealing a black and gold plaque that read, Mei Xin Fast Food. The sound of firecrackers crackled, and Mei Xin and Mao Xue covered their ears and rushed into the store, while Chun Dad outside wore an excited smile. People passing by were drawn to the scene, curiously peeking into the store, but no one stepped forward to inquire. Kui Kui looked at Dad Chun, who was still holding the microphone and grinning foolishly, and couldn't help but cough a few times. Dad Chun shivered all over and glanced at Kui Kui with a guilty conscience, almost forgetting the task assigned by this fierce sister. Seeing Kui Kui's encouraging gaze, he silently gritted his teeth. What is there to be afraid of? I'll go all out. He raised the microphone and began to shout as rehearsed. Fellow villagers, if you pass by, don't miss it. Mei Xin Fast Food is having a grand opening promotion. Mei Xin Fast Food is having a grand opening promotion. Mei Xin Fast Food is having a grand opening promotion. Important things are said 3 times. Important things are said 3 times. Important things are said 3 times. Today, all customers who come in to dine will receive free soup. Free soup. Free soup. Today, all customers who order stir-fried dishes can enjoy a discount of 8 discount. 8 discount. Our fast food restaurant, as the name suggests, is all about one thing: fast. You no longer need to wait a long time for delicious food. All stir-fried dishes will be served to you within 15 minutes, and fast food will be served immediately, ensuring you won't have to wait. Today is a big day for our opening. And besides the 2 promotions mentioned earlier, there's one more explosive good news. The first 10 customers can enjoy a buy one get one free special offer today. Everyone, don't just think about it. Act quickly and come in to try it. An ordinary meal set with 1 meat and 2 vegetables costs only 2 yuan, and today there are 4 vegetarian and 4 meat dishes for you to choose from. Various meal sets are available for you to mix and match. You want to lose anything for 2 yuan. You want to be taken advantage of, but for 2 yuan, you gain value. And for 2 yuan, you gain peace of mind. Dad Chun shouted out all the lines in a rhythmic manner. Initially a bit nervous, he became more natural the more he shouted. His voice was loud, and more people gathered around. In the city, a meal costing 2 yuan is indeed very cheap. Most people can afford it. After listening to Dad Chun's introduction, someone asked, the first 10 get a buy one get one free? Yes, sir. Would you like to be our first customer today? Today's meeting is fate. For the first customer, not only do we have a buy one get one free offer, but we'll also give you a 20 yuan coupon. Next time you come with your family, you can use the coupon to offset 20 yuan. Dad Chun replied with a smile. Hey, that is a good deal. Just in time for lunch, I'll give it a try. If it's good, I'll come back next time, the man said, striding into the store. Seeing a customer arrive, Lu Min hurriedly came forward to greet him. Sir, would you like fast food or stir-fried dishes? For fast food, go to the front counter. Today's dishes are displayed there. If you want stir-fried dishes, you can take a look at our stir-fry menu. What would you like? Lu Min asked somewhat shyly. The man first surveyed the environment, satisfied with the clean white walls and wooden tables, then walked over to the dish counter. The iron basins were filled with beautifully presented, fragrant dishes. Just as Dad Chun said, there were 4 meat and 4 vegetable options. On the glass above the counter, prices were displayed, and to the right of the counter, there was a large iron bucket emitting steam, likely containing tomato egg drop soup. On the counter, there were dishes the man liked, such as braised pork and dry-fried green beans. He smiled and said, I'll have fast food then, just what I love to eat. Give me braised pork, dry-fried green beans, and shredded potatoes. All right, sir, please wait a moment. Lu Min replied cheerfully and intentionally shouted inside. Bring a meal set for our first customer. Braised pork, dry-fried green beans, and shredded potatoes. Mom Chun picked up a large customized bowl. First serving rice, then the dishes for the man. Sir, the meal with meat costs 3 yuan. Please settle the bill first. Mei Xin at the cash register shyly reminded him. After being coached by Kui Kui, she had mastered simple arithmetic, so collecting money was no problem. Besides, in her past life, she was a strong woman who had established a financial empire. So Kui Kui confidently entrusted the billing task to her. The man didn't talk much and paid as required. Mei Xin handed him a coupon. then took the heaping bowl of rice and a packed meal and found a spot to sit down. While the man did this, more than 5 or 6 people entered the store after seeing the buy one get one free offer, all ordering fast food. There were still many people outside watching, and when they saw a few people inside preparing to eat, they shouted, "You guys inside, tell us how it tastes when you're done." "Okay, okay." The people inside responded cheerfully. After a while, those outside, seeing the people inside focused on eating and not speaking, grew a bit anxious and quickly asked, "How is it? Is it good?" "Ah, I forgot to tell everyone. It's delicious. The smashed cucumber is sour and spicy. I'm going to keep eating. You all can decide. If you don't eat, you'll definitely regret it." After saying this, he buried his head back into his meal, no longer paying attention to the onlookers outside. This free tomato egg drop soup is also very refreshing. Fresh. Fragrant. "Waitress, give me another bowl." "Really that good? 2 yuan isn't expensive. Why not give it a try?" "Let's try it. Look how good they're eating. I can't hold back anymore. There are 3 spots left for the first 10. I'm going in, comrades." Once someone said this, the crowd couldn't hold back. After all, it's just 2 yuan. They could afford a meal, and trying it wouldn't be a loss. Many people thought this way and started walking into the store. As soon as Kui saw the situation, he quickly shouted, "Everyone, line up. Let's get in order. There are many dishes today, so don't push." "No pushing, no pushing. Everyone is lined up, so let's hurry up and get the food." It doesn't feel hungry watching from outside, but as soon as you come in and smell the food, it really makes me crave it. Exactly, it smells so good. The stir-fried dishes must be even more delicious. Is there anyone willing to stir-fry a dish for everyone to try? Originally, the person was just joking, but unexpectedly, someone actually wanted to stir-fry a dish. "I'll stir-fry one. It's just right at noon, so let's go with this one." A man walked in, carrying a briefcase, dressed in a suit and leather shoes, with his hair slicked back. "Where's the menu?" Kui personally took out today's menu and handed it to him, smiling. "Here is the menu. Take a look at what you need. Please follow me to sit over here." Kui Kui specially set aside a VIP dining area for small stir-fried dishes in the store, surrounded by durable and elegant screens that created several private compartments. Each compartment had a wooden table covered with beautiful waterproof and oil-proof tablecloths, and a vase of flowers, looking much more upscale than the main hall outside. The man sat down satisfied, picked up the menu, and ordered a portion of minced meat eggplant, a bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge, and a portion of fish-flavored shredded pork. "That'll do." "Okay, please wait a moment." Kui Kui noted down the names of the dishes, smiled slightly, and turned to the kitchen to give the order to Aunt Chun. Lin San, who had just returned on a tricycle from delivering lunch boxes to the construction site, was called by Kui Kui to help. He put the pre-soaked rice into a clay pot, added water, and cooked it until it became thick. The century eggs were peeled and diced, and the lean meat was minced with a pinch of salt, cornstarch, and soy sauce mixed in, turning the heat to high. The century eggs and minced meat were added to the boiling porridge, seasoned with salt, and stirred until the meat turned color. Then the heat was turned off, and a small amount of MSG and white pepper was added for flavor. The century egg and lean meat porridge was relatively simple. After following the steps, the lid was covered, and it was left to cook. Lin San and Aunt Chun picked up the ingredients and began to divide the work for the remaining 2 dishes. The minced meat eggplant required chopping the meat finely and cutting the eggplant into equal-sized strips. The fish-flavored shredded pork also needed a lot of ingredients to be diced. The kitchen was filled with the sound of chopping for a while, and Lu Min paused her work of receiving customers to enter the kitchen and started plating the dishes. Fortunately, the kitchen was spacious enough to avoid crowding. 10 minutes later, the first dish, century egg and lean meat porridge, was served on a tray along with the clay pot. The lid had been lifted, and it was garnished with chopped green onions. The rich aroma attracted a large number of people's attention. They sniffed eagerly, watching Kui Kui enter the compartment. The man looked at the snow-white, glistening porridge topped with a few green onions, with century eggs and shredded meat faintly visible beneath the surface, and the rich fragrance wafted toward him. Unable to resist, he picked up a spoon and began to eat, ignoring the heat. A minute later, Kui Kui came in again with fish-flavored shredded pork and minced meat eggplant, which looked mouth-watering. The fish-flavored shredded pork had a deep red color, balancing salty, sweet, sour, and spicy flavors with a strong fish aroma. The man picked up his chopsticks and took a bite, instantly feeling as if his taste buds had ascended to heaven, unable to stop, taking one bite after another. The diners outside the compartment stopped eating, all leaning at the door to watch. Seeing the man engrossed in eating without speaking, they became anxious. "Hey, why don't you say something? Is it good? Give everyone a heads up." The man didn't want to speak and just nodded randomly. "Hurry up. Waiter, let me see the menu." Seeing him nod, some people couldn't sit still and wanted to try it too. Kui passed the menu over, and the man sitting in the private room looked a bit gloating. The next moment, as expected, Chapter 15, A Beautiful Childhood, 10 what? A plate of shredded pork with garlic sauce costs 10 yuan. A bowl of century egg and lean meat porridge costs 5 yuan. Sweet and sour ribs cost 15 yuan. The person holding the menu was surprised. Although the dishes looked really delicious, who could afford these prices? Before Kui could say anything, the man in the private room spoke up. "This dish is well made. I think the pricing is actually cheap. Go try that big restaurant. The food there isn't even as good as here, and they won't be soft on the charges. For these few dishes, don't even think about eating for less than 100 yuan. After he finished laughing scornfully, he no longer spoke and focused on enjoying his own meal. Upon hearing this, most of the onlookers dispersed. Some went for fast food, while others left. Only a few sat down to order stir-fried dishes. This was within Kui's acceptance range. After all, in this era, most people wouldn't spend too much on dishes costing tens of yuan. She could have set the prices a bit lower, but she didn't want to lose too much. Now it was just right. Once people had something to consider, they wouldn't easily give up. Although only a few were eating stir-fries, there were quite a few ordering set meals. After all, it was buy one get one free today. Everyone loves a good deal. Some even came up with ways to share orders, making the restaurant lively for a time. Since it was the first meal of the opening, Kui didn't let Chen Ma and Lin San prepare too many dishes, resulting in them having to apologize later when guests arrived and promising to extend the discount for 3 days. The business was busiest during lunch and the evening waves. After the lunch crowd dispersed, everyone began preparing dishes for the afternoon. They sold over 100 portions at noon, and based on this standard, they didn't prepare much for the afternoon, only enough for 100 people. Business was good on the first day. It should stabilize in the future. Excluding the 700 portions for the construction site, preparing about 300 portions should suffice. Lunch was fast food from the restaurant, and after eating, they got busy again. Many who had eaten at noon spread the word, and the afternoon crowd was even larger than the noon crowd, with not enough food prepared, leaving many disappointed. Once all the customers left, the Chen family and 2 employees gathered together to eat the leftover food for dinner. Lin San and Lu Min worked here not only for the wages, but also because they got 2 meals a day. After everyone finished eating and cleaned up the restaurant, Lu Min and Lin San went home, leaving only the family members. The family closed the shop, took the cash register to the living room on the 2nd floor, and Mei Xin flipped the cash register over, scattering colorful bills all over the tea table. Wow, so much money. Mei Xin and Mao Shui had never seen so much money before, exclaiming in excitement. In fact, Chen Dad and Chen Mom were also quite surprised. This pile of money was at least several hundred yuan, equivalent to what they would earn from farming for a year. However, seeing their sisters so calm, they felt embarrassed to be too surprised. Kui Kui divided the money into 2 piles, placing one in front of herself and pushing the other towards Mei Xin. "Come on, let's count the money together and see who can count it faster and more accurately." It was just the right opportunity to test Mei Xin's math skills. The rest of the family watched the 2 of them count the money with nervous excitement, not daring to make a sound, fearing that even a breath might blow the money away. Mao Shui was particularly serious, as this money was related to whether he could have a toy car in the future. His aunt had promised him that if they made a lot of money, she would buy him a toy car. Kui Kui counted the money and stacked it neatly, shaking it a bit. "I have 892 yuan here." Mei Xin also stacked her money and said seriously, "I have 820 yuan here. In total, there is 1,712 yuan. After deducting the cost of about 1,100, we have almost made 600 yuan. Kui Kui said with a smile. "You made 600 yuan in one day." Dad Chen and Mom Chen were almost stunned by this number. This was the amount their family used to earn in a year, and now they made it in just one day. The key point is that they didn't even have to work hard in farming. Just cooking was enough. Dad Chen and Mom Chen looked at each other, continuously smiling foolishly. And Meixin and Maoshue also started to laugh. Maoshue thought about how he could have many toys and candies, while Meixin imagined herself as a little princess. Kui Kui also smiled. If the debt continued to develop like this, she would soon be able to complete her task. It was worth all the effort and money she had spent on the mission. At first, she only bought the beast taming ring, but later decided to open a restaurant. Although Chun Ma's earnings were good, they didn't stand out among the many restaurants in the county. So she bought a beginner chef manual in the system mall and secretly taught it to Chun Ma. The beginner chef manual is not defined by this planet, but by the system. A beginner chef recognized by the system can generally outperform intermediate chefs in this world. Products from a system are guaranteed to be high quality. Before she knew it, July had arrived, and the weather was already hot. Meixin Fast Food had been open in the county for a month. During this month, Meixin Fast Food's reputation had spread completely. Almost every customer who had dined there once became a returning customer and a loyal fan. The clean and tidy environment, the welcoming service, delicious and affordable meals, and free, tasty soup attracted many people. Due to the heat, Kui Kui also installed 4 fans in the restaurant and set up a free water dispenser outside. People loved coming to Meixin Fast Food because they could enjoy more than just $2 meals. They could see neighbors, office workers, and even some public officials there. The skilled boss lady, enthusiastic waitstaff, and a lively and cute cashier made diners feel uplifted and their appetites improved. Moreover, dining there allowed for free refills. The customer base was basically stable now. In addition to the daily fixed 700 takeaway orders from the construction site, the demand in the restaurant had stabilized at around 500 to 600 meals. Thanks to bulk purchases of ingredients, the partnering boss offered discounts, allowing profits to maintain around 700 yuan a day. On July 6th, after sending off the last dinner customer, the fast food restaurant staff gathered again. They first distributed 300 yuan in wages each to Lu Min and Lin San, and then the family went to the second floor living room. Meixin brought out all the money earned over the past month and placed it on the floor, forming 30 neat stacks. Today's stack was thinner because they had distributed 600 yuan in wages. Now, let us calculate how much we earned this month. Meixin, you do the math, Kui Kui instructed. The little girl had been a business mogul in her previous life, and while Kui Kui wanted to pamper her as a princess in this life, she also didn't want to bury her talents. Training must start with counting money. Meixin started adding the stacks one by one. She was well aware of the daily revenue, and soon announced, this month, we earned a total of 162 yuan. Very good. After deducting costs, our net profit this month is... She paused for effect, seeing everyone staring at her, then exclaimed, 380 yuan. Everyone gasped, their mouths agape, unable to speak, completely shocked. This was something they had never even dared to imagine before. Are you happy, Meixin? Kui Kui asked. I'm super happy. Annie, I feel like a princess now. Meixin almost cried out of joy. We earned so much money. Let us go out and celebrate tonight. Kui Kui suggested. All right, let us go watch a movie. Meixin, we should buy something nice. Chun Dad and Chun Mom said excitedly. They used to be poor, but now that they had money, they were more than willing to spoil their children, akin to modern-day revenge spending. The family went out shopping, watched a movie, and bought clothes, enjoying themselves immensely. Chun Dad even bought a big mobile phone for convenience while working at the construction site. By the time they returned home with bags full of goodies, it was already late at night. The development zone was a bit deserted at night, and the night market was not as bustling as in later years. So Kui Kui began to ponder. In September, Meixin would be starting school, and Maoshue would also be going to kindergarten. The cashier would only be her to manage, while Lu Min worked as a waitress and sometimes had to help at the serving window. Chun Ma and Lin Sin were also very busy, and Chun Dad ran between the construction site and grocery shopping in the morning, working as a part-time waiter during dinner time. It was clear that there was not enough manpower and everyone was operating at overload. Moreover, she planned to expand into breakfast and late-night snacks in the development zone, as there weren't many breakfast shops around, and there were even fewer that sold barbecue at night. It seemed feasible to prioritize a breakfast stall and take the barbecue stall slowly. After a tiring day of shopping, the two kids washed up and quickly fell asleep. Chun Dad and Chun Mom were also a bit exhausted from a month of hard work, So Kui Kui decided to wait for another day to discuss the plans. The next morning, Chun Dad went to the market to bring back the necessary ingredients for the day. After discussing with the older couple, Kui Kui decided to give Lu Min and Lin San an additional 50 yuan in bonuses. Lu Min and Lin San were very grateful and immediately got to work organizing the ingredients, while Kui Kui began talking to Chun Dad and Chun Mom about opening a breakfast shop. A breakfast shop? Can we do it? We don't have that skill. Chun Ma expressed her concerns. Sis, don't worry. I won't do anything reckless. My plan is to expand our breakfast business and then hire a chef. That way, you can just focus on making breakfast, and Lin San and the new chef can handle the fast food. If there are customers who want some stir-fried dishes, you can help out. Lu Min can concentrate on being a waitress, and brother-in-law can continue to buy vegetables in the morning, deliver meals at noon, and during his free time, he can work as a security guard and learn to handle cash. After all, Meishin will start school soon, and I'm a bit lazy. Kui Kui explained. What if customers don't like our flavors? Chun Ma was unaware of the power of the beginner chef manual. I prepared for that too. Starting today, we'll be hiring a chef. Sis, you can start trying to make some buns and similar breakfast items tomorrow. We can offer free tastings to customers who come to eat before we officially open and see how they respond. If they don't like it, we won't open. Kui Kui said confidently, believing that no one would dislike it. If necessary, she could just buy another beginner dim sum manual. The decision was made happily, and that day, Chun Dad went out to buy a large batch of breakfast ingredients. Chapter 16, A Beautiful Childhood 11. The next day, diners were surprised to find several steamers next to the free soup station, filled with buns, flour rolls, steamed buns, dumplings, and siomai for breakfast. A notice was also posted on the wall. Free dim sum, limited to one per person. Everyone was excited and rushed to grab some. Boss, everything you make is delicious. Are you planning to open a breakfast shop? Boss, aren't you afraid of losing money by giving this away for free? Such a conscientious boss. I'll come and eat here every day. Everyone was discussing, and Kui Kui spoke up. Yes, we plan to start selling breakfast in a couple of days. We're offering free tastings first to see if our food suits everyone's taste. So please let us know what we can improve on. We'll do our best to ensure everyone enjoys delicious breakfasts. Is there any feedback? Everything here is delicious. No need for changes. Yes, I think so too. Hurry up and open the breakfast shop. I never know what to eat for breakfast before work. If I could have your breakfast every morning, that would be fantastic. Listening to everyone's feedback, Kui Kui nodded in satisfaction, and seeing that everyone enjoyed the breakfast made by Chun Ma, her confidence grew significantly. Seeing everyone's spirits lifted, Kui Kui quickly said, "The store is a bit busy right now, and we don't have enough staff. We are still hiring chefs. Has everyone seen the job posting we put up at the door? As soon as we hire a new chef, our breakfast shop can open. It would be great if everyone could look around and see if they know anyone who has worked as a chef or studied culinary arts. They could be recommended to us. The interview time is from 8 a.m. to 10 a.m., and the salary is negotiable. Thank you all." Kui Kui bowed and recruited people in the city. The original residents of the city were more impressive, having lived there for decades. They were well aware of all the gossip and news. Now, these people have become loyal customers of the shop and would definitely recommend reliable individuals. With the news of free pastries spreading and each meal being limited in quantity, the afternoon foot traffic began to increase. Kui Kui continued to spread the news that they were looking for chefs. The next morning, a young man came to apply. His name was Su Duo. His family used to run a small restaurant, but recently his father had a stroke. They exhausted all their resources to save him, nearly losing everything, but managed to keep his father alive. Recently, he heard that the fast food restaurant was hiring, so he came to apply. Kui Kui tried his skills and found that he had good character and excellent craftsmanship, so she decided to keep him on, tearing down the recruitment notice outside. After a brief training, many started working that very day. During lunch, Kui Kui introduced the new chef to the diners and announced that the breakfast shop would open the day after tomorrow. After spending a day, Aunt Chun created a breakfast menu featuring her specialties, leaving the pricing to Kui Kui. Once the menu was displayed, customers waiting outside came in. Finally, I've been looking forward to this breakfast shop. Let me see what you have. The first to enter was a middle-aged man, known as Uncle Wu, a regular at the shop and a lively atmosphere creator. He was the first to support the opening of the breakfast shop. Soy milk for 50 cents. Soy milk for 30 cents, steamed buns and twisted rolls for 30 cents each, meat buns for 50 cents, and dumplings for 20 cents each. Soy milk can be refilled for free twice. Old Chun, your place is still so affordable. Aren't you afraid of losing money? Uncle Wu said with a smile. Whatever we earn, we earn. Everyone is here to support us. Raising prices would be ridiculous. Dad Chun pretended to be angry. Ha, then I'll have a bowl of soy milk, a fried dough stick, and a meat bun. Uncle Wu paid and walked inside to sit down. In a while, the items were brought to him on a tray, which Kui Kui had specially gone to buy. Uncle Wu first took a bite of the meat bun. The skin was thin, and the filling was generous. With one bite, he could taste the meat, and the dough was chewy and springy, not sticking to his teeth. He chewed contentedly, then eagerly picked up the soy milk and took a sip, its aroma bursting forth, sweet and delicious. Just one sip, and he knew it was not watered down. Looking at the fried dough stick, it was crispy and golden on the outside. He quickly took a big bite. Delicious. Uncle Wu was enjoying his food, and the later diners, seeing his satisfied expression, had nothing to say and directly began to order. The business was much better than Aunt Chun had expected. The breakfast shop was up and running, and the fast food restaurant stabilized. As for the barbecue stall, Kui Kui decided to wait until the development zone was completed before proceeding. One cannot rush to eat hot tofu. And there was still one thing left to do. Her client, Chun Mei-shin, said she was unwell and had cancer, so to prevent any unforeseen circumstances, Kui Kui immediately enrolled Mei-shin and Mao Xue in a martial arts class to learn some taekwondo. This would help them exercise and protect themselves, a win-win situation. However, Dad Chun and Mom Chun thought it was a bit too fierce for their daughter to learn martial arts. Dad Chun wanted her to learn dancing, while Mom Chun hoped she would learn an instrument. Each side had its reasons, but in the end, they compromised and let Mei-shin choose. Can I learn them all? Mei-shin said weakly, I want to learn sanda, guitar, and dancing. Everyone was delighted. Originally, they were worried that Mei-shin wouldn't be able to manage learning all these. But gradually she became more skilled, showing no signs of struggling to balance everything, and everyone felt relieved. Mei-shin initially didn't want to cause any disagreement among them, so she cautiously suggested wanting to learn everything, not expecting them to agree since each option cost a lot of money. To her surprise, they all agreed. Learning 3 skills was tiring, but Mei-shin was diligent. She knew these were things that only the daughters of wealthy families could afford to learn. And now that her aunt had created these conditions for her, she had to seize the opportunity. After all, she had longed to become a young lady since childhood. The summer vacation ended, and Mei-shin and Mao Xue also finished their sanda classes. The Chun family got busy again as school was starting. Their house was in the development zone, the future center of the county's development, with many things moving in this direction, including the county's public primary school, the best in the county. Because of proximity, Mei-shin smoothly became a student in class 1 of year 1. Mao Xue was still young, so it didn't matter, and he was sent to a nearby kindergarten to play in a different environment, allowing the adults to focus more on the business. The night before school started, Mei-shin Fast Food held a store celebration, with a big banner hanging at the entrance, celebrating the daughter of Mei-shin Fast Food boss entering 1st grade. Below it, a small blackboard read, tonight's consumption, 50 off for everyone. This idea was not proposed by Kui Kui, but by the Chun couple. A few months ago, they thought their children would never have a chance to go to school due to their poverty. Unexpectedly, in the blink of an eye, their daughter was about to enter the best primary school. As farmers, the Chun couple felt this was a proud and honorable achievement, so they organized this event. Offering a 50 discount was nothing. Now that they had money, they didn't care about that. Kui Kui witnessed the couple's extreme pampering of their daughter, which was quite shocking. Dad Chun and Mom Chun also gave red envelopes to the 3 employees to share in their joy. Kui Kui thought that was enough, but she didn't expect that after watching so many TV shows and movies, Chun Dad and Chun Mom had become more knowledgeable. They actually secretly organized a graduation party for Mei-shin. Chun Mom personally made a cream fruit cake. Chun Dad and Mao Xue blew up balloons. And they even prepared a mysterious big gift box for Mei-shin. After finishing work that night, Chun Mom urged Kui Kui to take Mei-shin out to play, repeatedly reminding her to come back after 8:30. At that moment, Kui Kui felt something was off, but she couldn't figure out why. When she pulled Mei-Xin into the living room, she was stunned. The living room was dark, and as soon as they entered, they saw 2 rows of balloons and 2 strings of fairy lights forming a path leading to the coffee table, where a cake with a lit candle was placed. Chun Dad, Chun Mom, and Mao Xue were sitting on the sofa, smiling at Mei-Xin. Next to them was a large gift box. Kui Kui immediately understood, pushing Mei-Xin over. Bang! Mama Chen opened the prepared paper cannon, wishing Mei-Xin, sister, a happy school enrollment. The 3 of them smiled brightly. Mei-Xin was stunned, not knowing how to react, and tears suddenly streamed down her face. She really felt too happy. Come on, Mei-Xin, make a wish. For so many years, your dad and I have never had the conditions to celebrate your birthday, even saving money to buy an egg. It's our fault that we made you and Mao Xue suffer. Today, let's celebrate the birthdays we never had due to your enrollment. From now on, your dad and I will definitely celebrate every birthday for you, okay? Mama Chan cried, obviously recalling the hard days before. Papa Chan's eyes were also red. Kui Kui didn't want to disturb this family. Mei-Xin cried as she closed her eyes, made a wish, and then carefully blew out the candles. Kui Kui promptly turned on the lights. Come and see the school gifts your dad and I prepared for you. We'll eat the cake later. Mama Chun pulled Mei-Xin to the gift box and gestured for her to open it. Mei-Xin held her breath, cautiously opened the box, and couldn't help but exclaim in surprise. Do you like it? Mama Chin smiled kindly. Yes. Mei-Xin nodded vigorously and then excitedly began to take out the items from a box. There were some notebooks, pens, erasers, scissors, clay, beautiful notebooks, a backpack, a pencil case, and other school supplies, as well as candies, drinks, a Barbie doll, and a beautiful little dress with matching shoes. Your dad and I heard from a guest who studied in Germany that before children enroll in school abroad, their families prepare a big enrollment gift package for them, with school supplies and everything for fun and enjoyment. So we did this. I'm glad you like it. Mama Chun and Papa Chun exchanged smiles. Kui Kui was once again impressed by this heartless and hopelessly indulgent way of pampering daughters. I want it too. Mao Xue felt a bit envious. All right, whatever my sister has. Mao Xue will have too. Birthdays will be celebrated every year, but the back-to-school gift pack will have to wait until Mao Xue starts elementary school. Chapter 17. A Beautiful Childhood, 12. Early the next morning, Chun Dad and Chun Mom finished their morning chores, and the whole family set out to help the kids start school. Mao Xue was at a nearby kindergarten, and the teachers there also lived around this area. They were regulars at the Mei-Xin fast food restaurant and had often played with Mao Xue in the store. With Kui Kui's guidance, Mao Xue was both clever and likable, so there was no need to worry much. A familiar teacher took Mao Xue in to handle the enrollment procedures. However, Mei-Xin's elementary school is the first primary school in the county. Before they moved, countless people want to send their children there. Now that it has moved to the development zone, and with a nearby enrollment policy, the number of applicants has increased even more. After finally registering, Chun Dad and Chun Mom saw that it was time to return to the store, so they left Kui Kui to take Mei-Xin through the remaining procedures. After picking up the new books, Kui Kui took Mei-Xin to find the homeroom teacher of Class 1, Year 1, and Mei-Xin was led into the classroom. She arrived a bit late, and all the other children were already there. Looking at the empty seat, it seemed she was the last one. As Mei-Xin followed the teacher into the classroom, the noisy classroom instantly quieted down. The teacher stood on the podium, satisfied as she looked at the children in the classroom, then patted Mei-Xin on the shoulder and said, "Go ahead and sit in that empty seat." Once Mei-Xin was seated, the teacher began with self-introductions. "Children, I am your homeroom teacher, Teacher Zhang, and I will be with you for the next 6 years. I'm also your Chinese teacher. Since we might not know each other yet, let us start with introductions, beginning with this lovely boy on the far left." The boy who was called stood up nervously. His little face flushed, stuttering, "I am Zhou Xiaolong." After struggling for a while, he didn't know what else to say, and Teacher Zhang waved her hand for him to sit down. "I am Qin Yuxuan. I am 7 years old. My hobbies are reading, sports, and doing experiments with my dad." The second boy stood up confidently, showing a calmness and pride beyond his years. Qin Yuxuan's introduction set a good tone for the other children. The introductions continued. "Hello everyone, I am Zhaoya. I am 7 years old, and I like ballet." This was a very graceful girl like a little swan. "Hello, I am Luo Dan, 7 years old, and I am particularly lively and active." This was a short-haired tomboy. "I am Gao Lei." This boy was a bit aloof. So it was Maishin's turn. Kui Kui had specially trained her for this introduction, and Maishin stood up without any stage fright. Hello everyone, I'm Maishin. I'm 7 years old. I know a little bit of Sanda, and I like playing the guitar and dancing. After thinking for a moment, she added, my family runs a fast food restaurant, the one nearby. If you all come to eat, I will give you a 20% discount. I hope to become good friends with everyone. This line was taught by Kui Kui. As soon as she finished speaking, the other children began whispering among themselves. Maishin had delicate features, and after a few months without doing farm work, her skin had become fair and tender. Plus, she was wearing a beautifully crafted little dress, which made a good impression on everyone. The world of children is so simple. After all the children had introduced themselves, the teacher announced that school was over and classes would start officially tomorrow. When the teacher left the classroom, the children also exited, and a few remaining kids gathered around Maishin to talk to her. Maishin felt a bit shy, and Kui Kui gave her an encouraging glance before turning to walk towards the school gate, leaving space for Maishin. After waiting at the school gate for a while, Maishin came out laughing and chatting with a few girls. When she saw Kui Kui, she said goodbye to them and ran excitedly over. Did you have fun today? Kui Kui asked with a smile. Yeah. Maishin's cheeks were flushed. I also invited the new friends I've just made to come over to play at my house. Auntie, you want to see mine, right? Of course not. I just hope Maishin makes a lot of friends. Since friends are coming over to play, I'll find a renovation worker to tidy up the rooftop and make a little secret base for you. The rooftop was empty anyway, and since they had a backyard for growing vegetables, Kui Kui wanted to plant flowers on the terrace, set up 2 hanging chairs and a sunshade, and later asked them what else they needed. Hearing her say this made Maishin even happier. When they got home, Maishin went into the study to preview her lessons. The study was newly made by Kui Kui on the 3rd floor. Previously, the 3rd floor only had Kui Kui's bedroom, and there was plenty of space. So she set up a large study and bought some books to fill it. After a day of business ended, the family gathered in the living room to watch TV. Chun Dad and Chun Mom also asked about the kids' experiences at school. Since both parents had never been to school, they paid great attention to Maishin and Mao Xue's education. Early the next morning, both kids got up, and even Mao Xue didn't sleep in. Strictly speaking, this was the first day of school for the 2 kids, so they were unusually excited. Kui Kui thought about her school days when every semester started with an excitement like she had been injected with adrenaline, only to return to normal a few days later, which she found somewhat amusing. After breakfast, Mao Xue went to kindergarten with the teacher who had come for breakfast. After a family meeting discussion, the task of taking Maishin to school fell on Kui Kui. After finishing breakfast, Maishin, carrying her beloved backpack and holding Kui Kui's hand, walked obediently to school. Maishin, what would you do if someone bullied you at school? Kui Kui asked, worried because Maishin was so well-behaved. I would tell the teacher and let them punish them. Maishin said firmly, children these days really trust their teachers. If a bad kid hits you, you should hit back first, Kui Kui advised, knowing that Maishin practiced martial arts and wasn't afraid of them. If Chun Dad and Chun Mom knew what Kui Kui was telling her, they would definitely scold her. Watching Maishin enter the school, Kui Kui saw a few of her friends from yesterday catch up and pull her along, chatting and laughing as they walked into the teaching building. Kui Kui turned back, still pondering what to develop next. Now, the Chun family's fast food restaurant, with breakfast and lunch dinner services, had a fixed daily profit of over 1,000 yuan, and after deducting workers' wages, it was about 30,000 yuan a month, basically developing steadily. As for the late-night barbecue stall they had considered before, they would have to wait until the development zone was built and had foot traffic. Currently, there weren't many people out in the old city at night, and there were no entertainment venues open, making it unsuitable for a barbecue stall. Maishin's princess dream required a lot of money to build. She needed to make money, more money. Where would the money come from? What else could be profitable? Previously, Kui Kui had been well taken care of by Quema and had only understood so much thanks to the convenience of the system. She had never worked before, and now, thinking of ways to make money left her feeling overwhelmed. When she returned to the store, she had no clear idea. It was still the peak time for breakfast customers. So she helped out and pushed the problems to the back of her mind. As the customers gradually dwindled and breakfast was nearly sold out, Chun Dad returned with goods, and Lu Min and Lin San arrived at the store to help manage and prepare the day's fast food ingredients. Sister, what do you think would be a profitable store to open if we were to open another? Kui Kui asked as she leaned closer to Chunma. Hey, why are you asking this? You're not thinking about opening another store, are you? Chunma looked confused. I don't know what is profitable. Isn't our restaurant doing pretty well? No, I'm just asking casually. Kui Kui chuckled awkwardly. Suddenly, she realized, yes, opening a restaurant is profitable. Then I could open a branch or a chain. There is also the idea of a buffet. There isn't a buffet concept in the city yet, and she could completely be the first to try it. Chunma watched her sister's face, frowning one moment and smiling the next, shook her head, and returned to focusing on selecting vegetables. Kui Kui stepped up the stairs, starting to plan for opening a branch store. Currently, the funds she had were not enough to buy a storefront, so she could only rent. She planned to run the branch first and wait until it gained a certain reputation in the county before launching a buffet. She roughly wrote a plan, and the next step was to find a location. This building was sold to her by Boss Gao, who seemed to have opened a large hotel in the county. It was definitely a good idea to ask him about rental shop information. Since she couldn't be of much help in the store, she could only act as a mascot. Kui Kui shouldered her bag, greeted everyone, and went out. She extravagantly took a taxi to Yunsheng Hotel. Standing outside, Kui Kui was amazed. The hotel was truly luxurious. Its exterior and grandness were among the best in the county. No wonder Boss Gao sold that building at a low price. Welcome, please come in. A hostess stood at the entrance, bowing politely as she saw Kui Kui walk in. Is Boss Gao here? I need to talk to him. Kui Kui took out the business card that ahhhhh had given her earlier. Please go to the front desk. They will help you contact the boss. The front desk made a phone call, and after a while, Kui Kui saw ahhhh come out of the elevator. He was very happy to see Kui Kui. Oh, little sister, we meet again. Come on, let's go upstairs and chat. We could take our time. He invited Kui Kui into the elevator. Kui Kui sat in the living room. Once again shocked. What era is this? ahhhh's 11-story hotel has been equipped with an elevator, and the entire hotel is so luxurious. This is not something that can be achieved just by having money. Who exactly is ahhhh? ahhhh's home is on the top floor of the hotel. An entire floor. His wife went on a trip, and his son went to school. Only he and Kui Kui are at home. Little sister, what brings you to my big brother this time? Speak up. I won't hesitate if I can help. ahhhh poured a cup of tea. I want to open a fast food restaurant, so I came to ask Boss Gao where there are suitable storefronts for rent. Kui Kui took the teacup and took a sip. A fast food restaurant? Doesn't that apartment have a storefront? ahhhh asked, somewhat puzzled. We've already started that store, and now we're preparing to open a branch to earn some more money. Kui Kui smiled. Money, the more the better. Oh, I see. I'll keep an eye out for you and let you know if I find something suitable. This is no big deal. ahhhh waved his hand. Do you have a big brother's phone? Leave me your number, and I'll call you when I find something. Kui Kui left Chun Dad's phone number, and she really forgot to buy a phone for herself. Boss Gao, aren't you afraid that my restaurant will succeed and take away your business? She remembered hearing him say before that he initially ran a small restaurant and later expanded into hotels. Ha ha ha, if you can do it, go ahead. I'm not afraid. ahhhh laughed heartily. Chapter 18. A Beautiful Childhood, 13. After returning from Yunsheng Hotel, Kui Kui wandered around the county town for a few more circles. By noon, she returned to the store, preparing to pick up Mei Xin to have lunch at home. As soon as she entered the door, she saw Chun Dad and Chun Mom looking anxious. Her aunt exclaimed, "You're back just in time. Hurry, go to the school. Mei Xin has gotten into trouble, and the teacher wants the parents to come to school." What happened? Okay, I'm going right away. Sister, you keep busy with the store. Seeing Chun Mom urging her anxiously, she didn't ask more, channeling her internal strength and rushing toward the school. Time rewinds to earlier. Mei Xin was wearing a beautiful Japanese-style school dress with white socks and small leather shoes. Her hair was loose, and she had a big red bow tied at the back of her head. She was also carrying a small black backpack that her aunt had chosen for her, which was said to match. With such a dress-up, Mei Xin, who was already delicate and pretty, was very eye-catching even in modern times, let alone in this era. Naturally, with her looks and well-behaved personality, she became the favorite of her class, and as soon as class was over, the other kids would rush over to surround her. For some reason, this incident became more and more exaggerated among the kids, and by the end of the morning, It had reached the ears of a little tyrant in the 6th grade. As soon as the second-to-last class ended, the teacher walked out of the classroom, and several good friends gathered around Mei. Actually, there was no need to move around deliberately. Her desk mate was Zhao Ye, behind her were Luo, Dan, and Gao Lei, and in front of her was Chen Yuxuan. Unknowingly, they had formed a small group. Snow White took a bite of the poisoned apple and immediately fell to the ground. Mei was telling her friends the story of Snow White, which her aunt had told her. This was also something Kui Kui discovered unintentionally, that this world actually had no fairy tales like Snow White, which could be told to lull the kids to sleep. Sure enough, children loved to hear this story. Even the aloof Chen Yuxuan was quietly listening. Just as everyone was engrossed in the story, the classroom door was kicked open and a tall, strong boy walked in. Everyone was startled and turned to stare at the door. "Who is Chen Mei?" The boy asked loudly. Mei frowned, but was not scared. She stood up and replied, "I am. What do you want from me?" The tall boy sized her up and walked over, looking down at her. "I am Zhao Yi, the boss of this school. You all belong to me, understand? I heard your family is very rich. Give me $5 every day, and I'll protect you. Otherwise, He cracked his knuckles. The kids in the class looked at him in fear, and someone whispered to their desk mate, "Zhao Yi is the bully here, my brother told me. He's in 5th grade. Some timid ones were almost in tears, and Zhao Yi tightly held Mei hand. "What if I don't listen to you?" Mei asked calmly. She remembered what her aunt taught her that morning. If someone bullies you, fight back. The tall boy's expression changed, and he slapped her. Before his hand could reach Mei face, she intercepted it, twisting his arm, causing Zhao Yi to lean forward in pain. Mei kicked him in the abdomen and grabbed a nearby pencil case to smash it at him. Zhao Yi's head buzzed from the hit. Mei pencil case was made of metal. His head hurt, his hand hurt, and his stomach hurt. He no longer cared about his dignity as the big brother and rolled on the ground. "You little brat. How dare you hit me? I won't let you go. I'm going home to tell my dad. I'll have him smash your restaurant." Everything happened too quickly. Originally, a few friends were ready to protect Mei, but they watched in shock as she took care of Zhao Yi effortlessly, leaving them dumbfounded. Just then, the next class was the homeroom teacher's lesson. When the teacher entered the classroom early, she saw Zhao Yi causing a ruckus and frowned. After asking about what happened, she took Zhao Yi and Mei to the office. The remaining friends anxiously paced outside, not knowing what to do, fearing that the teacher would wrong Mei. They all rushed in, speaking in unison to explain the situation to the teacher. Chapter 19. A Beautiful Childhood, 14. "This is what happened, teacher." Chen Yuxuan explained the cause and course of the incident clearly. "Is that so?" Teacher Zhang asked the two parties involved. Mei remained silent, while Zhao Yi snorted, turning his head arrogantly and ignoring her. Teacher Zhang felt a headache coming on. Zhao Yi was notorious for being a troublemaker, and with graduation approaching, this kind of incident was troublesome. Just then, the class bell rang, and Teacher Zhang let the others return to the classroom for self-study, taking Zhao Yi and Mei to the principal's office. Having students fighting on campus was no small matter. Parents needed to be called. Teacher Zhang detailed the situation to the principal, who also felt helpless. Zhao Yi was a troublemaker, and his dad was a big troublemaker too. It was a difficult situation. When Kui Kui arrived at the principal's office, she saw a group of little kids gathered at the door. As soon as they saw her, they started chattering. "Are you Mei aunt?" Mei isn't a bad kid. Zhao Yi was the one who wanted to hit her. Pushing the door open, she saw the principal sitting in a chair, Teacher Zhang sitting on a nearby stool, and Mei standing next to a tall, sturdy boy. "You must be Mei guardian, right? Let me explain the situation to you." After listening to Teacher Zhang's explanation, Kui Kui understood the general situation. She really was a bit of a fortune teller. Fortunately, she had taught Mei how to cope in advance. Otherwise, it would have been Mei who got hurt today. Teacher Zhang had originally thought Kui Kui would scold Mei for hitting someone, but unexpectedly, Kui Kui turned to Mei and asked, "Did you really beat him up?" "Yeah." Mei, with tears in her eyes, felt extremely wronged after standing in the office for a whole class. When she heard her aunt ask like that, she thought her aunt was angry. "Well done. You should deal with those who bully you like this." Mei burst into tears and ran into Kui Kui's arms, releasing her pent-up feelings of grievance and fear. Her aunt was indeed her strong support. "The young one hit me. And now the old one wants to come to his aid. Zhao Yi shouted defiantly. When my dad gets here, you'll see. Kui Kui frowned, and before she could say anything, the office door was kicked open. Who the hell dares to touch my son? Kicking the door, it really is the fine family tradition of the Zhao family. Who is blind? Kui Kui retorted. It's you who's blind. The bald man looked fierce and menacing. Oh, not completely blind after all. You still know you're the one who's blind. Kui Kui cast him an approving glance. You. The bald man choked on his words, feeling his pride hurt by being scolded by such a little girl. He raised his hand to slap Kui Kui. Before his hand could even touch her, it was intercepted, twisted back, and his wrist was directly dislocated. In pain, he couldn't help but lean a little towards Kui Kui to relieve the tension on his hand. Kui Kui kicked him in the stomach, causing him to bend over in pain. Taking advantage of the moment, Kui Kui grabbed a teacup from the table and smashed it down, but it didn't break. It seemed to be of good quality. Zhao Yi was still waiting for his father to back him up and settle the score, but unexpectedly, in just a moment of confrontation, his father was taken down, and it seemed like they were both beaten in the same manner. He couldn't feel proud anymore. The principal and teacher Zhang were stunned, completely not expecting Kui Kui to act out in the office. Seeing the teacup hit the bald man's head, they snapped back to reality, hurriedly pulling each parent aside, saying, "Let's resolve this peacefully." They helped them sit down on 2 chairs on either side. Teacher Zhang poured Kui Kui another cup of tea. She took it, sipped it, and then placed it back on the table, soothing the little girl in her arms. The bald man shuddered when he heard the teacup hit the table. He hadn't thought of dodging just now because this woman was too strong, holding him so he couldn't move. How do you plan to resolve this? Kui Kui asked casually, her eyes unintentionally fixed on the bald man, making him sweat profusely. How do you want to resolve it? He replied, still holding his ground. When it comes to children's matters, it's up to the children to decide. Meixin, what do you want to do? Meixin hesitated for a moment. I want him to apologize to me, and her.Kui promises not to bully classmates anymore. Zhao Yi almost spat out a mouthful of blood upon hearing this. You hit me, and you still want me to apologize? Why don't you go to heaven? Little brat. Seeing Zhao Yi remain silent, Kui Kui shot a glance at the bald man. Your son said he wanted you to bring people to smash my shop. You're quite something, huh? He was frightened and raised his hand to his son. You little brat, apologize now. Left with no choice, Zhao Yi had to apologize reluctantly, and thus, the whole matter was perfectly resolved. Back home, Zhao Yi couldn't understand why his father was afraid in front of that little girl's aunt. As soon as he asked, his father came at him with a palm strike. She is a trained fighter. She could easily take down 10 of me. Didn't I teach you to be careful? Anyway, from that day on, no one in school dared to provoke Meixin again. Even Zhao Yi had to greet her when he saw her. She unknowingly became the invisible big sister of the school and happily went through her entire elementary school life. During the summer and winter vacations, Kui Kui took her 2 little friends to travel around. Chun Dad and Chun Mom would occasionally go out, first finishing their travels within the country, then heading abroad. The rich travel experiences broadened Meixin's horizons, and soon she graduated from elementary school, already 12 years old. Kui Kui has a premonition that her task will soon come to an end. During this holiday, she took Meixin to a tropical island for vacation. They returned to the fast food restaurant just before school started, where Kui Kui spent Meixin's last birthday with her. Meixin wore a small dress designed by Kui Kui and a little crown, looking just like a real princess. Kui Kui sang the birthday song together with Uncle Chun and Aunt Chun. After making her wish, Meixin blew out the candles with a satisfied smile. As the lights came on, she suddenly said, Auntie, thank you. I am so happy. Kui Kui felt a pang in her heart. After all, she had accompanied Meixin for 6 years, so it would be a lie to say there were no feelings. The task was completed, and the cold voice of the system echoed, 10 seconds until departure from this world. The scenery around her began to ripple, make her feel a bit dizzy. Kui Kui closed her eyes, and when she opened them again, she was back in the store. Chun Meixin, wearing a hospital gown, still had a pale face. She closed her eyes as if recalling something. Tears streamed down her closed eyelids. Then she opened her eyes, looked at Kui Kui sincerely, and said, Thank you, I'm very satisfied with the task. After saying that, she disappeared. Kui Kui knows that she really doesn't have much time left. She has changed the life of Chun Meixin in a parallel world, not this Chun Mei-shin. After collecting her emotions, she opened the system panel and looked at it. The character information has changed to Employee, Wenjichio level, 1, 8100, View level details, Money, 1632 skills, None collection, None charm, 12100 apart from the increase in experience and money. Nothing else has changed. Kui Kui only discovered that she could make money through tasks while traveling. At that time, she passed by a jade street in a certain country and casually bought something. To her surprise, it turned out to be real, and then the system notification sounded. Do you want to sell this premium ice jade? Kui Kui quickly sold it to the system, earning 300 gold coins. After that, she started collecting items to sell to the system store, but nothing could fetch such a high price again, even when she later bought a piece of ice jade. She was puzzled. Chapter 21, An Alternative Tale of the White Snake, Part 1. Ding, ding, ding. The doorbell rang. Welcome. Hello. I'm glad to serve you. Kui Kui led the visitor to the reception area. It was a young man dressed in a white suit, with flowing long hair that seemed a bit out of place. He sat down on the sofa and placed a white porcelain vase, which had a branch inserted in it, onto the coffee table, then leaned back and crossed his legs. No need to act. Comfortable, he sighed contentedly. May I ask what your wish is? Kui Kui asked professionally. I am Guanyin, and I want to go on vacation. But the company suddenly assigned me a job. Sigh, it's really a headache. And scrupulous businessman, the young man curled one hand in a seemingly hurt manner. So I want you to take my place at work. How about 1 liter of water from the clean bottle as payment? This Guanyin can't be the one she is thinking of, right? No, it must not be. What kind of deity is so unorthodox? If it's convenient. May I ask what kind of job it is? Oh, the literary star from the next apartment has descended to go through tribulations, and I need to help keep an eye on him. There is not much to do, just to make things difficult for his parents, and then save them. All small problems, there will be an NPC to assist. The man squinted his eyes and said joyfully, with a cheerful expression, showing no trace of the previous sadness. Here, as a workflow arrangement, everything about when to do what is written down. You won't make any mistakes if you just follow it. Take a look first, okay? The man tossed out a folder. Kui Kui took a look at the document and spat blood. Damn, this is the legend of the white snake. Wenkuxing is Su Sherlin. My parents are Su Xian and Bai Sujin, and the NPCs are Fa Hai and Xiao Qing. Kui Kui felt a storm of thoughts in her mind, constantly reminding herself that this was not the Guanyin Bodhisattva she worshipped during the festivals, but just a parallel world. The order had been successfully placed, and she could rest assured to go travel. Thunder or no thunder, work still had to be done. So, I'll be waiting for your good news. I'm leaving now. If I wait any longer, I won't catch my sightseeing group. I've left my for you. It's a very important tool. Guanyin said while walking out, and almost in the blink of an eye, she disappeared. Kui Kui picked up the folder and examined it carefully, completely sure that this was the white snake legend she was familiar with. This meant that she should be able to complete the task easily. After putting the documents away in the warehouse and grabbing some daily necessities and snacks, she walked into the studio to start the transmission. Although these items were available in the system store, they were outrageously expensive, costing several times more when converted to soft sister currency. She was frugal. When she opened her eyes, she found herself sitting in the clouds. She hurriedly clicked on the character panel and saw that she was still herself, dressed in ethereal clothing, looking much like the Guanyin she had seen on television, even holding the purity bottle. Thankfully, she was still a girl. She was really afraid of turning into a man. After all, Guanyin was male. It seemed that the system could automatically adjust to others' perceptions, which was naturally excellent, as it meant she wouldn't have to worry about being exposed. Opening the mini-map of the task world, it showed that she was in the South China Sea, and the purple bamboo forest where Guanyin resided was quite a distance away. Reluctantly, she spent 20 gold to make a short-distance teleportation. After all, being new to the place, she wasn't familiar with the surroundings and was worried about getting lost. Chapter 22, An Alternative White Snake Legend. Part 2, Guanyin Bodhisattva resided in the purple bamboo forest at the South China Sea's Luojia Cliff. And as soon as Kui Kui landed, 2 young attendants approached her, saying, Bodhisattva, you have returned. They should be the Shankai boy and the dragon girl. To avoid being exposed, Kui Kui responded, preparing to send them away to facilitate her solo activities. However, the 2 attendants said, rest assured, Bodhisattva, before Guanyin Bodhisattva left. She instructed us to cooperate with your work, so you can settle down comfortably. The dragon girl and I will do our best to assist you. The attendant smiled, and the dragon girl nodded in agreement. Kui Kui sighed in relief. This was manageable. Indeed, it was the compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva, reliable. So what time is it now? When does the task start? The plot hasn't even begun yet. The Wenchang Emperor from the neighboring department won't arrive for a few days. According to the time conversion rules between the two realms, the Emperor won't come for another 1,000 years. So, the Bodhisattva indeed has nothing to do recently, and will only enlighten the white snake a month later. After that, the next 1,000 years will be your free time. 1,000 years? Kui Kui was shocked. It seemed she had to cultivate diligently. With her current level, living for 1,000 years was questionable. After letting Shankai and Long take a tour around Puto Mountain, she gained some understanding and at least wouldn't get lost. She then sent them back to their respective posts and entered her cave to begin cultivating. The chaos decision cost her a fortune, but its displayed power only increased her strength, agility, and physical fitness significantly, giving her some inner strength. But there was nothing more miraculous about it. Logically speaking, the function of a product is proportional to its value. The chaos decision could sell for a sky-high price. And there must be a reason. Moreover, anything related to chaos is definitely not simple. It is said that before Pangu opened the heavens and the earth, the world was a chaotic mess from which indescribable existences were born. However, even knowing how powerful the chaos decision was, Kui Kui couldn't continue her cultivation. The other techniques she had purchased from the system store were directly infused in her mind, but the chaos decision only formed a faint chi channel in her body. After 2 days of seclusion, there was still no progress. Kui Kui felt frustrated. She needed to quickly improve her strength. Otherwise, how could she complete her tasks? Resolutely, she opened the system store and, with her meager amount of money, carefully selected and purchased a Heavenly Thunder, a 5 elements escape, a 10,000 things born, 1 for attack, 1 for escape, and 1 for healing. That should be enough. It seemed that in this world, Guanyin was the biggest boss apart from Wenchang, who would appear later. Knowledge from the 3 books surged into her mind one after another. Kui Kui quickly focused her mind, held onto her spiritual platform, and began to digest and absorb the information. After all, what was loaded in her mind wasn't necessarily hers. The first use and the 100th use can't be the same, right? The power generated from the same technique after becoming proficient is likely more than 10 times stronger than when it was unfamiliar. Kui Lai planned to first study all the theoretical knowledge in the book by herself, and then find a place to start experimenting, striving to apply them skillfully as soon as possible. Chapter 23. Alternative Legend of the White Snake, Part 3. After practicing like this for a month, whenever she was hungry, she would eat the spiritual fruits sent by the dragon girl, and when she was thirsty, she could drink from the spiritual spring. As for the food she bought herself, she only tasted it occasionally. After all, the spiritual spring and fruits were both delicious and healthy. Kui Kui has almost mastered the 3 types of magic. Great master. It's about time to descend to the mortal realm. The dragon girl appeared at the cave entrance with a smile. Great master, this is the script. According to the script, your task today is simply to act as the villain, capture by Sujin, bring her before Su Xian, and then just wait for Su Xian to speak before releasing the white snake. Isn't it's super simple? Kui Kui's mouth twitched. So it turns out that the hunter who caught the snake was actually Guanyin in disguise? But if that's the case, isn't it too demeaning? Is there some misunderstanding here? Do I really have to play the villain? That's what the script says, but if the Bodhisattva is unwilling, we could also find a mortal in the human world. After all, that's what Guanyin did in the past. The dragon girl smiled. All right. Am I going alone? Where to? Yes, I and Shankai will stay in the purple bamboo forest. This operation needs to be low-key. We can't let the white snake find any flaws. The script does have an address, you know. I've set the transmission coordinates and brought some spiritual fruits. Kui Kui spent another 20 gold and started the transmission. The dragon girl's smiling face disappeared. The white light faded, and she was already standing in a pavilion by the lake. It seems this is Westlake. Bai Sujin is still just a little white snake who has just gained some intelligence, right? How am I supposed to find her if I can't even find the snake? How can I play the villain and catch her? Kui Kui just had a headache when she saw a big man with a beard walking along the road, holding a small white snake in one hand. The little white snake had a somewhat spirited look in its eyes, clearly showing that it was scared. How convenient. The snake was found without any effort. There was no need to pretend to be the bad guy anymore, but the question was, where was Su Xian in his previous life? Kui Kui followed behind the big man, pondering away. At this moment, Su Xian should be a little shepherd boy, and it would be hard to find him for a while. Soon, the white snake would be sold. Before long, the big man arrived at a wild game market, sat down on the ground, and placed a hand holding the white snake in front of him, waiting for someone to come and buy. The little white snake was in pain and fear, writhing constantly, her eyes filled with terror. A ragged little boy ran over and said to the big man, "Can you let go of this little white snake? She looks so pitiful." The big man with a bushy beard glared and said, "Where did this little brat come from? You're delaying my business. If you know what's good for you, get lost or don't blame me, Black Third, for being unreasonable." The boy was startled, and the little white snake twisted again, looking at him with longing, as if enchanted. He took out the only few coins he had. "I'll buy her. Is this enough?" "Hee hee, you little kid. Interesting. Fine, here you go." Seeing that the boy really had money, Black Third chuckled, took the coins, and tossed the little white snake over. After all, the snake was half dead and might not sell anyway. Catching it didn't take much effort, so it was like picking up a few coins for free. Satisfied, Black Third walked away with the money, and Kui Kui had already determined that this boy was Su Xian's previous incarnation. Su Xian carefully held the little white snake and left the city. Arriving at a small forest outside the city, he placed the little white snake down. "Little white, you should hurry and go. Remember to hide well in the future. Don't let bad people catch you again." The little white snake crawled around him once, reluctant to leave. The preliminary task was completed effortlessly. Kui Kui was in a great mood. Using a 5-element escape technique, he ventured into the deep mountains. Since he was already there, he naturally wanted to make up for the monetary loss from opening the teleportation array by digging some medicinal herbs to sell, and who knows, he might even unearth some treasures. Chapter 24. An Alternative Legend of the White Snake. 4. Hwai Mountain. Congratulations, Your Majesty. Congratulations, Your Majesty. With this Earth Spirit Pearl, dominating Hwai Mountain is just around the corner. Good. Reward. Come on, everyone, bring out the wine. Good. Long live the king. Dominate Hwai Mountain. The king is mighty. As soon as Kui Kui landed, she heard a burst of wild laughter, eerie and piercing, making her frown and open her eyes. She found herself in a large cave filled with strange creatures. Sitting on a high platform was a monkey draped in leopard skin, sitting on a stone chair. It must be the so-called king she had just heard. Looking below the stone platform, there were beings with bull heads, tiger heads, all with bizarre appearances completely not conforming to the aesthetic of normal humans. Turns out she had mistakenly stumbled into a den of monsters. The term Earth Spirit Pearl she had just heard sounded familiar. It seemed like she had seen it somewhere. She opened the system shop and found the weapons section, and indeed saw the introduction. Earth Spirit Pearl, a pearl containing boundless power of the Earth attribute, allowing the holder to manipulate a certain amount of Earth elements. One of the 7 Spirit Pearls. Collecting them can be used as a set. Price, 10,000. Wind Spirit Pearl, a pearl containing boundless power of the wind attribute, allowing the holder to manipulate a certain amount of wind elements. One of the 7 Spirit Pearls. Collecting them can be used as a set. Price, 10,000. Water Spirit Pearl, a pearl containing boundless power of the water attribute, allowing the holder to manipulate a certain amount of water elements. One of the 7 Spirit Pearls. Collecting them can be used as a set. Price, 10,000. Fire Spirit Pearl, a pearl containing boundless power of the fire attribute, allowing the holder to manipulate a certain amount of fire elements. One of the 7 Spirit Pearls. Collecting them can be used as a set. Price, 10,000. Metal Spirit Pearl, a pearl containing boundless power of the metal attribute, allowing the holder to manipulate a certain amount of metal elements. One of the 7 Spirit Pearls. Collecting them can be used as a set. Price, 10,000. Thunder Spirit Pearl, a pearl containing boundless power of the thunder attribute, allowing the holder to manipulate a certain amount of thunder elements. One of the 7 spirit pearls. Collecting them can be used as a set. Price, 10,000. Wood spirit pearl. A pearl containing boundless power of the wood attribute, allowing the holder to manipulate wood-based creatures. One of the 7 spirit pearls. Collecting them can be used as a set. Price, 10,000. 7 spirit pearls. Set a collection of the 7 elemental pearls, capable of unleashing devastating power in the hands of the controller. Price, 100,000. Kui Kui looked down and sighed. The system is really a scam, a bunch of greedy merchants. Selling a single bead for 10,000, but buying 7 together costs 100,000? It's highway robbery. I wonder which foolish old hat would buy it. 1 bead for 10,000, 10,000, 10,000. Looking at the pitiful amount of money in her balance, Kui Kui turned her head and stared at a group of monsters, revealing a malicious smile. The Monkey King was still happily drinking with his subordinates, celebrating his acquisition of the Earth Spirit Pearl, fantasizing about unifying Mount Hawaii. Boom! A bolt of heavenly lightning struck down, and the monsters instinctively panicked and scattered in search of cover, trembling in fear. Whether animal or monster, heavenly lightning is definitely their nemesis. Who? Who is it? Come out, this king demands. The Monkey King hid behind a stone chair, cautiously peeking out to look around. It's your great aunt. What's the matter, little monkey? Do you have an opinion? With a graceful step, her skirt fluttering, Kui Kui slowly walked out of the void, playing with a bolt of heavenly lightning in her hand. The lightning was very docile in her grasp, like a pet. The little monsters had long been scared stiff by the lightning and didn't dare to look up at Kui Kui, fearing she might strike them again. The Monkey King, seeing the docile lightning in her hand, swallowed hard. The previously disgruntled expression on his face immediately turned into a flattering smile. So, it's the great aunt who has come. Please have a seat. Standing must be tiring for you. I heard you mention the Earth Spirit Pearl just now. Kui Kui walked in front of the Monkey King, looking down at him from a height. The Monkey King's face turned bitter. It turns out this ancestor came for the Earth Spirit Pearl, which made his heart ache immensely, but he still respectfully said, "Yesterday, I accidentally obtained an Earth Spirit Pearl and was troubled about how to use it. Now that I see you, Great One, your majestic and extraordinary presence, my admiration for you is like the endless flow of the river." He was buttering her up with compliments that cost no money. And then, Kui Kui smiled faintly. "I've decided to offer this Earth Spirit Pearl to you. Only someone as great as you deserves this pearl." The Monkey King fumbled in his arms and pulled out a yellowish bead, presenting it respectfully with both hands. Kui Kui took the bead, and the system popped up a prompt. Detected 1 Earth Spirit Pearl. Would you like to trade with the system for 5,000 gold? Rolling her eyes, she closed the pop-up. She was not foolish. A bead worth 10,000 only gets her 5,000? Heartless system. Unethical merchants. Scamming money. Cursing the developers of the system to have bad luck even when drinking cold water. Kui Kui cursed in her heart. In a spaceship within the Y-235-90 star system, a man put down his cup and started coughing incessantly. Master? The intelligent brain was somewhat confused when encountering this situation for the first time, but it was a qualified intelligent brain. In the event of choking, one should maintain a seated position to avoid falling, and promptly stimulate the ahhhhh point with their fingertip for quick relief. It's fine. The man stopped coughing, his face slightly flushed from holding his breath, experiencing a sensation he hadn't felt in years. In a cave, Kui Kui leaned against the stone chair, tossing the Earth Spirit Pearl in her hand, watching the little monsters move out their savings accumulated over the years from the cave. There were medicinal herbs, weapons, as well as gold and silver jewelry. Indeed, a gang is different. My lord, all the things are here. We have never harmed anyone. These weapons and treasures are all things we picked up or traded for medicinal herbs. Please spare our lives once you've taken the items. The Monkey King's heart was bleeding. These were his precious belongings. After waiting for a while without hearing the Lord speak, the Monkey King started to panic, cold sweat pouring down his face. This Great One is so powerful. He didn't want to die. Very good. Kui Kui put the Earth Spirit Pearl into her system backpack, stood up, and walked step by step down from the stone platform. The little monsters below were trembling in fear. After circling around the items, she sold everything the system wanted that she didn't need to the system, and then sat back on the stone platform. The rest. Take it back. Kui Kui was in a great mood. Having sold these items, she earned 3,000 gold, barely managing to escape poverty. However, having taken so much, she needed to give some benefits in return. The Monkey King was filled with gratitude, feeling like a bodhisattva had blessed him. This ancestor even left him half, and he could still be the king of the mountain. But Kui Kui's next words made him question his life. From today on, I am your new boss. As long as you all behave and focus on doing good, I will teach you the methods of cultivation so that you can practice and have the chance to become immortals. I've heard there are still places without land. The mood of the monsters mirrored that of the Monkey King, going on a roller coaster ride, hearing about the methods of cultivation to become immortals and land spirits. They all became excited. The Monkey King, taking advantage of being right next to Kui Kui, leaped forward and hugged her leg, saying, "Boss, from now on, you are my ancestor. If you tell me to go east, I 1T go west. If you tell me to catch a dog, I 1T chase a chicken. Whatever you need, just command me. Please teach me how to cultivate." After saying that, he looked up sincerely at Kui Kui, and she was almost blinded by the sincerity in the monkey's eyes. In the system mall, Kui Kui picked out a cheap yet practical monster cultivation method and sent it to the Monkey King. "Do you have a name? I can't just keep calling him the Monkey King. Now I'm the boss." "My lord, I don't have a name. But because of the tuft of white hair on my head, nearby monsters all call me White Hair King." "All right, then from now on, you'll be called White Hair. Did you remember the cultivation method I just passed to you?" I remembered. White Hair nodded eagerly. The cultivation method suddenly entered his mind, and before he could take a closer look, he felt his body changing. Having never seen the world, White Hair's gaze towards Kui Kui changed from initial fear and anger to fervor and worship. "From now on, you will be responsible for teaching the other little monsters how to cultivate. Is there any problem?" No. Very good." Kui Kui was very satisfied. She had just heard talk of dominating Mount Hawaii, and there was another purpose for subduing this group of monsters. "White Hair, once your cultivation increases, you will go out and help me dominate Mount Hawaii. Those willing to join will be taught how to cultivate, and those unwilling will be driven away." Yes, great immortal. White Hair had long wanted to be the king of Mount Hawaii, and now, with a great immortal backing him, he was instantly filled with ambition. "Then, I want you to collect treasures for me, rare medicinal herbs, jade stones, weapons, and treasures or human gold and silver. The more, the better. I will come personally to collect it later. If there are things that catch my eye, I will reward you. But remember, you must not expose your identity in front of humans, nor do anything harmful to them. Can you manage that?" "I will strictly follow your teachings, great immortal." White Hair respectfully bowed. Having collected the items and explained things, the monster gang led by White Hair would now serve as Kui Kui's spies in the human world. Kui Kui was extremely satisfied. Just as she was about to wander to another place to see if she could find any treasures, she received a message from the Dragon Maiden. "Great Immortal, Guanyin has sent you a Universal Express delivery. Please return to sign for it. Respectfully, Dragon Maiden." Kui Kui was confused. Express delivery? What express delivery? Could it be that Guanyin sent her local specialties from a resort? She hurriedly used her teleportation technique and returned to the purple bamboo forest. The Dragon Maiden Shankai and another young man in work clothes and a baseball cap were talking. Seeing her return, they quickly greeted her. "Great Immortal, you're back. This is the express delivery guy from the Universal Express." "Hello, I'm Dongfeng. Turns out you're the sister from the neighboring department." The delivery guy smiled broadly. Kui Kui was stunned for a moment, speechless. The names Wanjia Wish Shop and Wanjia Express clearly indicated they were from the same company. She smiled back. "Hello, I'm Kui. Here, this is your package. Please sign for it." Dongfeng took out a huge square package from the space delivery bag and scanned Kui Kui with a device. "All right, signing completed. Can I have your contact information?" "Huh, is that all? I don't think I have one yet," Kui Kui said, a bit confused. "Oh, I forgot you're new and don't have that permission yet." "No worries, I'll leave my contact information for you. Once you have permission, you can add me. I need to hurry and deliver the next order, so I won't chat anymore. Have a pleasant task," Dongfeng said with a smile and then disappeared. "Permission? What permission? Does the system have a chat function? Damn, how come I know nothing about this?" The system didn't introduce anything. Kui Kui couldn't help but complain as she turned to look at the large package sent by Guanyin. It was so big, she wondered what was inside. Could it really be a bunch of local specialties? Moving the package into her cave, she opened it up to find a round wheel radiating golden Buddhist light and a lotus platform. She knew the lotus platform was Guanyin's magical artifact. But what was this light wheel? What is this? She asked, pointing at the light wheel. It's the great light image of Guanyin Bodhisattva. Guanyin Bodhisattva sent both the lotus platform and the great light image back, Long said with a smile. Ah, then it won't be discovered as a counterfeit later. Kui Kui had no words to refute. Long's words made sense. The lotus platform, the pure vase, and the great light image were practically Guanyin's identity verification. However, was this great light image tangible? She always thought it was Guanyin herself shining. What do you usually do? Just guarding the mountain must be so boring? Not all. Time actually flies when cultivating. ISNT, they're saying? A day in heaven is a year on earth. Putuan Mountain is Guanyin Bodhisattva's place of practice. And here, the flow of time is different from the outside world, Long said cheerfully. This meant that the flow of time here would be slower than in the mortal realm. Kui Kui breathed a sigh of relief. She was worried whether her meager cultivation could last 1,000 years. But now, it seemed she only needed to stay in the Zizhu forest for about 4 years. By the way, is Shankai always like this? Besides the first meeting when he spoke, he has maintained the smiling expression of a lucky cat and hasn't said a word. I'm starting to wonder if he has some psychological issues. Ah, he is always like this. Occasionally, he has his moments, but don't mind the details. You'll get used to it. Kui Kui was exasperated. From the openly slacking off Guanyin to the perpetually smiling Shankai and Long, each of them was a unique character. Thinking about the saying that a day in heaven equals a year on earth, she relaxed and planned to cultivate for a few days before going to the mortal realm to see what treasures by Mao had collected for her. Long and Shankai continued to take turns on duty, reminding her to go to the mortal realm once every 10 days. She felt at ease cultivating in the cave. Putuan Mountain was Guanyin's place of practice, a blessed land full of spiritual energy, with mountains and sages at sea, and a pure environment formed by countless treasures. It was abundant in fruit-bearing trees, springs, and pools. Practitioners often found that their efforts were doubled here. However, Kui Kui encountered a problem. The chaos decision that she had bought for an exorbitant price was unmanageable for cultivation. Generally, after purchasing a cultivation method, the data would be directly transmitted to the brain, and with a bit of practice, one could master it. But for the chaos decision, besides the faint energy meridians, there was nothing else in her head. Oh, and there were the words chaos surrounded by a vague mist that made her feel like she had a sudden epiphany, as if she understood something, yet knew nothing. Kui Kui was going crazy. She had emptied her savings to buy this technique, hoping it would be powerful enough to make her shine, not leave her feeling so useless. System, get out here. Tell me what's going on. Did you scam my money? I want a refund, she shouted with all her might, genuinely believing that the system had released such a book to trick ignorant girls like her. Sorry, dear, once any item is traded, it cannot be returned. The system's humanized voice responded. But I can't cultivate. Kui Kui continued angrily. That's a problem with the host. The items sold in the Wanjin Mall are never useless. Regarding the issues faced by the host, I have found the most relevant results. The system projected a light screen. Regarding the cultivation of techniques, it is related to the host's strength. For a host like you, who is powerless, the only thing you can bear is human-level techniques, and you can barely handle low-grade, yellow-level techniques. This means that for human-level techniques, as long as the system infuses them, you can master them immediately. However, for low-grade, yellow-level techniques, you will still need to comprehend them yourself after system infusion, just like the 3 techniques you learned previously. 5 elements escape. Human level? Yellow level? What are these classifications? The system categorizes techniques based on their power and value, dividing them into 4 tiers: heaven, earth, mysterious, and yellow. Below that are ordinary techniques for various races like humans, ghosts, and monsters. Does every book have a grade? Why didn't I see that? Where is it? Kui Kui clicked on the system all. The system has a hidden icon by default. The host just needs to click on the grade icon in the upper right corner. Kui Kui clicked on the icon, and sure enough, the great icons for each technique were displayed. After searching for chaos decision, she found a message stating that the item was not available. Why can't I find chaos decision? It was a limited time special edition, and once sold out, it won't be restocked. It will be listed again at irregular intervals. What tier is it? Unable to calculate. The data shows it has surpassed the heavenly level techniques. If forced to calculate, it may cause system malfunctions. All right. Kui Kui pouted. If it couldn't be calculated, it must be quite powerful. Unfortunately, she couldn't comprehend it at the moment. I need to step up my cultivation. If I can grasp even a tiny bit of such a powerful technique, that would be amazing. Sigh. It seemed that chaos decision was not something she could rely on in the short term. She should focus on cultivating properly, earn some money, buy more techniques, and raise her strength as soon as possible. Her life was at stake. When she was hungry, she ate spirit fruits. When she was thirsty, she drank from the spirit spring. She began to cultivate like this, not buying new techniques, but continuing to practice 5 elements escape, heavenly thunder, and all things birth. Slowly channeling spiritual energy into the faint meridians, cautiously exploring her cultivation. Escape techniques are methods of survival using special skills and other tools. And the 5 elements escape derives from the endless changes brought about by the interrelations of the 5 elemental forces, combined with hand seals and incantations to allow for quick movement. As it is an escape technique, there are naturally 5 types of escapes, each with many drawbacks. So its grade only barely reached low-grade yellow. Metal escape allows one to touch a metallic object and instantly escape to any location within 300 miles that has metal. It can be used once a day. Side effects. Using it puts one's life in danger and cannot resist any attacks. A severely injured person may escape, but will die immediately afterward. Wood escape allows one to touch wood and instantly escape to any location within 300 miles that has wood. It can be used once a day and requires a living tree. Water escape allows one to jump into water, must be fully submerged, and instantly escape to any waterway within 100 miles. It can be used once a day. If you do not escape from the water within 3 days, you will be forever trapped in the water and become part of the aquatic creatures. Fire escape allows you to flee from any fire within a radius of 300 miles, but can only be used once a day. When entering or exiting fire, you will suffer from unavoidable burns, the severity of which depends on the intensity and duration of the flames, which could potentially lead to death. If you do not escape from the fire within 3 days, you will reappear at the same spot and perish in flames. Earth escape, as used by the legendary Earthwalker, is considered a higher realm of Earth escape. The characteristic of Earth escape is that it can use Earth-based materials as a medium to achieve the effect of traveling thousands of miles in a day. Kui Kui practiced each escape technique to perfection on Mount Po, yet she still felt unsatisfied. Then she thought, in the 5 elements, there are interactions of creation and destruction. Could she use the principle of mutual generation of the 5 elements to stack the escape techniques? She only had this idea, but had not thought about how to implement it specifically. The 5 elements are too complex. After calculating the time, several days had passed, and it was time to see how much stuff the white-haired one had scavenged. After saying a word to Shankai and Longv, she descended to the mortal realm. This time she did not use the system's teleportation, but utilized the escape technique. Last time, in a moment of urgency, she used the escape technique to return to the purple bamboo forest directly from Hawaii Mountain. Similarly, she could escape directly from the purple bamboo forest to Hawaii Mountain. There's a saying in the mortal realm, imagination is always beautiful. Well, this saying fits her as well. Confidently, she escaped, indeed, transporting herself to the mortal realm. But she appeared far away at Liuguang Mountain instead of Hawaii Mountain. Last time she directly appeared in the lair of the white-haired monster at Hawaii Mountain and had not seen the exterior scenery of Hawaii Mountain. So at first, she did not feel anything was amiss. However, as she walked up the mountain, she began to realize something was wrong. This mountain is too quiet, right? There are not even the basic sounds of insects or birds, and it seems there are a few powerful monsters in this mountain. She took it as the white-haired one had made some progress in cultivation and did not pay much attention, heading straight toward the area where the monster aura was emanating. The mountain was slightly large, and while weaving through the forest, she encountered several lurking animals. It turned out that the animals were just hiding. Kui Kui understood. The instinct of survival of the fittest is ingrained in animals. With such powerful auras from those monsters, the animals naturally had to behave. After searching for quite a while, she still could not find those monsters, but she could feel that they were not far from her. Thinking that the longer she stayed in the mortal realm, the shorter her life became, she felt a bit anxious, not understanding what the white-haired one was doing. She raised her hand to summon heavenly thunder and struck the area with monster aura in a chaotic manner. Although she had mastered heavenly thunder to perfection, during her previous practice in the purple bamboo forest, she had only summoned it in a small range, as she was uncertain about whether she would have to compensate for any damage. After all, there were numerous heavenly materials and earthly treasures on Mount Po, and she could not afford to pay. This was the first time she summoned such a large-scale heavenly thunder. Her skills were a bit rusty, and for a moment, it got out of control. The purple lightning surged down, rampaging through that area, causing considerable damage to many plants. However, the effect was evident. When the heavenly thunder dissipated, a large pit appeared on the ground, with 3 monsters lying at the bottom, charred all over and twitching incessantly. Beside them was a stone radiating 5-color divine light, emanating an inexplicable energy that gave her an indescribable feeling. Disdainfully glancing at the 3 monsters, thinking they were the white-haired one, she lifted her skirt and walked over, kicking the 3 monsters awake. What is this place? The monster that was questioned had just been struck and was a bit dazed. When it looked up and saw Kui Kui, who was backlit and radiating light, it felt as if a deity had descended. In response to the immortal, "This is Liuguang Mountain. Who are you? And what are you doing here? What is this stone?" Her tone was a bit impatient. These creatures had delayed her for so long, and for her, time was life. "Immortal, we are the 3 brothers of the pangolin who have lived here since birth. I am the eldest pangolin. This is my second brother pangolin, E, and that is my third brother pangolin, Bing. This place is called Liuguang Mountain because every day at dawn, it emits 5-colored flowing light. While digging, we accidentally discovered that the glowing object is actually this 5-colored stone, so we built our nest here. By staying with the stone every day, we inexplicably became spirits. So the 3 of us guard this place to cultivate. Immortal, spare us. We absolutely have not done anything harmful." The pangolin led his 2 brothers in pleading for mercy, as the earlier heavenly thunder had frightened them greatly, fearing that if the immortal was unhappy, there would be another round of heavenly thunder, and they would all be finished. Kui Kui had no time to pay attention to them. She picked up the 5-colored stone. It could emit 5-colored flowing light and could help animals become spirits. What a magical stone this was. Why was the system, which usually popped up when treasures were seen, silent today? System, identify this. The system was silent for a moment and said with difficulty, "Can you stop calling me system? Can you give me a name? You are the system. Strictly speaking, I am a bionic superbrain with independent consciousness." The system said seriously and solemnly. "So what is your gender?" "I can be whatever type the host likes. There is no gender option in the world of the intelligence brain." "All right, then you will be called her.In from now on." "Actually, I always thought of myself as male." The rebuttal was ineffective. "Stop wasting time and hurry up and identify it." Kui Kui argued with the system, now renamed her.In her mind. The pangolin brothers watched her holding the stone, their expressions changing, and they couldn't help but shiver, huddling together, unsure how the stone had offended this big shot and quietly reducing their presence. This is a 5-colored stone, one of the ancient spiritual stones of the mythological realm. It can autonomously absorb the primordial purple energy of heaven and earth, and over time, it can give birth to stone spirits. Perhaps due to anger over Kui Kui giving it such a non-masculine name, the system did not project a screen and merely provided a brief introduction. Hey, can you be a bit more serious in your work attitude? Be careful, or I will file a complaint against you." Kui Kui retorted without hesitation. The 5-colored stone could not be found in the system's shop, but thanks to the system's introduction, it had some impression. It could autonomously cultivate, was an ancient spiritual stone, and could give birth to stone spirits? Wasn't this the 5-colored stone that Niuhua used to patch the sky? Moreover, Sun Wukong also sprang from such a stone. So, Had she picked up a big bargain? However, Sun Wukong was born on Yingzhou Island in the East China Sea, while this stone was on Liuguang Mountain, two places that had no connection. So the stone did not contain Sun Wukong, but what did that matter? Although the stone was still a bit small, if she took good care of it, it might just give birth to a second Sun Wukong. Not wanting to dwell on the system's attitude any longer, Kui Kui happily placed the five-colored stone in her storage and prepared to finish her business quickly to return to the purple bamboo forest, allowing the stone to stay in that spiritually rich environment to cultivate, striving for it to transform as soon as possible. After securing the five-colored stone, the next task was to deal with the Pangolin brothers. Although these three brothers had been beaten badly in front of Kui Kui, they had been with the five-colored stone for a long time. While they might not be able to use their full powers, they were still stronger than the white-haired one from before. She walked step by step toward the three brothers, who were trembling in fear, thinking that Kui Kui was going to kill the monsters and silence them, crying and sniffling in terror. Soft, soft. Open a teleportation and send us to Huai Mountain to see the white-haired one. Kui Kui is too lazy to tease the three little monsters. Soft, soft did not respond. If you cooperate well, I might consider giving you a new name, Kui Kui said with a tempting tone. 1314, smart brain. Even if I crash, even if I'm poisoned, even if my program is chaotic, I will not yield under your tyranny. The system's soft, soft shouted firmly. Oh, really? Is it more pleasant to call you soft, soft or dragon dominance? Kui Kui said casually. Location confirmed, teleportation starting. Sure enough, nothing can escape the law of true fragrance. In the blink of an eye, Kui Kui appeared in Huai Mountain. The white-haired one was directing his subordinates to carry things into the cave when he suddenly saw the familiar white figure appear in front of him, and with a thud, he knelt down. Welcome back to the mansion, great immortal. You finally returned. If you didn't come back, you wouldn't see the little ones and these treasures. What's going on? Kui Kui instinctively took a step back. Great immortal, you don't know. I was given your order to subdue the monsters nearby. But there are three powerful monsters on Liuguang Mountain 100 miles away who not only do not listen to me, but also said they want to come and snatch our treasures and become our king. Great immortal, please make a decision. The white-haired one cried, banging his head on the ground. And when he raised his head, he saw the few monsters behind Kui Kui. Although they were all charred, he still recognized them as the three monsters who threatened him. Suddenly excited, Great immortal, it's them. Great immortal is mighty. Capture them. Great immortal, please make a decision for us. After hearing the white-haired one's words, Kui Kui turned around and stared at the three pangolins, half smiling. Just now I heard you say you've never done evil, always seeking good. Great deity, spare us. We didn't know this white-haired brother was your subordinate. If we had known, even if we had 100 more guts, we wouldn't dare to do that. The three brothers were stared at by Kui Kui. Their legs went weak, and they knelt down, putting aside the dignity of being monsters for the sake of survival. All right, I got the things and taught you a lesson. Starting today, you will be members of Huai Mountain, under the management of the white-haired one. Any objections? No objections, no objections, big brother white-haired. The three brothers quickly denied, and then very tactfully flattered the white-haired one. There weren't many things in the warehouse that could be traded with the system, and the remaining ones, Kui Kui picked some herbs and jade to put into the warehouse, preparing to go back to the modern plane to sell for money. She bought another cultivation method to give to the white-haired one, instructing him to practice well and do his job properly, as she might not come down for another 1,000 years. Then she started going to West Lake to find the white snake, who now only had just opened its intelligence and couldn't cultivate at all. If she waited for it to slowly cultivate into human form, the moment would be long gone. After searching several times inside and outside the city, she still couldn't find the white snake and didn't know where it had run off to, feeling puzzled. Isn't the white snake supposed to repay its kindness? Why isn't it cultivating properly? What can it use to repay the kindness? Snake meat soup? Or snake gallbladder? Looking at the lush trees outside the city, a light flashed in her eyes. She could use what escaped to move. So could she use what escaped to communicate with the trees and let them help find the white snake? Calming her mind, she began to mobilize her spiritual power to communicate with the trees and establish a connection. She thought it would be difficult, but unexpectedly, she succeeded on the first try. After expressing the information she wanted to convey to the trees, she soon received feedback that the white snake was at Qingcheng Mountain, tens of thousands of miles away. Opening the map to take a look, damn, has this white snake not needed to hunt or sleep for years? Running so far. After nourishing the tree that provided the information with spiritual power, she used the escape technique, and after several attempts, she finally reached Qingcheng Mountain. The white snake was coiled up under the sunlight, and when it suddenly saw a human appear in front of it, it squinted its eyes, flicking its tongue, ready to attack at any moment. Kui Kui took a breath, opened the warehouse, and equipped herself with the pure bottle, lotus platform, and great light image. The white snake saw the travel-worn human in front of it transform into the compassionate Guanyin Bodhisattva standing on the lotus platform, holding the pure bottle. With the great light image behind emitting peaceful and irresistible Buddha light, its fierceness immediately dissipated. It respectfully lowered its head and performed a bow. Although the white snake couldn't speak yet, it still understood the meaning it wanted to express. Greetings to the Bodhisattva. Kui Kui didn't care for those formalities and straightforwardly asked, "White snake, do you want to repay your kindness? If yes, nod your head. If not, shake your tail." The white snake hurriedly nodded. "All right, I am Guanyin Bodhisattva of the South Sea. Your sincere heart wanting to repay kindness has moved the heavens, so I specially came to enlighten you. From today on, you will be called by Sujin." The white snake excitedly nodded continuously. "You must remember what I'm about to say. First, you will cultivate peacefully at the foot of Qingcheng Mountain for 1,000 years. The day you transform into a human will be the day you repay your kindness. Second, from now on, you must not do anything that harms Heaven's principles or harms humanity. Do you remember?" With each instruction from Kui Kui, the white snake nodded without pause. As Kui Kui turned to leave, she suddenly thought of an important matter. Thinking about turning back would lose her authority. She put on a serious demeanor. "By Sujin, come here." By Sujin joyfully and fearfully swam in an S shape to Kui Kui, sincerely lowering her head, waiting for Kui Kui's instructions. "You are a poisonous snake, and the toxicity will become more intense as you cultivate. In the end, if you fail to repay your kindness, you might even endanger your benefactor's life. Today, I grant you this pure water from the pure bottle to dissolve the aggressiveness in your snake poison, allowing you to control your poison without harming others. You must cultivate well and not let my efforts go to waste." Kui Kui dipped a willow branch into the water from the pure bottle and sprinkled it on by Sujin. The originally ordinary water instantly turned shimmering silver upon touching by Sujin, and Kui even vaguely heard a success notification. After explaining everything to the white snake, the preliminary task from 1,000 years ago was considered complete. She hurried back to the purple bamboo forest, not daring to stay longer in the mortal realm. As her life was at stake, she didn't want to become a short-lived ghost. Bai Sujin watched as Kui Kui, disguised as Guanyin Bodhisattva, left, and happily returned to her cave, feeling as if she had struck gold. Speaking of which, after being captured by Black Old 3, she avoided the fate of becoming snake meat soup or losing her gallbladder thanks to the help of a child. After the child released her, she fled without looking back. Day after day, year after year, not daring to slack off while fleeing. Finally, she found a sparsely populated mountain rich in spiritual energy, casually ate a few groundhogs, occupied their burrow, and began to hibernate. She was truly exhausted from the journey. When she woke up, the few groundhogs she had eaten were almost digested. She went out to swallow a rabbit and then coiled up to bask in the sun, enjoying the warm sunlight, feeling extremely comfortable. Only then did she start to think about the child who saved her, feeling that the child had done her a great favor and should be repaid. But before she could figure out how to repay, Guanyin Bodhisattva appeared in front of her, helping her to repay her kindness. With the command from Guanyin Bodhisattva, she became even more diligent in her cultivation. After being purified by the pure water, her cultivation became much easier than before. Kui Kui returned to the bamboo grove, safely storing the 3 treasures of Guanyin. Near the top of Putong Mountain, where there was a spiritual spring, she took out the colorful stone and soaked it in the spring. The spring was rich in spiritual energy, and the Pangolin brothers mentioned that the colorful stone would glow at sunrise. Therefore, She speculated that the stone needed to absorb the morning light, and the higher it was on the mountain, the better it would be for the stone. After all, this was the legendary stone used by Enwa to patch the sky, and it had once given birth to a great being like Sun Wukong. Kui Kui wanted to nurture it well, hoping that something would hatch from it. 1,000 days passed in the blink of an eye, and 1,000 years had gone by in the human realm. The colorful stone had been soaking in the spiritual spring, absorbing rich spiritual energy and the essence of heaven and earth. It had grown larger, but had not changed in any other way. Shankai and the Dragon Girl appeared in front of Kui Kui's cave, stating that Bai Sujin from Qingqing Mountain had already cultivated herself into a human and was ready to repay her kindness. So soon, Kui Kui felt it hadn't been long, but since it was time to work, she couldn't be lazy. She asked the two to take good care of the colorful stone and returned to the human realm. The place she landed was still Hui Mountain, whereby Mao had become a demon king. Upon seeing Kui Kui, he still respectfully greeted her with his subordinates and led her into his treasure vault. Over the past 1,000 years, he had looted so much that he had nearly hollowed out an entire mountain to store it all. After spending some time completing a transaction with the system, Kui Kui bought some elixirs and gave them to Bai Mao as a reward for his hard work over the past 1,000 years. She also found a green snake among the demons under Bai Mao and 5 ghosts, proudly appointing the green snake as the team leader, assigning them the task of assisting Bai Sujin. Little Qing, clutching the elixirs Kui Kui had given him last time, left with his 5 little brothers under Bai Mao's envious gaze. Master, why can't I go? I can complete the task too. Bai Mao felt his position was threatened. Kui Kui gave him a profound smile, saying, "You don't understand. There are things that are destined by heaven, and this task must be completed by them." After resolving the assistance issue with the green snake and the 5 ghosts, she needed to find another supporting NPC, the most hated villain in the story, Fahai. After locating Fahai's position on the map, she slipped over, of course equipping the 3 treasures of Guanyin in the meantime. In Zhenjiang, at Jinshan Temple, Fahai was meditating in the main hall when he suddenly opened his eyes, bowed to the void, and chanted a Buddhist phrase, Amit Ba. Kui Kui secretly nodded. As the only officially designated NPC, his skills were not shallow. She revealed herself and dramatically said, "Fahai, you are devoted to Buddha, and your sincerity has moved heaven. I have come to guide you. You only need to complete the task of guiding others to attain Buddhahood. Are you willing?" Fahai was thrilled to see Guanyin Bodhisattva manifest before him, and, hearing that he could become a Buddha, he momentarily forgot about the task. After all, so many monks practice Buddhism just to ascend to the Pure Land and become Buddhas, right? Though he was old, he suppressed his excitement, feigning calmness. "Thank you, Bodhisattva. I am willing." "All right, you must remember what I am about to say." Kui Kui explained Fahai's task. "As long as you complete this task, a guide from the west will bring you into the Pure Land." After saying this, she disappeared. Fahai stood alone in the main hall, recalling the Bodhisattva's words, his heart boiling with passion. "It's just a snake demon. I've lived so long and subdued countless demons. How can I not handle her? Becoming a Buddha is just around the corner." With this thought, he seemed to envision the Western guide standing before him, inviting him into the Pure Land. Having arranged 2 of the strongest assistants, Kui Kui had nothing left to do, so she returned to Hui Mountain, taking on the role of the Mountain King, under the pretense of vacationing and enjoying life. One day, Bai Sujin was cultivating at the foot of Qingqing Mountain when she felt she had broken through to a certain realm, experiencing a strange sensation in her body. Before she could react, dark thunderclouds gathered above Qingqing Mountain. Terrified, she curled up, shivering. Despite being a 1,000-year-old demon, thunder still terrified her. Moreover, she was a demon who had never seen the world. Over the past 1,000 years, she had diligently followed Guanyin Bodhisattva's teachings, never leaving Qingqing Mountain, all to repay her kindness. By the time the thunderclouds dispersed, she was nearly finished, her entire body blackened, and one could smell the scent of charred flesh nearby. However, Bai Sujin did not feel pain. At the moment the thunderclouds dissipated, a cool breath flowed through every inch of her body, rapidly repairing her form that had been struck by lightning. Only her body began to itch more and more, and she kept rubbing against the ground. wanting to shed this layer of skin. As if triggering some mechanism, when the last piece of snake skin fell off, she transformed into a human, her figure graceful and slender. Bai Sujin felt a surge of joy and looked down to see she was still bare. After a moment's thought, she magically transformed the snake skin on the ground into a white dress and donned it. She looked around, satisfied with her reflection in the water. Surely, her benefactor would not refuse her like this, right? Yes, her long-thought-out plan to repay her kindness after 1,000 years was to offer herself. After recalling the route she had escaped 1,000 years ago, she chose a direction and began her journey to find her benefactor. When little Qing arrived at Qingqing Mountain as instructed by Kui Kui, she only saw a scorched earth that had been struck by lightning. Bai Sujin had vanished. Little Qing identified the direction and hurried towards Hangzhou City with the 5 ghosts, as the Bodhisattva had told her that Bai Sujin was going to repay her kindness there. Hurrying along, she finally caught up with Bai Sujin, who was resting in a dilapidated cave in the wild. Adjusting her emotions and reviewing the persona the Bodhisattva had assigned her, little Qing gathered her feelings and, dragging the 5 ghosts, entered the cave. Pouncing on Bai Sujin and crying out, "Sister, sister, I've finally found you. Sister, I've searched so hard for you." Bai Sujin was bewildered, thinking, when did I get a sister? Just as she was about to deal with this little demon, she saw the 5 ghosts following in and calling the little demon boss. She silently restrained her hands. 1 against 6, she couldn't win. "Sister, don't you remember me? I'm little Qing." Seeing Bai Sujin silent, little Qing acted even more passionately. "Back when we were still in our eggs, we were right next to each other. Later, you hatched first, becoming a white snake, and I hatched later, becoming a green snake. This is what her mother told me. Sister, have you forgotten?" Little Qing stared at Bai Sujin with wide, watery eyes, making her feel anxious. Forcing herself to nod, little Qing saw her nodding, pouted, and began crying again. "Sister, our father left early to find food for us, but was caught by a hunter and sold for soup. Our mother took us to escape, but you got lost on the way. Sister, before our mother left, she told me to find you for sure. Sister, how could you forget? I've finally cultivated myself into a human, brought my brothers along, and, after so much effort, I finally found you. How can you not recognize me?" Under the emotional onslaught of Xiao Qing's tears and memories, Bai Sujin was also half convinced and accepted the fact that she had a younger sister. After all, 1,000 years was too long ago, and she couldn't remember clearly. Well, having a sister isn't a bad thing, since I need to repay my debt of gratitude. It should be easier with a sister's help. Thinking of this, she also burst into tears. "Sister, my dear sister, it was my fault you've suffered all this way." The 2 of them hugged and cried for quite a while, leaving the 5 ghosts beside them at a loss. "Sister, where are you going? It seems like you're headed towards Hangzhou. I'm going to find my benefactor to repay my debt. 1,000 years ago, I was accidentally captured, and a young boy saved me. I was fortunate enough to receive guidance from Guanyin Bodhisattva. This kindness must be repaid." Bai Sujin replied, "Then I'll go with you." "Sister, I can help you." Xiao Qing pointed to the 5 ghosts and said, "These are my brothers I met on the mountain. They are all lonely souls. This is Chao Shi, that one is Zhang Bai Si, that one is Li Jiao, and those 2 are Wang Ren and Zhu Guang. Sister, let us go together." Xiao Qing flashed a gleam of sharp teeth at the 5 ghosts from Bai Sujin's blind spot, clearly threatening them. "Get your act together. If you mess this up, none of you will have it easy." The 5 ghosts trembled at Xiao Qing's threat. In fact, if the 5 ghosts teamed up, they could defeat Xiao Qing. But she was the captain of the special squad appointed by Guanyin Bodhisattva, and they didn't have the guts to challenge her authority. The 5 ghosts, all at once, knelt down and called out, "Big sister, please command us. We are willing to serve you." Bai Sujin was startled and looked at them in surprise, then glanced at Xiao Qing, her eyes conveying the message. "Are all your friends like this?" Xiao Qing awkwardly smiled. "Sister, don't misunderstand. They're just nervous to see you." Thus, a total of 2 demons and 5 ghosts set off for Hangzhou. 3 days later, they arrived in Hangzhou, once again by West Lake. Bai Sujin felt a surge of excitement. After 1,000 years, she was finally back here. It was livelier than before, with tourists everywhere. Xiao Qing and the 5 ghosts were also excited. After hundreds of years in the mountains, they had never been to a city, and everything seemed fascinating to them. "Sister, are you sure he will pass by here?" Xiaoqing and the 5 ghosts squatted on the ground, chewing on grass, looking somewhat disheartened. Initially, such beautiful scenery would make anyone happy, but after waiting here for several hours without Bai Sujin saying to leave, they didn't dare to move. "Oh, maybe. Thinking back to 1,000 years ago, he did carry me past here." Bai Sujin's face flushed, as if she was about to sink into memories. Xiaoqing hurriedly spoke up, "Sister, finding someone isn't a matter of 1 or 2 days. Let us find a place to stay first and search slowly." "It's my lack of foresight. Xiaoqing, you're still so thoughtful." Bai Sujin smiled. "Where shall we go?" "When we came, I had them inquire about it. There's an abandoned house nearby, uninhabited. It's said to be haunted. Let us stay there. Mortals fear ghosts. Why should we? If they dare to come scare me, I'll catch them and eat them as a snack." Bai Sujin beamed at this. "That sounds great. Let us go." However, after taking a few steps, Xiaoqing suddenly remembered something. She slapped her head, recalling that Guanyin Bodhisattva had advised her to follow the rules of mortals when handling matters in the mortal world, and absolutely not to act recklessly just because she was a demon. If discovered, her life would be in danger. She waved her hand, calling over Li Jiao and Chao Shi, took out her stash of silver, and had them go to the government to buy the abandoned house. Watching the 2 ghosts dart away, she felt relieved and continued to follow Bai Sujin eastward. Bai Sujin was puzzled by her mysterious actions. "Xiaoqing, since the abandoned house is uninhabited, we could just stay there for a few nights. Once we find our benefactor, we won't need to stay any longer. Why make such a fuss?" Xiaoqing sighed. "Sister, why are you so naive? Guanyin Bodhisattva instructed us not to take shortcuts in a mortal world." Mentioning Guanyin Bodhisattva, Bai Sujin nodded in agreement and stopped asking. They leisurely walked to the abandoned house, only to be shocked. What was this? It was simply a garbage dump. Although the abandoned house was desolate, it was merely uninhabited and had fallen into disrepair. However, the house before them was completely dilapidated, with broken walls and a chaotic mess of debris everywhere. Only the courtyard walls and the main gate were intact. The 2 women held their breath and carefully pushed open the decaying door, which creaked for attention. Looking around, the yard was quite large, and they could still see remnants of rockeries and flowing water inside. The broken pavilions hinted at past glory. It was indeed shabby, but with some repairs, it could be used. Xiaoqing waved her hand and carefully lifted her skirt to move across the disordered ground. She turned around and saw the 3 ghosts staring blankly, and her anger flared up. "What are you looking at? Why are you just standing there? Hurry up and find something to fix." Finally, when Li Jiao and Chao Shi returned with the official house purchase documents, the residence had already been mostly repaired. The decayed black door had been transformed into a bright vermilion gate, with a plaque reading "by residents" hanging above and 2 lanterns flanking it. It was impossible to repair a dilapidated residence in such a short time. Weighing the pros and cons and hesitating for a long time, Xiaoqing and the others decided to use magic, praying that Guanyin Bodhisattva wouldn't find out while hoping she could understand, to make the residence look more beautiful and luxurious. They even took out some of their hidden treasures to decorate it, putting in a lot of effort, especially since in Huai Mountain, any good finds were handed over to the White Hair King. Bai Sujin, what could a silly snake have in terms of inventory? Normally, buying a house involves complicated procedures, but this abandoned house was an exception. It had a history of murder and was haunted, remaining unsold for decades. And several county magistrates had failed to resolve the issue. When the current magistrate heard someone wanted to buy the house, he immediately sent his assistant to handle the paperwork, fearing the buyer might change their mind if delayed, which is why Chao Shi and the others returned so quickly. Did you find out what happened here? The group sat in a pavilion, and after Li Jiu finished reporting their journey, Xiaoqing curiously asked. Li Jiu shook his head. No, they were unwilling to talk. I overheard it. There was a murder here. You blockhead. Xiaoqing shot him a fierce glare. All right, at least we've settled here. Whatever happened in this house, we will find out. Bai Sujin gently soothed. Don't be angry, Xiaoqing. Let us go back to our room to rest. We'll continue searching for our benefactor tomorrow. The next day, after Bai Sujin woke up, she was greeted by weary faces, startling her. What happened to you all? It's nothing. Xiaoqing yawned. The 5 ghosts trailing behind her also looked dispirited, as if they had indulged too much. Oh, forget they were ghosts, they couldn't indulge. Bai Sujin continued to stare at her suspiciously. Last night, we gathered together waiting for that legendary evil ghost. But who knew we waited all night without a single sound? I was so tired, Xiaoqing yawned again. It's fine, sister, I can hold on. Let's go find our benefactor. Leaving the 5 ghosts behind to guard the house. Xiaoqing linked arms with Bai Sujin and headed straight for the West Lake shore. The neighbors looked at them with strange expressions as they came out, whispering to each other. The infamous reputation of this haunted house was too loud. Usually, no one dared to look at it more than once. But in just one night, it had been renovated, and these 2 delicate girls could come out unscathed. They found it unbelievable and discussed the matter heatedly while watching the 2 figures leave. After waiting by the West Lake for most of the day, Xiaoqing could no longer stand the heat. Snakes were naturally afraid of heat, and she couldn't help but look at Bai Sujin with a hint of grievance. Sister, it's been 1,000 years. Are you sure you can still recognize him? He has been reincarnated several times. Bai Sujin smiled shyly. I can feel the connection between him and me. As long as he appears before me, I will sense it. Xiaoqing rolled her eyes secretly. It was her first time being exposed to the sun for 2 consecutive days. If she weren't powerful, she would have fainted like an ordinary snake demon from the heat. Sister, let's wait at the pavilion in the middle of the lake. There are more people passing by, and it's cooler there. That'll be perfect. Xiaoqing, I am so fortunate to have you. Bai Sujin was quite pleased with this suggestion. Just as they were walking towards the corridor bridge, a delicate-looking young man walked over from the opposite side. Bai Sujin's sharp eyes spotted him from afar, and she immediately felt a strange sensation. She quietly whispered in Xiaoqing's ear, Xiaoqing, do you see the person coming over there? I have a feeling he is my benefactor. Thank heavens. Xiaoqing was almost moved to tears. This gentleman appeared just at the right time. She had been preparing to endure the sun and wind here for several years. But now, with heaven's favor and the Bodhisattva's blessing, she encountered him so soon. Sister, what do you want to do? Should we knock him out and carry him back? Or, oh, Xiaoqing, we mustn't be so rude to our benefactor. Besides, we haven't confirmed if it's really him yet. He should be a loyal and kind person. Then let me help you test his character. Xiaoqing replied, and just as they brushed past the young man, she discreetly used her magic to drop a hairpin from Bai Sujin's head at his feet, and then they quickly walked away. Su Xian was originally lost in thought about various medicinal formulas when he heard a crisp sound under his feet. Looking down, he saw a finely crafted hairpin. He picked it up and turned around to see only 2 girls on the bridge, so it must have been dropped by them. As a model citizen, he immediately chased after them. Miss, wait, you've dropped your hairpin. Bai Sujin and Xiaoqing both smiled with satisfaction, their footsteps not stopping until Su Xian caught up, at which point they slowly turned around. Su Xian was stunned by their beauty. After living in Hangzhou for so many years, he had never seen such beautiful girls, especially the one in white, who looked gentle and graceful, exuding an ethereal aura. Miss, is this your hairpin? Ah, yes. I didn't notice it had fallen. Thank you. Kind sir. Bai Sujin took the hairpin, feigning a delighted expression as if it had been lost and found again. Her gaze towards Su Xian was almost tender enough to drip water, causing Su Xian's heart to flutter. The 2 gazed at each other affectionately, leaving Xiaoqing a bit speechless. Hey, what's your name? I am Su Xian, residing in the west of the lake. Su Xian snapped back to reality, cupping his hands, and since the hairpin had been returned, he was about to take his leave. Bai Sujin wanted to keep him, but was afraid of mistaking him for someone else. So she quietly cast a spell to spy on Su Xian's past life. Xiaoqing anxiously gathered around her, and when they saw the young boy holding a snake, both felt relieved. It's him. Bai Sujin was very pleased. Sister, why don't we follow him? He said he lives in the west of the lake, and we live in the east. Once we find out where he lives, we can slowly cultivate our feelings. Somewhat reluctantly, Bai Sujin was nudged along by Xiaoqing. Whether it was coincidence or fate, the originally clear sky suddenly turned overcast, and thunder rolled as a torrential rain poured down, drenching the 2 of them. Su Xian was also startled by the sudden storm. Just then, he saw an old boatman preparing to set sail ahead, and he hurriedly ran up. Old man, wait. May I take shelter from the rain? The old man laughed heartily. Young man, come aboard. Su Xian boarded the boat, and began to wring out his wet outer garment. Just as the old man was about to set sail, he heard someone calling from behind. "Old man, wait. Could you please let us take shelter from the rain? You two young ladies, quickly come aboard. The rain is heavy." The old man invited them onto the boat. Once they entered the cabin, Susian couldn't help but marvel at the wonders of fate. The two celestial girls from earlier had come in. They had, of course, intended to create an opportunity to fall in love. Xiaoqing saw the two sitting opposite each other, eyes locked, exchanging glances, and mischievously decided to cast a spell to make the boat sway violently. Sure enough, Susian reached out to steady the swaying by Sujin, his face filled with concern. Bai Sujin felt warmth in her heart and looked up at Susian with eyes full of gratitude. Both were filled with words they couldn't find a way to express when, coincidentally, the old boatman outside began to sing. Oh, the beautiful scenery of West Lake in March. Oh, the spring rain is like wine, the willows are like smoke. After he finished singing, Xiaoqing joined in. Fate brings us together from 1,000 miles away. Without fate, hands can't touch across the street. 10 years of cultivation brings us to the same boat. 100 years of cultivation brings us to share a bed. If there are 1,000 years and more of fortune, we shall be together in old age. The lyrics were a clear hint, and Bai Sujin cast a grateful glance at her, while Susian felt embarrassed and turned his face away, shyly asking, "I am Susian, residing near Qingba Gate in the west of the lake. May I ask for your name, miss?" "I am Bai Sujin, just arrived from out of town, residing at the Bai residence in the east of the lake. This rain doesn't seem to be stopping anytime soon. Why don't you come to my home to take shelter? I would like to repay you for returning my hairpin." Bai Sujin invited him. Xiaoqing shouted to the old boatman, "Boatman, steer the boat to that side." The old man cheerfully complied, reciting a poem. "The temple of the matchmaker is before us. 1,000 miles of fate connected by a thread. We crossed the lake together in the wind and rain, seeking to share a bed at the ends of the earth. When the boat reached the shore, the rain stopped, and the old man saw the three off the boat before rowing away." Susian felt somewhat embarrassed. "Miss Bai, the rain has stopped, so I won't trouble you at your home. Farewell." He was about to leave when Bai Sujin glanced anxiously at Xiaoqing, urging her to think of a way. Xiaoqing had clearly become her strategist. "Young Master Su, please wait. The sky looks very gloomy, and it may rain again. Why don't you come to our house to borrow an umbrella? Our home is just ahead, not far away." Xiaoqing received the hint, grabbed Susian, and pulled him to their doorstep, giving him an umbrella before letting him go. Bai Sujin was puzzled. "Xiaoqing, why didn't you just keep him here? Silly sister. If we give him an umbrella, he'll come back to return it. Isn't that a way to get familiar? Keeping him here now is not as good as having him come back on his own." Xiaoqing linked arms with her and led her inside. "Wait," Bai Sujin paused. "Xiaoqing, do you feel something different?" Xiaoqing stopped too. As a demon, she had a perception ability beyond that of ordinary people. It seemed there was something extra in the house. "Li Jiu, Chao Shi, Zhang Bai Si." She shouted several times, but received no response. When she released her demonic energy perception, she couldn't sense their location anymore. "Over here." Bai Sujin looked at Xiaoqing seriously and began to sense as well. She felt a place that was incongruous with the surrounding environment, emitting a strange aura. She hurriedly called Xiaoqing to rush over there. The aura was extremely cold, and both of them were secretly alarmed that they hadn't noticed it the previous day. The two of them tracked the source to the garden, where the cold aura was spilling out, but it was so thick that they couldn't immediately identify its origin. "Sister, let's seal off this area first to prevent whatever it is from coming out," Xiaoqing said seriously. Once the two sealed the area with their demonic energy and breathed a sigh of relief, they discovered that the cold aura could corrode their demonic energy. Bai Sujin pulled Xiaoqing back in terror, and just as she was about to act again, the cold aura surged violently. And this time, they clearly saw the source was a rockery from which the cold aura was continuously emanating, its frequency increasing as if something was about to burst out. Both of them were startled. The 5 ghosts, were they eaten by this thing? Xiaoqing asked Bai Sujin in a daze, who looked equally confused. As the sky grew darker, the clouds still obscured the sun, and they were locked in a standoff with the cold aura. After an unknown amount of time passed, the sky had completely darkened, and the thing hidden in the cold aura finally burst forth. It was a fierce ghost with a long red tongue, a bitter smile, a hint of wicked charm, sometimes revealing a terrifying face, wearing a white hat and dressed in white. Once the ghost emerged, it noticed the two of them, realizing they were simply two recently transformed little demons. Not interested, but since you've seen me, your lives belong to me now. With a wave of its hand, a wave of cold aura surged toward the two, transforming into chains that bound them tightly. The fierce ghost opened its large mouth, ready to swallow them whole. They both thought they were doomed and prayed for Guanyin Bodhisattva to save them. In the midst of panic, Shaoqing touched the life-saving talisman taught to her by Guanyin Bodhisattva and, without thinking, tore it apart. Kui Kui was enjoying her holiday in Huai Mountain, where the local demons were serving her. She indulged in peaches and grapes, feeling quite content, just as she tossed a grape into her mouth. A talisman flew out from her arms, shook in the air, and turned to ashes. A grape got stuck in her throat, and Kui Kui coughed so hard that tears streamed down her face before finally swallowing it. Wiping her tears, she was furious. Who dares to ruin my fun? Don't they know these two snakes are under my protection? That communication talisman was so expensive. It cost me 10 coins. Her anger surged, and an angry woman was like a mother tiger, not to be provoked. The white-haired demon and a group of little demons trembled in fear, suffocated by Kui Kui's aura. Just when they thought they were going to lose their lives, Kui Kui suddenly vanished. The peaceful Buddhist light emitted by the great light dispelled the cold aura in the courtyard and released Shaoqing and Bai Sujin from their bindings. The two sincerely knelt down and clasped their hands, calling out Bodhisattva. The ghost felt a chill at the sight of the Buddhist light, not expecting these seemingly ordinary little demons to have a background. Hearing the two call out Bodhisattva and seeing the great light and the lotus platform, its face fell as it realized it was in big trouble. This was the Guanyin Bodhisattva of the South Sea. Even demons under her protection dared not act recklessly. It feared that even its boss wouldn't be able to protect it now. Bai Wuchang was about to kneel down to admit fault when he inadvertently glanced at the person sitting on the lotus platform. Wasn't that Guanyin Bodhisattva? The underworld and the Pure Land often held social events, but only minor figures attended. The high-level gatherings were for the likes of Guanyin Bodhisattva, and as a capable subordinate of the upper echelon, Bai Wuchang had once had the fortune of attending a high-class gathering with He Wuchang, where he had seen the real Guanyin Bodhisattva. The lotus platform, the great light, and the pure vase were all real, and a horrifying thought surged in Bai Wuchang's mind. You are not Guanyin Bodhisattva? Kui Kui thought the ghost in front of her would be subdued by the Buddhist light like the previous ones. But unexpectedly, this ghost saw through her, which was a big problem. Her identity couldn't be discovered by the two snake demons, so she quickly set up a barrier before Bai Wuchang could say another word, creating an isolation that allowed only visuals but no sound from inside. This is the cheapest soundproof barrier, she thought. Without hesitation, Kui Kui unleashed a thunderstrike, looking down from a height and asking, "Who are you?" Bai Wuchang, hit by the thunder, realized the person in front of him was not to be trifled with. Although his cultivation was low, he was suppressed by the great light and couldn't fight back, so he had to answer honestly, "I am Bai Wuchang from the underworld." This year. How old am I? Oh dear, I've lived too long, my mind isn't clear. Bai Wuchang? From the underworld? Is he the legendary Bai Wuchang who specializes in collecting souls? Kui Kui's face twitched, somewhat shocked. The Bai Wuchang she had seen in dramas before wasn't this creepy. You know I'm not Guanyin Bodhisattva? I had the fortune to attend a high-level social event in the underworld and met Guanyin Bodhisattva. Really? Kui Kui raised her hand and took out a communication talisman, summoning the Dragon Lady. Do you know him? Isn't this Bai Wuchang under Yanjun? What are you doing here? The Dragon Lady said with a smile. Lord Shankai, Lady Dragon, Bai Wuchang almost cried out, wondering what was happening. He messed up my mission, and my support has been eaten by him. What to do? Kui Kui raised an eyebrow and asked the Dragon Lady. It's better to leave this familiar issue to someone familiar. Actually, we've received complaints from the public long ago. Bai Wuchang has been causing trouble in this residence, and the people here have been mentioning it to us for a long time, but we kept forgetting to report it to Yanjun, the Dragon Lady said with a smile. Lady Dragon, Bodhisattva, whatever you want to do, I will cooperate fully. I didn't eat those 5 little ghosts. I just captured them as helpers. I will let them go immediately. Please don't tell our boss. I still hope to rely on my year-end bonus to pay my mortgage. Bai Wuchang saw the threat in the dragon lady's smile and quickly begged for mercy. In that case, stay and assist us in completing the task. Guanyin Bodhisattva is traveling, and this is the Bodhisattva she invited to take her place. After explaining the task, Shankai and the dragon lady returned to Zizhu Forest to continue guarding the mountain. Xiao Qing and Bai Sujin saw Guanyin Bodhisattva suddenly appear, and then that ghost knelt on the ground, even struck by a thunderbolt. Then the 2 attendants beside the Bodhisattva appeared and disappeared again. At this point, they could finally hear the conversations inside. They saw Guanyin Bodhisattva wave at them, saying, "Come over, this is Bai Fu. He will help you wholeheartedly from now on." Yes. The 2 respectfully bowed and watched Guanyin Bodhisattva disappear. Bai Fu quickly summoned the 5 ghosts back, apologized to the 2, and swore that he would help them repay their kindness, thus calming the situation. From then on, the Bai residents gained a new steward, and the repayment team was fully assembled. One day, Su Xian walked home happily with an umbrella, his mind filled with thoughts of Bai Sujin in white clothes, a sweet smile on his face. Su Jiarong looked at her brother's silly expression and felt anger rising in her heart. "Hanwen, where have you been? Why are you back so late?" Su Xian had been happily holding his umbrella when he was suddenly startled by his sister's roar. I went to the library to read. Reading books. All day long, just want to read books. What is it in those books that makes you so forgetful every day? There's so much in books. As the ancient said, in books there are beauties like jade, in books there are houses of gold. Su Xian spoke passionately about books, reciting endlessly. However, he was interrupted by Su Jiarong. "Oh, beauties like jade, houses of gold. Where are they? Why don't you find one for me to see? If there were really such things in books, you wouldn't still be a bachelor." Su Jiarong was frustrated. "Then let me ask you, if books have everything, can you just read books and conjure up firewood, rice, oil, salt, soy sauce, vinegar, and tea?" Huh? Su Xian was caught off guard by her pointed question. No. But sister, I'm reading medical books." Medical books? Su Jiarong stopped her prepared lecture. "Reading medical books is indeed very good. You should study hard, and in the future, inherit our parents' legacy and reopen the Bao Hall." Su Xian interrupted her, shaking his head. "I got it, sister. If you keep lecturing me, my ears will get calluses." "You." Su Jiarong glared at him. "Go back to reading books. I'm going to cook. When your brother-in-law comes back, we will eat." Your brother-in-law returned yesterday very happy, saying he received some reward money. He went to the yamen today and hasn't returned yet. All right. Thank you to my virtuous and beautiful sister. Su Xian laughed and went into his room with the umbrella. However, he didn't read. Instead, he carefully examined the umbrella, opened it, and walked around the room a few times. The plain oiled paper umbrella grew more and more to his liking, and he felt it matched him more and more. Thinking of returning the umbrella, he thought of Bai Sujin. When they locked eyes on the boat, his heart raced. It was almost a love at first sight. Now, recalling her, Su Xian felt that the air was filled with beauty. He almost wanted to rush out and ask Su Jiarong to propose, but he felt it was inappropriate to propose after just one meeting. It would scare the girl. Su Xian was tangled up in his thoughts while holding the umbrella in the room. Li Gongfu returned from outside, shouting as he entered, "Jiarong, I'm back. I bought you a pair of earrings. Come and see if you like them." Su Jiarong brought out the last dish from the kitchen, playfully scolding. "Where did you get so much spare money to buy things? You're neglecting the family." "Hey dear, didn't I tell you yesterday? The house we had on hold in the yamen was sold. This is great news. The county magistrate was happy and rewarded us some silver. Wasn't it you who were eyeing these earrings a while ago? I bought them for you. Look, I also bought some firewood, rice, oil, and salt." Li Gongfu raised a bundle of items in his hand. "Put it down first, wash your hands, and I'll call Hanwen out for dinner." Su Jiarong took the earrings and gave him a push. Li Gongfu took the items into the kitchen, washed his hands, and Su Xian, hearing their conversation, stepped out. At the dinner table, Su Xian asked, "Brother-in-law, you just mentioned selling that house. Was it the one in the east of the lake?" "Yes, besides that house." "Which other house could have made the county magistrate so happy?" Li Gongfu picked up a piece of meat. "What made you ask about that?" "Hanwen, by the way, that umbrella you brought back looks quite nice. Where did you get it?" Our family doesn't have such an umbrella. Su Jiarong also recalled the umbrella she had overlooked. Speaking of which, this umbrella has quite a connection to the house brother-in-law mentioned, Su Xian said somewhat shyly. I met two girls by the lake today, just as it started to rain. They invited me to take shelter from the rain, and just as we reached the door, the rain stopped. One of the girls was kind and gave me this umbrella, fearing I would get wet on the way. And what does that have to do with the house? The girl said they just arrived here yesterday, and that house is the one they bought. What a coincidence. Hanwen, with you like this, you must have taken a liking to that girl, right? Li Gongfu teased Su Xian after taking a sip of wine. Su Jiarong was about to scold him for joking, but saw her brother not refuting it, and just smiled while holding her bowl. Hanwen? Ah, yes? Su Xian came back to his senses. Which family is that girl from? Is she married? I'll go propose for you the day after tomorrow. Ah, sister, that won't do. Su Xian was so scared that he stopped eating, hurriedly waving his hands. I only met the girl once. I can't just rush to propose. It would be too abrupt. Looking around, the girl next door, Xiaoyun, is someone you grew up with. Now she has children running all over, and you're still single. It's not easy to find a girl, and you have to see her. If you keep looking, someone else will take her, and you'll regret it later. Su Jiarong was exasperated with her brother's lack of sense. With their parents gone, the elder sister took on the role of a mother, worrying about her brother's lifelong affairs. She spent her days searching for suitable matches for him, but her brother never seemed to get it. There had been dozens of girls that matchmakers had introduced, yet none had worked out. The Xiaoyun she mentioned was the girl from the Li family next door. They had been childhood sweethearts, and logically, they should have gotten together as adults. However, Xiaoyun ended up marrying someone else, and now she had children, while her brother was still an unmarried scholar who only knew how to read. It was frustrating. How would she face their parents in the afterlife? Now, her brother finally had a girl he liked, and she seemed to be kind-hearted and from out of town. She had to seize this opportunity to make sure her brother got married. Su Xian wanted to refute, but the missing piece in his mind suddenly clicked, reminding him of all the girls he had missed before, and thinking of Bai Suzhen's gentle and generous demeanor. Her celestial beauty made him move his mouth but not speak, silently eating his meal instead, feeling quite hopeful about his sister proposing. He just didn't know if Bai Suzhen would agree. Li Gongfu agreed wholeheartedly. Pouring himself a small cup of wine, a man should get married and settle down early. Look, settle down and then establish a career. First settle down, then establish a career. You still know how to say that. It's not like you've established anything. Li Gongfu and Su Xian exchanged glances, silently eating, trying to minimize their presence since Su Jiarong was in charge at home. Su Xian pretended to be obedient, but Su Jiarong had no intention of letting him off easily. Let me tell you, when you return the umbrella, you must talk to that girl a bit more, got it? It's best if you can arrange to meet again next time. The first time is like a stranger. The second time is familiar. The rest will be up to your sister. Su Xian had no choice but to agree, promising to return the umbrella the next day. The next morning, Su Xian was hurriedly pushed out the door by his eager sister along with the umbrella. As he walked down the road, he felt a mix of confusion and urgency, wanting to see the girl Bai quickly, but unsure of what to say. He wandered to the door of the Bai residence. He had passed by here once when it was still an abandoned house, and the sight had made him feel a bit eerie. Now, it was beautifully decorated by Bai Suzhen, with green tiles and white walls, a brown plaque and red door, giving it a sense of grandeur. It seemed that Bai Suzhen was also from a distinguished family. Sigh, he was just an ordinary person. He didn't know if she could accept him. Su Xian thought back and forth in his mind, but still mustered his courage to knock on the door. After a while, the door opened, and two small servants appeared. What brings you here, sir? I. Su Xian stammered, extending the umbrella forward. Yesterday, I was fortunate to receive the great kindness of your esteemed miss, and today I have come to return the umbrella. Oh, it's Mr. Su. Please come in. Our young lady said that when Mr. Su arrives, you can go straight in, no need to announce. Chao Shi warmly welcomed him inside. Li Jiu ran in quickly to inform Bai Suzhen. When Su Xian entered the main hall, Xiao Qing and Bai Suzhen were already seated, waiting for him. Upon seeing him arrive, they waved their hands and asked Li Jiu and Chao Shi to go back to guarding the door. Su, sir, please take a seat. Bai Suzhen gently greeted Su Xian, pouring him a cup of tea. Sir, please enjoy your tea. Su Xian set his umbrella aside, took the tea, and said, "Thank you, Miss Bai. I came here to return your umbrella. Thanks to you lending it to me yesterday, I wasn't drenched in the rain on my way home." "Oh, no, Su sir, you're being too polite," Bai Su-jun smiled, covering her mouth. Seeing that the two were completely ignoring her, Xiao Qing reluctantly spoke up, "Sister, you two chat. I'll go prepare some snacks." With only Bai Su-jun and Su Xian in the room, the atmosphere became a bit awkward. Both felt shy and hesitant to speak, but as the awkwardness grew, they finally opened their mouths. "Miss Bai, Su sir." They both spoke at the same time and were taken aback, awkwardly meeting each other's gaze. "You go first," they said simultaneously again. "No, Su sir should go first." Bai Su-jun insisted firmly. "Well, all right then. I want to ask, did Miss Bai encounter any deceitful people when buying this house?" Su Xian pondered a bit. "Why do you say that, Su sir?" Bai Su-jun looked puzzled. Well, seeing Bai Su-jun's innocent and pure expression, Su Xian found it hard to speak. Remembering what his sister had said about helping his beloved girl overcome difficulties, he thought, "Yes. Speak up. I can't let Miss Bai be deceived. Miss Bai, you may not know, but this house is famous for being haunted." "Huh? What? What happened?" Bai Su-jun pretended to be frightened. "They say that, decades ago, a wealthy family lived here, engaged in business, but one night, the entire family mysteriously died. People living nearby would hear sounds of laughter from inside at night, and sometimes even during the day, they could hear voices. Those thieves who attempted to break in all met with untimely deaths." Su Xian finished speaking, looking fearful, but saw Bai Su-jun deep in thought, mistaking her silence for being scared. He couldn't help but feel guilty for speaking such frightening words. While Su Xian was talking to Bai Su-jun at the entrance of Bai's residence, Su Jiaorong was knocking on the door. She had urged her brother to come out early in the morning, and seeing him looking dazed made her uneasy, fearing that her brother might not succeed. She secretly followed him out without him noticing. Once she saw her brother enter the Grand Bai residence, Su Jiaorong began to inquire among the neighbors. "Excuse me, do you know the young lady living in Bai's residence?" she asked an older woman. Bai Su-jun had only moved in 2 days ago and hadn't interacted much with the neighbors, so she was not well known. However, coincidentally, the older woman was the one who had seen Bai Su-jun and Xiao Qing leave the house the previous morning and had gossiped about them with her friends. When Su Jiaorong asked, the older woman began to talk. "Oh, those 2 young ladies living here. I saw them yesterday morning heading towards Westlake. That young lady, her skin is so delicate and fair, like a noble lady." The older woman pointed at Bai's residence and continued, "Look at this Grand Bai residence. It used to be an abandoned house just the night before. To think it was transformed overnight. These 2 young ladies must have some remarkable background." Just then, a few other women passed by and stopped to listen intently. Su Jiaorong stepped back, looking at Bai's residence, feeling that her brother's marriage was hanging in the balance. That Miss Bai might be the daughter of a wealthy family. Would she even consider my brother a commoner? However, seeing that her brother had been inside for quite some time, without coming out, she felt a glimmer of hope. After thinking for a moment, she went up to knock on the door again, not wanting her brother to ruin this potential marriage. "Madam, who are you looking for?" It was still Li Jiao and Chao Shi who opened the door. "Ah, I'm looking for my brother. He just came to return an umbrella. Please come in, madam." The two respectfully welcomed her, as their leader had instructed them to treat anyone related to Su Xian well. Upon entering, Su Jiaorong saw Su Xian and Bai Su-jun chatting happily, feeling quite pleased. "So this is Miss Bai? I am Su Xian's sister, Su Jiaorong. Miss Bai is indeed, as my brother described, beautiful enough to make fish sink and birds fall, like a celestial being." Su Jiaorong praised Bai Su-jun exuberantly, making her feel a bit shy. Glancing at Su Xian, "Did you really say such things about me?" Su Xian was about to explain that he hadn't that it was all his sister's exaggeration, but Su Jiaorong spoke first. "Yes, my brother has yet to marry, and if Miss Bai is willing, we can settle this marriage right now. We can pick an auspicious date and arrange for the wedding." She was practically beaming with joy. Bai Su-jun, feeling bashful, didn't know how to respond, while Su Xian stammered, "Sister, how can you be so abrupt?" "Oh, hush. You know nothing." Su Jiaorong brushed her brother aside and turned to wait for Bai Su-jun's answer. "My sister is willing, Madam Su. You can just find a matchmaker to finalize the engagement." Xiao Qing answered for Bai Su-jun. "I believe that this marriage between my sister and Su sir is destined by heaven. With this confirmation, Su Jiaorong was overjoyed, hurriedly dragging her brother home to prepare for the wedding. Bai Suzhen and Xiaoqing were also very happy, not expecting it to be so simple to repay their kindness. Suddenly, Bai Suzhen thought of something and called Bai Fu in. Bai Fu, what happened in this house decades ago? It wasn't me. Bai Fu panicked, fearing these two young ladies would report him. You first explain what happened, Xiaoqing said, nibbling on a snack. The thing is, Bai Fu began to recall. This house used to belong to a merchant named Zhen Yuqian. He was once a fishmonger, not exactly poor, but barely making ends meet. One day, while gutting a fish, he found a very good pearl in its belly, and he became rich. Strangely enough, from that day forward, he found a pearl every day while gutting fish. He became wealthier and eventually bought a big house here, bringing his family over to live with him and hiring many servants. He stopped selling fish and only gutted one fish a day to get the pearls. However, as the saying goes, when a man has money, he becomes bad, and Zhen Yuqian is no exception. At first, he was just a fishmonger and already had a wife and children at home, named Xiao Lu. Xiao Lu did not mind his poverty. She bore him children and endured hardships alongside him, even washing clothes for others to help make ends meet. Zhen Yuqian did not immediately turn bad. He went boating and met a beautiful girl. They fell in love at first sight, and Zhen Yuqian immediately decided to marry her as a concubine. The girl was delicate and beautiful, far more attractive than the plain Xiao Lu. From then on, Zhen Yuqian spent his nights with the beautiful girl, and if it weren't for his son, he might have forgotten Xiao Lu's existence. Zhen Yuqian's business was also encouraged by the beautiful girl. She urged him to open a seafood shop, specializing in various caught fish, shrimp, and crabs. Interestingly, while others relied on luck to catch seafood, he could easily cast a net and fill it to the breaking point, as if the fish and shrimp were endlessly swimming into his net. With a continuous supply of seafood, Zhen Yuqian's business grew larger, but it is said that two tigers cannot coexist on the same mountain, unless one is male and the other female. This led to a conflict between the beautiful girl and Xiao Lu in the backyard. Xiao Lu, being an honest and simple woman, had no complaint about Zhen Yuqian's favoritism towards the beautiful girl, but the beautiful girl was not content. She wanted to monopolize Zhen Yuqian. So, using some unknown trick, she drove Xiao Lu mad. Zhen Yuqian, increasingly disgusted by his ugly original wife, killed Xiao Lu to prevent the news of her madness from spreading and embarrassing him, burying her beneath the garden's rockery. Bai Fu took a sip of tea, cleared his throat, and continued. Zhen Yuqian and the beautiful girl thought they were free from worries, but their son witnessed everything. Not stopping there, they decided to kill their son and bury him as well. However, Xiao Lu, after dying, turned into a vengeful spirit and roamed the house, seeing her son murdered by the adulterous couple, transforming into an evil ghost seeking revenge. But she did not succeed. It turned out that the beautiful girl was a clam spirit, who was infatuated with Zhen Yuqian's looks and had approached him intentionally. The pearls Zhen Yuqian collected daily were placed by her, and the fish and shrimp swimming into the net were under her command. When Zhen Yuqian discovered she was a monster, he became even more fond of her, which enraged Xiao Lu. In her fury, she drained the life essence from everyone in the house, even devouring her son's soul, becoming immensely powerful. She tortured Zhen Yuqian and the clam spirit to death in a gruesome manner. By the time people found out, the place had become a haunted house, as the lingering Yin energy was too strong, causing people to occasionally fall victim to it. So that is how it was. Xiao Lu was also a pitiful person. After hearing this, Bai Suzhen felt complicated emotions. What about Xiao Lu? Didn't she go out to harm others? Xiaoqing asked. Of course. She had already turned into a mindless evil ghost. After killing the clam spirit and Zhen Yuqian, she wanted to go out and kill people, but at the most critical moment, I appeared. I subdued her and brought her to justice. Bai Fu said proudly. Bai Fu, what kind of monster are you? I said I would keep it a secret. Bai Fu looked a bit conflicted. We will keep it a secret. We swear. I am the white impermanence of the underworld. What? Keep it low-key. It was agreed to be a secret. Xiaoqing and Bai Suzhen were genuinely surprised, thinking Bai Fu was just an ordinary vengeful spirit, not realizing he had such a significant background, and they suddenly became more cautious. Don't be like this. The great master instructed me to take good care of you. Bai Wuchang became even more humble, fearing that these two ladies would report him. I will be here to help you until you finish repaying your gratitude. Are there still bones under that rockery? What do the nearby people say? Xiao Qing was still worried about this. That pile of bones had long been eroded by yin energy. Well, I saw that this was a good place. So I opened a door there and occasionally come out to play. Bai Fu had also given up on hiding it. Knowing that Shan Kai and the Dragon Lady knew, it would eventually spread, so there was no need to keep it hidden. So that is how it is. The two girls suddenly realized. Su Jiarong joyfully pulled Su Xian home, and the neighbors, seeing her so happy, teased her, Jiarong, so joyful. Is there a wedding in the family? Su Xian had been set up on blind dates before, and none had succeeded, so their words were purely playful. Unexpectedly, Su Jiarong smiled and turned around, patting Su Xian. Yes, my brother is finally getting married. When the time comes, everyone come to drink some wedding wine. Wu matchmaker, help me pick a date, and let's go to the girl's house to propose. Come, 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 such a big event for Hanwen, we must come. Don't forget to prepare more wedding wine. They all chattered. Which girl's family? I can go ask around and make sure this match is settled. Wu matchmaker was also happy. There's a saying in the Westlake area that Su Xian getting married is harder than striking gold. If she, Wu matchmaker, could help make this match happen, she would become a #1 matchmaker in Hangzhou. The girl had just moved from another place. Her parents had passed away early, and she lived with her younger sister, residing in the Bai family in the east of the lake. Su Jiarong was so happy her mouth couldn't close. Bai family? Where's there a Bai family in the east of the lake? Wu matchmaker asked in confusion. After being a matchmaker for so many years, she had never heard of a Bai family there. Oh, look at me, I forgot to mention, the girl's family bought that abandoned house, renovated it, and it is the Bai family now. That house is quite impressive. Abandoned house. Wu matchmaker felt a bit scared. Jiarong, I can't do this. That abandoned house. Oh, old Wu. The people live there just fine, and nothing has happened. Let's settle this marriage quickly, so the girl can move out soon. Su Jiarong watched Wu matchmaker hesitating and said, look at our Hanwen. It's not easy to get married. Old Wu, we've been neighbors for so many years. You have to help with this, right? Well, all right. Then you all prepare the gifts early, and we'll go early. Wu matchmaker gritted her teeth and agreed. After receiving the news, Su Jiarong happily pulled Su Xian inside, tidied up the house, and planned the supplies. Everyone was busy and lively, while Su Xian was still confused, picking up medical books to read again. What book are you reading? Is this the time to read? Getting married is the most important thing. Su Jiarong scolded him. Quickly go outside and tidy up the yard, move the clutter away. We need to clean the house inside and out. We can't let a pampered young lady live in a shabby house. Forget it, forget it. You go to the yamen and tell your brother-in-law to come back early after his shift tonight. Don't drink outside. Come back and help fix the house. When he returns, he should find a fortune teller to calculate the dates for the betrothal and wedding. Su Xian usually only knew how to read books, and when it came to doing things, he was clumsy. Su Jiarong couldn't stand it. Out of sight, out of mind, she directly sent him out. Everyone on the street was excited about this joyful event, helping with the banquet, betrothal, and wedding. The fortune teller calculated a good date for the wedding in half a month, and time flew by. Over the past half month, Su Jiarong had been running to the Bai family frequently, and she had established a connection, becoming closer to Bai Suzhen than even her brother. On the day of the wedding, it was extremely lively. News spread that Su Xian, who had been single his whole life, was getting married to a wealthy and beautiful girl. Many people came, and when they saw Bai Suzhen's stunning beauty, they all exclaimed about Su Xian's good fortune. However, there were also people eyeing Xiao Qing, and many gossipy ants surrounded her wanting to build connections, but Xiao Qing's temper drove them away. Bai Suzhen and Su Xian got married, and everyone was very happy, thinking that the gratitude mission would soon come to an end. However, they did not receive any summons from Guanyin Bodhisattva for a long time, so they had to continue living diligently in the mortal world. Bai Suzhen saw Su Xian diligently studying medical books and learned that Su Xian's parents used to run a clinic. She invested money to open a clinic for Su Xian. Since Su Xian had little experience, he began offering free medical consultations to help people. Su Xian had a high talent for medicine, and after a month, he became well known as a doctor in the area. earning respect as Dr. Su due to his month of free treatments. Because this clinic was funded by Sujin and the free treatments were her idea, everyone called her Lady Bai. And they all sighed that Su Xian was fortunate to have married such a beautiful wife after more than 20 years of being single and to have his own career. Su Xian and Bai Sujin's business was thriving, but one person was not so lucky. Since receiving enlightenment from Guanyin Bodhisattva, Fahai had finished his tasks at the temple and set out on his path to Buddhahood, but he went astray. Zhenjiang was not far from Hangzhou, but Kui did not tell him where to catch snakes, so Fahai wandered aimlessly for nearly 2 months before circling back to Hangzhou. Upon entering the city, he heard beggars discussing. Dr. Su from the Bao Hall and Lady Bai are truly great benefactors. A few days ago, I was inexplicably beaten by the young master of the Li family, and they saw me and took me into the clinic to treat me. Look at my leg. If it weren't for the great benefactors, I wouldn't just have lost my leg, I would have lost my life too. A beggar next to him echoed. Yes, it's hot. And they even set up a free summer soup at the clinic entrance for everyone to drink. Oh, I was so hungry a couple of days ago that I went to drink that soup, and Lady Bai even gave me some silver and food. Oh, living Bodhisattva. Fahai listened and nodded secretly, not expecting to find such great benefactors in the city. He must go pay them a visit and bless them. Fahai was very pleased, inquiring about the location of Bao Hall and heading that way. When he arrived at the street corner, he found that the business here was indeed booming, with people queuing all the way to the street corner. However, he was not there to see a doctor. He leaned on his staff and held his alms bowl, crossing over the queue directly to the front. Standing in front of Bao Hall, he saw that everyone was coming out with smiles. There was a table at the entrance with a large bucket on it and 2 bowls beside it, which he assumed was the free summer soup the beggar mentioned. Although the clinic was crowded, it was not noisy. Patients were quietly waiting for treatment, and the staff were busy in an orderly manner. Fahai nodded appreciatively, and without recklessly entering to disturb their consultations, he turned and went to a small inn across the street. The innkeeper, seeing an old monk in a robe come in, quickly welcomed him. Master, this way please. Xiao Zhu, hurry and bring tea for the master. Ba, thank you for your trouble, Fahai said, joining his hands and chanting a Buddhist name. People still respected this kind of master. The innkeeper's server, Xiao Zhu, brought a bowl of water, and after Fahai thanked him and took a sip, he was astonished. Is this sour plum soup? The bowl contained not ordinary tea, but sour plum soup. Although it had been diluted, the taste was unmistakably sour plum soup. Yes, master. Do you see the Bao Hall across the street? Dr. Su and Lady Bai have kind hearts and placed a bucket of free sour plum soup at the entrance to help everyone cool down. We followed suit and did the same here. The sour plum soup in our little shop isn't as good as that of Bao Hall, so please don't mind, master. The innkeeper said, feeling constrained. Not at all. As long as the benefactor is willing to share, this old monk is already very grateful. Master, where are you headed? This old monk travels around, and upon passing here, I heard about the great benefactors of Bao Hall, so I came to pay a visit. Dr. Su and Lady Bai have broad hearts, and I wish to pray for them. Of course, Fahai would not mention that he was sent by Guanyin Bodhisattva to catch demons. Oh, master, how coincidental. Look, that's Dr. Su and Lady Bai, the innkeeper pointed out, and Fahai turned to look. The orderly scene at the entrance of the clinic had now become chaotic, with several adults, children, and elderly people kneeling at the entrance and repeatedly bowing their heads. A young man in a blue coarse cloth outfit and a girl in white were desperately trying to hold them back. Dr. Su, Lady Bai, let our whole family bow to you. You saved our lives, and we really have nothing to repay you with, so please let us bow. The old woman pleaded repeatedly. Elder, please get up. Quickly get up. The heart of a healer is like that of a parent. We have just done our duty. You're making us feel ashamed. Bai Sujin helped the old woman up and, with Su Xian, assisted the whole family. Fahai watched in confusion and quickly asked the innkeeper what was going on. This family lives outside the city and is indeed a poor household. This old lady is old and in poor health, and her only son broke his leg while working. The whole family relied on that small piece of land to survive. Recently, they accidentally ate something poisonous, and by the time they realized it, they were all beyond help. They were ready to call the authorities to send them to a mass grave, but then the great benefactors, Dr. Su and Lady Bai. learned about it, and saved them without asking for a penny. They even used the connections of the elder brother, who works in the government, to find a job for this cripple. Oh, great benefactors, the innkeeper said while sighing. Fahai nodded repeatedly upon hearing this. Such kind-hearted people must be blessed. Since he encountered them, he decided to help them remove the impurities around them to ensure they could live safely into old age. With this thought, Fahai focused his gaze on the couple, wanting to see the impurities surrounding them. Upon looking, he was shocked to discover Bai Sujin's true identity. She was actually a white snake. In shock, he also felt a sense of delight. Indeed, he had stumbled upon something he had been searching for everywhere for so long right here in Hangzhou. However, he became conflicted. Although he was a monk and had dealt with demons and monsters, he had principles. He did not take action against monsters that had not done any harm. Bai Sujin not only had not done anything wrong, but was actually a good demon who helped others. He saw no trace of malice in her, but rather a faint light of merit. He was torn. On one hand, he wanted to attain Buddhahood, and on the other hand, his principles conflicted with his desires. He didn't know how to choose. At that moment, the innkeeper interrupted his thoughts. Master, Dr. Su and the others have come out. Oh, good. Thank you, benefactor. The innkeeper eagerly led him to meet Su Xian and his wife. When Bai Sujin saw Fahai, her heart skipped a beat. She was still very frightened, but did not want to show it, fearing that her husband would become suspicious. Su Xian was very happy to see Fahai, clasped his hands, and said, I did not know the master had come to visit. I have been remiss. May I ask what brings you here? Amiba. This old monk came to hear about the deeds of Dr. Su and came to bless you. Fahai smiled kindly and decided to hold back for now, waiting to see if Bai Sujin would do anything before taking action against her. Fahai was invited back to Su Xian's home to chant scriptures for an afternoon. Meanwhile, the abbot of another small temple in Hangzhou heard that Master Fahai had come to the city and immediately sent a young monk to invite him away. While Su Xian was still pleased with Fahai's blessings, Bai Sujin and the others were in a state of great panic. What should we do? That monk has deep powers, and I can still feel the Buddhist aura from him. Is he coming for us? Bai Sujin anxiously asked Xiaoqing. What are you afraid of? We haven't committed any crimes, and besides, we have Guanyin Bodhisattva backing us up, Xiaoqing said confidently, and the 5 ghosts nodded in agreement. They had died unjustly and hadn't done anything wrong. For the past few hundred years, they had been searching for treasures for Huai Mountain, which ultimately went to Guanyin Bodhisattva. So even though they were ghosts, they weren't afraid of this. As for Bai Fu, there's no need to mention him. His only weakness was with Kui Kui, and he was already a mid-level official in the underworld, so Fa couldn't touch him. Hearing this, Bai Sujin felt much more at ease. As time passed, the monk continued to wander around the city, performing rituals for the people, but he didn't come looking for them again, which made her relax. Before they knew it, it was the Dragon Boat Festival. The sun that day contained a powerful force of heavenly fire, and Xiaoqing couldn't bear it. So she escaped to the deep mountains outside the city to seek refuge. Bai Sujin also gave the 5 ghosts a day off, allowing them to go out and have fun. The 5 ghosts received the order and dragged Bai Fu to the brothel district. When they were alive, they had never interacted with women, and although they were now ghosts, it didn't stop them from going in to see the world. As for Bai Fu, he wasn't interested in that. He preferred to have fun, or he wouldn't be throwing parties in the abandoned house from time to time. Bai Sujin was unaware of a custom involving Realgar wine. When Su Xian brought the wine over, she drank it without thinking, only to feel a sharp pain in her stomach, as if it were being cut by knives, making her wish for death. Su Xian looked confused as he watched his wife, who had just been joyfully drinking, suddenly collapse to the ground, clutching her stomach and rolling in agony. He thought there might be poison in the wine and was so scared that he immediately threw away the wine cup. He was fine, but his wife was suffering like this, making Su Xian feel deeply pained as he prepared to carry her to bed, fearing she might catch cold on the ground. However, as soon as his hand touched her, she transformed into a large white python. Su Xian was terrified, thinking his wife had been possessed by some monster. The large python twisted and turned, opening its mouth to roar, revealing sharp fangs. Su Xian was so scared that he turned to run, but accidentally tripped over a stool and fell to the ground. Bai Fu and the 5 ghosts came out of a brothel, complaining about how this place had poor business. As the girl looked just like Aunt Ma from the masquerade, it's no wonder business was bad. The ghosts all criticized, saying that with such looks, she dared to sell herself, as if selling vegetables. Wang Run inadvertently glanced toward the street corner and exclaimed, "Hey, doesn't that person who just floated by look like Su Guanjin? You must be days from that girl earlier." Su Guanjin is at home, spending the Dragon Boat Festival with the big sister. Oh, it does look like him. Why is his soul leaving his body? Su Xian's soul floated past the street corner. Let us go take a look. We can't let anything happen. The group's expressions darkened, and they stopped looking for girls, heading straight towards Su Xian. When they caught up, they saw it was indeed Su Xian's soul, and he was shouting about a monster while running. Su Guanjin, it's me, Bai Fu. What happened? Where's Bai Nyangzi? Why are you the only one outside? Bai Fu led him to a shady spot. After being scorched by the sun, Su Xian's soul had become somewhat ethereal. If they didn't quickly figure out what had happened and return him to his body, this mission would likely fail. Monster! There's a monster! Su Xian exclaimed, still shaken. Seeing Bai Fu and the 5 ghosts made him very happy. Quick! Go home and save my wife. There's a big python. It's going to eat my wife. The group exchanged glances. Su Xian still hadn't realized that his soul had left his body. Su Guanjin, the snake monster is too dangerous. You wait outside with Li Jiao and Chao Shi. We'll go in and subdue the monster. Then you can come in, they instructed. Okay, you guys hurry and save my wife. Su Xian said in a panic. Bai Fu instructed Li Jiao and Chao Shi to take good care of Su Xian's soul and sent Wang Ren outside to inform Shao Qing. Then took the remaining 2 ghosts to Bai Sujin's room. Bai Sujin's medicinal effects had mostly worn off. Now the whole snake was coiled in the room, while Su Xian's body lay face down on the ground. Big sister, what happened? Bai Fu Castabaria. I accidentally drank that Realgar wine. I'm feeling much better now. How's my husband? Bai Sujin transformed back into human form, looking pale and weak. She helped Su Xian up and reached out to feel his breath, freezing in place. My husband, he is dead? Bai Fu was just about to tell her that he had taken care of Su Xian's soul when the barrier was suddenly broken. Fai, draped in a monk's robe and holding a staff and a golden bowl, strode in. From a moment Bai Sujin transformed back. He sensed the overwhelming demonic energy and hurriedly left what he was doing to come over, only to see this scene, her holding the lifeless Su Xian. You beast! I had intended to spare your life, but now it seems you are truly incorrigible. ahhhhh was furious, not expecting his moment of mercy to lead to such a grave mistake, allowing this snake's spirit to take a life. Thinking of the blemish on his path to Buddhahood, he regretted his earlier decision, cursing himself for causing trouble. In a fit of rage, he summoned the Buddhist light in his staff and struck it Bai Sujin with all his might. Bai Sujin could feel the power of that strike, which was something she, in her current injured state, could not withstand. In a moment of panic, she was unable to dodge, only able to watch as the staff swept toward her, thinking she would perish here. Suddenly, a golden light erupted from her abdomen, wrapping around her. The staff, which carried ahhhh's full power, struck the golden light and was unexpectedly rebounded. Bai Sujin was unharmed. Everyone in the room was stunned by the sudden golden light. ahhhh took a closer look and realized that this golden light was pure Buddhist light. How could it appear on a snake demon like Bai Sujin? Bai Sujin was also taken aback. Once the golden light dissipated, she looked down in disbelief at her abdomen. She hadn't noticed before, but now she realized there seemed to be a small life within her. ahhhh focused on her abdomen, seeing it was a blinding golden light. He sighed. This may be fate. You are pregnant with a child of great fortune. I will not harm you, but you must give an account for Su Xian. He sighed, somewhat helpless. I was just about to say, I have taken care of Su Guanjin's soul. I can easily return him to life using the methods of the underworld. His lifespan has not yet ended, so this small matter is well within my ability. Bai Fu finally had the chance to speak. When your child is born, that will be the day I come to take you back to serve your sentence. ahhhh nodded and told Bai Sujin. How long is the sentence? Bai Sujin was afraid she would be locked away for 300 to 500 years. 20 years. Good. Bai Sujin breathed a sigh of relief. She had never thought of escaping. After being guided by Guanyin Bodhisattva, she had become a law-abiding good demon, knowing that scaring someone who had not yet reached the end of their life to death was a crime. ahhhhh returned to the temple. He still had unfinished business from earlier. The others moved Su Xian's body to the bed and brought his soul to return him to life, restoring everything to order. Wife, why did I fall asleep? Su Xian rubbed his head as he sat up from the bed, groaning, why does my head hurt so much? Bai Fu, why are you all here? Didn't you go out to have fun? I remember we were drinking. How did I fall asleep? And why do I have this big bump on my head? You all go to your own things. Bai Sujin called everyone back and then said to Su Xian, my dear, your alcohol tolerance is poor. You got drunk after just 1 cup. I didn't notice for a moment and let you fall and bump your head, so I hurriedly called them back to take care of you. Is that so? I don't often drink, so my tolerance is indeed low. I must have embarrassed you. My dear, Su Xian realized. My dear, I just fell asleep and had a dream where I saw you being eaten by a huge white python. It was terrifying. I even ran to find Bai Fu and the others to save you. Bai Sujin felt a bit embarrassed. Her husband really was drunk to the point of dreaming. How could I be eaten by a snake? Besides, it has been too hot lately. Perhaps I haven't been feeling well. I'll go make 2 bowls of cooling soup right now. Su Xian got out of bed to leave, but was pulled back by Bai Sujin. My dear, I have good news to tell you, she said mysteriously. Oh, I wonder what good news my dear has for me. Bai Sujin lifted her sleeve slightly, revealing her delicate wrist, and handed it forward. My dear, take my pulse. Su Xian didn't understand at first, and seriously took her pulse. After a while, he was dumbfounded and stammered, my dear, my dear, I'm going to be a father. Bai Sujin smiled and said, yes, we are going to be parents. Su Xian was completely overwhelmed by the news. He stood there in a daze for a while before reacting, cautiously helping Bai Sujin lie back down. My dear, you should rest. You can't work hard these days. I'll go make you a bowl of medicinal porridge. I just drank some wine and need to adjust myself. Also, I must tell my sister the good news. Our Su family is going to have a baby. As Su Xian spoke, he walked outside, ran to the kitchen, and started cooking a bowl of medicinal porridge. After getting the fire going, he ran out to find Su Jiarong. Today was the Dragon Boat Festival, and the government office was closed for the day. Li Gongfu had taken Su Jiarong out shopping. Su Xian hurriedly ran around the city and finally found the couple at a tea house. There was a free performance on a makeshift stage in the tea house, along with tea service. Su Jiarong and Li Gongfu were enjoying the show while eating snacks, which Li Gongfu insisted on buying for her. The couple was happily watching the performance when Su Xian burst in, breathless, downing a bowl of tea in one go, sweat dripping from his forehead. Su Jiarong was puzzled. Hanwen, what are you doing here? Aren't you at home with your wife? Sister, I have good news to tell you, Su Xian said, pouring another bowl of tea. Take your time, no rush. Sister, my wife is pregnant. Our Su family is going to have a baby. What? Such good news. Why didn't you say it earlier? Su Jiarong was even more excited than Su Xian. Her voice could hardly be contained, echoing in the quiet tea house, drawing the attention of many patrons. Su Jiarong clasped her hands together and bowed slightly, then quickly gathered the things on the table and pulled Su Xian and Li Gongfu toward home. Slow down, Jiarong, take it easy. Li Gongfu was suddenly yanked and struggled to catch his breath. Su Jiarong saw that the 2 men were slower than her and got annoyed. She tossed a bag of items at Li Gongfu, then took off running. You 2 can walk slowly behind. Go to the market and buy some chicken and duck supplements for me. I have to hurry back to see my little nephew. Su Jiarong rushed off, leaving Li Gongfu and Su Xian staring at each other in surprise. Is she really pregnant? Not yet. The pulse shows just over a month. Let us go buy supplements. We are getting less and less authority in this family. The 2 brothers, looking miserable, headed to the market. It really was as Su Jiarong said. She had the final say in the household. When Su Jiarong entered the house, Bai Sujin was gently rubbing her belly while leaning against the bed. Seeing Su Jiarong come in, she asked in surprise, Sister, weren't you with brother-in-law watching a play? Why are you back? Did they finish early? Watching a play is nothing compared to you. How many months along are you? Su Jiarong excitedly stared at her belly. Just over a month. I only found out recently, Bai Sujin said, feeling a bit shy. Sister-in-law, thank you. Our Su family will have descendants. Before, Hanwen seemed like he wouldn't be able to find a wife, and I thought our Su family would end with him. Thankfully, I met you, sister-in-law. Not only did you not dislike my silly brother, but you also opened a medical clinic for him. Sister-in-law, You're a great benefactor to our Su family. Sister, please don't say that. This is what I should do. Besides, I fell in love with my husband at first sight. As Su Jiarong and Bai Sujin chatted, the two brothers returned home with the supplements. Su Xian entered the kitchen and found the medicinal porridge was ready. So he took a bowl to serve his wife. Before he even entered, he heard the laughter of his wife and sister, which made him smile involuntarily. With a wife like this, what more could he ask for? What are you doing here? Su Jiarong shot Su Xian a glare, clearly disapproving. What is that you're holding? Oh, this is the medicinal porridge I made for my wife, Su Xian said eagerly, bringing it over. Hanwen, a gentleman should stay away from the kitchen. Don't you know that? Su Xian got anxious. What is wrong with me cooking for my wife? Can you even eat what you made? Why don't you try it yourself? Su Jiarong was even more disdainful. You haven't tea cooked in over 20 years. This is more like pig food. Su Jiarong's criticism was relentless. Su Xian took a bite and instantly felt defeated. While the herb proportions were perfect, the taste. He couldn't eat anymore. He felt like vomiting. Bai Sujin couldn't help but laugh at the expression on her husband's face. Look, you made the sister-in-law laugh. Su Jiarong stood up, took the bowl from Su Xian's hands, and said, You stay here with sister-in-law. I'll go prepare the meals. Sister, I really don't mind. It's only been a little over a month. This is too much fuss. Bai Sujin felt a bit embarrassed. Pregnancy is a major event. The first 3 months and the last 3 months are especially critical. Sister-in-law, just endure it for now. After these few months, it will be fine, Su Jiarong comforted her. That night, Wang Ren finally brought Xiaoqing back. She had fallen into a deep sleep in the mountains and planned to sleep all day, so Wang Ren had to search through several mountains to find her. She was also pleasantly surprised to learn that Bai Sujin was pregnant and guessed that perhaps Guanyin Bodhisattva was not summoning them because of this child, maybe waiting until the child was born to consider the task completed. Kui Kui had returned to Zizhu Forest. Although it was nice to vacation in Huai Mountain after 2 months, she had grown tired of it. Time was hard to endure, so returning to Zizhu Forest felt better. As soon as she returned to Zizhu Forest, Long Nu happily told her that Wen Chongjun had already descended to the mortal realm, and in a few hours he would be born. Time passes so quickly. Kui Kui ran to the mountaintop to check the colorful stone, but there was still no change, other than glowing and absorbing spiritual energy. It didn't seem to have changed at all. Maybe it has grown a little bigger? Having been the Mountain King in Huai Mountain, all the monsters catered to her, serving her. Now that she was back in Zizhu Forest, it felt quite uncomfortable. No wonder so many people wanted to be the boss. The feeling of power was really great. After thinking about it, she decided to just sleep. In dreams, anything was possible. What she had now was temporary, and once she woke up, everything would be fine. So, she instructed Long Nu to call her if anything happened, and Kui Kui entered her cave to start her beauty sleep. Little did she know, while she was sleeping, events were unfolding in Hangzhou City. 41 Alternative Legend of the White Snake, 21 in the blink of an eye. Bai Sujin was already 5 months pregnant. When she was 3 months along, Su Jiarong also diagnosed with a positive sign, which was double joy for the household. Everyone in the house was very happy, and Bao Hotang even offered a month of free porridge to bless the 2 children. The only 2 who were slightly unhappy were Su Xian and Li Gongfu. They were already afraid of their wives, and now that their wives were pregnant, their positions at home felt even lower. However, they were still busy serving tea and taking care of the 2 pregnant women, showing meticulous care. Li Gongfu even wanted to resign from his official duties and take a 10-month leave to focus on looking after his wife. After all, he had been married to Su Jiarong for many years, and there had been no signs of pregnancy until now. Seeing the neighbors on the street holding their grandchildren, he was extremely envious. Now that his wife was finally pregnant, he naturally wanted to be extra careful and loving. However, this suggestion was rejected by Su Jiarong, who slapped Li Gongfu on the face and said, I see you must be drunk. Is it that easy to just quit your job? How hard did we work to get this position? Do you want to give it up? If you lose your job, how will we support the child? I've worked so hard to give birth to one, and now you want us to starve? After being slapped, Li Gongfu felt a lot clear-headed. Hearing his wife's words, he felt ashamed and said, Please don't be angry, my dear wife. Han Wen said that pregnant women should always keep a happy mind and not get angry. as it's not good for the child. If you're upset, just hit me. Come on. Li Gongfu grabbed Su Jiarong's hand and tried to have her hit his face. But Su Jiarong rolled her eyes at him and withdrew her hand, saying he was just talking nonsense. Li Gongfu quickly smiled and said, "Please don't be angry. My dear wife, what I just said was foolishness. I will definitely do my job well, earn more rewards each month, and take good care of you and the child." While Li Gongfu was being silly, Su Xian was in a similar situation. Ever since he found out that his wife was pregnant and that he was going to be a father, his intelligence seemed to have been out of sorts. "My dear, I don't know if you're having a boy or a girl." Su Xian stared anxiously at Bai Suzhen's belly. "Does the master not like girls?" No. My dear, please don't misunderstand. As long as it's born from you, I will like it. I just don't know if you're carrying a boy or a girl. Am I going to be a father or a mother?" Su Xian looked conflicted. Bai Suzhen couldn't help but laugh. This husband is getting more and more silly. "Husband, what are you talking about? No matter if I'm carrying a boy or a girl, you're their father, and I am their mother." Bai Suzhen hid her true identity very well. Su Xian still did not know she was a snake demon. Winter had already arrived, and the weather was getting cooler. Bai Suzhen became a bit more sleepy. Others thought she was just experiencing pregnancy fatigue, and Xiaoqing also started to sleep more, sometimes sleeping for a whole day. Su Xian thought she was ill, but there was no illness to diagnose. To avoid raising suspicions, she simply returned to the Bai residence alone. After getting married, she and the 5 ghosts had moved in with Su Xian. Although his family had fallen on hard times, they had once run a pharmacy, so the house was still quite large. Li Gongfu originally lived next door to Su Xian, and after getting married, they knocked down the walls to create one big residence. Everyone was busy with their own affairs, and families were preparing for the upcoming new year. However, one day, Bai Suzhen began to feel a vague sense of unease. Bai Fu had received an urgent summons from the underworld a few days ago and had returned. The 5 ghosts were not strong enough, and there was no one at home, so she thought about it and went to the Bai residence to discuss with Xiaoqing. Earlier, Bai Fu had mentioned the clam spirit. Although it was weak and easily killed by a fierce ghost, the one behind it was quite powerful. Bai Suzhen and Xiaoqing were discussing what was making them feel so uneasy when suddenly there was a fluctuation in the air, as if the sound of waves was coming from afar. Then came a sharp scream, "Who dares to kill my child?" The imposing presence was quite shocking. Bai Suzhen and Xiaoqing exchanged worried glances, realizing something was wrong. Without much thought, they immediately used their magic to appear outside the city, where a monster was floating on the water, and the surface was already in tumultuous waves. Upon seeing Bai Suzhen and Xiaoqing, an overwhelming pressure gathered and pressed down on them. A golden light emitted from Bai Suzhen's belly, protecting the two of them again. They felt slightly relieved, but the monster saw the golden light and became even angrier. "As a monster, you dare to associate with those bald donkeys and harm your own kind. I, the Water Lord, will cleanse you 2 traitors from the demon realm today." Just as the Water Lord was about to attack, Bai Suzhen shouted urgently, "Water Lord, please calm down. What do you mean by harming your own kind? My sister and I have only recently transformed and have never harmed the innocent." The Water Lord sneered. "Humph. Then let me make you die more clearly. Wasn't it you who killed my daughter, the clam spirit Mingzhu? I have been in seclusion for decades, and who would have known that upon coming out, I would find my daughter has already been killed. Clam spirit Mingzhu?" The two recalled the story that Bai Fu had told them. "Water Lord, this is a misunderstanding. The one who killed your daughter has already gone to hell to serve his sentence." "Huh? Do you think I will believe that and spare your lives?" The Water Lord roared. "You can go to the city and ask around. Everyone knows that Mingzhu died decades ago." Bai Suzhen hurriedly explained, recounting the story told by Bai Fu. "What? You're saying my daughter actually married a human? Ha, impossible. My daughter is so pure. She would never do such a thing. No, it must have been someone from the city who killed her. The Water Lord's emotions became agitated, and he could not hear anything else. The monstrous energy around him gradually darkened, indicating he was becoming demonized. Sure enough, after a while, the Water Lord was completely enveloped in darkness, and a low, indistinct voice came from within. "You killed my daughter, so I will have you accompany her to the grave. Ha! No one from the city shall live." After speaking, he trembled, and the dark energy spread out. The river water was continuously drawn up by him, reaching dozens of meters high before stopping, as if gathering strength. Ahhhhh, Waterlord, put down your weapon and turn back. In a critical moment, ahhhhh, leaning on his staff, appeared, panting heavily as if he had rushed over in a hurry. The Waterlord paused and fixed his dark eyes on ahhhh, laughing. Oh, so there's an old bald donkey here too. Just in time, you can accompany my daughter to the grave. After saying that, the torrential river water poured down madly towards the city. Not good. He wants to flood Hangzhou. Xiaoqing shouted anxiously. Ahhhh took off his kasaya and waved it towards the city, chanting scriptures. It seemed that waves of Buddhist light flowed from his recitation, gathering into the kasaya. In an instant, the kasaya expanded, transforming into a transparent red barrier that firmly surrounded the city. The raging river water could not enter. The people in the city were still unaware of what was happening. Suddenly, they saw a red dome appear in the sky, covering the entire city. And then the torrential river water surged towards them, crashing against the red barrier but could not get in. With each impact, the barrier shook slightly, seeming to thin out, as if the river was about to break through the barrier and flood in. People were terrified, panicking, and fleeing in all directions. Su Xian ran home, only to find his wife was not there. Thinking she was with her sister, he rushed to look for her, only to realize that his wife was missing. And he hurriedly ran back into the street to search. The Water Lord has arrived above Hangzhou City, commanding the river to surge more violently. Bai Suzhen and Xiaoqing also flew up to join him, while Fahai stayed behind, continuously chanting to maintain the power of his cassock. Sister, what should we do? At this rate, the entire city will be in trouble, Xiaoqing said anxiously. Usually it was Bai Suzhen who asked her what to do, but now she was panicking and asking Bai Suzhen for help. Bai Suzhen was also worried. The other people in the city were not her concern, but she genuinely cared for Su Xian's family. They had developed feelings for each other, and naturally, she did not want to see Hangzhou City flooded. Xiaoqing, let's attack him together and try to distract him, giving Fahai time to push back the water and protect the city, Bai Suzhen said resolutely, gathering her demon power to form a white snake sword and charged at the Water Lord. Seeing this, Xiaoqing also formed a green snake sword and followed suit, knowing that the 5 ghosts in the city should protect Su Xian's family. Bai Suzhen's powerful strike made the Water Lord feel a slight threat, and he indeed stopped to guard against her attack, dodging their swords with a swift movement. The two were not discouraged. They split into 2 positions, one with a cloud sword and the other with a cleaving sword, attacking the Water Lord and blocking his escape route. The Water Lord did not dodge, allowing the 2 swords to strike him, and taking advantage of their proximity, he unleashed a powerful palm strike, sending both of them flying. They crashed heavily to the ground, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths. The Water Lord's strength was terrifying. Xiaoqing was injured too severely and had shown her true form, unable to revert to human shape for the time being. Bai Suzhen also felt unwell. A golden light emerged from her abdomen, wrapping around her. After a moment, the golden light dissipated, and she felt much better, able to barely revert to human form, though her lower body remained as a snake tail. Seeing Xiaoqing lying on the ground, breathing heavily, she became furious. Xiaoqing was her sister, her closest person, and the Water Lord had brutally attacked her without distinction. Bai Suzhen was enraged and began to show signs of losing control. Her eyes turned red, revealing fangs, and her hair, which was once neatly tied up, now flowed freely in the wind. Water Lord, I told you, your daughter's death has nothing to do with the people in the city. Will you retreat? Bai Suzhen squinted her eyes, hovering in the air, her long snake tail elegantly posed, tightly gripping her sword. I don't care whether it has anything to do with them. My daughter has been killed, and no one can change that. I want the people of this city to accompany her in death. Only then can my heart's hatred be resolved. The Water Lord roared. With a father like you, it's no wonder your daughter turned out that way. She deserves it. Bai Suzhen retorted mercilessly. Su Xian was originally searching for his wife on the street when he looked up and saw the 2 figures in the sky. One was shrouded in black mist, while the other had a long snake tail and flowing hair, just as she turned to look at him. It's my wife, Su Xian exclaimed in surprise, tentatively calling out, Wife? Bai Suzhen heard him and turned around, urgently shouting, "My lord, quickly go find Chao Shi and the others. Go home. They will protect you." The water lord, already enraged by her previous words, laughed maniacally upon hearing her shout, "You killed my daughter. So I will drown this Hangzhou city and kill your husband and all the humans here. I will even let the fish and shrimp eat their bodies, ensuring they can never be reborn. Ah!" As he spoke, he unleashed a wave of black mist towards Bai Sujin, while also controlling the river water to crash violently against the barrier. Large beads of sweat formed on Fahai's forehead. His face flushed, and he looked unsteady, as if he could collapse at any moment. The golden light in Bai Sujin's abdomen protected her once again, but the swirling black mist did not dissipate. It surrounded the golden light, waiting for an opportunity to strike. Bai Sujin knew it was her child protecting her, but she could feel the vitality of the child inside her fading. The golden light grew weaker and weaker, now barely visible. Fahai spat out blood and collapsed to the ground. Without his magical support, the barrier became extremely fragile. The water lord seized the opportunity, gathering all the water in one place, and with a single strike, broke through the barrier. "Ha ha ha! Foolish mortals! Go accompany my daughter in death! Ha ha ha! All of you! Mingzhu, don't be afraid. Your father has sent you many lowly servants." "My husband!" Bai Sujin cried out in desperation. Su Xian had been standing in the city, stunned, unable to understand why his celestial wife had suddenly transformed into a monster with a human body and snake tail, fangs bared. Suddenly, the flood surged in, unstoppable, destroying many houses and carrying the water lord's fury, rushing to drag him into the water. "My husband!" Bai Sujin, unable to protect herself, saw Su Xian in danger and cried out. A flash of green shadow appeared, and Su Xian was taken away. It was Xiao Qing, transformed back into the green snake, who wrapped her tail around Su Xian and ran frantically. "Su Xian, I'm Xiao Qing. It's urgent. I'll take you to a safe place first, and explain later once the problem is resolved." Xiao Qing dragged the bewildered Su Xian as she ran, and fortunately, Su Xian was oblivious to the situation. At the critical moment, his intelligence seemed to be offline, and he didn't think anything was wrong, blankly agreeing, "Okay, then run quickly. What about my sister and brother-in-law?" Bai Sujin saw Su Xian being rescued by Xiao Qing and was about to feel relieved when she felt something was wrong in her abdomen as she exerted her power to resist the black mist. The child's life force was growing weaker. She realized she might not be able to save her child. Instinctively, she reached for her belly, murmuring, "Child, my child, no, no." The water lord heard this and laughed even more wildly. "Today, you will all accompany my daughter in death." With that, he condensed a massive black mist and hurled it towards Bai Sujin. The momentum was overwhelming, and Bai Sujin had no doubt that if she were struck, she and her unborn child would perish. "You beast! Stop!" A furious voice rang out. A golden light dispelled all the black mist, and 3 figures descended from the air. In the center was a bodhisattva, standing on a colorful lotus, holding a jade bottle, with a radiant halo above her head, flanked by a male and female attendant. This was the temporary Guanyin bodhisattva from the South Sea, Kui Kui, along with the dragon girl, Shankai. At that moment, Kui Kui was filled with anger. If it weren't for maintaining the kind image of Guanyin, she would have already used thunder to strike this old monster dead. The water lord recognized her as Guanyin bodhisattva and regained a bit of rationality, but he was still consumed by the grief of losing his beloved daughter. He paused his magic, performing a mocking bow, fully aware of who Kui Kui was, but there was not a shred of respect in his tone. Seeing him like this, Kui Kui's anger surged even higher, especially upon seeing the golden light in Bai Sujin's belly nearly extinguished. She was truly filled with both shock and fury. Damn it! This water lord cannot be spared. Her mission was almost ruined by him. The script clearly stated that Bai Sujin would flood Jinshan for love, ultimately subdued by Fahai. But where did this water lord come from to disrupt the task? Damn it! Kui Kui cursed internally. What a broken script. How could such a huge bug as the water lord go unchecked by the safety team? She had been sleeping soundly when suddenly the dragon girl woke her up, saying there was an emergency, and the 2 attendants dragged her away to run. If she hadn't made it in time, even 10 lives wouldn't be enough to pay for this water lord's actions. Just a little bit, just a little bit. The Wenchang immortal was about to say goodbye to this world while still in the womb, and if this training process was forcibly interrupted, he would keep repeating it until the training was completed. The problem was, if the Wenchang immortal was reborn again, no one knew whose belly he would end up in. The heavenly secrets regarding such great beings were obscured. Therefore, if she were to arrive even a little later, not only would her mission fail, but Guanyin would also receive a reprimand and punishment from her department, and then she could potentially be complained about, lose her job, or even end up in prison. She didn't want that. She had just begun to feel the charm of this job. She hurriedly took a few drops of water from the clean bottle and sent them to Bai Sujin to drink. After she finished drinking, the golden light in her belly also strengthened quite a bit. Although it hadn't fully recovered, there was finally some vitality. Thinking about how close she was to being dismissed, Kui Kui narrowed her eyes and stared at the Water Lord, releasing all her pressure towards him and fiercely asking, "Are you dissatisfied with me?" The Water Lord's cultivation level wasn't too high, but it was still significantly higher than by Mao and the others, probably because he was a clam essence. And clams grew slowly. He didn't know how long it took to grow to his size. Naturally, dealing with Bai Sujin and the others was more than enough for him. Kui Kui's cultivation level wasn't very high either, but with the support of the colorful lotus platform and the great light, plus the covert assistance from Shankai and the Dragon Girl, the pressure she exerted caused the Water Lord to plummet from the sky. The Water Lord finally realized that the other party was Guanyin Bodhisattva. As a small character, he could easily be crushed by her. What had he been thinking to dare speak to Guanyin in such a manner? Once he realized this, all his anger vanished without a trace, leaving only fear. After being crushed to the ground and breaking bones and spitting blood, he didn't even care, scrambling to his knees in front of Kui, begging, "Great Bodhisattva, spare my life, spare my life, spare my life. It was my fault for being blind. Great Bodhisattva, spare me. I shouldn't have committed such a heinous mistake." Seeing him apologize so smoothly, Kui Kui sneered. "Now you remember I'm Guanyin Bodhisattva? Huh? Now you know to plead for mercy? Now you know you committed a heinous mistake? Just a moment ago, why did I see you being so arrogant?" The Water Lord was now only focused on begging for mercy. In fact, he didn't purely want to avenge his daughter. When he said he wanted everyone in the city to accompany his daughter in death, he actually had his own selfish motives. The Water Lord wasn't someone who valued emotions highly. What he cared most about was his own cultivation level. Initially, he had eaten his wife to improve his cultivation. Seeing his daughter was young and somewhat lively, and since eating her wouldn't be of much use to him, he raised her. Later, he inadvertently discovered that eating people was more beneficial for his cultivation, and he immediately saw the light. Due to the suppression of the heavenly path, as a demon, if he intentionally harmed others, heavenly lightning would descend and obliterate him. So at first, he only dared to eat those who drowned. This time he emerged from his retreat and found that his daughter had been killed unexpectedly. In a fit of anger, he thought of using this legitimate reason to eat people, leading to the events that followed. As for his demonic transformation, it began the first time he ate a person. From the beginning until now, he had eaten countless people, and he had already become a half-demon, half-monster. Seeing him like this made Kui Kui even angrier, almost causing her to go berserk. The Dragon Girl quietly transmitted a message to her, "Great Bodhisattva, should we first resolve the water disaster below?" How to resolve it? I don't know. Kui Kui was confused. She only knew one water escape technique, and she had no idea how to control water. "This is easy. Let me handle it. I am the Dragon Girl, and I am most skilled at controlling water, but we need the great Bodhisattva's approval to use magic in the mortal realm." The Dragon Girl explained. "Oh, then I approve. Hurry up and fix the water," Kui Kui said. The Dragon Girl received her words, transforming into a silver dragon and soaring into the sky. The rushing river water in the city seemed to respond, turning into pillars of water that shot up towards the sky, returning to its original channel under the Dragon Girl's lead. Once this matter was resolved, Kui Kui turned her gaze back to the Water Lord. Her anger had subsided. Fortunately, Fahai's barrier had bought time for the people in the city, and no one had died. Otherwise, she would have really put this big clam through a meat grinder and served it as garlic steamed spicy clam for everyone to taste for free. "How do you plan to atone for your sins?" she asked with a stern expression. I leave it to the great Bodhisattva. But I beg the great Bodhisattva to pity my pain of losing my daughter and spare my life. As long as the green mountains remain, I won't fear the lack of firewood. What should I do? How do you usually handle such matters? She quietly transmitted to Shankai. This is classified as an emergency. It's not in the script, so the great Bodhisattva can handle it as she sees fit. We will communicate with the staff from other departments. Shankai answered truthfully. That's good. This old monster doesn't know how long he has lived. He must have quite a few treasures hidden. Looking at the severely injured Fahai and others, she thought for a moment and decided to let Shankai keep an eye on the clam essence while she gathered Fahai by Sujin, Shaoqing, Su Xian, and the 5 ghosts together. Since things had come to this, the script had already been broken, so it would be better to clarify everything with them to avoid any further accidents. What? Great Bodhisattva, are you saying that the child of my sister-in-law's belly is the Chong star from heaven, here to undergo tribulation? Su Jiarong's mouth dropped open. The others were not much better off. Bai Sujin stared blankly at her belly. Although she had guessed that the child in her belly was extraordinary, she didn't expect it to be of such great origin. The Chong star from heaven. Originally, your mission was to assist the Chong star in successfully undergoing tribulation and returning to his celestial position. But now this clam essence's matter is indeed beyond our expectations. It seems that the arrangements we made have already been disrupted. Therefore, I am telling you everything so that you can understand the situation and make the right decisions to ensure the Chong immortal undergoes tribulation smoothly. Kui Kui explained all the matters clearly and assigned tasks to each person before feeling relieved enough to go deal with the clam essence. When the clam essence heard that Guanyin Bodhisattva wanted to see his collection of treasures in order to save his own life, he eagerly led Kui Kui into his treasure trove at the bottom of the river. Kui Kui was almost dazzled by the brilliance of the treasures. The clam essence understood that his name was a bit exaggerated, but he usually called himself the Water Lord of Hangzhou, and this title was not given without basis. There are regulations in the heavenly realm that, in order to manage the mortal realm more conveniently, various positions must be established. This way, communication between the two realms can be facilitated, and those demons who have achieved cultivation can also be recruited. The Water Lord was quite lucky. When this regulation was enacted in the heavenly realm, there were not many demons who had attained enlightenment, and he was the only major demon in Hangzhou. The heavenly realm inspector thought that since there were no other demons around, and since this was a clam essence, he couldn't be bothered to transfer someone from elsewhere. So he let him act as the Water Lord of Hangzhou. Thus, the Water Lord became the Water Lord of this Hangzhou city. He was actually quite irresponsible. After taking on this position, he hadn't done anything beneficial to the people or himself, focusing all his efforts on improving his cultivation and accumulating wealth. Fortunately, the terrain in Hangzhou was good, and there were no major water disasters. Otherwise, he would have been removed long ago. Therefore, his cave in the river was quite luxurious, and he had built a Water Lord's palace, with large pearls every 3 steps and luminous pearls every 5 steps, which was exceedingly extravagant. Those luminous pearls range from the size of eggs to larger than basketballs. Did you produce all these? Kui Kui couldn't help but glance sideways. Yes, the smaller ones are from the clam essence, and I am quite skilled at producing pearls, the Water Lord said nervously. Kui Kui nodded, calculating in her heart. This type of pearl is of excellent quality, round and large, and this luminous pearl is even more precious. Selling it back should be quite profitable. With this thought in mind, she touched the biggest pearl, and the system's voice popped up. Detected a top-quality luminous pearl, selling price 10 gold. Would you like to trade with the system? Kui Kui's body jolted. Soft, next time you come out, can you give a warning? You always pop out suddenly and scare me to death. Host, I strongly request to change my name. Behave well. Soft fell silent, presumably protesting quietly. Kui Kui didn't care. She had already entered the treasure vault of the Water Lord, and felt like a farmer from Earth entering a city for the first time. Amazed by everything she saw, shimmering coral trees clustered together, and the basketball-sized pearls and luminous pearls that she found so rare outside were now in abundance, along with various treasures. She opened the system shop to assess everything, sold all the sellable items, and stored some of the rest in her warehouse. preparing to exchange them for soft currency when she returned. The Waterlord's heart was bleeding. All his years of hard work and treasures he had painstakingly gathered were almost all gone in the blink of an eye. It would be false to say he wasn't heartbroken. However, he didn't dare show it and could only comfort himself silently. Losing wealth averts disaster. Losing wealth averts disaster. The Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva took the money, so he should let him go, right? The reality proved he was wrong. Waterlord, the mistakes you've made cannot be offset by just these few pieces of jewelry. After careful consideration, I have decided to sentence you to 100 years, during which you will produce pearls for me for the next 20 years, and for the remaining 80 years, you will serve your sentence in the underworld. Shankai arranged this. All right, Bodhisattva. Recently, Yama has mentioned that the underworld is too dark, and there are always new souls getting lost. It would be just right for him to go to the underworld to produce luminous pearls. Not only could it save a lot of expenses, but it could also strengthen the connection between the two departments, and we might even receive a letter of thanks, possibly improving performance. Shankai said with a smile. Then it's settled. Waterlord, do you have any objections? Kui Kui also thought this was quite good. No, thank you for sparing my life. I will definitely repent and become a good spirit again. The Waterlord dared not have any objections. Even if he did, he wouldn't dare say it. Then from now on, you can start producing. I will come to collect in 20 years, and I will reserve your position as Waterlord for you. Whether or not it remains yours in the future depends on your own fortune. After saying this, Kui Kui took Shankai back to the surface, where Su Xian and the others were discussing something. Upon seeing her, they all respectfully bowed, greeting the Bodhisattva. Kui Kui reminded them of some matters, and, at that moment, the dragon lady who managed flood control returned as well. The three stood quietly in the air, surrounded by a brilliant light. When the townspeople saw this extraordinary sight, they all knelt down, continuously chanting their thanks to the compassionate Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. After considering, Kui Kui took a few drops of water from the purification bottle and transformed them into countless spiritual rains to fall down, as a form of compensation for the townspeople who had suffered from unwarranted disasters. The order in the city was being restored, and Kui Kui took Shankai and the Dragon Lady back to the bamboo forest. How could the Water Lord have been in charge for so many years with such behavior? Don't you have an inspection team? Kui Kui asked, somewhat puzzled. Well, this is managed by the Heavenly Court. This world is still not very perfect. Many places still lack guardians. Theoretically, as long as he doesn't commit a major error, they will turn a blind eye, Shankai replied. All right, I accept that. However, thinking of the group of monsters she had collected in Huai Mountain, her mind became active again. The white-haired monsters basically had no dealings with humans, had no ulterior motives, and had never harmed anyone. They had been quite diligent in collecting treasures for themselves over the past 1,000 years, and she had indeed promised to reward them with the status of Earth Immortals. So can I now confer the status of Earth Immortals to a few monsters? Well, as the representative of the Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva, you possess most of the same abilities as the Bodhisattva, so it is indeed possible, Shankai said. However, the Bodhisattva does not have divine status and cannot issue a divine decree, so a formal document needs to be drafted and sent to the Heavenly Court for approval. Does the Bodhisattva have suitable candidates? If the Bodhisattva wants to recommend them, Shankai and I can help draft the document right now. Kui Kui thought for a moment. The only ones who currently had the capability and intelligence to match were the white-haired monster, the three pangolins, and Xiaoqing. She just wasn't sure about Bai Sujin and Fa. Do Bai Sujin and Fa qualify? They are already predetermined candidates from the neighboring department. As long as they help the immortal June of Wenchang successfully pass the tribulation, their treatment will not be poor, so the Bodhisattva need not worry. The Dragon Lady said with a smile. Then please submit applications for the white hair monster, the three pangolins, and Xiaoqing. All right, Bodhisattva, you can keep an eye on that group of monsters in Huai Mountain. There are still quite a few good seeds among them. All right, Bodhisattva. Due to the battle above the city, everyone in the city learned that Bai Sujin was a snake demon. But no one was afraid of her or hated her because they all knew that it was Bai Sujin, Xiaoqing, and Fa who saved them. If it weren't for their desperate efforts to stop the Water Lord, the townspeople wouldn't have waited for the Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva's rescue at all. Moreover, Su Xian's family had received a personal audience with the Avalokitesvara Bodhisattva. Therefore, the townspeople were very grateful to them, and many sent fruits and vegetables as thanks. The business at the Boa Hall also improved. To see Su Xian and his wife, many people from outside the city even came here to seek medical treatment, which boosted the business along that street. Fahai was also respected as a living Buddha because Kui Kui had already explained everything clearly to them. Fahai realized he had no reason to stay in Hangzhou, so he returned to Jinshan Temple in Zhenjiang. As these events spread, they became more and more exaggerated, eventually reaching the emperor's ears. The emperor remained non-committal, believing it was just a publicity stunt by the common people. Regardless, Su Xian's family enjoyed a delightful life, and several months passed in the blink of an eye. One day, Su Xian did not go to Boa Hall to preside over affairs because his reputation had spread, and several retired, capable old doctors had come to the shop seeking work. Therefore, Su Xian had more leisure time. He frequently acted as a hands-off manager, openly skipping work and finding ways to spend time with his wife, knowing that she would be separated from him for 20 years in the future. Fahai had already told him about the incident where he was scared to the point of losing his soul. Initially, he was reluctant to be separated from his wife, but upon hearing that if she didn't proactively admit her mistakes, she could face life-threatening dangers and future tribulations, he gritted his teeth and thought, fine, I'll go. It's only 20 years without seeing my wife, better than her suffering in the future. So that day, Su Xian stayed home with Bai Sujin. Bai Sujin's belly was already quite big, and he was sitting beside her, as usual, telling stories to the baby in her belly. In the past, after telling a story, the baby would kick her belly, and this time was no exception. Bai Sujin and Su Xian exchanged smiles, and the air was filled with sweetness. But suddenly, her expression changed, and she turned pale, which frightened Su Xian. Wife, what's wrong? Don't scare me. Husband, I think I'm about to give birth. A warm stream surged from between her legs. She knew it was amniotic fluid. What? You're about to give birth? Su Xian was so frightened that he lost his composure. What? What should I do, wife? He was almost in tears, beads of sweat covering his face in no time. Help me to the bed, then go tell my sister, and finally call the midwife. I can hold on for a while longer. The child in my belly seems to know it's time to be born, and unlike the gentle kicks before, it feels like it's dancing in there, making it hard for me to bear. I've lived 1,000 years, but this is my first experience with childbirth, and I've never felt such pain. Even shedding my skin didn't hurt this much. Su Xian shakily helped her onto the bed, then trembling all over, stumbled out to find Su Jiarong, tripping over his own feet and falling all the way. Hanwen, what is wrong with you today? You look even more foolish than usual. Su Jiarong increasingly found her younger brother annoying, always thinking that his wife must be blind to marry such a silly brother, like a beautiful flower stuck in cow dung. Sister, my wife, she is going to give birth. What? Hanwen, it's not that I'm criticizing you, but even if you're foolish usually, how can you still be like this at such a crucial moment? Su Jiarong jumped up and ran outside. I'll go keep an eye on my sister-in-law. You hurry and call the midwife. Who is the midwife? Su Xian's brain had already crashed. Hey, that Aunt Wang at the street corner. Hurry up. Just wait until tomorrow, and I'll beat you. Su Jiarong was furious with Su Xian and ran straight to Bai Sujin's room without looking back. In the room, Bai Sujin was gasping in pain. The child had been so well-behaved in her belly for the past few months, but now was suddenly dancing around, making her truly unable to bear it. She was in so much pain that she didn't even have the strength to cry out. And just as she was about to lose control and almost turn back into her original form, Su Jiarong came in. Bai Sujin, seeing her like a lifeline, anxiously reached out her hand to grab Su Jiarong. Sister, it hurts so much, sister. Su Jiarong looked at Bai Sujin's pale face, heart aching, squeezing her hand and continuously comforting her. Sister is here. Hanwen has already gone to fetch the midwife. She'll be here soon. Just hold on a little longer, sister-in-law. Bai Sujin, nearly losing her sanity from the pain, couldn't absorb it. She gritted her teeth and held on, beads of sweat rolling down her face. Seeing this, Su Jiarong took a clean handkerchief, folded it, and handed it to her to bite down on, so she wouldn't bite her tongue. Sister-in-law, you have to endure now, or you won't have the strength to give birth later. Let me tell you about Hanwen's childhood, all right? You've been married for so long, and I haven't told you these things. Su Jiarong tried to find a way to divert her attention. Sure enough, hearing about Su Xian's childhood brought by Su Jin back to some rationality, and she felt the pain in her belly was no longer as severe, weakly nodding. Okay. Seeing this method was effective, by Su Jin's spirits lifted, and Su Jiarong felt much more at ease and continued to speak. Our Hanwen. Don't be fooled by his current foolishness of just reading medical books. He was quite a mischievous child. When he hadn't started school yet, he loved to run around outside. Our parents opened a clinic and were busy seeing patients all day, so they let him run around freely. Who in Hangzhou doesn't know our family? They weren't worried about him getting lost. But guess what? One time he ran into a tavern and accused them of watering down their wine, and the angry owner beat him up. So our parents locked him at home and made me watch him. What happened next? Did he get beaten stupid? Bai Sujin asked, but was already calculating in her heart that once she gave birth, she would definitely find that owner and give him a beating. But how could that be? That owner was later found to have indeed been watering down his wine. Hanwen was so wild, we couldn't control him at home, and he ended up sneaking out through the dog hole in the backyard while we weren't paying attention. Unexpectedly, he was quite the character when he was young. So, he went to Westlake to have fun, and while on a boat, he caused trouble and broke someone else's boat. The boat owner came to our door, and that's when we realized he had run out, naturally leading to another beating. Su Jiarong recalled the past and couldn't help but chuckle. But later, my parents died unjustly, and the clinic had to close. Hanwen changed completely. He became quiet and no longer mischievous, shutting himself in the study all day reading medical books, not liking to talk, and gradually became like this. Su Jiarong's voice carried a hint of disappointment, but she quickly adjusted her mood. She was there to cheer up her sister-in-law, not to add to her burden. Once Hanwen has his coming-of-age ceremony, I'll start looking for a wife for him. I've looked at no less than 30 girls, if not 20. I've searched all over the city and countryside, and they all got scared away by his foolishness. You say, what a blockhead. Su Jiarong got angry just mentioning this, and the child in Bai Sujin's belly seemed to be interested in the tales of its father, quieting down at this moment. At first, I introduced him to our neighbor Xiuyun, who used to play with Hanwen when they were kids. Later, when Hanwen became dazed, she would often come to visit. I thought we could become in-laws, but who knew? Su Jiarong sighed again. As soon as he saw her, he started talking about old-fashioned nonsense, even saying that men and women shouldn't be too close, telling her not to come around, and that a young lady should pay attention to her reputation. Can you believe that? They used to hold hands to catch fish in the river as kids. Xiuyun got so mad that she found someone to marry in that very month, and now she has 2 children. Thinking about these trivial matters made Su Jiarong feel short of breath, as if she might collapse. Uffed. Maybe it was fate that brought my husband and me together. Bai Sujin teased. It's lucky for him that he didn't know what kind of fortune he had in meeting such a good girl like you. Otherwise, he would have definitely remained a bachelor. Su Jiarong wanted to continue, but just then the door was pushed open, and Aunt Wang, the midwife, rushed in with 2 other women. What's going on, girl? Bai Sujin smiled at her. Aunt Wang, I'm fine. It doesn't hurt as much now. That's good. First, let us get something cooked to eat. The real pain is yet to come. Aunt Wang said, Mother, wife. I'm back, wife. Are you okay? Su Xian stumbled in, and without paying attention, kicked the threshold and fell down. Su Jiarong shot him a disdainful glance. Enough, Aunt Wang. You look after my sister-in-law here. I'll go cook something for her. As she passed Su Xian, she kicked him. Blockhead, why aren't you getting up and coming with me to prepare food? After saying that, she held her belly and walked out, not even wanting to give him an extra glance. Oh, okay. Su Xian quickly got up and followed behind. The other 2 women also followed out, heating water in the kitchen, ready to bring it to the delivery room at any time. After eating something, Bai Sujin felt much better and had regained some strength. Before she could rest for long, the child seemed to be waiting for her to regain strength before causing trouble again, starting to stir up once more. This was getting serious. Bai Sujin couldn't bear the pain in bed anymore, and Aunt Wang handed her the handkerchief again for her to bite down on, reaching out to touch her belly. It's almost time to give birth. Bai Nyangzi, save your strength for now. I'll teach you when to push, okay? Don't worry. I've been a midwife for decades. With me here, you have nothing to fear. Aunt Wang was a kind old woman, instantly making people feel at ease. Hearing her say this, Bai Sujin also relaxed and followed Aunt Wang's guidance. Outside the door, Su Xian's family was waiting, watching the two women carry basin after basin of clean water in and blood water out. Su Xian was almost frantic, so much blood. My wife won't have any problems, will she? He kept muttering, walking back and forth, pacing in circles. Su Jiaorong couldn't stand it anymore and yelled, "Can you quiet down a bit? You've made me dizzy. What should I do? I'm really worried about my wife. No, I have to go in and watch over her." Saying this, Su Xian was about to go in, but Su Jiaorong couldn't hold him back in time. Just as he was about to push open the door, someone suddenly jumped out from behind and grabbed him. It was Xiaoqing. Xiaoqing had just returned from her patrol in the sealed area when she heard the news that her sister was in labor. As she entered the courtyard, she saw Su Xian, this fool, trying to rush into the delivery room, which scared her into grabbing him. "What are you doing?" she said with a fierce expression. "Don't you know men can't enter the delivery room? What you're doing is bad luck. Is there such a rule? When did this happen? Why didn't I know?" Su Xian was confused. "Anyway, you can't go in right now." Xiaoqing rolled her eyes at him. Even a monster like her had heard of this. Yet this gentleman still didn't know. To prevent Su Xian from causing trouble, she simply used a spell to immobilize him. And now, let's see how he moves. Su Jiaorong silently gave her a thumbs up. Li Gongfu also took leave to come back. He knew this child was no ordinary person, and as the uncle, he naturally had to witness the birth of his nephew. So, after receiving the news, he took leave and returned. Listening to the screams from the delivery room and seeing the bowls of blood, this big man, a constable handling cases, was almost scared out of his wits. His own wife and Aunt Xiaoqing remained calm, and he really admired them. Didn't he see Han, when looking like a deer caught in headlights, his face pale? No one cared about his inner thoughts. Everyone was focused on the delivery room. Inside, Aunt Wang was continuously encouraging Bai Sujin, "Come on, push harder. The baby is crowning. Just a little more. You'll be fine after this pain is over." Under Aunt Wang's gentle guidance, Bai Sujin gathered all her strength, feeling a tearing pain in her lower body, as if something was sliding out, followed by a sense of relaxation. Meanwhile, in Hangzhou, the weather changed dramatically. Almost at the moment the child was born, the entire city of Hangzhou darkened, and then a brilliant golden light lit up from Su Xian's house, reaching the sky. As the cry of a newborn echoed throughout Hangzhou. Far away in Jinshan Temple in Zhenjiang, Fahai also saw this heavenly phenomenon and understood that when Chang Xianjun had been born. He shook his head, realizing it was time for him to get back to work. After thinking for a moment, he decided to wait until the child was 1 month old before taking action. This extraordinary sound only appeared in the world. The midwives inside the delivery room did not see it. Aunt Wang joyfully picked up the child, quickly cleaned him up, and brought him in front of everyone, saying, "Come, look at your child. It's a little boy. Look how loud he cries, and how cute his little face is. He is really blessed." Bai Sujin looked at her child with satisfaction and then fainted. Aunt Wang, being kind-hearted, first helped clean up Bai Sujin with the other two midwives before carefully walking out. The few people outside had been waiting anxiously. They had heard the cries, but hadn't seen the midwives bring the baby out, fearing something had gone wrong. Now seeing the midwife come out, they all gathered around. Xiaoqing also released Su Xian from a spell. "How's the baby?" Su Jiaorong, Xiaoqing, and Li Gongfu asked urgently. Su Xian, however, rushed straight inside, calling out, "Wife, wife, how are you? Wake up, wife, wife, woo woo woo, wife." Inside, Su Xian's wails echoed. "It's a little boy, mother and child are safe, but the baby can't be exposed to the wind yet. So you'll have to go in to see," Aunt Wang replied. She then turned back and shouted into the room, "Bai Nyangzi is fine, just exhausted and fainted. Let her rest well. She'll be fine after some sleep. Aren't you a doctor?" The family got busy again once the child was born. Although giving birth was incredibly painful, Bai Sujin was a monster after all, and her constitution was much stronger than an ordinary person's. In just a couple of days, she recovered and was running around with the child. "Are the baby's clothes ready?" Su Xian asked. "They're ready, all stored in the cabinet. From infant to adulthood. They're essay set for every year. Sister, remember to take them out for him to wear. It would be a shame if he didn't wear them." Bai Sujin teased the child. "Got it. You all can just relax. I'll take care of the baby, Su Jiaorong said, lying on a rocking chair, rocking back and forth while instructing Li Gongfu. Massage harder. Put in some effort. Haven't you eaten? Bring me some fruit. A wife. Should I massage your legs or bring you fruit? Li Gongfu was quite conflicted. As Su Jiaorong's belly grew, he became more and more silly, almost turning into a second Su Xian. You can't bring me fruit first and then continue massaging, can you? Su Jiaorong shouted. Yes, 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 wife. I'll go now. Don't be angry. Be careful not to disturb the baby. Li Gongfu hurriedly ran off, and after a while, he returned with a fruit platter. Sister-in-law, when are you leaving? Su Jiaorong asked. I don't know yet. When the time comes, Master Fahai will come to take me to Leifeng Pagoda, and I'll stay at the bottom of the pagoda for 20 years, Bai Sujin said lovingly, looking at the child. And Hanwen, where are you going? Su Jiaorong asked again, turning to her brother. Yes, Hanwen, your sister-in-law is going to Leifeng Pagoda to serve her sentence. What does that have to do with you? Li Gongfu also felt something was off. Everyone was looking at him. Su Xian smiled awkwardly. I'm worried my wife will be too lonely in the pagoda, so I've decided to become a monk at the temple. That way, I can accompany my wife every day. Su Jiaorong. Li Gongfu. All right, enough with the questions. Are you satisfied with a mouthful of dog food? Only Bai Sujin looked deeply moved. Husband, wife, husband, wife, husband. All right, both of you stop lingering here. It's nauseating. Go back and pack your things. Su Jiaorong interrupted their heartfelt gaze with a sour expression. Sister, Bai Sujin pouted. Xiao Qing is going back to her territory soon. She just got appointed and has a lot to deal with. The condition of that land is not very good, so she might not have time to take care of Shilin in the coming years. Wu Guwei, as her attendant, was supposed to go with her, but she left Li Jiao and Chao Shi to protect Shilin. They're ghost cultivators. Sister, just give them any tasks you need done. She reminded them. Got it. Those kids are good, but it's a pity they're ghosts. Otherwise, I would have introduced some wives for them, Su Jiaorong said with regret. She seemed to have become addicted to playing matchmaker for her brother. Thus, the family spent their days chatting and laughing. Many people wanted to come and see the blessed child, but they were all politely declined, as the family didn't have much time together left. Finally, the day of the baby's 1-month celebration arrived. They didn't hold a banquet, just had a meal together, just as they served the dishes. Fahai knocked on the door and entered. Seeing the family eating, he was somewhat surprised. You're all so calm, even though you're about to part? Although he was surprised, he said, I arrived at an opportune time, so I'll wait for you to finish your meal. After saying that, he found a stool to sit on and stared at the meeting. Su Xian felt a bit embarrassed being stared at like that, and tentatively asked, May I ask if Master Fahai would like to dine with us? The old monk rushed here from Zhenjiang early and has not yet gathered alms. Fahai replied with a smile, just as his stomach audibly protested. Su Xian initially just wanted to ease the awkwardness and casually asked, but unexpectedly, Fahai took it seriously, almost as if he was about to say he was very hungry and should be invited to eat with them. He felt even more embarrassed and cautiously glanced at his sister. Just then, they were having lunch, and since Master Fahai had not eaten yet, he might as well sit down and have a bite. It was just home-cooked food. How can that be? Fahai said, but his body was very honest as he lifted his foot and walked over to sit down. Of course, it's no trouble at all. Just adding another pair of chopsticks, Su Xian said as he turned around to grab a set of chopsticks and serve some rice. The old monk was not polite at all. Fahai took the bowl and immediately buried his head in the food without any courtesy. The other three watched in astonishment, thinking they hadn't seen him being polite at all. Fahai's eating manner was so terrifying that it left the dead stunned, and for a moment, no one moved their chopsticks. Benefactor, you all eat. Why are you just staring at me? Fahai directly picked up a chicken leg, tore into it, and half of the meat was gone in one bite, leaving his mouth greasy. Master, aren't monks supposed to avoid meat? Su Xian asked in disbelief, his mouth agape. Hick. Fahai swallowed a mouthful and said, Wine and meat pass through the intestines, but the Buddha's heart remains. Young man, if you don't understand this basic principle, it will be difficult for you to become a monk. Fahai was clearly in a good mood from the food. Is there any wine? Bring me 2 yang of wine. Li Gongfu silently handed him the wine jug. Fahai tilted his head back and drank, eating while drinking, like an emotionless eating machine. In no time, He cleared the table of all the dishes. The others silently put down their chopsticks. Seeing this, ahhhhh wiped his mouth and said, "Have you all finished eating? If so, let us get going. What are you still dawdling for? Go get your luggage." It had been 20 years since anyone had stayed under Leifeng Tower. It wouldn't he do to leave without luggage. ahhhh felt that this feeling of not having to hide himself was truly wonderful. Usually, to maintain his identity as a high monk, he always had to disguise himself as a saint. Now that he and this family had received guidance from Avalokiteshvara, they were already one of their own, and he didn't need to care about those worldly customs anymore. Bai Sujin came out with a small bundle and handed the child to Su Jiarong. "Sister, I entrust the child to you. Good sister-in-law, you've worked hard. I will take good care of Shirlin. You and Hanwen can rest assured and go." The two sisters-in-law wiped their tears together. Su Xian rushed out from the house, dragging several large bundles and panting, "Wife, slow down. I can't keep up. What is the rush? Let us take a horse cart. The mountains are high and the waters are far, and we have so many bundles. How long will it take to walk? Wait a bit. I've already asked your brother-in-law to rent a cart for us," Su Jiarong said. After a while, Li Gongfu indeed brought a large horse cart over. Everyone got on the cart, while Bai Sujin and Su Jiarong were still saying their reluctant goodbyes. Su Jiarong was too pregnant to go along and had to stay at home. "Wife, let us hurry. When we get there, we still need to clean up. I also need to pick an auspicious time to be ordained, and your brother-in-law needs to hurry back to take care of your sister," Su Xian urged from the cart. Coming, Bai Sujin replied, glancing at Su Jiarong holding Su Shirlin. "Child, mother is leaving. We will meet again in 20 years. After saying that, she got on the cart without looking back. The child seemed to sense his mother's departure and cried loudly. Bai Sujin felt a pang in her heart and urged Li Gongfu to hurry the cart. When they arrived at Jinshan Temple, it was already getting dark. Li Gongfu helped carry the things into the temple and hurried back to Hangzhou City, feeling uneasy about leaving Su Jiarong, a heavily pregnant woman, at home. Even if there were two ghosts there, the monks in the temple had long since gathered around. It had been a long time since Leifeng Tower had welcomed a monster, and they were almost out of practice. They eagerly helped clean up inside and outside Leifeng Tower, and then helped Bai Sujin move her luggage in. They also took Su Xian to the back hall for ordination. ahhhh had already changed his attire. The Zen robes he wore during the day were covered with the smell of wine and meat, which was too undignified in front of his disciples. It was one thing to have connections, but they still needed to uphold appearances. Otherwise, what if Su Shirlin grew suspicious in the future? The group decided to put on a grand performance in front of the pilgrims the next day. The next day, the pilgrims at Jinshan Temple were still coming and going. Just as everyone was sincerely burning incense and praying, an inappropriate voice broke out. "Wife, husband, you all let go of my wife. You all let go of my husband." Everyone looked in the direction of the voice and saw a couple being pulled apart by two groups of monks in the square, desperately trying to reach for each other, but powerless. Bai Sujin, it is a death sentence for a human and a monster to fall in love. Considering your previous merits in defending Hangzhou City, I will spare you from death and instead confine you to Leifeng Tower. You are so ungrateful. The old monk in the middle, dressed in a robe, had a face full of anger. Everyone recognized him. It was Master ahhhhh. "I don't want to be separated from my wife. Husband." The couple completely ignored him. ahhhh, in a rage, waved his hand, "Take them away." Immediately, the group of monks took Bai Sujin away. Some onlookers followed to see that Bai Sujin was indeed locked up in Leifeng Tower. Su Xian, out of control, pounded on the door, both of them crying, which was truly touching. The onlookers whispered among themselves, and someone quickly recounted the earlier incident where Bai Sujin had fought against the clam spirit. Everyone felt sympathy for the couple and had no rejection. They all felt sorry for the child, who had lost its mother right after being born. Su Xian cried for a long time before suddenly stopping and turning to ahhhh. "Can I ordain here?" ahhhh nodded. "Benefactor Su, if you can suddenly realize, the sedan chair is not suitable for you. You indeed have good roots. The old monk feels very gratified." Su Xian said, "I have come to understand. Rather than being endlessly sad, it would be better to ordain and cultivate, praying for our child." ahhhh replied, Even though the mountains are quiet, the Buddha should be revered with a sincere heart. There is no need to be troubled by worldly matters. It is not easy to cultivate. Benefactor Su, let me help you shave your head. He then called over a young monk, Dao Ming. The monk named Dao Ming responded, prepare for Benefactor Su. Yes. Dao Ming ran off to prepare, while ahhhhh led Su Xian to the back hall. The curious people still followed, seeing that Su Xian was indeed going to shave his head. Su Xian, the old monk, ran to the Dharma named Dao Feng. After simply taking refuge in the 3 jewels, do no evil, and diligently practice the profound Dharma, for the sake of your original home. If he can diligently cultivate without extinguishing his good roots, he will ultimately achieve the true fruit. Ahhhh stood before Su Xian and said. Su Xian nodded. Disciple will remember Master's teachings. I believe that if people have good intentions, heaven will respond. If people have regrets, heaven will show mercy. I am a foolish and ignorant heartless man, deeply ashamed towards my wife by Sujin. Now, kneeling before the Buddha to repent, I wish to dedicate the merits of my future cultivation to my beloved wife, helping her to escape the sea of suffering and ascend to the immortal realm. Ahhhh shook his head, quite disappointed. Benefactor Su, you are still obsessed and unaware. Su Xian sincerely said, although I am obsessed, I have already realized that my wife's sins stem from me. If she had no feelings for me, how could it have come to this? I am the true culprit. I may be foolish, but I have come to repent. I am here to repent in this place, and I'm also here to cultivating in front of you. If I can see you without anger, resentment, or hatred, wouldn't that mean I have attained the way? Therefore, it is most difficult to cultivate in front of you, but the merits are also the greatest. Ahhhh shook his head. Su Xian, your worldly thoughts are too heavy. It is not easy to become a monk. Su Xian glared angrily. Don't make excuses. I have made up my mind to become a monk here. Ahhhh sighed and said, Amitabha, Benefactor Su, the Buddha's teachings are not one-minded. If you keep thinking of others, how can you cultivate? Su Xian retorted, you also think of others in your heart. You also became a monk and became a great Zen master, didn't you? Ahhhh was speechless for a moment, and then said, in my opinion, Benefactor Su's time to become a monk has not yet matured, and I will not shave your head. Su Xian pretended not to understand and said, Master, you are really strange. I didn't want to become a monk, but you tried every means to trick me into it. Now that I want to, you keep refusing. Since the conversation had reached this point, Ahhhh had to say, Benefactor Su, the Buddhist gate is broad. How could it refuse anyone? Although I acknowledge your karmic ties are over, your infatuation still weighs heavily. For now, I will allow you to cultivate with your hair for a while. Su Xian was delighted. He had prepared to shave his head and become a monk, but he didn't expect Ahhhh to be so considerate, allowing him to cultivate while still having his hair. On the surface, it was cultivation. In reality, wasn't it vacation? When can my wife be released from prison? Ahhhh repeated Guanyin Bodhisattva's words when the Leifeng Pagoda falls and the West Lake water runs dry. Feeling happy, Su Xian joined his hands in prayer and respectfully bowed, saying, Disciple Dao Feng requests to meditate quietly in the temple to calm my mind and clarify my purpose. Ahhhh waved his hand, go ahead. He then shouted to the side, Dao Ming, take Dao Feng to the Zen room. Yes, Dao Feng, follow me, Dao Ming replied and took Su Xian down. The onlookers dispersed, mostly women coming to offer incense. From ancient times to the present, countless things have changed, but women remain unchanged. 3 women form a play, and a woman's words are deceiving. There are no eternal secrets among women, only eternal gossip. After watching such a grand performance at Jinshan Temple, these women were excited, chattering in groups, discussing, and when they returned to the city, it would be a whole new round of embellishments. In just a few days, this story had dozens of versions, spread by merchants traveling to various places. The outside world discussed it passionately, shedding tears of sympathy for this poor family of 3. But the couple at the center of the event was having a great time. Su Xian said he wanted to cultivate quietly, so not many people disturbed him, while Bai Sujin was imprisoned in the Leifeng Pagoda as a criminal, so basically no one paid attention to them in the temple. Of course, this was also a result of Ahhh's deliberate manipulation behind the scenes. Since he was cultivating with his hair, he was considered a lay disciple, so he had no restrictions in his daily life. Every day, he and Bai Sujin quietly avoided the monks, drinking tea, admiring flowers, and occasionally joined by ahhhhh. 3. Bai Sujin threw down 2 cards, signaling ahhhhh to play quickly. I can't afford it. Ahhhhh fell into a mysterious silence, looking at the cards in his hand. Wife, I have a pair of 4s. Susian asked cautiously. Play quickly. What are you stalling for? Bai Sujin rolled her eyes at him. All right, a pair of 4s. Susian quickly threw down his cards. Ahhhhh looked at the couple in silence. What karma had he created to always be the landlord? This couple was united. Their strength could break gold. King Bomb. Bai Sujin triumphantly threw down a pair of ghosts. Do you want it? Do you want it? If not, I'm leaving. She looked at the two, shaking their heads with satisfaction, and then threw down all the remaining cards. A pair of 5s, a pair of 6s, a pair of 7s, a pair of 8s, a pair of 9s, a pair of 10s. Gone. Yay. Wife, you are amazing. Susian cheered, getting up to high-five Bai Sujin. Master ahhhhh, sorry about that. The two held a small piece of paper, grinning mischievously at ahhhh. Ahhhh, with a head full of paper, wore a bitter face. Don't stick it to my face. Smack. The two crushed rice grains and firmly stuck the paper on ahhhh's head. Come on, come on. I still don't believe it. I can't turn the tide. Ahhhh rolled up his sleeves, looking fierce. Come on, I'll play. Bai Sujin said boldly, looking like a big sister. When ahhhh once again drew the landlord's cards, his mentality collapsed. This was simply unfair. From the first game until now, he had always been the landlord. He seriously suspected that Bai Sujin was cheating. That makes sense. Next round, let him play. As expected, ahhh's hand was still terrible, but slightly better than before. He finally had a bomb, although it was 4 3s. But this could boost his morale. He believed his luck was about to come. However, dreams are beautiful, but reality is still cruel. Smack! 2 pieces of paper were once again stuck to his head. His originally bald head was now covered in paper, long strips fluttering in the wind. Well, to beautify a bit, it could be considered a human delicacy, but now it was just a human broom. Master. Dao Ming rushed around the corner, looking anxious, as if he had urgent business with ahhhh. However, when he saw ahhhh surrounded by a pile of cards, with little paper strips fluttering on his head, his whole expression cracked. This person with a head full of paper strips, this ridiculous person, is his dignified master. No, he must have approached incorrectly. Dao Ming thought, slowly turning to run, but after taking 2 steps, he was called back. Cough! Dao Ming, why are you in such a hurry? The temple is in chaos. What kind of behavior is this? Dao Ming turned around, trembling, but saw the paper strips on his master's head had disappeared, and the pile of cards had transformed into a Buddhist scripture. So his master was discussing the Buddhist scripture. Dao Ming suddenly realized. He must have seen it wrong. How could such a serious person as his master be playing cards? Thinking of this, Dao Ming felt ashamed for wrongly accusing his respected master. With a face full of guilt, he walked over. Master, I was wrong. What did you see just now? ahhhh asked. Master was discussing the Buddhist scripture with his junior brother. Dao Ming replied honestly. Discussing the Buddhist scripture. That is very good. This child is teachable. ahhhh chuckled twice. You can't define me for what matter? Master, it is like this. His Majesty the Emperor has learned of your profound cultivation and wants to invite you to the palace to bless the royal family. Dao Ming hurriedly said. The royal family? ahhhh frowned. This matter needs to be discussed further. But the reward is quite considerable, Dao Ming quickly added. The temple needs renovations, and the funds are insufficient. In that case, I shall go. ahhhh sighed helplessly and said, Benefactors, I will discuss this matter first. The two watched ahhhh leave. My dear, it's so boring. Bai Sujin said, feeling uninterested in their landlord game. It is Susian only knew to agree. Shall we go back to Hangzhou City to find my sister? Bai Sujin's eyes lit up, calculating the days. Our little niece should be born soon. This, Susian reflexively wanted to say that was great. But at the critical moment, the missing piece in his mind suddenly appeared. Absolutely not, my dear. This is Guanyin Bodhisattva's instruction. We cannot change it at will. If it affects the child's fate, it would be a sin we can never atone for in our lifetime. All right, our range of activities is limited to Jinshan Temple. Sigh, we still have to hide from those incense worshippers. I just hope ahhhhh can bring back more money from the palace this time to renovate Jinshan Temple, so I can move around freely. Sigh. I just hope our child is capable and comes to rescue us soon. Su Xian was also quite helpless. 20 years. Hiding in Jinshan Temple was too painful. My lord, I will go back to cultivate, and you should go back to comprehend the Buddhist scriptures as well. Learning more is always beneficial. All right, then I will go. My lady, I will bring you your favorite secret roasted chicken tonight. The two of them left, one returning to Leifeng Tower and the other to the meditation room. Sigh, they were so bored that they started to take the initiative to study. Li Gongfu paced back and forth at the door, holding Su Shilin anxiously, while Su Shilin cried out loud, getting dizzy from the spinning. Originally, Su Jiarong was in the delivery room screaming in pain, but upon hearing the child's cries, she disregarded her pain and shouted, Li Gongfu, if you dare to bully Shilin, just wait. Once I give birth, I will break your legs. Her shout turned into a piercing scream, followed by a burst of crying. Li Gongfu looked at little Shilin in his arms, surprised that he had this use. Indeed, he was a great lucky star. Su Jiarong, who was originally in a difficult labor, was now overjoyed as she had given birth with one shout. He couldn't wait for the midwife to come out and asked, How is my lady? She is drinking water. Listen closely, the midwife teased, knowing that Li Gongfu was afraid of his wife. It's good that my lady is fine. What about the child? Li Gongfu smiled. It's a girl, healthy and well. After crying, she fell asleep. Aunt Wang is still taking care of her. You'll have to wait a bit before you can go in. I'll fetch some water. After the midwife left, Li Gongfu held Su Shilin and laughed foolishly. Shilin, you have a sister now. You're a big brother now, a man, so you must protect your sister well in the future, okay? Su Shilin seemed to understand, grinning and laughing. Yes, that's right. We all protect you, and you protect your sister. You can't be as mischievous as your father was when he was young. You have to care for your aunt, understand? Your aunt works hard every day. It's not easy. Li Gongfu continued to lecture Su Shilin, not caring whether he could understand. Strangely, Su Shilin occasionally laughed, as if he were agreeing with what he said, which made Li Gongfu even more animated. I wonder how Hanwen and the others are doing in Zhenjia. Bai Sujin and the others were naturally bored at Jinshan Temple, eating and sleeping comfortably. Aside from feeling a bit bored and missing the children, they had no other complaints. Time flew by, and in the blink of an eye, 18 years had passed. Su Shilin had grown into a refined young gentleman full of knowledge, while Su Jiarong's daughter, Bilian, had blossomed into a tall and graceful young lady. Brother, wait for me. A girl in a yellow gauze skirt chased out from inside the door. The young scholar in front, carrying a book bag, heard the commotion behind him and shook his head imperceptibly, letting out a sigh. However, he did not stop but quickened his pace. Brother. Bilian saw Su Shilin walking faster and stomped her foot, lifting her skirt to catch up. Brother, I caught you. Take me with you. I promise not to cause you any trouble. I swear, isn't that enough? Bilian shook Su Shilin's arm. Bilian, your aunt hasn't been feeling well these days. You should stay home and keep her company, Su Shilin said helplessly, turning to look at his sister. This sister was the apple of the family's eye, lively and spirited, and her looks had inherited the best traits of her aunt and uncle. Clearly, she was a little tyrant, yet many were deceived by her appearance, thinking she was an innocent little rabbit. He, who wanted to save those blind young men, was wrongfully accused of being a bad brother. How pitiful. He was really the most tragic scapegoat. Oh, my mother is fine. She's just upset because of my father. It's nothing. Besides, if there really was something wrong, as her most beloved little cotton-padded jacket, I would definitely take good care of her. Brother, my dear brother, just take me, okay? Bilian looked at Su Shilin with a pitifully innocent gaze. This gaze was simply a killer move against tough men. When Su Shilin met her eyes, he felt himself sinking in. His face grew warm, and his heart raced. He turned his head away, broke free from Bilian's grip, and walked forward quickly. I said no, and that's that. Seeing that this tactic didn't work on him, Bilian felt a bit discouraged. This move had always worked on her stern-faced father. Why didn't it work on her brother? But she couldn't let this opportunity slip by. It was rare to meet Lord Jean for lessons, and she didn't know when the next chance would be. She darted in front of Su Shilin, blocking his path, hands on her hips, eyebrows raised. Su Shilin, stop right there. Stand still. Don't move. Su Shilin was quite frightened by his furious little aunt, thinking how this once gentle little rabbit had turned into a tigress. The hands on her hips and her shouting voice were just like his aunt. They were indeed mother and daughter. He thought this in his heart, but obediently stood still. Sister, what do you want? Me? Nothing much. I just suddenly remembered that I haven't whispered to mother in a long time. I should say something, right? Billion walked around Su Shilin meaningfully. Brother, should I talk to mother about how that tree in our backyard broke? Or how the fish she brought back disappeared? Or how the mouse that caused chaos in the Bai residence came to be? Billion looked at Su Shilin, who was sweating profusely, and laughed like a blooming flower. Seeing Su Shilin drenched in sweat but still unmoved, Billion steeled herself and unleashed her trump card. Also, mother went to Jingshan Temple to get a safety talisman for you. It seems you haven't worn it for a long time. Oh, brother, is your memory bad? Or did you accidentally misplace it somewhere? Stop. I'll take you. Little aunt, please don't tell mother. I'll take you, okay? Mentioning the talisman made Su Shilin unable to hold his ground. There was a time in his childhood when he was weak and sickly, and his aunt went to Jingshan Temple to find a master to get him a safety talisman, insisting he must carry it with him and never take it off. He knew he might have an extraordinary background. Everyone who saw him whispered behind his back that he was the son of Dr. Su and Bai Nyangzi, born with celestial signs and blessed with a bright future. Dr. Su and Bai Nyangzi, he had never met them, but he knew they were his parents. He had heard their stories from others. His mother was a snake demon who was saved by his father 1,000 years ago. Later, after achieving enlightenment, she searched for many years to repay his father's life-saving grace, finally finding him, and they fell in love, leading to his birth. Unfortunately, their love was forbidden. So the loving couple was separated by Master Fahai from Jingshan Temple. His mother was forever imprisoned in Leifeng Tower, suffering every day, while his father renounced the world to help his mother atone for her sins and pray for himself. Since childhood, he had envied the children from other families who had the love of both parents, while he only had his aunt, uncle, and a 3-month-old cousin. Although he garnered sympathy from the entire city because of his parents' noble deeds and tragic love, he was not happy. This was not what he wanted. He also resented Fahai for taking his parents away. So what if his mother was a demon? She had never harmed anyone in the city, not even the most destitute beggar. She treated him with the most tolerant and kind heart. She had once saved the lives of everyone in the city. The Baoha Hall was still open. Although his parents were gone, the wealth they left behind remained. The current Baoha Hall still upheld the tradition of treating everyone equally, continuing to persevere. He wanted to study medicine and inherit his parents' legacy, but his aunt and uncle insisted that he study literature. Initially, he was unwilling, but when he heard his aunt say, "Your mother still has hope," Fahai said that only when the Leifeng Pagoda collapses and the West Lake dries up can your mother be released. He asked, "What should I do?" His aunt firmly told him, "Study hard, pass the imperial examination, and strive to become the top scholar. Only by becoming the top scholar will the court pay attention to you and help you bring down the Leifeng Pagoda and drain the West Lake. All right, from today on, I will focus on my studies and must rescue my mother as soon as possible." That was all a long time ago. He had 2 uncles protecting him, one named Li Jiao and the other Chao Shi. His aunt said these 2 were servants left to guard him by his little aunt, who was now governing a distant land and had just taken office, busy dealing with matters on her estate, so she couldn't take care of him. His little aunt was also a snake demon, and now she was an earth immortal, so he knew that Li Jiao and Chao Shi were not ordinary people. As expected, he found out they were actually ghosts. No wonder they could protect him so well. During the time he was sick, a big incident happened on his little aunt's estate, and Uncle Li and Uncle Chao were urgently summoned back, leaving him unprotected. He always felt that someone was trying to harm him, like when he would feel his neck being choked, unable to breathe, or when he would inexplicably fall into the water while passing by the river, feeling stiff and unable to move, or when something would fall from a height trying to hit his head. He couldn't see who it was, but he knew it must be those dirty things wanting his life. He fell very ill, and his aunt and uncle rushed him to Jingshan Temple to pray for a talisman. When he woke up, everything returned to normal, and those things disappeared. Initially, he He wanted to throw away the talisman, knowing it was from Jinshan Temple, but he inexplicably felt a sense of familiarity with it. After being troubled and melancholic for a while, he finally opened the talisman. Inside was a strand of hair, black and smooth, carrying a faint fragrance. Tied with a red string and neatly placed in the talisman. He realized it was his mother's hair, the peace talisman his mother had given him. No wonder his aunt said he must take good care of it and never lose it. This was the only thing his mother left for him beside a new set of clothes every year. However, that day, when he went out of the city to play, he accidentally lost the talisman. He was both anxious and guilty, searching privately for several days without finding it, and he didn't dare to tell his aunt. Unexpectedly, it was discovered by Billion. "Auntie, let's talk nicely. Can we solve our issues ourselves? We're not kids anymore, so let's not bother my aunt with everything." Su Shilin pleaded, but Billion caught him on a detail. "Old lady? Good. You just call my mother old. She hates it when people say she's old. Brother, if I tell mother what you just said, you're dead. Don't, let's go. I'll take you to the academy. I really don't understand what's so good about Chungjin. ISNT is just about writing poetry and painting. How am I inferior to him? I just can't figure you all out. You're not allowed to slander young Master Jean. He is skilled in all arts and quite handsome. Such a person is truly perfect. Which girl wouldn't he have a crush on him? You're a big girl. How can you say that? Aren't you ashamed? Hurry up. Let us go quickly. I want to sit in a good spot for the lecture. Otherwise, if we arrive late, we'll only be able to sit in the back and won't see young Master Jean." All right, I got it. But let us be clear. This time I take you in, and those things you just said must be wiped clean. I can agree to erase what you said about my mother being old and other things, but the talisman stays. Sister, how can you be so untrustworthy? As a person, you must stand by your word. Confucius said. Stop. Should I tell mother you said she is old? Su Shilin paused for 2 seconds, recalling a time when his uncle accidentally mentioned that his aunt was getting a bit old, and his aunt immediately turned hostile, pulling his uncle's ear and scolding him. He thought he didn't have his uncle's strong physique and wouldn't have the guts to escape his aunt's wrath, shaking his head. Let us go with what you just said. That is more like it. Those who recognize the times are wise. Let us go. Billion happily dashed ahead. Su Shilin muttered behind, when the provincial examination comes, you'll know who is better between me and Chungjin. I'm destined to be extraordinary. How could I lose to a flashy peacock? Chungjin came to Hangzhou 2 years ago. His family had been in business for generations, always traveling everywhere, but for some reason, they suddenly settled in Hangzhou. Although they couldn't be considered permanent residents, they often appeared in the city. Chungjin was the only son in his family, and they didn't agree with him following the family business, insisting he take the imperial examination. However, Chungjin felt he was born for business and refused to budge. In the end, both sides reached a compromise, allowing Chungjin to continue in business as long as it didn't affect his studies. Moreover, Chungjin was quite handsome. It seemed there was no other man in the world as good-looking as him. So, every time the students heard that there would be a visitor coming to the academy, they would crowd in just to see the warm and jade-like, unmatched young Master Jean, as they affectionately called him. Thank goodness I have a brother here. Otherwise I wouldn't be able to sit so close. Billion said with a smile, next to Su Shilin. Chungjin had always been first in the academy, while Su Shilin was always second. Regardless of how others fought for rankings, theirs were unshakable. Because of this, Chungjin's seat was in front of Su Shilin's, allowing Billion to see Chungjin clearly from her angle. She proudly glanced back at the girl standing behind, who could only listen. HMPF. Who told them she had a good brother? Young Master Jean hadn't arrived yet, so she began to assess her brother's classmates. Just in time to see a chubby boy whispering to someone next to him. Listening closely, she heard him saying her brother was always the second best. Instantly, her anger ignited. She could bully her brother, but no one else could. Without thinking, Billion stood up and walked over, kicking over the chubby boy's table. You fatso! Shut up. I want to let you speak about my brother. The chubby boy was stunned, and when he reacted, his temper flared. He pushed the person beside him and stood up. What do you understand, you little girl? Su Shilin is just a perennial second. Am I wrong? He is just not strong enough to surpass Chungjin. Do you still dare to kick my table? Do you know who I am? If I tell you, you'll be scared to death. Here is the deal. You kneel and bow to me, calling me grandpa, and we'll let this matter go," the chubby boy said proudly, looking smugly at his cousin in the audience, feeling triumphant. Why could Su Sherlin bring his cousin to a good spot, while he couldn't? Why should his cousin be forced to stand in the audience? It was all because Su Sherlin was always second, and the chubby boy felt resentful, especially seeing his weak, innocent cousin standing among a group of coarse girls. His heart ached for her. He couldn't bear to say harsh words to her, fearing even a slightly raised voice would disturb her. But now my cousin is standing behind, arguing fiercely with that group of nasty women, her face flushed with anger. Oh, those nasty women must be bullying her, which is why she wants to argue with them. But my cousin is such an innocent person. How could she possibly outtalk them? Look at her. Her face is all red from anxiety. The fat guy is drooling over my cousin's beauty while feeling distressed about her unfair treatment. He starts to sourly talk bad about Su Sherlin to the person next to him, but who knew Bai Lian overheard him. Just right. He could use this to show off his authority, make the people here know his power, and then smoothly bring my cousin in to sit down. This way. He could also undermine Su Sherlin's status in the academy, killing 3 birds with 1 stone. There's simply no one smarter than him. He thought Bai Lian would be intimidated by his presence and would obediently back down. If she were an ordinary girl, she might have been scared. After all, her physique is imposing and her face is full of flesh, which is quite off-putting. But who is Bai Lian? She is the queen bee of the East and West Lakes, the king of the kids from 2 streets. Since childhood, she has been wilder than the boys, never learned the modesty of a young lady, but has mastered her mother's fierce roar and her father's martial arts skills to near perfection, occasionally displaying strength that surpasses the norm. She has seen plenty of people with an attitude like the fat guys talking to her, and in the end, they all end up obediently serving her, bowing and greeting her respectfully as Sister Lian. Seeing the fat guy talk to her like this, she grinned. The fat guy thought she was stunned, disdainfully glancing at Su Sherlin, saying he wasn't a man. My cousin is this scared, yet she can still smile? Coward. Bah, what a joke. Su Sherlin originally had a shallow smile of mockery on his face, but upon hearing this, he shook his head. This fat guy must be too comfortable in his body, seeking out trouble for himself. Sure enough, Bai Lian swiftly struck and knocked the fat guy to the ground. The onlookers, who were ready to enjoy the spectacle, were stunned. They had thought the little girl would be the one suffering, but now the one on the ground was the big fat guy. The plot twist was too quick. Looking at the fat guy's already chubby face, now swollen like a pig's head. Wow, this little girl really hit hard. After finishing the fight, Bai Lian put her hands on her hips and asked from a high vantage point, "What did you just say?" "Say it again." The fat guy, squinting his eyes, remained silent. Bai Lian kicked him again, "Call me Annie, and this matter will be settled, no matter who you are." Su Sherlin pretended to cough in his fist to mask his inadvertent laughter, walking over to pat Bai Lian on the shoulder. "Bai Lian, let's just let it go." Bai Lian was only trying to defend her brother, and now seeing her brother say this, she was about to relent when a chubby girl rushed in from the audience. "You guys, how can you treat my cousin like this?" A girl in a white dress ran in, wiping her tears at the fat guy. "You guys, how can you be so cruel? What did my cousin do for you to bully him like this?" Woo-woo. As she spoke, she started crying, looking pitiful. "It was your brother who first slandered my brother, then threatened me. That's why I acted. I didn't pick a fight on purpose, understand?" Bai Lian had a big sister demeanor. She couldn't stand such whiny little flowers, and, at a glance, they weren't good people. "Woo-woo. My cousin is being beaten like this, and you guys are still here talking nonsense. You're so capable, of course. You dare distort the facts. If any of us oppose you, will you treat us like you treated my cousin?" The little flower wiped her tears while expressing concern for her cousin, but every word was criticizing Bai Lian for being violent and unreasonable. Bai Lian rolled her eyes and said, Fine. Since you know, why are you still here yapping at me? Do you believe I could slap you to death?" As she spoke, she raised her hand and swung it down fiercely. The little flower even heard the wind from that hand and was stunned, thinking this woman wouldn't really hit her. Would she? If that slap landed, would she become disfigured? She was just saying this casually, trying to provoke people's dislike for her. How could it come to this? Panic surged in the little flower's heart. But recalling what she had seen earlier, she closed her eyes and gritted her teeth. "Come on, hit me. I'm ready." The slap she anticipated did not fall. Instead, it stopped midair. She felt a surge of joy in her heart. Could it be? Hurriedly, she opened her eyes, and Bai Lian was looking at her with a half-smile. The anticipated person did not appear, leaving her a bit disappointed. What's wrong? Do you really want to take my slap? Are you disappointed that it didn't land on your face? Bai Lian scoffed. Don't worry, I won't hit you. I've been the queen bee of these two streets for so many years. I have my principles too, like I usually don't hit women or brainless people. You. The little flower was furious. This crazy woman actually said she was brainless? What? You don't admit it? Who are you calling brainless? Who is brainless? Bai Lian retorted with amusement. You're brainless. The little flower replied without thinking. Ha ha ha, brother, look at her. She admits she's brainless. Bai Lian laughed wildly, turning to her brother, but saw him bowing towards the door. Young Master Huayu. Why, Huayu? Oh my goodness. It's their young Master Jean. The two arguing women were about to explode on the spot. One felt she had been seen by young Master Jean in such a shrewish and ungraceful state. Really wanted to find a hole to hide in. The others secretly complained that young Master Jean had come at the wrong time, missing a good opportunity. She had just been so pitiful and weak. If young Master Jean had seen her, he might have looked at her a few more times. The group of women in the audience by the door was so excited they were almost speechless, their gazes following Cheng Jin as he walked over. Cheng Jin also bowed to Su Shilin, Brother Hamlin. Suddenly, whispers erupted at the door. Young Master Jean is truly so graceful. Bai Lian and the little flower were both gazing dreamily at Cheng Jin, hoping he would notice them. The two girls, sharing the same thought, shot each other a glare. This young lady is really interesting. Brother Hamlin, is this young lady your often-mentioned cousin Bai Lian? Cheng Jin looked at Bai Lian and asked Su Shilin. Indeed. Su Shilin smiled. I find your sister's conversation to be graceful, her demeanor lively, and her thinking meticulous, like a bright and clever person. Why would Brother Hamlin describe her as a tigress? The little flower originally felt indignant that Cheng Jin had only noticed Bai Lian and not her. But now hearing young Master Jin's impression of that crazy woman, she felt her mood lighten. What? He told you I was a tigress? Bai Lian exploded upon hearing this, forgetting to maintain her image, her brows furrowing as she glared at Su Shilin. Su Shilin was so scared he kept signaling. Your young Master Jean is still watching. Let's talk about this at home. Yet Cheng Jin was still smiling and adding fuel to the fire. I first heard Brother Hamlin say you were a fierce tigress, and I had never heard of such a girl before, so I was quite impressed. Qin Yuan, why are you lying on the ground? Qin Yuan, the fat guy, got up from the ground, glaring viciously at Su Shilin and Bai Lian, but didn't say a word. How could he, a young master of the Qin family, lose to the Cheng family's young master? He remembered this debt. He would definitely find an opportunity for revenge. Looking at his aggrieved cousin, he suppressed the unwillingness in his heart and sat down at his desk. Since there was nothing to do, let us sit tight. The teacher is coming soon. Cheng Jin said kindly when he saw that Qin Yuan did not respond. Everyone nodded in agreement, and Su Shilin also took Bai Lian to their seats, not expecting that Qin Yuan would end up doing such a thing. Cheng Jin also sat down and called out to the back, "You are come here." A girl walked in and sat right next to Cheng Jin. This is my cousin, Where Cheng Jin explained to Su Shilin and Bai Lian. All the girls were surprised, having been too focused on young Master Jean to notice that he had brought a girl. This was a significant event. They all turned to look at the girl, whose beauty was unparalleled, elegant and graceful, dressed in shimmering white satin, with a stunningly beautiful face, bright eyes, and skin as smooth as fine jade. Pure and lovely, ethereal and refined, she resembled a celestial being, like a lotus emerging from the water, with delicate features. Beautiful as a flower, exceptionally handsome, her eyes held a playful charm, soft and lovely, making her increasingly resemble a peerless beauty, more exquisite than the famous flowers that could topple cities. Her face was as luminous as jade, her eyes like water, filled with a smile that was not only dazzling but also exuded an indescribable charm and loveliness, showcasing a gentle beauty in her gaze. She felt everyone's attention and blushed, her cheeks flushed like clouds at sunset, her demeanor full of joy, resembling a freshly blossomed flower, infinitely beautiful, as if she were a celestial being. Her graceful and charming demeanor truly made her an extraordinarily beautiful woman rarely seen in the world. The hearts of the girls shattered. How could the usually self-disciplined young Master Jean have brought his cousin in? Did this not imply? A few of them exchanged greetings, and then the teacher entered. Everyone quieted down. After all, the teacher was quite strict, and allowing someone to sit in was already a great act of tolerance. If someone continued to act recklessly, they might not have another chance to come in again. Su Shilin felt that Yuer was very strange, a familiar feeling that was inexplicable. He had never met Yuer before. How could he feel so familiar? Confused. He nodded in agreement when Cheng Jin invited him to bring his cousin to the newly opened vegetarian restaurant for a small gathering. This made Bai Lian extremely happy, and she kept smiling foolishly. When they got home for dinner, Su Jiarong and Li Gongfu were stunned to see the strange smile on their daughter's face. What's wrong with Bai Lian? Has she seen a doctor? What did the doctor say? Is there still hope? Dad, Mom, what are you talking about? I'm fine. Bai Lian stomped her foot. Seeing her like this only shocked Su Jiarong and Li Gongfu even more. What did our daughter eat wrong? It's just that Shilin Gu is taking me out to have fun in a couple of days, so I'm very happy. Bai Lian said shyly. It's Cheng Huaiyu and his cousin who invited us to a small gathering at the vegetarian restaurant in a few days. Seeing aunt and uncle's gaze fall on him, Su Shilin hurriedly explained. Isn't it just a meal? What is all the fuss about? Hurry up. Let us eat before it gets cold. Su Jiarong rolled her eyes. On the agreed day, Bai Lian had already dragged Su Shilin to the vegetarian restaurant as health room early, where Cheng Jin was already waiting. When Yuer saw them come in, she poured 2 cups of tea. Huaiyu, Miss Yuer. Hanlin, Miss Bai Lian, please take a seat. After some polite exchanges, the 2 girls sat down, and a servant began to serve the dishes. Shall we eat and chat? Cheng Jin asked with a smile. Since it's just us, we don't have to follow the etiquette of not speaking while eating. Enjoying the meal is the most important. Then I shall obey, Su Shilin said, as Cheng Jin was the host, and whatever he said went. The few of them tacitly did not ask the purpose of their gathering and enjoyed the food. The vegetarian restaurant only served vegetarian dishes. When they had nearly finished eating, Su Shilin asked, Huaiyu, do you have something you want to discuss with me? It's nothing major. Just wanted to introduce you to my cousin. I wonder if Hanlin is willing? Cheng Jin smiled broadly, enchanting Bai Lian completely. Initially thinking she had no chance, she suddenly became excited upon hearing Cheng Jin's words. This was clearly an intention to introduce his cousin to her brother. Immediately, she answered for Su Shilin, he is willing. He is willing. Su Shilin pulled Bai Lian's sleeve. I haven't spoken yet. They were asking me. Then, may I have the honor of making a friend with young Master Su? Yuer shyly asked. I would be most honored, Su Shilin replied. Unlike his father, who was a bookworm, he was quite the opposite and much more charming. After just one meal, it seemed as though they had formed some mysterious understanding, and the small group was formed. Cheng Jin began coming to the academy every day for class, bringing Yuer along. And Bai Lian also asked Su Shilin to take her to sit in on classes just to be near Cheng Jin. However, Cheng Jin always treated her with great politeness and showed no interest, which she noticed and accepted. As the street's big sister, how could she impose on others? Su Shilin's relationship with Yuer progressed, as the occasional exchange glances revealed something was amiss. Regardless, time flew by, and the county exams had passed, with Su Shilin still being the perennial second place, while Cheng Jin firmly held the first place, causing Su Shilin, who was eager to surpass him, much frustration. When the provincial exams came, he tried his best, but unexpectedly suffered another defeat. Even with all the national candidates together, Cheng Jin, that freak, still secured the first place, and he remained second. Su Shilin sighed and lamented, unaware of how many people were captivated by their celestial duel. Of course, there was another person who was quite envious of it all. After listening to his subordinate's report, Qin Yuan sneered. Is the news true? His subordinates nodded respectfully, confirming the news was accurate under the tree with a head as a guarantee. Good, good, good. Pass on my orders and instruct them to come with sincerity. Let's set off. Ha ha. Su Shilin, let's see what you will use to take the exam this time. I said, I will take my revenge on you fiercely. The subordinates accepted the order and left, while Qin Yuan's face twisted in the room, not knowing what he was thinking. In short, Su Shilin was in for a calamity. Su Shilin was still unaware, as he was currently reuniting with his family at home. Li Gongfu and Su Jiaorong were overjoyed, as he was about to become the top scholar, and soon his younger brother and sister-in-law would be able to reunite with him. Feeling happy, they were kinder to Su Shilin. Next, he had to return to the capital for the palace examination. Su Shilin packed his bag and boarded the carriage that Li Gongfu had arranged for him, heading to find Cheng Jin to travel together. However, he heard from Yuer that Cheng Jin had suddenly fallen ill and passed away, with his body already transported back to the ancestral grave for burial. My cousin told me before he left that I must travel with young Master Su. He said this way, his good fortune would also bring you good luck. Yuer cried, "Young Master Su, please take me with you." Su Shilin had no choice but to take Yuer along, feeling deeply regretful for Cheng Jin. How could such a good person just be gone? Sigh. Life is unpredictable. Since it was Huayu's wish to take Yuer to the capital for the exam, he would take her along. There was no coachman, but fortunately, Su Shilin knew a bit about driving a carriage. He shakily drove the carriage out of the city and onto the official road towards the capital. During the day, they ate dry rations on the road, and at night, they would reach an inn to rest. After 2 days of travel, they had already covered half the distance. As dusk approached, they spotted an inn up ahead, and from a distance, they saw an old man busying himself. Su Shilin drove the carriage over and asked, "Old man, can we stay here?" The old man turned around shakily and said, "All right, please come inside." A young attendant came out to help guide the carriage in. Su Shilin took Yuer inside, where another attendant greeted them. "Dear guests, 1 room or 2? 2 rooms, thank you." "All right, please this way. We will bring the meals shortly." The attendant led them to the door, saying, "These 2 rooms are next to each other." After the attendant went down to prepare their food, Yuer pulled Su Shilin into the room. "Miss Yuer, it's inappropriate for men and women to have close contact." Su Shilin stammered. They had known each other for so long, and they had always behaved with proper etiquette. Holding hands? Unthinkable. Young Master Su, something's not right," Yuer said quietly, frowning seriously. "This inn feels strange." "What's strange about it?" "I think it looks fine," Su Shilin replied, confused. "Young Master Su, trust me, we must be cautious, no matter how dangerous it may or may not be." "Oh." Su Shilin looked at Yuer insistently. Although he didn't understand the situation, he complied. He had great respect for women's instincts. His uncle's secret stash of money was often discovered by his aunt through her intuition, and when he got into trouble outside, his aunt could almost always guess correctly based on her instincts. Thus, he never underestimated women's intuitive abilities. A knock sounded at the door. "Dear guests, I brought you meals." Upon opening the door, the attendant entered with the food, placing the tray on the table. "Enjoy your meal. I'll go heat some water for bathing and bring it up shortly. Just let us know if you need anything." After saying that, he left with a simple and honest demeanor. Su Shilin was unsure. The 3 people in the inn didn't seem suspicious. Yuer carefully sensed the surroundings and found nothing unusual, but the strange feeling lingered, as if she were on the edge of a cliff with her life hanging by a thread. It was eerie. She sniffed the food on the table. It was safe. No poison, no drugs. "Handling good, let's eat." After the attendant went downstairs to the kitchen, the old man and another attendant were there. "Have they become suspicious?" "No." "Good. Tomorrow you can go back and report. Remind your master not to forget the remaining items he promised me." "Yes." The food was fine, and after Su Shilin and Yuer finished eating, they returned to their respective rooms to rest. Yuer had wanted to stay and watch over Su Shilin because she felt something was off. However, Su Shilin refused. Although he was cheerful, he had not forgotten his manners. It was inappropriate for a man and a woman to share a room at night. Under his insistence, Yuer returned to her own room. Once back in her room, Yuer didn't rest immediately, but sat cross-legged against the wall to practice her skills. She had felt anxious throughout the journey, sensing that something might happen, and she needed to protect Su Shilin. The first half of the night passed peacefully, but as the night deepened, the hour when people are most prone to sleepiness arrived. Yuer began to feel drowsy and stopped practicing, leaning against the wall to rest her eyes. Suddenly, the paper on the window was carefully moistened, and a hole was made, through which a bamboo tube silently extended, releasing a puff of sleepy smoke. Just as Yuer was about to doze off, the smoke alerted her. It had no effect on her. Without a second thought, she teleported out. The attendant was about to push the door open, holding a sharp dagger, clearly intending to commit a crime. If Yor were an ordinary girl, she would have been in grave danger. Yor's gaze turned cold. It was indeed a black shop. Realizing that someone had likely entered Su Shilin's room as well, she quickly used her powers to knock the attendant unconscious, then pushed open Su Shilin's door and rushed in. The room was dark, and the attendant thought he was about to succeed. Suddenly, a girl rushed in, the one staying next door. He was puzzled, thinking, wasn't Lao San supposed to deal with this girl? Why is she still here? Did Lao San fail? Impossible. He must have gone easy on her, because she looks like a delicate beauty. With that thought, Lao Er, feeling confident in himself, nodded slightly. He thought the girl was weak and wouldn't see him, so he carefully moved to hide behind the cabinet. He didn't know that Yor was watching all of this clearly. With a cold smile, Yor pretended to feel her way in the dark to the bed, checking Su Shilin's carotid artery. Feeling the pulse and steady breathing, she sighed in relief. It seemed he had only been drugged. He would be fine. Lao Er, seeing the girl sitting by the bed, sneered and lunged at her with his knife. He thought he could take down both the girl and Su Shilin, but unexpectedly, the girl he believed to be weak swiftly reached out and grasped his neck, choking him. Heaven has a path, yet you refuse to walk it. Hell has no door, and you throw yourself in. Yor sneered and increased her strength. Lao Er was both shocked and afraid, the fear of death occupying his mind. He fell to the ground with a thud, making noise, but Su Shilin remained asleep. They were in a remote area, and no one would hear. Lao Er felt hopeless, constantly calling out for his master in his heart. Yor tightened her grip, and Lao Er's veins bulged, his eyes bulging out, his face turning purple. Just as he was about to lose consciousness, Yor relaxed her grip, letting him fall to the ground. She couldn't kill him. Moreover, after dealing with these two, her sense of crisis grew stronger. Feeling anxious, she knocked Lao Er out as well, piling him next to Lao San. Then she returned to her room to pack her things, urging Su Shilin to leave. Once Su Shilin was in the carriage, she cast a spell to wake him up. Yor, why are we here? Weren't we sleeping in a room? Su Shilin asked, puzzled. Shilin Gu, there's no time to explain. This is a black shop. We need to leave quickly. You were drugged, so rest for now. I'll drive the carriage. It's only a day's journey to the capital. We need to reach there quickly. I feel there's a greater danger ahead. After saying that, Yor went out to drive the carriage onto the official road. Where are you two going? The old man from the inn stood on the official road, asking ominously. Old sir, please move aside. We're in a hurry to enter the capital for an exam, and we need to get going as we've rested enough. Yor replied. On your way, indeed you should be. Haha, what about those two worthless ants? Such uselessness that I had to deal with them myself, the old man said eerily. Yor felt a twist in her gut. This old man was dangerous. The danger she sensed all along seemed to come from him. Old sir, what are you saying? Please step aside quickly. Don't let the horses run into you. Little girl, still trying to act? Let me be clear, today, you two are not going anywhere. Your lives have already been bought with money and given to me. The old man cackled, his form shifting until he transformed into a hideous monster. It was too bizarre. Yor couldn't even recognize what kind of monster it was. What's wrong? Yor? Su Shilin, who was in the carriage, was not feeling well. In his drowsy state, he sensed the carriage had stopped and was about to lift the curtain to look out. It's nothing, Shilin Gu, just a little rabbit blocking the road. I'm waiting for it to pass. Yor quickly pressed down on the curtain. Okay, Su Shilin responded and leaned against the carriage. Yor cast a spell to cover the carriage, then got off and locked eyes with the old monster. The demon power surged, and the old monster laughed. Little rabbit, haha. It really is a little rabbit blocking the carriage. Unfortunately, this little rabbit will soon be eaten by a big tiger. It turned out to be a tiger demon, which pounced towards Yor. She dodged just in time, but she felt the gap between the two demons. The tiger demon had lived for thousands of years, while she was only a few hundred years old. A few years ago, she was still a little rabbit that hadn't transformed. She had accidentally picked up a charm dropped by Su Shilin and unintentionally absorbed the power within it, which allowed her to transform early. Cheng Jin found her and said that she had to repay Su Shilin for his kindness, so she ended up by his side. Cheng Jin was not really his cousin. She did not know who he was, only that he was a good person and she believed what he said. This time, he pretended to be dead. gave up on the palace examination and insisted on accompanying Su Shilin to the capital to take the exam while also protecting him, likely anticipating this calamity. Yu exerted all her strength to protect the carriage and then fought with the tiger demon. Being older, the tiger demon had many hidden injuries, and with her agile movements, Yu managed not to get hurt too badly, though she was still at a disadvantage. Yu? Su Shilin called for a long time without response, feeling puzzled. He reluctantly pulled back the curtain and saw a grotesque monster that had just sent Yu flying, causing her to spit blood. Just a little rabbit that has barely transformed dares to fight me. Ha ha ha. Yu, how are you? What happened? Su Shilin caught Yu and held her tightly, asking anxiously. The old monster was not prepared to waste time with them, and attacked again. Fortunately, Yu had previously directed her demon power to the protective barrier around the carriage. So the tiger demon's strike only dimmed the barrier's glow without completely shattering it. The tiger demon continued to strike, believing it was only a matter of time before he killed these two weak ants. Shilin bro, Yu weakly called. I'm here, just tell me. Su Shilin looked at the continuously bleeding Yu, feeling heartbroken and hating his own helplessness. I'm sorry for hiding this from you for so long. Actually, I'm not human. I'm a demon, cough cough. She weakly spoke, choking on her own blood and coughing it out. Take your time, I'm listening. I'm not afraid of demons, and I don't mind that you're a demon because my mother is a demon and my aunt is a demon. I've been dealing with demons and monsters since I was young, Su Shilin said. Shilin bro, about that charm you dropped by the lakeshore, I actually picked it up. When I saw the charm, I just thought it looked nice, and on a whim, I took it back to my cave. When I took it out to play in the grass at night, the moonlight shone on it, and the power within the charm entered my body. Shilin bro, that's when I realized it was the life-saving talisman your mother gave you. But after transferring the power to me, the charm disappeared. I transformed and became a woman I had never seen before. Shilin bro, I'm sorry my appearance might be just like your mother's. As Yu spoke, tears streamed down her face. It's nothing, Yu. I need to thank you. I have never seen my mother since I was young. I've only heard others mention her, how she was, but she didn't even leave me a portrait. Thank you for letting me know what my mother looked like. Now I can die without regrets. Su Shilin said calmly, facing death without a hint of fear. No wonder he felt so familiar with Yu since the first time he met her, and that inexplicable sense of closeness. It made sense. The power within Yu came from his mother, and Yu's appearance was inherited from her as well. A faint sound echoed, and the barrier broke. The tiger demon sneered at them. I've given you so much time to talk. It should be over now, haha. A little rabbit that has gained a fortuitous encounter. A child of great fortune, haha. Now, I will slowly eat you both, and then I want to see how those who once humiliated me will crawl on my feet, begging for mercy. Ha 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 ha. Once I eat you, no one will be able to stop me. The tiger demon roared and was about to strike at the two. Just as the claws were about to reach Su Shilin's face, a cold voice rang out. Oh, is that so? I wonder if I can stop you? The tiger demon's body was instantly frozen, unable to move an inch. A stunningly beautiful woman walked out from behind the tiger demon, looking exactly like Yu as Su Shilin had seen her for the first time, without any difference. She slowly walked out from behind the tiger demon, disdainfully ignoring it, and walked directly to Su Shilin. Child, you've grown up. She gently raised her hand to touch Su Shilin's face, her eyes filled with love and tenderness. Mother? Su Shilin tentatively called out. Oh! Bai Sujin was almost overwhelmed with joy, 1,000 words welling up in her throat. She had little time left and needed to deal with the tiger demon first. She turned around and took out a golden bowl, which was ahhhh's magical tool, specifically borrowed from him before she left. Although she also had her own companion weapon, the white snake sword. She felt it would be too cheap to kill the scum who dared to harm her son with just a sword. He should be locked in ahhhh's golden bowl, tortured by the sound of chanting every day. After all, the Leifeng Pagoda has 9 floors, and that place is now her territory. She would take him back and deal with him severely. She chanted a few incantations, and the golden bowl rose into the air, gradually enlarging, radiating dazzling Buddha light that shone on the tiger demon. The tiger demon was unable to move, its body burned by the Buddha light, screaming in pain. Its nature of bullying the weak became apparent. My lord, spare me. My lord, It was a human named Qin Yuan who instructed me to do this. My lord, let me go, and I will go back and wipe out his entire family. My lord, my lord. No need. Bai Sujin sneered and captured him in the golden bowl. The golden bowl then returned to its original size and was back in Bai Sujin's hands. She looked at her son again. Lin, time is running out. Listen to your mother. I didn't mean to leave you. You must believe that your father and I have our reasons. Bai Sujin said anxiously. I know. I have never blamed you and father. I have always been trying to save you. Lin, I have to return to Lei Feng Pagoda soon. This time, I sense you were in danger while in the tower, injured the guardian of the tower, and stole ahhhh's magical tool to come out. I am definitely going to be punished more severely for this. Lin, you must listen to your mother. You need to do well in the exams. Only by becoming the top scholar can our family be reunited. Mother, was that charm left for me by you? Lin looked at the unconscious Yuer in his arms. After all, she was just a shallowly cultivated little demon. That charm was indeed a life-saving talisman I left for you. It carries my pressure. Ordinary evil beings wouldn't dare to act rashly. If it encounters a great demon, I can sense it through the charm and save you. This little rabbit demon also bore a grudge against us and managed to refine the power I left behind after obtaining the charm. She has done her utmost to protect you. Since that is the case, I will grant her a fortuitous encounter. Bai Sujin extended her hand, condensing a ball of light, and slowly sent it into Yuer's body. Lin, he has come. Mother should leave now. Be careful of that person named Qin Yuan. An old monk appeared by the official road behind them, leaning on a Vajra pestle, exuding an air of authority without anger. Mother, don't worry, I will definitely save you. Lin said firmly. Bai Sujin walked towards Fahai, glancing back 3 times with each step. Lin felt a mix of emotions in his heart, filled with anger as he looked at Fahai, making Fahai feel uneasy. This was his future superior. Offending him might not be a good idea. Nevertheless, Fahai took Bai Sujin away under Lin's resentful gaze. Yuer slowly woke up, finding herself in Lin's arms. The tiger demon had vanished. Alert, she sat up, looking around, unsure of what had just happened, thinking the tiger demon might have tricked her. Yuer, it's all right now. We are safe, Lin comforted her. My injuries? Yuer was surprised to find her wounds and energy had both recovered. My mother came to save us, Lin said after a moment of silence. Yuer didn't know what to say. She understood that his parents were a source of pain for him. After thinking for a moment, she spoke. Lin, let's hurry and go. We should enter the city early, rest well, and it's not safe to linger here. Unforeseen events may occur. All right, you go inside and rest. I'll take care of the journey. Lin picked up the horsewhip. Yuer knew Lin was not at ease, so she agreed and entered the carriage. The official road was flat and spacious. Lin drove the carriage, leaning against the wall, lost in thought. The cool mountain breeze brushed against his face. He didn't feel cold, but rather found clarity in his mind. The sound of hooves striking the official road was rhythmic and crisp, echoing in his mind. Night gradually faded, and the morning sun was about to rise from behind the sea of clouds. However, the first thing to emerge from the clouds every day was not the sun, but the purple chi. The purple chi is just a short form. Its full name is Hongmeng Ziki. Anything touched by Hongmeng and chaos is not an ordinary being. The carriage reached a sunny spot, and Yuer got out, sitting cross-legged on the carriage board. Lin noticed strands of purple light swiftly darting westward from behind the sea of clouds, with some being drawn down by Yuer, swirling around her. The power contained in the purple chi was immense. Yuer exerted all her strength, her meridians and acupoints wide open. Yet she still felt somewhat uncomfortable from the pressure of the purple chi. Just when she thought she would explode, a layer of silvery light illuminated around the demon core, completely absorbing the remaining energy and then wrapping around the demon core again. Yuer could feel a flow of energy coming from that layer of silvery protection. A wave of gratitude surged in her heart. Senior Bai, you have helped me so much. I fear I can never repay you. The two traveled the whole day and arrived in the capital just before curfew, finding an inn to stay. After reviewing for a few days in the inn, Lin stepped into the examination hall while Yuer anxiously waited in the tavern. By evening, she still didn't see Su Shilin coming out of the palace. Instead, she saw palace officials hanging up the list of names. Unable to contain her anxiety, she hurriedly rushed over to check and saw Su Shilin's name written in red on the list in golden letters, ranked first. But why were the other examinees out? Yet Shilin hadn't come out? She squeezed through the crowd to catch up with two guards who had just posted the list. "Excuse me, gentlemen, could you wait a moment? I want to ask why the top scholar hasn't come out yet after the list was posted. The top 3 must stay in the palace tonight for a banquet. Tomorrow, they have to ride on tall horses to inspect the city and then go to Xiangwu Temple to pray for blessings before returning to the palace to be conferred." One of the guards replied, "Young lady, if you want to see the top scholar, you can see him tomorrow." The two guards regarded her as a girl trying to climb the social ladder and teased her before leaving, as they still needed to return to the palace for duty. Yue didn't mind. She returned to the inn with the news and even bought a bouquet of flowers, having heard that it was a custom in the capital for women to throw flowers at the top scholar. Knowing Su Shilin was doing well, she slept soundly that night. The next morning, she was awakened by the sound of drums and gongs in the street. Thinking it was the grand procession, she quickly got up, cast a spell to tidy her appearance, and then sat by the window with the flowers she bought last night. A large crowd had gathered along the street, and they had heard many good things about the top scholar during the night, such as his outstanding literary talent and impressive performance during the imperial examination, which made the emperor feel inferior and praise him greatly. As the procession approached, the front was a joyful band playing drums and gongs, followed by 12 guards holding celebratory signs, and then the top scholar, the flower scholar, in the second place in a triangular formation. The top scholar was at the front, wearing the top scholar's robes with a big red flower pin to his chest, while the other two wore splendid garments made of brocade. Not as eye-catching as the top scholar, Yue spotted Su Shilin at a glance. Many girls were throwing flowers at him, and his polite smile would elicit a wave of cheers. As the procession passed the tavern, Yue steadily threw the flowers into Su Shilin's arms. "Shilin." Su Shilin caught the flowers and waved them towards her. Watching the procession move further away, Yue knew they were headed to Xiangwu Temple. So she didn't follow and began to stroll the streets, preparing gifts for everyone in Hangzhou. For 2 consecutive days, Su Shilin stayed in the palace, and Yue didn't see him or hear any news about him. On the 3rd day, news about the top scholar spread throughout the capital. The top scholar was unwilling to accept an official position and earnestly requested the emperor to allow him to lead the officials back to his hometown to rescue his mother. Who was the top scholar's mother? Curious people went to inquire with the wandering scholars and learned that Su Shilin's mother was none other than the legendary Bai Suzhen from 20 years ago. The story of Bai Suzhen and Su Xian was no secret in the world. The incident involving the clam spirit flooding Hangzhou was widely known, although no one believed it. Later, Bai Suzhen was suppressed by Fa Hai under Leifeng Pagoda, and Su Xian chose to become a monk to protect her. Their story elicited sympathy from countless people. Moreover, Su Shilin was extraordinary. It was said that when he was born, there were celestial phenomena, and he descended with a radiant Buddha light. With such a background, he must be a reincarnation of some great figure. The emperor actually agreed, though it was unclear what Su Shilin said to the civil and military officials to gain their consent to return to Hangzhou to rescue his mother. Yue was astonished to hear this news, not expecting Su Shilin to act so boldly. It was a risky move that could cost him his life. However, she finally saw Su Shilin again after several days. He returned to the inn to pack his belongings and took Yue with him to the city gate, where a convoy was waiting for him. This was the group of civil and military officials. Of course, the emperor couldn't allow all officials to accompany Su Shilin back. He only sent the right chancellor to lead a group of officials with him, while the others had to continue handling state affairs. The list of names had already been swiftly sent to various provinces, and the people of Hangzhou knew that Su Shilin had become the top scholar, deciding to celebrate throughout the city, not only for the emergence of a top scholar, but also to celebrate the great benefactor by Suzhen and Dr. Su. It was truly unfortunate. The child was so accomplished, yet they had no fortune to enjoy it. This was the common thought among the townsfolk. However, there were exceptions, such as Qin Yuan. He had sent 2 subordinates to follow the tiger demon to assassinate Su Shilin, and they had returned, having underestimated the seemingly weak woman. Damn it. Qin Yuan was unwilling to accept this and was still plotting how to bring Su Shilin down, unaware that because of him, his family would not survive much longer. 52 Alternative Legend of the White Snake 32 Su Shilin became the top scholar, and the entire city was very happy. Grateful for the kindness of Bai Nyangzi and Dr. Su, spontaneously forming groups to welcome the returning procession of the top scholar at the city gate. The crowd stretched like a dragon, extending several miles outside the city gate. The ministers in the carriage were secretly astonished at the scene, not expecting that Su, the top scholar, was so popular in his hometown. It's just that my parents have built good relations. I'm just a scholar. Where would I get such great abilities? Su Shilin said to the curious right minister. The right minister exclaimed, I have heard of the excellence of Su's parents. I truly feel sorry. With such excellent parents, it's no wonder Su Shilin is so outstanding. I will do my utmost to help Su Shilin rescue his parents. Having such great benefactors is a tremendous support for our court. Thank you, Prime Minister and all the officials. Su Jiarong was reciting Buddhist scriptures in the room. Billion knew Su Shilin was coming home and had already run outside to wait. Su Jiarong and Li Gongfu were waiting inside the house, one smiling broadly, the other already pacing back and forth with excitement. After 20 years, I have finally waited for this day. Hanwen, brother and sister-in-law, we will soon be reunited. Su Jiarong took out the cards she used to play with by Sujin, stroking them repeatedly, filled with nostalgia. When was the last time we played cards together? Li Gongfu was also very gratified. After 20 years of hardship, he was finally about to be liberated. My brother and sister-in-law are finally coming back. In the future, when the children make mistakes, it won't just be me getting scolded. With Hanwen back, he can attract a lot of the blame. Su Shilin took the right minister and others to the inn to rest first, then returned home to report the good news to his aunt and uncle before heading to draw water from Westlake. Billion had been waiting outside for a while. When she saw Su Shilin and Yue returning, she happily greeted them. You're back. Come in quickly. Mom and Dad are waiting inside. Slow down. Be careful not to fall. Why are you still making such a fuss? Sister Billion, I brought gift for all of you. I brought the most popular cosmetics and clothes from the capital. Come on, let us go inside and take a look. Yue took the large and small packages from the servant and pulled Billion towards the house, leaving Su Shilin standing awkwardly outside. Shaking his head, he stepped inside and walked toward the main hall. Su Jiarong and Li Gongfu were already sitting solemnly in their chairs, showing no signs of their earlier excitement. Aunt Uncle, Shilin has lived up to expectations and has become the top scholar. I am grateful for your nurturing over these 20 years. Shilin thanks you for your great kindness. Su Shilin knelt down and bowed his head. I lost my parents shortly after birth, and it was you, aunt and uncle, who raised me, provided for my education, and nurtured me. I am deeply grateful. He bowed again. Thanks to Aunt's teachings, Shilin has now achieved his scholarly title. I must set off soon to rescue my mother, and cannot stay longer with you. Another heavy bow followed. Su Jiarong and Li Gongfu hurried forward to help him up. Silly child, what are you saying? We are family. There is no need for thanks. Your father is my own brother, and your mother is like a sister to me. Taking care of you is what I should do. You should go and do what you need to do. This is what I've taught you since childhood. Now that you have become the top scholar, it's natural for you to do these things. If only your aunt and uncle had the ability. You and T have to suffer these hardships. The family was filled with emotion and sent away the people who had come to report the good news, giving red envelopes to neighbors before finally gathering together for dinner. You must have suffered a lot on the way. You've both lost weight. Come, Shilin, eat more. You should eat more too. At the dinner table, Su Jiarong kept serving dishes to the two. Although she felt a bit awkward about Yue's face resembling her brother and sister-in-law, she now understood the situation and felt a bit more pity for this little girl. So there was nothing out of place. After dinner, Li Gongfu took a fan and went out to find someone to play cards. Over the years, he had risen from a constable to a head constable, and now he had retired with good achievements, receiving a considerable pension every month, living a comfortable and leisurely life like a retired old man. It would have been perfect if it weren't for Su Jiarong's frequent scolding. Su Shilin went to the medical clinic to discuss strategies with the right minister. Drying up the West Lake and toppling Leifeng Pagoda were not easy tasks and required careful planning and strategy. Yue, Bidian, and Su Jiarong gathered in a room to admire the trendy clothes Yue had brought back from the capital, continuing to fuss over them until late at night before each returned to their rooms to sleep. The next morning, Su Shilin discussed plans with the right minister and contacted the city lord, issuing a call for volunteers in the city to dig a channel to drain the West Lake. Before long, a large number of people who had benefited from Bai Nyangzi and Su Xian spontaneously came with tools, even refusing payment, and began digging. Li Gongfu's family joined forces with Bao Hotang to provide water and tea to these people, which sparked many discussions. Many expressed, "Madam Su, Captain Li, don't worry. Bai Nyangzi and Dr. Su have done great things for us. They treated us with sincerity back then. It's unreasonable for us to ignore them now that they need help. We will do our utmost to dig the channel as quickly as possible to reunite Su Shilin and his family." Su Shilin, who was inspecting, was immediately moved and knelt down before these kind-hearted citizens. He looked at them. There were old people, children, young adults, and women, all different in appearance, but all helping and striving for him. Moved, he said loudly, "Everyone, I, common scholar Su Shilin. What merit do I have to deserve your help? I know you're all grateful for my parents' past assistance, but without you, I alone could never drain the West Lake. I, Su Shilin, vow that when I return and am appointed as an official, I will do my utmost to benefit all the citizens of Hangzhou." Su Shilin, get up. We're just common folk. How can we let you kneel? Get up. You are embarrassing us. People spoke up, and an elder quickly helped him up. Seeing the top scholar like this, everyone was even more spirited and worked harder at digging. A few officials were left to supervise the work, and after Su Shilin arranged everything, he took his family and the remaining officials to Zhenjiang. Fahai and his group had long received the news and had stopped playing cards, waiting for this day for 20 years. Bai Suzhen dressed up and returned to Leifeng Pagoda, while Su Xian began meditating in the delivery room. Fahai led a group of monks to the temple gate to welcome them. There was no way. The top scholar and the right minister, along with a large number of court officials, were significant figures. Moreover, there were rumors among the people that the new top scholar was the earthly incarnation of the literary star from heaven. Fahai knew this was not a rumor. After all, Guanyin Bodhisattva had personally dispelled doubts. Before the top scholar arrived, a woman dressed in blue came first. It was Shaoqing. She had shed her demonic nature and appeared more compassionate than before. She saluted Fahai, "Master Fahai." Fahai returned the gesture, "Land god of Qingyuan Mountain. My sister can come out today, right? Everything has its own destiny. The heavenly secrets cannot be revealed." Good, good. Fahai chuckled, constantly giving her hints, which were quite obvious. "Then I will wait here for my nephew to rescue my sister." Fahai remained silent, but tacitly agreed. Before long, the sounds of joy grew closer as a group of people arrived at the temple, led by the newly appointed top scholar Su Shilin and several officials. The two parties exchanged greetings. Su Shilin had never seen Shaoqing and did not recognize her, but Su Jiarong and Li Gongfu did. It had been 20 years since Su Jiarong last saw Shaoqing, and she was filled with emotion. The two embraced and wept, and Su Jiarong had Bai Lian call her Annie. Turning around, she saw Su Shilin staring blankly and gave him a push, saying, "This is your Aunt Qing." Shaoqing stepped forward, tears in her eyes, and said, "Shilin, I am your Aunt Qing." Although they had never met, Su Shilin knew that Aunt Qing had always been protecting him with the power she left behind, and immediately the two embraced and wept again. "Shilin, stop crying. Saving your mother is the priority," Shaoqing reminded him. Only then did Su Shilin wipe away his tears and ask, "Master Fahai, can you release my mother? The West Lake water has not dried, and the Leifeng Pagoda has not fallen. You and your mother are fated to be separated in this life." Fahai shook his head. "The West Lake water will dry up, and the Leifeng Pagoda will fall." "Master Fahai, please let my mother go," Su Shilin implored. Fahai shook his head again. "Then can I at least see my mother?" "Very well, very well." Fahai nodded. "Kui Ming, lead the disciples and take the top scholar to the Leifeng Pagoda." "Yes," replied a disciple named Kui Ming, who ran off. "Top scholar, the right chancellor, and the earth god of Qingyuan Mountain, follow me," Fahai said, leading the way. Along the path, there were disciples every 5 steps, all bowing to them as they passed. In no time, they arrived at the back mountain. After passing through the last corridor, a long stone path wound its way to the Leifeng Pagoda at the back mountain, where the pagoda was already visible. It is said that one feels timid when approaching home. Seeing the Leifeng Pagoda reminded Su Shilin of his mother from that night, and tears flowed uncontrollably. He lifted his garment and knelt down, bowing 3 times. I, the unfilial son, have come to see my mother. After bowing, he stood up, took 3 steps, and knelt down again, still repeating, I, the unfilial son, have come to see my mother. Inside the pagoda, Bai Sujin watched with tears streaming down her face, crying out loud. She wanted to go out, but it was impossible. To perform this play well, Fahai had already activated the defense system of the Leifeng Pagoda. There were 3 Buddhas suppressing it inside and golden armored guards at the entrance. His own strength had also been greatly diminished, making it impossible for her to escape. Su Shilin continued his 3 steps and 3 bows, constantly saying, I, the unfilial son, have come to see my mother. The officials behind him murmured among themselves, and the right chancellor was especially moved, thinking he must petition the emperor to grant the top scholar a larger position. It was not easy to find such a filial son. There was no response from inside the pagoda, but Su Shilin did not stop, kneeling in front of the pagoda and bowing his head repeatedly, until blood began to ooze from his forehead, causing Su Jiarong great pain. Fahai, can't you release my sister-in-law? She and my brother are in love, and we all agree. Why can't they be together? Why must she be punished? Before Fahai could speak, Shao Qing interjected Jiarong. Don't be like this. After I became the Earth God, I studied the law and know that relationships between humans and demons are a taboo. Sister, this is not right, especially since she scared my brother half to death. We deserve to be punished. No, Shao Qing, what's wrong with you? Why are you helping this bald man speak? Sister, let's wait until the punishment is over. The heavenly court has set rules. Relationships between humans and demons, and between immortals and mortals are not allowed. The 7th princess of the heavenly realm was banished to the wasteland for hundreds of years for falling in love with a mortal, so your punishment is really nothing. At least you haven't suffered physically, Shao Qing sighed. Su Shilin continued to persist in bowing his head, his forehead completely broken, blood streaming down his face, causing Bai Lian to feel heartbroken, but she couldn't bring herself to speak up to dissuade him. The ministers whispered among themselves. The monks observed with their eyes and hearts, and Fahai calmly held his Zen staff and counted his beads. Su Jiarong and her husband looked on helplessly. At that moment, a beam of Buddha light descended from the sky, and Kui Kui arrived with Shan Kai and the Dragon Maiden. The people below knelt down to pay their respects to Guanyin Bodhisattva. Kui Kui did not move, signaling the Dragon Maiden beside her to lift them all up. She was not the true Guanyin and could not accept such worship. Su Shilin raised his head, looking at her with hopeful eyes. Great compassion and great pity, Guanyin Bodhisattva. Please release my mother. I beg you, I beg you. He knelt down again. The newly appointed top scholar Su Shilin, Kui Kui, called out, Your disciple is here. The serpent demon Bai Sujin violated the laws of the divine realm by secretly falling in love with your father, which led to your father's early death. She should be imprisoned in the Leifeng Pagoda until the pagoda falls and the West Lake water dries up before she can be released. However, I see your sincere filial heart, and since Bai Sujin has previously saved lives as a doctor and accumulated much merit, I have come to lift her ban and grant her release from the pagoda. Su Shilin was overwhelmed with emotion, tears streaming down his face, choked up as he said, Thank you, Guanyin Bodhisattva. Thank you, Guanyin Bodhisattva. Kui Kui then turned to Fahai, saying, Fahai, I command you to release Bai Sujin immediately. Fahai respectfully bowed and said, I will follow the Bodhisattva's instructions. He then turned and addressed the guards at the door, golden armor guards, opened the pagoda door, and let Bai Sujin out. Su Shilin and Su Jiarong's family watched with excitement. The golden armored guards received Fahai's order, opened the door, and said to Bai Sujin, Master Fahai, in accordance with the Bodhisattva's instructions, commands that you be released from the pagoda. You may leave now. Bai Sujin had been meditating with her beads. Upon hearing this, she was filled with excitement, stood up, put down her beads, and bowed to the 3 Buddhas inside the pagoda before stepping out. She was already in tears, and as she came out, she first bowed to ahhhhh, then saw Shao Qing beside her. It had been 20 years since they last met, and she couldn't contain her excitement, rushing over to grab her hand. Shao Qing. Sister. Bai Sujin turned her head and saw Su Shilin kneeling on the ground, silently shedding tears. She trembled as she walked over. Shilin, my child. Mother. Su Shilin stood up to support her. Child, you have suffered. No, I haven't suffered. Mother, it has been you who has endured the hardships in the Leifeng Pagoda for these 20 years. Shilin. Mother. Su Shilin led Bai Sujin to Su Jiarong. Sister, brother-in-law. Bai Sujin exclaimed joyfully. Sister-in-law, we are finally reunited. Sister-in-law, you have worked hard. Sister-in-law, this is my daughter Bai Lian. Bai Lian, come and greet your aunt. Su Jiarong waved to Bai Lian. Bai Lian, feeling a bit shy, looked at her aunt, who resembled Yu Er, and called out sweetly, Aunt. Bai Sujin watched her and kept saying, Good, good, you've grown up so much. The people below were filled with warmth and joy. Kui Kui did not want to interrupt their reunion, but there was still one matter to address. Bai Sujin, you still have unfinished ties with Su Xian. I allow you to bring him home for a reunion. After the official appointment of the literary star is complete, you may return to the heavenly court. Bai Sujin and Su Shilin joyfully knelt down, saying, Thank you, Guanyin Bodhisattva. Thank you, Guanyin Bodhisattva. Kui Kui nodded and ascended into the sky with Shan Kai and the Dragon Maiden. Bai Sujin brought Su Shilin to Su Xian's meditation room and brought Su Xian out. After 20 years apart, both families were filled with bittersweet emotions, overwhelmed with joy and tears. Su Shilin returned to Hangzhou City with his family and officials, halting the river excavation project. When the townspeople saw that Bai Sujin and Su Xian had returned, they were grateful for their kindness and rushed out of the city to welcome them. Some even spontaneously donated money to beggars, hoping to accumulate virtue for them. After spending 2 days in the city and settling everything, Su Shilin bade farewell to his recently reunited parents and returned to the capital with the officials, as he still needed to be granted a title. After Su Shilin left, Su Xian and Su Jiarong's couple played mahjong together, leaving Bai Lian puzzled. Why are uncle and aunt not at all sad? They seem so happy playing mahjong with my parents. Looking at the 4 people at the mahjong table, all smiles and full of energy, Billion felt a bit confused and took her out to play. However, she was mistaken. The separation 20 years ago had not been a matter of concern or sadness for the dead, as everyone knew they would definitely meet again in the future. But this time, Su Xian and Bai Sujin were going to the heavenly realm. 1 day in heaven equals 1 year on earth. The separation between immortals and mortals meant that this farewell would likely be eternal, and they might never meet again in this life. The 4 were all very clear about this, and they tacitly did not mention it, instead taking out the mahjong and playing day and night. It is often said that playing mahjong can strengthen bonds, and this was indeed true. Su Shilin returned to the court, and the accompanying ministers submitted memorials to the emperor, reporting everything they had seen and heard along the way. After reading the memorials, the emperor firmly believed that Su Shilin was the literary star descended to the mortal realm and directly appointed him as the emperor's close attendant and a scholar in the Hanlin Academy, hoping to stabilize his political fortunes. On the day the imperial decree was issued, golden light flashed above Hangzhou, and Kui Kui reappeared above Su Jiarong's courtyard, standing beside ahhhhh, Bai Sujin, and Su Xian, saying, You two should come with me now. Upon hearing this, the group could no longer pretend to be happy, tears welling in their eyes. Sister, brother-in-law, we are leaving. Please take care of yourselves. Hanwen. Su Jiarong cried uncontrollably, collapsing into Li Gongfu's embrace. Seeing them weeping, Kui Kui also felt a bit uncomfortable. She had always feared such parting sorrows. Time was running out, so she urged, Hurry, Su Jiarong Li Gongfu. You two should cultivate good relations and accumulate merits in this life. You will surely be rewarded in your next life. Yes, Guanyin Bodhisattva. Kui Kui took ahhhhh and Su Xian to the imperial city. The seal on Su Shilin, who had been conferred a title, was lifted, and his divine soul returned to its rightful place. Kui Kui cast a spell to conceal the anomalies caused by him. When Chang Xianjun, congratulations, Kui Kui said to him, and the good fortune dragon maiden also bowed in respect. Thank you, Bodhisattva. The restored Wenchang Xianjun replied with elegance. Are you really okay leaving like this? Kui Kui felt a bit uneasy. Wenchang Star's divine soul had already left the body, and the current Su Shilin was just an empty shell. I left a trace of my divine soul. It is enough. Once he finishes his affairs in a mortal realm, he will return on his own. Then let's go. The group first returned to the bamboo forest. The remaining matters did not require Kui Kui's involvement. The good fortune dragon maiden and Wenchang Xianjun would handle them. She packed her belongings, but there wasn't much to pack, just the colorful stone and Guanyin Bodhisattva's 3 treasures. The system's prompt sounded, task completed. You will return to the shop in 10 seconds. After a bout of dizziness, Kui Kui found herself back in the long mist-wishing shop, where a half-eaten tiramisu still sat on the coffee table. After not having these treats for over 1,000 years, she couldn't help but drool. With a leap, she landed perfectly on the sofa, reached for the half piece of tiramisu, and stuffed it in her mouth. The sweetness filled her mouth, and she did not mind at all. This was happiness. Suddenly, she remembered that she had bought a bunch of snacks before going on mission, but she had forgotten about them in the task world. After 1,000 years, she wondered if they were still good. She hurriedly opened the system warehouse to check. The items were still there. She extracted some, filling the coffee table, and could still smell their fragrance. The system was indeed extraordinary. The preservation effect was impressive. Time stood still in the warehouse. As if sensing her thoughts, Ruan suddenly spoke. You scared me. Ruan, can you not appear out of nowhere next time? It's terrifying. Kui Kui's hand shook, causing a piece of cake to fall, which she quickly stuffed in her mouth, feeling very distressed. Please remember, this system is not human. Kui Kui rolled her eyes and took another bite of cake. Ever since she started cultivating, it seemed she could eat as much as she wanted without gaining weight. Do you want to check the evaluation of this task? Yes. Ruan projected a screen, showing task completion, 100. Additional rewards, 2L of purified water. Wow, that is straightforward. Let me see my personal information. Shop assistant, Wenji Kui level, 2, 5100. View level details, money, 98, 945 skills, 5 elements escape, thunder, all things alive collection, none charm. 14100. She did not expect that this task would suddenly increase her experience by 70 points. And her money was almost at 100,000. Her hard work collecting resources was not in vain, and her charm increased by 2 points, likely related to her disguise as Guanyin Bodhisattva receiving worship. Thinking that she might reach level 3 after completing another task and no longer be a novice employee, she felt excited. Ruan, what are the tasks like after level 3? Will the difficulty increase a lot? Yes, the higher the level, the greater the difficulty of the tasks. You can prepare to take the assessment for a junior employee at level 3. Assessment? What assessment? Kui Kui The employee level classification for the wishing shop is as follows. Trial employees, levels 0 to 3. Junior employees, levels 3 to 6. Intermediate employees, levels 6 to 9. Senior employees, levels 9 to 10. Each employee will have a test at the node to determine whether they meet the advancement criteria. What if I fail the assessment? Will I be fired? Yes. Trial employees only have one chance. If they fail the assessment, they will be dismissed and not hired. Junior employees and above who fail the assessment will be downgraded. For example, if an 8th level intermediate employee fails the assessment, they will be directly downgraded to 7th level and need to complete tasks to accumulate experience for reassessment. If they fail again, they will be downgraded to 6th level. Each failure results in a downgrade, with the trial period as the lower limit. That is too cruel. Kui Kui bit in her bread fiercely. So, please work hard, host, and do not disappoint your master's expectations. Master? What master? Upon hearing Ruan's vague mention of master, Kui Kui's suspicions arose, but Ruan seemed to have frozen and did not respond no matter how she called. Having stayed in the other world for 1,000 years, Kui Kui decided to go out shopping ahead of time since customers did not come every day. Even 1 or 2 a day would be good. She was not worried about customers coming when she was gone. If anyone did come, she could easily handle it with a teleportation technique. Ruan, knowing she had slipped up, did not come out to stop her. Kui Kui changed out of her work uniform, grabbed a bag, and headed out. She was going to the antique market. The little monsters from Huai Mountain had gathered so many things for her. It would be a pity not to sell them. Those antiques, mountain treasures, and the exquisite East pearls in the warehouse were all money. It turned out that one should never trust a woman's words. Kui Kui had been in the world of the legend of the white snake for so long that she forgot it was still summer. As soon as she stepped outside, she was hit by a wave of heat that stopped her in her tracks. Compared to the air-conditioned room, it felt like a barbecue grill outside. In the end, she only made it to the underground supermarket at the entrance of her community, buying a lot of things to take back. After her cultivation, her strength had increased, so carrying several large bags felt like childish play. While the Andes lounging in the supermarket enjoyed the air conditioning looked at her as if she were a monster. Feeling a bit self-conscious under their gaze, Kui Kui quickened her pace, dragging the bags home, deciding it was better to keep a low profile in the future. But the pile of medicinal herbs and jewels in the warehouse couldn't just sit there and go to waste. That would be a waste. After thinking it over, Kui Kui registered an online shop. Since she was too lazy to go to the market, she might as well open an online store. Earning money was not the main concern. After all, she had money. She mainly wanted to experience the feeling of starting a business. After filling in the narcissism and paying the deposit, Kui Kui's online shop was up and running. She casually named it Miss Wen's Grocery Store, then took some items out to calmly take product photos and wrote some introduction copy, officially listing them for sale. The grocery store wasn't named randomly. The items inside were indeed quite varied, but since it was a newly opened small shop with limited shelves, Kui Kui only put out a small portion of the items. Then she became lazy about it. Her prices were average, not expensive but not cheap either, completely mismatched with the value of these items. It was just a matter of whether anyone would find them appealing. If someone bought them, it would be a gain. She put the food that needed to go in the fridge and the snacks in the snack cabinet. On a whim, Kui Kui made herself a hearty lunch. And after eating and drinking to her fill, she lay in bed feeling incredibly empty, always sensing that something was off. What was missing? It was her mom's nagging. Previously, lying at home, she was always surrounded by her mom's chatter, but now her mom had gone out to travel without a word. And living alone in this small apartment was really unfamiliar. After rolling around with a pillow for a couple of times, Kui Kui couldn't help but take out her phone to call her mom, only to find that her mom's phone was off. Oh no, how could mom do this? Turning off her phone. When you come back, I will definitely surprise you with my accomplishments, so you know your precious daughter can find a job too. Kui Kui thought angrily and got up to eat half a chilled watermelon. After all, she wouldn't gain weight, as it would just be absorbed as cold energy and wouldn't cause indigestion, which was her favorite part. Since she was free anyway, she decided to continue working on her shop, spending money to create a storefront full of design sense, and continuing to organize her shelves. Just as she was halfway through organizing, the back end of the shop received a message. A buyer had come looking for her. Princess Lettuce, shopkeeper, is your crystal ball authentic? It seemed to be a girl. Kui Kui typed a few lines back, roughly saying something like, fake 1 pays 10. The girl replied asking if she could provide a certificate of authenticity. Kui Kui. She was mining for crystals from a monster. Where would she get a certificate? This was her first order. It couldn't fall through. After thinking for a moment, Kui Kui replied, absolutely genuine. If you place an order, I'll consider this a gift for you. She sent a link to another item in the shop, a bracelet picked up by a mountain monster, which had some spiritual energy that could ward off evil. Seeing that the girl was buying a crystal ball, she probably wanted it either for fun or to ward off evil and change her luck. The girl hesitated for a while, but still bought the bracelet. Once the order was confirmed, Kui Kui happily contacted the courier company to pick up the goods and discussed a long-term cooperation, handing the preliminary contract to the delivery guy to take back to his boss. The next day, Kui Kui received a reply. The delivery guy came back with a printing machine and the contract. Kui Kui happily signed the contract, and her online shop was officially up and running. However, she was still just a worker. Yesterday she left early, but today she had to go back to work no matter what. This job required her to work 5 days a week with 2 days off, and there were still 2 days left until the weekend. After changing into her work uniform, Kui Kui opened a portal to the shop, swapped the closed sign for an open one, and then sat down to read. The wait for customers was too boring, so she brought a book to read and cultivate her temperament. Just as she was engrossed in an exciting part of the book, the door was pushed open, and Kui Kui hurriedly put down her book and stood up to greet the customer. She saw a man in armor, wielding a large sword, stumbling in while dragging something bloody behind him. "Sir, how can I assist you?" Kui Kui asked, as he looked like a medieval knight. The man didn't look good at all. He raised his head, his face covered in blood, his pupils somewhat unfocused. He glanced at Kui Kui, dropped what he was dragging, and pulled out a piece of paper from his chest. "Is this the wish shop?" "Yes, sir. What wish would you like to make?" It really exists. I use my life, my knight's sword, the head of the evil dragon, as a price. To wish, can you help me? Protect the princess." The man was gasping for breath, speaking with great difficulty, as if he were about to pass out. "Using your life as the price, sir, you would die. Are you sure?" Kui Kui confirmed again. "Sure," the man said firmly. "All right. The order has been successfully placed. Please take care, sir." The man, along with his sword and the dragon's head, vanished. Kui Kui knew it had been taken by the system. Protecting a princess? How trivial. One word, damn. Kui Kui thought this man was probably the princess's knight, but she didn't know which unfortunate princess it was. Likely with a wicked stepmother and wicked sisters. Shaking her head, she put away her book and entered the workshop to begin the transmission. When she opened her eyes again, she found herself in a forest. The princess lives in a forest? What kind of princess is this? Let me think. Is it Snow White who was driven away by her stepmother? Kui Kui muttered as she looked around. It was completely an undeveloped Amazon rainforest, with towering trees and intertwined branches, making it impossible to pass normally. She had already seen several snakes with flicking tongues on the branches and ground. "Oh my, this is too scary." Soft. "Are you sure this is a task for someone like me, who's only level 2? Kui Kui said, trembling, completely forgetting the imposing presence she had in the previous world among all the monsters. The system detects that this is a fairy tale world. Theoretically, such worlds have a very low difficulty and are suitable for hosts like you to undertake tasks. Soft analyzed. Then, do you know there is something called a dark fairy tale? Please do not casually question the capabilities of this system. Soft said righteously, to make its words more credible. It somehow caused the several snakes to suddenly stiffen and lie motionless on the ground. "Fine, I'll tentatively believe you can protect me." Kui Kui took a crescent blade from the warehouse and carried it with her. It was indeed very useful. It was perfect for clearing a path. Isn't the coordinate provided by the knight problematic? Which princess would live in a big forest? After chopping through the underbrush for an unknown amount of time, Kui Kui was tired and sat down to recover while asking, "How much longer do we have to walk?" The knight hadn't provided coordinates. He had died as soon as the order was successfully placed. This was a transmission opened by the system based on the spatial passage he used to arrive, and it lacked precise positioning, so it would be slightly off from target. Soft explained seriously, indicating it wasn't its fault. "Then how much longer?" Soft fell silent for a moment, then projected a light screen that showed a map. Kui Kui glanced at the positioning and almost fainted. She realized she was still in the center of the forest. This fairy tale world was a flat surface, a standard square with a round cover over a plate, where stars, the sun, and the moon were wandering on the cover. There was land and ocean on this plate, with a total of 5 continents, east, south, west, north, and the center, each separated by oceans, along with some scattered islands. All the continents were concentrated in the middle of the plate, surrounded by oceans, with sea water spilling over the edges of the plate. The east, south, west, and north continents were marked on the map as 4 countries, while the largest and central piece was a no man's land, where there stood a towering mountain that held up the sky and stabilized the earth. Kui Kui was now in a relatively central position on this continent, still some distance from the towering pillar. The knights must be gathering here, since it's called the uninhabited zone. It can't be that simple. However, she has nothing to fear. She has Ruruo with her. The question arises, which of the 4 countries is it actually? And which princess are they supposed to protect? This is so frustrating. Do I really have to search for them one by one? These 4 countries are in completely different directions. Kui Kui expressed, feeling very tired. She opened the task panel, and her character was still herself, not transformed into a knight. Enduring the pain, she spent some money to start teleporting. She first went to the eastern continent. As someone with pure Huaxia blood, she felt a strong connection to this character. This world is surprisingly vast. It took her several teleports to finally reach the eastern coast of the uninhabited zone. Calling a coast is a bit of a stretch since right by the sea are steep cliffs. She could see on the map that the east and south sides of the uninhabited zone have this type of terrain, with only the west and north sides having gentle sandy beaches. The power of nature is truly terrifying. The waves continuously crashed violently against the rocky cliffs, creating deafening sounds. Fragments of rocks were constantly being swept away by the furious tides. The sea here is surprisingly pitch black, and it's hard to tell how deep it is. Kui is still a novice and doesn't dare to go against nature. Her little arms can't compete with a thigh. Moreover, she suffers from severe deep-sea phobia. Looking at the dark sea and the roaring waters, she felt as if she had lost 2 of her 3 souls, and her legs began to cramp uncontrollably, causing her to become weak and shaky. Before she could react, she directly clicked teleport and returned to the inland, shivering under a tree. Boo-hoo, it's too scary. For someone with deep-sea phobia, just seeing water is life-threatening, let alone this vast, daunting ocean. She curled up under the tree and refused to move any further. Host, the knight said to go protect the princess. This might mean that the princess is in danger, and at this rate, by the time the host finds the princess, she might as well have 2-meter-tall grass on her grave. Ruruo, being a caring system, timely reminded her. The host is still in the internship period. Failing the task would lead to immediate dismissal. This way, the system could find the next host and name them Long Out Yin. PFF, shut up. What nonsense are you talking about? It's just crossing a sea, right? I could do it. Kui shouted weakly and then silently opened the system store to see if there was a long-distance teleportation option. There really was, but the price was skyrocketing. By the time she found the long-distance teleportation she wanted, it made her feel pain in her wallet. The host could also buy a flying mount, which could be used indefinitely, a multi-purpose item, reasonably priced and convenient to use, and essential for home travel and adventure. Ruruo enthusiastically promoted it. That makes sense. Kui finally accepted Ruruo's suggestion, nearly spending all the hard-earned money she had saved up buying a Waterland dual-purpose Pegasus. The Pegasus had a gentle temperament and high looks, perfectly aligned with Kui's aesthetic preferences. After she summoned it from the warehouse, the Pegasus affectionately leaned towards Kui. She reached out to touch its soft fur. So, Pegasus really exists. While other princes ride white horses to save princesses, I'm riding a Pegasus to protect the princess. Speaking of which, where are the wings? The seller's showcase showed it with beautiful wings. Why does mine look so bare? The Pegasus seemed to understand her words, snorted, took a few steps back, and leapt into the air, spreading its dazzling white wings, captivating anyone who saw it, just like in the seller's showcase. Wow, so beautiful. Can you understand me? The Pegasus slowly walked up to her, gently lowering its head. This is really great. From now on, you'll be my partner. Let me give you a name. How about Nisai? It's a name as wonderful as you. Kui said excitedly. Nisai understood and circled around Kui before stopping in front of her, raising its head, indicating for her to climb onto its back. Kui jumped onto its back, and Nisai manifested 2 long, flowing manes for her to hold onto his reins, ensuring she wouldn't fall. Once Kui was securely seated, Nisai took off into the air and began to run, seemingly leisurely, but actually covering ground quickly. Sitting on the back of the Pegasus, Kui felt like they were just taking a casual stroll, but in reality, the coastline quickly fell far behind them. The imagined wind that would whip against her face didn't appear. A protective shield made of spiritual energy surrounded Nisai, blocking external forces. Looking down from the sky, the vast ocean lay beneath them. The deep, ink-black surface resembled an unfathomable abyss, as if it could swallow them whole at any moment, with hidden dangers lurking in the unseen darkness. As she gazed, Kui felt as if she might fall from the Pegasus, plunging into that abyss, where a monstrous deep-sea creature might leap out and drag her down. She quickly averted her gaze, tightly gripping the reins and focusing forward, no longer looking down. From sunrise to sunset, the evening sun painted the sky with red clouds, and Kui finally spotted a glimmer of the horizon ahead, prompting Nisai to run even faster. Near the coast, Nisai descended, running effortlessly across the water's surface. The shore was a fishing village. As the sky darkened, the adults finished their work. The men organized goods to take to the city, while the women helped cook with leftover scraps. Smoke wafted up as dusk approached, and with the tide receding, children were playing by the sea. They spotted a winged white horse approaching from the ocean, with a woman in a flowing white gown seated atop it, her black hair dancing in the wind. The children were mesmerized, gathering together in awe as Nisai carried Kui Kui closer, stopping on the beach. Kui Kui dismonted, and the Pegasus's wings disappeared. Are you a goddess? A larger child timidly asked. Goddess? No, I am not, Kui Kui replied with a smile, finding the children's thoughts so innocent. Then who are you? Are you a fairy godmother? A little girl asked curiously, her big eyes filled with anticipation. I guess so. Why do you ask? Do you need me to do something for you? She was here to protect the princess, but in a sense, she was the princess's fairy godmother. That's great. I thought fairy godmothers were just a lie. The little girl clapped her hands excitedly, and the other children jumped with joy upon hearing her. Fairy godmother, what are you doing here? Is it because we've all been good, so you came to reward us? Yes, fairy godmother, we've all been good. Just the other day, I helped Uncle Caden catch a fish. And me, I always help return stranded dolphins to the sea. And me, fairy godmother, Meng-Chi has been good too. Meng-Chi, 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 the children chattered excitedly. The boy named Meng-Chi had been silent for a long time, his face flushed red. All right, the fairy godmother knows that you all have been good. Being here is your reward. Everyone gets one. Keep working hard and continue to be kind, good children. Kui Kui patted Meng-Chi's head, took out some snacks from her warehouse, and shared them with the children. Of course, she removed the packaging. It seemed that plastic hadn't appeared in this world yet, so she wouldn't create waste to harm this pure land. Fairy godmother, what is this? A child holding food asked Kui Kui, as they had never seen these things before. These are all food. Would you like to try? It's so delicious. I want to take some home to share with my mom and dad. One child took a bite and exclaimed in surprise. Their simplicity touched Kui Kui, and she wanted to experience the local customs in the village, but the task was urgent. Kids, do you know where the princess is? Oh, I know. The fairy godmother is actually the princess's fairy godmother. The princess is in the palace. Grandpa Machi said that if you keep walking straight from here, you can reach the palace, said the older child. Thank you, kids. I wish you all the best. Kui Kui bid them farewell and flew in the direction the children pointed, riding on Nisai. A full moon rose from the horizon, casting a gentle light that was just right for Kui Kui to travel at night. She passed over villages and hills, with Nisai's steps never slowing down. She opened her task panel and saw that her image had transformed into that of a goddess in a white dress, sacred yet approachable. No wonder the children called her a fairy godmother. The journey at night was somewhat boring, so Kui Kui opened the map and watched her coordinates slowly move toward the center of the continent. For countries, for princesses, even if she really met the 4 princesses, how would she know which one the night wanted her to protect? Besides, one country might not even have just one princess. So annoying. Is this really a secondary task? Why do I feel like I've picked up the wrong script again? Just like that time with Su Lai when I almost lost my life. Ruan, come out. The more Kui Kui thought about it, the angrier she became. What is the matter, host? This task information is incomplete, and I have reason to suspect that this task is beyond my capabilities. Also, there are loopholes in the task. I demand a thorough re-examination of the task. Please trust me, host. There will definitely be no problem. Ruan bit back, thinking it was a joke. If other systems knew it couldn't even handle a beginner task, would it still have any face left? It might as well short-circuit and self-destruct on the spot. Then why is this task information incomplete, with not even the most basic task target? Kui Kui sneered, feeling that Ruan was setting her up. Ruan had nothing to say. I will recheck everything, and I will inform you as soon as the check is finished. If it really is your problem, what benefit do I get? I can't just suffer loss. Sure enough, Ruan fell silent, and there was no response. The evil capitalism. Nisai kept running, passing through small towns and big cities, and continued forward. In the distance, there was a tall mountain with bright lights, which seemed to be the royal city. Castles in fairy tales are usually built at the foot of the mountain or halfway up. In short, they are built in accordance with the mountain. She called Nisai to descend and stored away her warehouse, leisurely entering the city. She casually found a small inn to stay in. The inn was run by an elderly couple who looked very kind. When they saw the ethereal Kui, they, like the group of children, thought she was a descended goddess and resolutely refused to take her money, going to great lengths to prepare her the best room. However, Kui secretly filled the room with pearls. When the couple cleaned the room the next morning after Kui left, they were surprised to find many pearls in the room. They knew this was a gift from the goddess and were both grateful and delighted, carefully storing the pearls away. Kui wobbled to the front of the palace, looking at the high city walls and the towering castle inside. She shrugged. She had to be clever and not force her way in. Who knows if there's a big boss in this fairy tale world that she can't handle. After all, she had seen the huge dragon head that the knight was dragging, and the aura it emitted was not low. After thinking for a while, she decided to ask a seemingly kind aunt for directions. "Excuse me, can you tell me where Her Highness the Princess is?" "Of course, the princess is in the palace." The aunt replied, feeling confused. How many princesses are there?" "Only one." "Is the princess in any danger?" "Who are you?" "Our princess is perfectly fine." "What are you talking about? Are you cursing our princess?" "I didn't expect someone who looks like a lady to have such a malicious heart." "Oomph." The aunt angrily walked away. 56 Protect the Princess 3? "I just wanted to ask for directions." Kui was full of speechlessness, realizing that she did seem a bit like a bad person. After wandering around the streets, she exchanged pearls and some accessories for some common coins, and then went to a clothing store to buy clothes. This outfit was too eye-catching. She couldn't go out like this. Saving the princess was a low-key job. She walked into a high-end clothing store, where a salesperson politely approached her and asked what she wanted to buy. Kui didn't like being followed while shopping, so she told the salesperson, "You go ahead and do your thing. I want to browse on my own." "Of course, esteemed guest." The salesperson politely stepped back. In the high-end clothing store of the fairy tale world, all the dresses were the same medieval gowns, princess dresses, puff-sleeve gowns, and luxurious dresses with petticoats and corsets, all extravagantly stunning. This is probably not the kind of dress I want. Wearing something like this will attract even more attention, right? Just as Kui was about to leave, a mother and daughter walked in, dressed in gorgeous gowns, with exquisite makeup, wide-brimmed hats, and lace gloves, gently covering their lips with delicate fans. "Mom, I must be the most beautiful girl at the ball besides the princess," said the daughter. "Oh, Ophelia, my daughter, trust me. You have inherited all the beauty from me and your father. You have the most beautiful face in the world. Oh, except for Her Highness the Princess." The noblewoman said, "Come on, darling, let's pick out a dress here. This is the best clothing store. I heard the old tailor has released several new dresses. We must be the first to get this news. Come on, let's go pick out clothes and make sure we get the most beautiful dress." "Okay, Mom." The attendant approached again. "Esteemed guests, what would you like to select? I heard the old tailor has made a new batch of dresses. Take us to see." The noblewoman ordered proudly. "Of course, esteemed guests." The attendant led them upstairs. Kui had originally planned to leave, but when she heard the mother and daughter, she immediately stopped and walked towards the attendant who had just assisted her. "Take me to see the old tailor's dresses." She acted cold and proud, and her aura immediately changed, suddenly exuding a noble quality. The attendant initially wanted to refuse because this was considered high-end customization, and only those with status would have a chance to see it. However, she was stunned by the noble aura that suddenly erupted from Kui. Having worked in this clothing store for so many years, she still had some discernment. Even when Kui hadn't displayed her noble aura before, there was already a sacred feeling about her. Now the attendant was even more convinced that she was just a young lady from a prestigious family, as only those girls cultivated in those big families could have such an aura. These thoughts only lingered in her mind for a second, and the next moment she respectfully bent down and gestured for Kui to follow her. "Of course, esteemed guest, please follow me." The attendant stepped aside, leading the way with a proper smile, showing no sign of flattery, truly worthy of being a top clothing store attendant. Kui followed the shop assistant upstairs. The clothes here were more beautiful and exquisite compared to the first floor, but she didn't see the mother-daughter pair. The assistant led her up the stairs, continuing to the third floor. There were not many clothes on the third floor, only about 20 pieces, which was a third of what was on the second floor. A wealthy woman was sitting at a delicate little table, elegantly sipping a drink from a cup, while a servant stood respectfully beside her with his head bowed. There were also a few fitting rooms here, and one of the doors was closed, indicating that the daughter was trying on clothes inside. Dear guest, please feel free to choose. If you find something you like, you can go to the fitting room. If the clothes don't fit, we have the best tailors on standby to serve you, the assistant said. The dresses were displayed on mannequins, making them look more three-dimensional and intuitive. Kui Kui began to examine them one by one. These dresses lacked novelty, basically resembling styles from children's comic books. The ones on the second floor were more exquisite, but these on the third floor were even more refined, representing a qualitative leap, all styled after Disney princesses. Initially disinterested, Kui Kui became intrigued. These dresses were luxurious, adorned with splendid gems and diamonds, and the fabric was unexpectedly good. The key was that these dresses came with corresponding accessories and shoes, unlike the separate dresses downstairs. Seeing the complete outfits on the mannequins, Kui Kui felt as if she couldn't move. Women are like dragons. They are naturally drawn to shiny and beautiful things. Even if they serve no purpose, they will find ways to obtain them. The wealthy woman noticed Kui Kui's infatuation and disdainfully snorted, putting down her teacup and sarcastically asking the assistant, "When did the rules change? Now, anyone can come here?" Kui Kui ignored her and directly tossed a delicate purse to the servant, saying, "I'm very satisfied with your service. Here's a little tip for you." The purse was vintage, a style and craftsmanship the assistant had never seen before. He immediately thanked her with trepidation and cautiously opened it, finding it filled with evenly colored, plump pearls the size of thumbs. He was both surprised and delighted. "Thank you, esteemed guest." Kui Kui provocatively glanced at the wealthy woman, who was unwilling to back down. She tossed 2 gold coins to the servant and, without waiting for thanks, said, "Go on, compare with your sister and see who has the bigger tip." Some people, looking like paupers, are shy about showing off their tips in that purse, afraid others will discover it's filled with copper coins. After saying this, she opened her fan and giggled lightly. The servant, receiving 2 gold coins, was also happy and replied cheerfully, "Yes, ma'am." Then, feeling proud, he walked over to Susan, boasting that the generous lady had given him 2 gold coins. "Susan, this big bag must be just like what the lady said, a bag of copper coins, right? Ha. I must humiliate them later to make the generous lady happy, and who knows, I might get even more gold coins as a reward." Sari approached Susan, smiling. "Susan, look, this is the gold coins that the generous Duchess rewarded me. Let me see what this young lady has given you." As she spoke, she tried to snatch Susan's bag. Susan dodged and looked at Kui Kui for help. Kui Kui nodded, prompting Susan to feign nonchalance as Sari snatched the bag. Upon receiving the finely crafted and uniquely styled bag, Sari was shocked. Feeling the rounded bulge through the bag, her heart raced. When she opened it to find a whole bag of exquisite pearls, she felt her breath catch, her heart pounding. "This is too much," she thought, realizing she had approached trouble herself. "Do you see that? Aren't you going to kick her out? This is an upscale place. Not just anyone can enter," the wealthy woman urged when she saw Sari opening the bag. "Ma'am, this is not copper coins. It's a bag of exquisite pearls," Sari stammered. Susan took back the bag and intentionally handed a pearl to Sari, saying, "Sari, thank you for taking care of me. This pearl is for you." Sari held it, reluctant to let it go, but also embarrassed to keep it. The wealthy woman observed this scene, feeling her face flush with embarrassment. She had used 2 gold coins to compete with someone who had a whole bag of exquisite pearls. Just that one pearl was worth several gold coins. Just then, her daughter emerged, and she feigned surprise, eager to avoid further embarrassment. "Oh, my darling, that dress looks so beautiful on you. It's simply tailored for you." She exaggerated. "Yes, Mom, but I think it's not pretty enough. I want to see more, Sari. Come over and help me choose a dress." "Coming, my esteemed guest," Sari said, using this as an opportunity to slip away and pocket the pearl. "I want to look myself. You wait over there. If I need you, I will call." Kui Kui waved Susan away. pretending to casually examine the clothes while actually moving closer to the wealthy mother and daughter, hoping to hear more about the court ball and princesses. What about this one? My esteemed guest. No, I don't like the color. And this one? No, I don't like the style. And this one? Sari diligently introduced the dresses, but each was rejected, and the young lady appeared increasingly distressed. Didn't they say there are new designs from the great tailor? Why is nothing satisfactory? Mom, what should I do? I heard that Katie from the Lance family specially went to find a retired master to make dresses. What if she wears the most beautiful dress and captivates the prince at the ball? Then I won't have a chance to become the princess, Mom. What should I do? This time the king sent invitations to our families. He must want to take this opportunity to choose a future princess. Prince? Princess? It seems this ball is not simple. The prince is selecting a bride? No wonder this girl is so picky. Thinking for a moment, Kui Kui stepped forward. What kind of dress do you like? Seeing her, the wealthy woman's face darkened as she pulled her daughter to leave. Is this what you like? Kui Kui took out a design draft. One she had just printed of Belle's princess dress. This, Mom. This is it. I want this. The girl was captivated by the golden dress, and the design included matching crowns, jewelry, and shoes. The perfectly coordinated gems and a unique design made her instantly fall in love with the dress. Seeing her daughter so taken, the wealthy woman also took a look and was surprised. This style, this design, was simply superior to all the dresses here. May I ask which great tailor designed this? Christian? Milo? Elia? She inquired, having never seen such an excellent design before. I'm just a clothing enthusiast. I have plenty of such drafts. I have a finished piece of this dress and am willing to give it to this beautiful young lady, Kui Kui replied. What do you want? The wealthy woman frowned, sensing that such an easy agreement was not simple. What I want is very simple. You take me to the ball, and I want to meet the princess. I promise I won't disturb the prince. I only want to find the princess. What do you want to see the princess for? The wealthy woman continued to question. Mom, promise her. Mom, promise her. I want this dress. 57 Guardian Princess, 4, before Kui opened her mouth. The girl who was unable to part with the dress shouted anxiously. This dress was truly beautiful. Although it was just a design sketch and she hadn't seen the actual product based on her years of experience in high society, this dress was surely something rare and precious. Once she wore it, she would definitely become the most eye-catching girl at the ball, and the prince would surely be attracted to her. At that time, Katie from the Lance family wouldn't be able to compete with her. And even if she hired a master craftsman, she could guarantee that this dress would outshine all of theirs. Oh, except for Her Highness the Princess. Mom, hurry up and agree. I want this dress, I want it. The noblewoman was about to say something, but her daughter pulled on her arm and acted cute. No matter how she behaved in front of others, she always doted on this daughter. Sighing, she finally said, All right, I agree, but you can only go in as an apprentice. You know the invitation this time is fixed. Deal. Kui smiled. So when can you give me the dress? The ball starts in 2 days. The girl cunningly asked, May I inquire about your name and home address, beautiful lady? I will deliver the dress to you tomorrow. Of course. I am Hallie, living at the Rose Street, Duke of Rose's residence. I will inform the guards. You must come early. All right, Miss Hallie. I will definitely deliver the gown to your residence tomorrow morning. I will take my leave now, goodbye. Kui waved and left. After Kui left, Hallie and her mother also departed, as after seeing that dress, they found the dresses in the store no longer appealing. Kui returned to the little inn run by the elderly couple. When they saw her back, they happily and reverently brought her into the room, doing their utmost to arrange it for her. Kui thanked the couple and prepared to return to her room. Madam, the old woman called out to her, It is our honor to provide you with a place to stay. Please do not leave us anything, as you do not need to pay us anything. Your choice to stay here is already our greatest blessing. Kui fell silent, then gently replied, That is also a gift I bestow upon your kindness. Back in her room, Kui opened the marketplace and saw that the custom price for that dress was 10 coins. Though she felt a pang of heartache, the task was the most important. Ruan, did you note down Hallie's measurements? Make the dress according to her size. Ruan ignored her, and a system prompt popped up. Customization successful. The system will deduct the amount directly from the account. Then, a flash of golden light appeared, and the dress was already in front of her, complete with a gift box and packaging. After carefully inspecting the dress and confirming there were no issues, She packaged it up, ready to be delivered to the Duke of Rose's residence the next day. She had made a gown similar to Belle's from Beauty and the Beast, and the system had improved some of the less-than-perfect areas. Now the dress Kui saw was even more perfect and exquisite than in the anime. The next morning, Kui checked out again. The elderly couple quietly cleaned the room, then preserved it, preparing to welcome the goddess back at any time. Kui went out, bought a loaf of bread, and a cup of milk for breakfast at the bakery on the street. The shop had a special table for guests to dine at. The bread was spread with honey, which seemed to have been kneaded with milk, giving off a rich, milky fragrance, complemented by the sweetness of the honey, making it very tempting. The bread was baked soft and fluffy, and the honey-coated crust gleamed with a golden sheen. Kui took a big bite and discovered that there was also jam inside. It was simply wonderful. She finished the bread before starting on the milk, and before leaving, she bought a lot of every type of bread in the store, nearly clearing out their inventory. After exiting the shop, taking advantage of no one noticing, she quietly stashed the packaged bread in the warehouse, as time wouldn't pass in the warehouse. Rose Street was named after the Duke of Rose, and the entire street belonged to their family. Kui easily found the most impressive and luxurious residence on Rose Street, especially since there were 8 guards at the entrance, along with the huge rose arch and several flags with roses printed on them hanging on the walls. "Halt, what are you doing?" Before she got close, 2 guards blocked her path, their faces stern as they questioned her. "I'm here to deliver the gown for Miss Hallie." Kui raised the oversized package bag in her hand. "Oh, please come in." Clearly, Hallie had given prior notice, as upon hearing Kui's words, the guards sheathed their weapons and returned to their posts. Kui walked in holding the gown, her gaze steady, while calling for Ruan to open the map and check the surroundings. A maid led her to a garden where Hallie was walking and admiring flowers with her mother. Upon seeing the maid bringing a Kui, Hallie joyfully ran over to look at the bag in her hands. "Oh, what a delicate handbag. The gown inside must be prepared just for me, right?" Hallie clasped her hands in front of her chest, speaking joyfully. "Yes, it's all inside. If you have time, Miss Hallie, you could try it on now. If there is anything that doesn't fit, I can make adjustments right away." Kui nodded slightly. "Oh, let us set it aside for now. I want to accompany my mother for a walk first." Hallie instructed the maid to take the gown. "Hallie, my precious daughter, go ahead. I know you really like this dress. Hurry and try it on. It's so beautiful. I can't wait to see how stunning you will look in it," the noblewoman said with a smile, "and I can have a chat with this young lady." "All right, mother." Hallie curtsied and had the maid take the dress away. "Duchess, may I ask what you wish to discuss with me? If it's about the ball, you need not worry. I have no interest in the prince or the princess, and I will not involve myself in your disputes. I simply wish to meet the princess." "What exactly do you want? Why must you see Her Highness the Princess?" the noblewoman questioned sharply. Kui shrugged and said, "To be honest, you might not believe it, but someone told me the princess might be in danger, and I was entrusted to protect her." "Nonsense. The princess has always lived in the castle. How could she be in danger?" "You see, I told you wouldn't believe me. Who exactly are you? Such exquisite pearls. You casually take out a whole bag just to reward a servant. I don't believe you are just an ordinary seamstress." Kui looked at the noblewoman, remaining noncommittal. "I don't care what you are or what your purpose is. I agree to bring you into the ball, but if you make any moves against the royal family, I will exercise my authority and have you executed on the spot," the noblewoman warned. Kui raised an eyebrow and walked along the path, admiring the garden full of roses, many of which were quite rare species. The Duke of Rose truly lived up to his title. After a while, Hallie, now dressed in her gown with the maid's assistance, gracefully approached. The noblewoman went up to her, circling around Hallie to inspect her, nodding with satisfaction. "Oh, what a beautiful dress. My dear, you will surely be the most dazzling person at the ball, except for Her Highness the Princess." "Oh, I think so too. Mom, look at the color of this dress, the jewel-like brilliance, the craftsmanship of these stitches and this waist design, this collar, these sleeves, and these crystal shoes. The gemstone necklace, the little tiara. Oh my, this outfit is truly perfect." As she spoke, she twirled around, the layers of her skirt spreading out elegantly, the gems sparkling in the sunlight. At that moment, Hallie was breathtakingly beautiful. The noblewoman nodded in satisfaction and said to Kui, "I'm very pleased. For the ball the day after tomorrow, You come here in the afternoon? Don't be late. We won't wait for you. The day after tomorrow? So soon? Kui Kui was surprised. Why is the ball so rushed? It's a sudden notice from His Majesty. Don't ask too many questions. Knowing too much is not a good thing. The noblewoman glanced at her. Okay, fine. It's a secret, a royal court secret. Then I'll take my leave. You two chat slowly. Kui Kui took out a piece of cake and ate it as she walked, completely unconcerned about their gazes. As she walked out of the Duke's residence, eating along the way, she realized just how little she understood this world, having only known it through the system. But in reality, she had no true understanding of it. She pulled her sister along and found a small tavern in a narrow alley where there weren't many people and a bard was singing poems. Kui Kui venting, ordered the best wine and some snacks. Then she waited for the food to be served while listening to the bard tell stories of princes, princesses, and dragons. It was basically about a princess who was captured by a dragon and a brave prince who arrived to kill the dragon and save the princess, leading to their happily ever after. The bard had only gotten halfway through the story, but Kui Kui had already guessed most of it. She had heard too many stories of this kind and was tired of them. She could even fill in the plot just from the beginning. Do you have any other drinks? Please bring me a glass of milk. Thank you. The wine steward placed the wine and snacks Kui Kui ordered on the table, then brought over a cup of hot milk. Your milk, madam. Thank you. Consider the extra as your tip. Kui Kui had no concept of money and handed the steward 2 gold coins. Thank you. May the goddess bless you, beautiful lady. The steward gratefully bowed and was about to turn to leave. Wait, when the bard finishes, please call him over here. Just say I really liked his story but didn't hear the first half, and I hope he can tell me about it. You can take this bottle of wine over and say it's a gift for me. Certainly, it would be my pleasure to serve you, beautiful lady. Kui Kui focused on eating the snacks, not paying attention to what the bard was saying. The snacks were quite good. After finishing the snacks, the bard had also wrapped up his story, and the audience began to disperse, some even tossing him copper coins. The wine steward approached the bard and politely said, "Oh, Jones, your story today was really good." "Thank you, mate," Jones replied politely, then took out the copper coins he had just received. "Eddie, you know the drill. Give me a glass of rum." Eddie handed him the bottle of wine. "Oh, Jones, you lucky guy. Do you see that beautiful lady sitting over there? Look, she sent you the finest red wine in the tavern. She was captivated by your story and wants to invite you over to tell her more. I really envy you." "Jones, you understand what I mean, right? That lady doesn't look like an ordinary person. You're going to hit the jackpot. But don't forget your old buddy Eddie. Oh, go on. Don't keep the beautiful lady waiting." Eddie pushed Jones over, saying, "This beautiful lady. Jones has come to see you. Have a good chat." Jones held the wine, feeling at a loss. "This beautiful lady. May I ask what you need from me?" "It's nothing. I just think your story was quite good. Come, sit. I'm curious after hearing your story. I have some questions I hope you can answer." Kui Kui gestured for Jones to sit down across from her. Jones sat down, placed the wine on the table, and asked, somewhat confused, "What would you like to know?" Kui Kui adjusted her posture, crossing her legs, leaning forward, one hand supporting her head while the other played with her hair. "Are you really a bard?" "Isn't the standard for bards a long cloak and a harp? Plus, this is the first time I've seen a bard telling stories in a tavern." Jones didn't expect Kui Kui to ask this. His face turned red, and he shyly replied, "Yes, I am a bard. I've traveled to many places and collected many stories. When I'm well off, I take my harp out to sing, and when I'm poor, I put down the harp and come out to tell stories to earn my keep. I hope I didn't make you laugh." "I see," Kui Kui said, suddenly enlightened. "So the story you just told was true? Was there really a princess captured by a dragon, and a prince who came to rescue her? If it's true, then maybe this princess is the one I'm looking for." After all, when the night came, he had the dragon's head in hand, and he had already killed the dragon. Why would Kui Kui still need to protect the princess? It must mean there's something wrong with the prince. I don't know if this story is true. I heard it while traveling abroad in the West. They say it's about Princess Selena of the Starry Empire in the West. She was so beautiful that she was captured by an evil dragon. Prince Alan of the Otteran's Empire heard about it and bravely ventured into the dragon's lair alone. With the guidance of his people and his superb skills, he rescued the princess by himself. I was so moved by this story that I wrote it down to spread it and celebrate the love story of the prince and princess. Jones said with admiration, "Princess, prince, evil dragon." Kui Kui thought for a moment and felt it made sense. This was probably her mission target. So what happened after the prince rescued the princess? For example, did the princess feel unhappy or face any dangers? That's the second half of the story. The princess fell in love with the brave Prince Alan at first sight. After returning to the empire, Prince Alan sought the royal family's approval and officially proposed to Princess Selena. Princess Selena agreed, and they're currently preparing for the wedding, which will be on the blue moon next month. If you leave now, you can still make it. Jones said, "Madam, if you're going to attend the wedding, I wonder if I could have the honor of accompanying you into the wedding venue to witness this wonderful moment? If I go, I will call you. Tell me about the interesting things you've seen in your travels around the world, including here in this country." "I would be honored, madam." Kui Kui ordered some more food and chatted with Jones while eating, spending the whole afternoon in the tavern, even having lunch there. Finally, when Jones had finished telling his stories, Kui Kui gained a deeper understanding of this world. They agreed that if she went to the wedding, she would bring Jones along. Kui Kui grabbed a handful of pearls and gave them to Jones before heading back to the small inn, as she had plenty of those. Upon returning to the small inn, the elderly couple welcomed her warmly. The inn was decorated with flowers, and Kui Kui's exclusive guest room had been redecorated. All the furnishings and details had been changed by the elderly couple, showing their care. Kui Kui returned to her room, deep in thought. Now, the princess should be the Princess Selena from Jones's story. According to Jones, she should be safe, and her previous thoughts about being threatened by the prince were just her imagination. Since the two people are mutually infatuated and are going to get married next month, there's no need for me to worry unnecessarily. First, I'll attend the ball here, and then take Jones to the Western continent. The next morning, Kui Kui got up early and opened the door, only to run into an elderly woman carrying breakfast. "Madam, you're awake. This is the breakfast I made for you. Please give it a try." The elderly woman brought the breakfast in and replaced the bouquet in the vase with a freshly picked one still glistening with dew. "Thank you. That is very kind of you." Kui Kui was particularly fond of breakfast, but faced with the elderly woman's kindness, she couldn't refuse and sat down to eat. The breakfast consisted of 2 pieces of toast, a steak, 2 slices of ham, a vegetable salad, and a plate of ketchup. These items were served separately, not combined. "May I ask, do you usually eat breakfast like this?" Please don't misunderstand. The breakfast is delicious. What I mean is there a way to eat them combined? Kui Kui plaquet, te salad, and steak on the toast, and squeeze some ketchup on top, making a simple sandwich. Like this. I've never seen such a way of eating. The elderly woman was initially worried, thinking her cooking was too unpalatable. But when she saw Kui Kui make a sandwich, she had never seen such a novel combination before. Kui Kui took a bite and delicious. "Grandma, you should try this." Kui Kui shared half of her sandwich with the elderly woman. The elderly woman took it hesitantly and took a bite. Initially, she thought that mixing everything together would taste bad, but unexpectedly, it was surprisingly good. "This, madam, how can it taste so good mixed together?" the elderly woman exclaimed in surprise. "It's called a sandwich, Grandma," Kui Kui replied. Since the elderly couple treated her so well, and she was regarded as a goddess, she felt she should do something for them. This small inn was not large and somewhat shabby. After staying here for 2 days, Kui Kui hadn't seen any guests besides herself. The furnishings were a bit worn out, and the elderly couple wore somewhat tattered clothes, with no other staff in sight. It seemed the elderly couple's life was not easy, since there was no such way of eating sandwiches here. Kui Kui decided to teach the couple how to make this type of fast food, which should earn them a little extra income. "Grandma, do you think people would buy sandwiches if we sold them here?" "Yes, absolutely. I can guarantee it will become the most popular breakfast." "Then please take me to the kitchen, and I'll teach you how to make it, so you can start earning money with sandwiches." "Madam, isn't just putting them together? Is there something more complicated?" The elderly woman was confused about why she needed to learn. "No, this is just a casual way of making it. The taste is not even half as good as an authentic sandwich. If it were that easy, everyone would make it. And who would come to buy it then?" Kui Kui smiled and countered. The elderly woman led her into the kitchen. Although Kui Kui was teaching them, she had only spent 3 gold on 2 books, The Secrets of Sandwiches and The Secrets of Hamburgers, and while reading from the books, she quietly transmitted the content into their minds. The couple felt as if everything the goddess had said was deeply engraved in their minds. Since the ball was not until the next day, Kui decided to stay at the inn with the couple to make sandwiches and hamburgers. Even with the secret books, due to their age, the elderly couple worked hard all morning and only managed to produce the first perfect sandwich and hamburger by the afternoon. Both were astonished by the deliciousness. Since they had learned the skills, it was time to discuss the next plan. Grandma, you can sell breakfast on the first floor, just hamburgers and sandwiches, and keep the second and third floors for the inn. First, we need to advertise so that everyone knows delicious sandwiches and hamburgers are being sold here. So the little shop needs a sign. We have a sign. We have a sign, the old man said. It was hanging up a while ago, but it got blown down by the wind. Since no one comes here, we haven't put it back up. It just piled in the warehouse. I'll go find it now. By the time Kui hung up the sign, things were almost ready. They had made some hamburgers and sandwiches to distribute to the neighbors, informing them that they would start selling breakfast the next day. And everyone who tasted them expressed their willingness to order. When Kui returned to the kitchen, the elderly couple looked at the failed products they had made and felt a bit pained. Old man, let us pack these up and give them to the beggars, the elderly woman suggested. The old man naturally agreed, and they packed everything in several large bags. Kui helped them take the bags out to distribute to the beggars. Kui also gave them a small task, asking them to take the food to a busy street corner near the inn to eat and promote the breakfast business. Kui also helped the elderly couple negotiate for supply of ingredients. This was all she could do. She couldn't just stay here and do nothing for the elderly couple because they were nice to her. As it turned out, hamburgers and sandwiches were a market hit wherever they went, and the promotion was indeed effective. The next morning, many people lined up to buy breakfast. The elderly couple was both happy and grateful. It had been a long time since their small inn had welcomed so many guests. Kui didn't bother them anymore and slept until noon before getting up, checking out, and heading to the Rose-Duke's residence to find the Duchess. The ball was about to start. 59, protecting the princess, 6, the noblewoman, and Hallie were getting ready, and did not come out to greet Kui, only sending a maid to take her to change and dress up, transforming her into the appearance of a maid. Kui had no objections. After all, she was entering the palace for the prince. Just getting him would be good enough, so she wouldn't be too demanding. After changing her clothes and finishing her makeup, she sat beside the maid, who looked horrified, and polished off the fruits and snacks prepared on the table. Burping without any decorum, she was finally notified by a maid that the lady and the young lady were ready and asked her to go over. The maid caught her at the door, where 2 carriages were parked. One was more luxurious, while the other was simpler. You must remember, today your identity is our maid. Get into that carriage. Be careful once we arrive at the palace. Don't cause any trouble, or I won't let you off, the noblewoman instructed. Then entered the carriage with the help of a maid. That maid turned to her and said, "Let us go. We need to get in the carriage quickly. We're about to set off, and it wouldn't be good to be late." Kui nodded and followed onto the simpler little carriage, where she squeezed in with 2 other maids. "Hi, I'm Sophie, and she's Nancy. Nice to meet you. Once we get to the palace, don't wander around. And don't speak casually, or it will cause trouble for the lady and young lady." Sophie cautioned, "Today's ball is special. I heard it's to select a princess for the prince, so we must be careful and not embarrass Miss Hallie. Oh, if Miss Hallie becomes the princess, we can enter the palace too. The Rose-Duke's residence will produce a princess, a future queen. How wonderful that would be." "Yes, the lady has been quite worried about this," Nancy added. "Oh, let us not talk about it anymore. It's not good if someone hears us." The 2 stopped the topic and began discussing other matters. Kui leaned against the carriage and closed her eyes to rest, unknowingly falling asleep. The carriage slowly made its way to the palace. Upon arriving at the palace gates, Kui was fortunate to follow the 2 maids out of the carriage, walking ahead to wait for the noblewoman and Hallie to get out before following them into the palace. "Hallie, Aunt Audrey," a call came from behind, and Kui saw that Hallie and the noblewoman's expressions darkened for a moment before quickly returning to calm. Turning around, she smiled at the newcomer. "Oh, little Katie. Good afternoon, Lady Lance." Following closely behind was a pair of noblewomen, a mother and daughter. Kui noticed their faces twist when they saw the dress Hallie was wearing, but they still forced themselves to walk over with a calm demeanor. What a coincidence to run into you here. Lady Lance feigned modesty, as she wouldn't admit that she was flaunting her newly made dress in front of this woman, Audrey. Oh, damn it. Which tailor-made that dress Hallie Felian is wearing? How could it look so good? God damn it, it's completely going to overshadow Katie. As Lady Lance linked arms with the noblewoman and walked in, she calculated various schemes in her mind. Katie's jealousy was almost impossible to hide. She thought she had found a retired old tailor, paid a high price for her to design this dress, and was sure it would make her the center of attention at the ball, capturing the prince's eye. But why did Hallie also have such a stunning outfit, even better than her own? How could this be possible? She had confidently believed she would stand out at the ball and become the prime candidate for the princess, thinking her most competitive rival, Hallie, could not compare to her. But now, who did she get this dress made by? Why did she not know there was such a talented tailor in the royal city? She had to find out from Hallie. Katie thought to herself, "Oh, Hallie, your dress is so beautiful. Believe me, I'm not exaggerating when I say it's the best dress I've ever seen in my life. Look, wearing this, you are definitely the most beautiful girl at the ball." Hallie smiled slightly. As a girl, the greatest desire is to receive compliments from others, especially now that her biggest rival praised her, greatly satisfying her vanity. "Oh, dear Hallie, I wonder whose masterpiece this is. How fortunate it is to see you wearing it," Katie said insincerely. However, Hallie was not fooled. She wasn't stupid. Why would she share the secret with Katie, only for her to continue being her rival? No way. So she merely smiled perfunctorily, diverting the topic. And no matter how Katie tried to pry, she wouldn't give anything away. Kui followed behind, watching the two pairs of mothers and daughters with their ulterior motives, feeling quite speechless. It seems that even in a fairy tale world, one cannot escape the struggles between women. There were already many people in the palace. Most had arrived. As soon as the two mothers and daughters entered, people began to approach them to chat. As the highest-ranking women here were the Duchess of Lance and the Duchess of Rose, Audrey. The Marquises were part of the royal faction and had not yet arrived. Kui gave the two mothers and daughters a look and fell to the back of the line, taking the opportunity to hide in a corner where no one was paying attention, watching the two mothers and daughters socialize with others. After waiting for a while without any royal members arriving, Kui grew a bit impatient, quietly took some food from the table, and slipped out. She exited through a side door of the palace, stepping into a large garden. Thinking her maid's outfit was too eye-catching, Kui cast an invisibility spell on herself. Eating as she walked, there were scattered people strolling in the garden, seemingly also attending the ball. The garden was beautiful, but Kui preferred the garden of the Duchess of Rose, filled with various roses. She found a chair in a corner, sat down, and began to eat her pile of food. After a while, she heard the melodious chimes from the castle's top, and the banquet hall became lively, indicating that the banquet was starting. However, she wasn't in a hurry to go in. It was still too early. She thought it would be better to wait until the atmosphere became more lively before entering. With that in mind, she continued eating. However, she had only cast the invisibility spell on herself, which did not affect the food. A cleaning servant heard the noise and thought a child from the royal family had gotten lost, so he prepared to come over and comfort him. But when he rounded the flower bushes, he was stunned. There was no one on the bench, yet a pile of snacks was floating in the air, gradually dwindling. The servant had never encountered such a supernatural situation. He immediately became so frightened that his legs went weak, dropping his broom on the ground and trembling as he stepped back. Ah! A scream pierced through. The banquet hall was bustling, and no one heard the commotion. The king was still smiling and whispering with the queen, comparing which girl's qualifications were more suitable for the position of princess. Hallie, wearing the dress made by Kui, successfully outshone everyone, except for the princess. They undoubtedly became the two most beautiful flowers in the banquet hall, with most people's gazes focused on them. Even Katie, who was extremely jealous of Hallie, had to pretend to be close to her to attract some attention, hoping that the prince would notice her instead. Hallie's dress transformed her entirely. Combined with her noble demeanor and cultured speech, she unconsciously caught the attention of the old king and queen. Audrey watched with satisfaction as the king, queen, and even the prince frequently cast glances at her daughter, and even the princess took the initiative to speak to her, her smile almost overflowing. However, She noticed a guard approaching the king with a serious expression, bending down to whisper something in his ear. The king and queen's expressions instantly turned grave. Audrey felt a wave of worry wash over her. She moved in a little closer, trying to listen without raising suspicion. The king waved the guard away, reassuring the queen with a smile, preparing to leave. But before they could exit the hall, a sudden change occurred. The previously closed palace doors swung open, and a cold wind rushed in, accompanied by a sharp laugh. Everyone in the banquet hall turned to see which noble woman had the audacity to enter, only to find 3 women dressed in witch robes. Everyone was taken aback. The newcomers were the 3 witches of the forest. "Oh, my beloved king, why weren't we invited to such a lively ball? I heard it's to choose a princess. Don't we have the qualifications to compete?" The 3 sisters chimed in unison. The king turned pale, not expecting these 3 sisters to cause trouble here. Taking a deep breath, he said, "So it's you 3 witches. You must be the ones who scared my servant while he was eating snacks in the garden." "Snacks? What snacks?" the first witch asked. "I think you must be mistaken. We don't care for snacks. Don't waste your breath on him. He just doesn't want us here. Let us show him what we can do," the youngest witch said. This statement clearly received agreement from the other 2 witches. "Oomph, Your Majesty, it is said that the princess is unparalleled in beauty, the flower of the empire. Today, let us turn the princess into a real flower." After saying this, they began to chant a spell, and a gray mist enveloped the princess. The princess truly wanted to cry, but had no tears. She was in the dance floor, and the trouble was falling from the sky. It wasn't her fault she didn't invite them. What did it have to do with her? "Hey, stop." After Kui accidentally scared the servant faint, she hurriedly ran away. Sensing something was wrong at the ball, she rushed over and saw the princess enveloped in a cloud of mist. As soon as she spoke, she interrupted the witch's spell, causing a backlash. The princess did not turn into a flower, but fell into a deep sleep. Her feet transformed into flower roots, embedding themselves into the floor, reaching underground, while many dense, thorny branches sprouted from her body, quickly wrapping around her. Those branches continued to grow wildly, spreading outward. Quick retreat. In fact, even without Kui shouting, everyone was already scared and running outside. The 3 witches kept laughing. Let the princess turn into a flower. Only someone who truly loves her can turn her back to her original form. Otherwise, she'll be a flower forever, forever. Ha 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 ha. Kui was speechless. Is there always a witch in every story? Moreover, it seems like witches are all brainless. Just like now, the 3 witches were laughing madly with their hands on their hips. Everyone had already run outside the palace before they stopped. Ha ha. This is what happens when you offend us 3 sisters. Ha ha. The 3 sisters looked satisfied as they watched everyone retreat in fear. That's right, they should fear us. It's about time. Let's go. Ha ha. I just wonder when our princess will wake up. I don't believe anyone would really like a princess trapped in thorns. The 3 witches took out brooms from their robes, preparing to leave. What kind of witches are these? Riding brooms? Kui felt a bit heartbroken seeing the princess like this. She hadn't even had the chance to see what the beloved princess looked like before she was wrapped up in thorns. Just as she was about to take action to stop the witches, Ruan predicted her thoughts and quickly popped up a reminder, asking the host not to act rashly and not to disrupt the storyline of the fairy tale world. Then why didn't you say anything when I was selling hamburgers and sandwiches here? The princess is the core character of this world. Any slight change could lead to a deviation in the plot, potentially causing the fairy tale world to collapse. Oh, so the princess becoming like this is arranged by this world? In the end, there must be a prince coming back to save her? Yes. TSK, insider information, dark secrets. Kui Kui scoffet. Little did she know, this dismissive expression would bring her disaster. Everyone had already escaped outside, and she, a mere maid, standing inside was enough to draw attention. She showed no fear at all, instead standing there in a daze. The witches, who were about to leave, caught sight of Kui's disdainful expression and immediately became furious. Sister, look, that little girl dares to mock us, to despise us. Sister, let us catch her and teach her a lesson. The other 2 witches turned around and saw the disdain on Kui's face that she hadn't had time to retract. Angered, without saying a word, They chanted a spell, and a rope flew out from their robes, binding Kui Kui and lifting her beneath the broom. In no time, she disappeared from sight. The crowd outside the palace finally calmed down. They had initially thought there would be great chaos, but unexpectedly, a little maid had drawn all the fire away. The king was also quite frightened, looking at the chaotic ballroom and feeling that there was no need to continue the ball. He waved his hand for everyone to return home and supported the queen back to the castle. The emotions of the mothers and daughters of Hallie and Lands were quite interesting. One had thought the position of the princess was hers for the taking, while the other thought she was completely out of the running for the position. Unexpectedly, now that the witches had caused a ruckus, everything seemed possible. Everyone returned home with their thoughts. "Mom, the maid that got caught seems to be the seamstress who came into the palace with us," Hallie said. "Sweetheart, don't say that. You need to forget everything that happened tonight. We didn't bring any seamstress into the palace, and you don't know any seamstress, understand?" Audrey said seriously. "Why, Mom?" Hallie was puzzled. The witch's revenge is too terrifying. Audrey was on guard against the witch's retaliation, but it seemed that this group of witches would not have the chance to retaliate against anyone again. Kui Kui was hanging beneath the broom. The rope was too tight, and she was being dragged through the air, with the wind rushing into her nose and only the sound of whooshing wind in her ears. "No, this is too uncomfortable. Rayan, 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 Rayan." Kui Kui called out in her mind. "Jieha." "What?" "Hurry up, call me Jieha." Ruan's tone was thick with a northeastern accent. Ruan? What's wrong? Are you still Ruan? Where are you?" Kui Kui was surprised. How did the headquarters change her system again? "Of course I'm Ruan. Ah, no, I'm long out yin. Call me Jieha. Hurry up, I'm busy." Ruan urged impatiently, her tone dripping with disdain. No, what's wrong with you? Why do you have an accent now?" Kui Kui was also being assimilated, but she hadn't realized it yet. "I'm watching a drama. The one about returning to the village. Call me Jieha. Hurry up, I still have over 1,000 episodes to catch up on." Kui Kui was speechless. She was convinced. Just a moment ago at the ball, everything was fine? "Show me if I can beat these witches. This hanging is too uncomfortable." "Sure, you can beat them like you're beating little chicks. All right, if there's something important, call me, but don't disturb me with trivial matters." Ruan said before disappearing, as if she had crashed. Convinced. The northeastern dialect is indeed powerful. Since there was no threat, Kui Kui stopped hiding and directly filled her internal energy to break the rope. Then she summoned Nisai and sat on it. The three sisters were still discussing how to snatch a prince to become the princess, completely unaware that Kui Kui had already broken free. They were overly confident, thinking of Kui Kui as an ordinary person, never suspecting she was a wolf in sheep's clothing. Kui Kui rode Nisai and followed them all the way until they reached a clearing in the forest, where there was a small wooden house surrounded by a fence. The three landed, put away their brooms, and opened the door to go inside. Kui Kui also landed and put away Nisai. The three witches chatted and laughed as they entered the house, putting the broom aside before taking off their robes and lighting an oil lamp. "Hey, why do I feel something is off?" the little witch said. "What's wrong?" the other two witches asked. "I don't know, but I just feel like something is not right." The little witch frowned. "Ah, where's the girl we caught?" the big witch exclaimed. The other two witches panicked. "What should we do? She wouldn't have fallen and died, would she?" "Oh no, what do we do? It's so high. She would die if she fell." The three witches said anxiously. "Are you talking about me?" Kui Kui appeared beside them, smiling as she asked. These three witches had some issues. Clearly, they were so evil, yet now they were worried about her. "Ah, thank goodness. She's fine, that's great." The three witches hugged each other, relieved, then realized and stepped back, warily looking at her. "How did you escape?" "We'll talk about that later. First, let's discuss why you went to the ball to harm the princess." "I don't believe it was because you didn't receive an invitation." Kui Kui didn't care at all about the three witches' wariness. She casually sat down on a chair and took a cake out of the warehouse to eat. She really loved desserts. The three witches exchanged glances, but no one spoke. Seeing this, Kui Kui stretched out her hand, gathering a ball of lightning in her palm. "Look, I'm not an ordinary person either. You can speak now, but if you don't satisfy me, this cute little ball will come crashing down on you." Kui Kui deliberately let the power of the thunder leak out, and the three witches trembled in fear upon sensing it. We didn't mean to harm the princess. It's because. One witch started to explain, but abruptly stopped. Because what? The witch opened her mouth in terror, but couldn't make a sound, looking at Kui Kui for help. What is going on? Kui Kui frobenet. The other two witches tried to speak, but also collectively lost their voices. Kui Kui instinctively sensed something was wrong, thinking that a powerful being was controlling them, but after checking, she found no one around, not even on the map. Ruan, come out quickly. What's wrong, big sister? Ruan appeared with a northeast accent. Help me see what is going on. I feel like I've been targeted by a powerful presence. Okay. Ruan's expression turned serious in an instant. The three witches stared anxiously at Kui Kui, hoping she would save them. After a while, Ruan finished her examination. What's going on? It's the incomplete heavenly Tao of this world, Ruan explained. I want to tell you during the meeting, but I got interrupted. What were we talking about just now? Princess, the dark force, Kui Kui reminded. Yes, exactly. You know about the heavenly Tao, right? Every world has its own heavenly Tao to guard the order of that realm. However, this fairy tale world is clearly not fully developed. Look at the map. The sky and the earth are only half formed. The sun, moon, yin, yang, and the laws of the universe are incomplete. I don't know why the heavenly Tao emerged before the world was properly constructed. But clearly, this world has flaws and cannot exist for long. So the heavenly Tao intervenes in the development of events, forcibly pushing things along to help itself perfect the rules and complete the world. These three witches should be one of the heavenly Tao's apostles. It gives them tasks to change the course of events because the heavenly Tao itself cannot interfere. Let me take another look at why this world is deformed. Who stole the heart of the world? Ruan's angry voice rang out. The heart of the world? What is that? It's the heart of the world, the source of everything. All beings in every world depend on the heart of the world to survive. This world should have grown halfway, and then the heart of the world was taken away. How despicable. Doesn't he know what a huge impact this will have? I'm going to deal with this right now. I've communicated with the heavenly Tao here, so you can rest assured to do your work. There won't be any problems. The heavenly Tao will help you. After Ruan finished speaking, she disappeared again. You can speak now, Kui Kui said to the three witches. Cough, cough, cough. Why did you come to trouble the princess? Did someone send you? Yes, it was the deity. He asked us to do it. The deity? How did he contact you? Have you seen him? No. The deity has never appeared before us. He communicates with us directly through our minds. Do you know any other servants of the deity like you? No. But the deity has never asked us to do anything bad, and we have never harmed anyone. Please believe us. We have never harmed anyone. But because the things the deity asked us to do are not understood by everyone, people are very afraid of us, and we have no way to explain. We don't know why the deity asked us to do this, but we believe he must have his reasons and that it's all for our good. All right. Brainless fans. Although what they said is true, the heavenly Tao is indeed trying to save the world. Kui Kui settled down in the witch's small courtyard, and the heavenly Tao didn't trouble them anymore since Ruan had already made contact. For several days, there was no news from Ruan regarding the heart of the world. The witch's small courtyard was located in the center of a ghostly wood, not because there were ghosts, but because the trees grew in bizarre shapes, resembling monsters and demons, especially when the light was dim. The entire forest looked eerie, and with the ghostly birds living here occasionally screeching, anyone timid enough to enter would surely lose their mind. The witches lived right in the center of the ghostly wood. There was an open space where they built their house, surrounded by a fence. They also planted flowers next to the fence and house, and cultivated a small vegetable garden full of lush green vegetables, which was quite pleasing to see. It seemed that these three witches understood how to live well. Kui Kui also believed that these three witches were truly not bad. After all, no wicked witch would be this poor, with hardly anything visible in their home. The witches prepared a guest room for Kui Kui to stay in. The next morning, Kui Kui woke up to find the three witches still in the yard planting flowers and vegetables, with the sunlight streaming in just right. So diligent, Kui Kui thought as she got up and walked to the living room, discovering a cup of milk and several pieces of bread on the table, with friendship jam placed beside them. It seemed they had prepared it for her. Feeling a little touched, Kui Kui sat down to eat breakfast. The bread tasted great, with a fragrant grainy aroma, and the jam emitted a rich fruity scent, sweet and sour, even better than what she'd bought at the supermarket. Just like that, with the jam paired with bread and milk, Kui Kui finished eating but felt like she hadn't had enough, so she took the plate to the kitchen. The kitchen was large, an old-fashioned country kitchen filled with many tools. Kui Kui looked around and suddenly realized why everything tasted so good. These were all grown, picked, and made by the witches themselves, using their exclusive secret recipes, so the taste was naturally different and special. After eating some more bread, Kui Kui finally took a jar of jam out with her. The witches were still working outside, and the sun was scorching hot. Kui Kui thought for a moment, got some ice, and took some fruits from the kitchen, filling 4 large bowls and adding the jam to make shaved ice. When the 3 witches finished their work and came inside, they saw 3 bowls of shaved ice on the table, and Kui Kui was enjoying one. "You're back. Sit down and eat some shaved ice," Kui Kui said without even looking up. The 3 witches put down their tools, washed their hands, and elegantly started eating with spoons. "Thank you." It seemed that the 3 witches were not as rough, ugly, and malicious as the outside world portrayed them. "What do you farm for?" Kui Kui asked. "Aren't witches supposed to be wealthy? You don't look very rich." Well, we farm to eat ourselves. We also have a small farm on the cliff pasture outside the ghostly wood." The eldest witch replied, "Witches can be wealthy, but we are not. Only those witches who are not misunderstood by people can be wealthy and earn respect and affection. We have no way to be recognized by people, so to survive, we can only be self-sufficient and independent. We can farm, graze livestock, build houses, make our own ovens and bread machines. And we even learned how to spin flax and weave clothes. However, we can't do everything by ourselves. For some basic necessities, we have to go out and buy them. So, in order to earn money, we have to disguise ourselves and go out to earn a meager salary, fearing each time that we might be recognized." Each of the 3 witches shared their sorrows, and it was truly heartbreaking to hear. Kui Kui also felt sympathy, but there was nothing she could do. After all, it was the will of the heavens, which was for the sake of the whole world. However, one question lingered in her mind. "How old are you?" "I'm 28. "I'm 22. "I'm 18, the 3 witches said. Kui Kui was shocked. She had thought they were old hags, but it turned out they were about the same age as her. Being a witch is a profession, not a fixed identity. It can be passed down. The eldest witch noticed her confusion and explained, "We 3 witches are actually not the first generation. We don't know exactly which generation we are, but we are all chosen by the gods, destined to be witches from the moment we were born. So, the previous witches brought us here and raised us, and when they are gone, we are to inherit their positions. We also need to find successors. It's just that the gods have not yet given their will. Probably because it's still too early and we have plenty of time left in our lives. So that's how it is." "Then why didn't you 3 explain this and let others misunderstand you?" The 3 witches smiled bitterly at this, and seeing this, Kui Kui stopped asking and took a big spoonful of shaved ice and put it in her mouth. "What tasks have you done? Do you have a schedule? I want to see." Kui Kui was curious about what these witches had done that made people so resentful. The youngest witch took out a small notebook and handed it to her. Kui Kui opened it and was taken aback, stealing a princess's shoes, catching an old lady's chicken. And the latest task was to curse a princess. Kui Kui was convinced. She could understand cursing a princess, but could those trivial little things really promote world development? The little witch ran back into the storage room and brought out a stack of small notebooks. "These are the tasks our predecessors have done. If you're interested, you can flip through them. It's pretty boring here anyway, so it's a good way to pass the time." She spoke quite logically, completely different from the ridiculous behavior at the ball last night. Kui Kui thought for a moment. It should be the law of the fairy tale world. The world was not mature enough to handle too many extreme emotions. So the heavens controlled this place to keep everyone harmonious and avoid strong feelings of disgust, jealousy, and hatred, which was also a protective mechanism for their deeds. Therefore, in densely populated areas, the power of the laws would be more evident. The 3 witches were influenced at the ball, becoming overly dramatic. But now that they were back in the forest, they had returned to normal. "Do you want more? There are plenty more in the storage room. I'll go get them for you." The little witch hugged a stack of notebooks, and, seeing Kui Kui in a daze, thought it wasn't enough. All right. You've worked hard. Just eat some shaved ice. It's quite hot today. Kui Kui casually picked up a notebook and saw it wrote about things like robbing a princess, stealing a princess, enticing an evil dragon, and confusing knights. Now that sounded like something a witch should do. This notebook not only listed what to do, but also provided detailed descriptions for each task, with annotations, several action plans, and reflections and summaries. Looking at the three sisters' notebooks, they were all tasks, nothing but tasks, and such thick little notebooks had only a few tasks listed, nothing else. Just bare. What's your next task? She raised her eyebrows. We don't know. The God's Haven team notified us yet. Have you been to other continents? No. We've never left. The gods didn't say, so we dare not leave. All right. The evil boss exploits the employees, even controlling where they can go. I originally wanted to take the three sisters to the wedding ceremony, but it seems better to forget it now. What if the heavens have something urgent for them to do, and I take them away? That would cause trouble. However, their flying brooms were really nice. She had seen the same model in the System Mall when buying flying artifacts, but they weren't cheap. Although she felt everything was expensive now that she was broke. If she could master the method of making that broom, wouldn't she be rich? How do you make your flying broom? The handle of this broom is made from ghost wood that's over 100 years old, and its head is made from fresh, well-grown reed, leaves that grow beside the spring. The binding is done with high-quality silk from silkworms. After binding them, the witch has to awaken the spirit of the broom with Poria consciousness, so that the broom can fly in the sky. The witch said earnestly, "Can you teach me?" All right, but it might be a bit difficult for you, my lady. You're not a witch, so you can't perform the final step of the spirit binding ceremony. Well, that's exclusive production. In the end, Kui Kui gave up on learning. After staying here for several days, living a leisurely life with the witches, she taught them many modern techniques and told them that if they couldn't find jobs, they could disguise themselves and work at the old couple's inn, which should be in need of help since they had just bought breakfast. Kui Kui bid farewell to the witches, taking a few flying brooms they gifted her, and rode on nice sea, quietly returning to the imperial city. In a small tavern, she found Jones, who was seriously playing the harp and reciting poetry. The performance was quite good, with a pleasant voice, but she didn't understand the content. However, the people nearby seemed quite captivated. When Jones finished reciting the poem, the audience applauded, and, as usual, some people threw him a few copper coins or some wine. Kui Kui waited until he seemed to have finished tidying up, then walked in and pulled him away. "You, who are you? Let go of me." Jones thought he had encountered a bully robbing him in broad daylight and struggled hard. Kui Kui turned her head and warned him fiercely, "Shut up, it's me." "It's you? Beautiful lady, what do you need me for?" Jones stopped struggling when he saw her. "Didn't you say last time that if I called you to the wedding, you'd come?" "What? Not going anymore?" "Fine, I'll go by myself." Saying this, Kui Kui let go of her hand. No, beautiful girl, wait, I just didn't recognize you." Jones chuckled, holding his harp tightly and matching Kui Kui's pace. "First, go back to your home, tidy up your things, then buy some dry rations. We'll set off at sunset outside the city gate." Kui Kui turned to him and said, "Go on." Okay. Jones replied excitedly and ran off. Kui Kui bought a lot of snacks, fruits, and local specialties in the city, putting them all in storage. They wouldn't go bad anyway. She was really eating more and more. How had she not noticed this before? It was still early, so Kui Kui wandered into the castle. That night, the banquet hall was covered in a huge emergency package, filled with many small flowers and dense thorns. She wondered how the princess was doing. Every entrance was blocked tightly with thorns, growing back after being cut, and it was impossible to remove them completely. However, while others couldn't get in, Kui Kui was different. She directly used a wood escape technique to appear in the gap among the thorns, just an arm's length away from the princess. The princess stood there quietly, as if asleep, serene in her dark attire and beautiful gown. This was the first time Kui Kui saw what the princess looked like. No wonder everyone loved her highness so much. She was truly breathtakingly beautiful, even with her eyes closed. Kui Kui could only imagine how stunning she would be with her eyes open. This was the legendary model face. Sympathy aside, Kui Kui had no intention of rescuing this princess. After all, It was the will of heaven, and someone would surely come to save her. However, Kui Kui still poured a bit of nutrient solution on the princess. After doing all this, she left the city and found a place to sit and wait for Jones to come out. At the city gate, people were coming and going. Kui Kui was almost falling asleep when she finally saw Jones drag out a large bundle. He spotted Kui Kui and seemed very happy, waving his hand as he approached, dragging the enormous bag behind him, looking quite like a scrap collector. "What did you pack?" Kui Kui asked with a strange expression. Was Jones planning to develop a side business? Jones looked at the beautiful lady, then at the large bag he was dragging, feeling a bit shy. "I brought some necessities for the journey. It's a long way, and travel is exhausting. Besides my harp, I brought some dry food, pots and pans, forks, spoons, chopsticks, a knife and cutting board, a tent, spices, and a portable chair." Jones went on, listing a long string of items without stopping, like he was reciting a menu. "You got quite a lot there," Kui Kui said, her eyes full of admiration. This seemingly delicate frame was surprisingly capable. Jones didn't catch the teasing in Kui Kui's tone and took it as praise, blushing shyly as he hoisted the bag onto his shoulder. "Oh, don't flatter me. I just travel around often, so I have experience. Beautiful lady, we should waste time. Let us set off." Saying this, he dragged the bag forward with difficulty. Seeing him struggling with the heavy load, Kui Kui felt a pang of sympathy and beckoned him over. "Who told you we were walking? Here, take this and ride it, we'll fly." Jones's eyes widened when he saw the broom Kui Kui pulled out. As a traveling bard, he was aware of the legend of witches who rode brooms. Well, it didn't really matter whether he was a bard or not. In the fairy tale world, besides princes and princesses, witches and dragons were the most memorable characters, almost universally known. You're a witch?" Jones felt his whole being go cold. Who could tell him why this goddess-like beautiful girl was an evil witch? Oh, heavens, the key point was that he had to travel with her. He might get taken out along the way. Jones prayed for himself. Who says riding a broom makes one a witch? I'm the fairy godmother of the princess. Do you understand? Kui Kui shot him a glance. And who said I was going to ride a broom? This broom is for you. Nisai, come out, this is my steed. Kui Kui summoned Nisai and jumped onto its back. Jones was still in a daze, not quite processing everything. Let us go. Kui Kui rolled her eyes at him, and Nisai cooperatively let out a loud snort, sprouting wings and soaring into the sky, creating a dazzling display for Jones. Oh. Jones hurriedly secured the bag to himself and awkwardly climbed onto the broom, feeling a bit embarrassed, not knowing how to make it fly. But just as he thought about flying, the broom took off into the air. Is it controlled by thought? To test his hypothesis, Jones silently wished for it to go faster. The broom suddenly accelerated, almost causing him to lose balance and fall backward, scaring him into gripping the broom tightly. He silently followed Kui Kui, filled with envy as he watched her ride Nisai. It was his first time flying in the sky, and he was extremely curious, constantly looking around. From above, the originally tall buildings, wide roads, and windmills appeared minuscule. The moon had risen over the hills, and under the bright moonlight, everything was hazy yet clear. He excitedly glanced at Kui Kui ahead, but she ignored him. Kui Kui sat on Nisai's back as it flew slowly. It wasn't that Nisai was slacking. It was just that the little broom couldn't go fast. This broom was designed for petite witches, and while Jones was thin, he was still a man carrying a heavy load, so it was no surprise they weren't moving quickly. No, to be precise, the fact that the broom could fly this fast was already incredible. Kui Kui was initially worried that Jones was just an ordinary person and planned to land later in the night to find a place to rest. However, since it was Jones's first time flying, he was filled with excitement and couldn't feel tired or sleepy. Flying in the sky felt so wonderful. If he could, he would want to ride the broom forever. He had once looked down on witches who rode brooms, but now he could only envy them. Being a witch was great. They didn't have to walk, they could fly around on brooms. And so they flew all night. After Kui Kui insisted, they finally landed to eat something, mainly because she was afraid Jones might faint from hunger or exhaustion and fall down from the sky, which would be disastrous. After eating, they set off again without resting. Because Jones was too slow, what should have taken Kui Kui a single flight from the seaside to the palace took a whole day and night. It wasn't until half the sun had dipped below the horizon that Kui Kui returned to the beach where she had first landed. The children were still on the beach, and a little dolphin had stranded itself. The children were pushing the dolphin back into the water, while the smaller ones were scooping water with coconut shells and pouring it over the dolphin. The poor little dolphin was barely alive, and the children were close to tears. Just then, a wave swept the little dolphin back into the sea. The children looked around in amazement and saw Kui Kui slowly descending on a heavenly steed, rushing over in a swarm. Fairy godmother, it's the fairy godmother. Fairy godmother, fairy godmother. The children cheered joyfully. Good evening, children. Kui Kui dismounted and smiled at them. Jones also landed and watched as Kui Kui was surrounded by the children. The laughing kids and Kui Kui's smiling face created a fresh and beautiful scene, leaving him mesmerized. Fairy godmother, is this person your servant? Where are you going? One child asked upon seeing Jones. We're going to a faraway place to attend the wedding of the princess and prince. P.S. My companion. The fairy godmother has no servants. Do you have to cross this sea? Yes, we need to cross this sea to reach another continent where the princess and prince will be married. Then fairy godmother, you must be careful. There have been storms in the sea lately. Grandpa Martin said it's because of sea monsters. Fairy godmother, you must be careful. One child exclaimed. Sea monsters? That must refer to large marine creatures. The people here don't have advanced equipment to investigate, so when they see huge creatures obscured by waves, they can't see them clearly and assume they're sea monsters. Don't worry, children. I'm the fairy godmother. Nothing will happen to me. Do you believe me? She asked in an enticing tone. The children all nodded, we believe. But Grandpa Martin said that these sea monsters are very powerful. And the people from a neighboring village found the corpse of a huge whale on the beach. They say it was killed by the sea monster, which is quite frightening. Some children said fearfully. Kui Kui didn't pay much attention to it and took out some snacks for the children. Here, I know you all must be very obedient. This is a reward for you. You must continue to be as obedient in the future. Godmother believes that you will all grow up to be outstanding adults. The children took the snacks and nodded happily. Some even invited Kui Kui and Jones to stay at their homes, but they were all declined. She didn't want to have too much interaction with the people here, urging the children to hurry home. Kui Kui let out a long sigh when she saw the last child disappear from her sight. Why not rest in the village? Jones asked, puzzled. It's hard to explain this to you. It's just that I like to enjoy the company of people, but I don't like crowds. Their enthusiasm is a bit overwhelming for me. Oh. Although Kui Kui's explanation was vague and confusing, Jones seemed to understand somehow, yet he grasped nothing. Didn't you bring a tent? Let's find a sheltered spot on that cliff to set up camp. You should rest well, and we'll leave at dawn. Kui Kui led the way toward the cliff, and Nisai followed closely with her light steps. Jones also intended to follow, but his burden was too heavy, and after struggling for a while, he chose to fly over on his broom. By the time Kui Kui reached the cliff, Jones had quickly set up the tent and was eating his provisions. Is this all you're eating? Kui Kui looked disdainfully at the black bread in Jones's hand. She hadn't been with Jones when he stopped to eat earlier, so she didn't know. I'm really short on money. Jones took a big bite of the bread and choked on it, turning red and rolling his eyes, continuously hitting his chest. Kui Kui silently handed him a bamboo tube with water inside. Jones clumsily took it and drank it down, taking a long time to recover. Are you hungry? Want some? Seeing that Kui Kui hadn't eaten, Jones handed her another piece of black bread. Kui Kui glanced at it with disgust. No, I'd like to live a little longer. Jones awkwardly retracted his hand, but saw Kui Kui offering him a basket. Take it and eat. He took a look inside and found fine bread, the recently popular sandwiches and hamburgers, and even 2 roasted chicken legs. They were still warm. There was even a bottle of beer on the side. Oh, my goodness. Beautiful godmother, you are truly the kindest and most understanding person I have ever met. Jones appeared to be ready to get poetic again, unable to suppress the sourness of his feelings. Hurry up and eat, then rest. I'll wake you up early tomorrow, and we'll cross the sea. Ignoring him, Kui Kui rode Nisai into the starry sky. The clouds were beneath her feet and beside her. No wonder they always say there are 33 heavens. These layers of clouds do resemble layers of heaven stacked on top of each other, right? The ocean below, no longer the blue of daytime, looked like a dark, deep water at night, which was eerie. Kui Kui felt scared inside, and her legs began to tremble and cramp involuntarily. TSK. So cowardly. Kui Kui cursed herself inwardly. Gritting her teeth, she forced herself to look at the water's surface. The best way to overcome fear is to confront it. But how could she conquer the vast ocean? Just a glance made her feel like she was suffocating. Nisai slowly descended, gliding over the water surface. Waves occasionally splashed up, sparkling under the reflection of the full moon and stars. For some reason, Kui Kui always felt something in the sea was watching her. A feeling like that of a lurking predator, making her feel like prey, being stared at intently. Deep-sea phobia is the fear that arises from seeing images of the deep sea, marine creatures, or even deep blue and black colors, with severe cases leading to feelings of suffocation, confusion, or even hallucinations. Kui Kui has deep-sea phobia, or more accurately, deep water phobia. Since she was young, she has been afraid of deep water. While others admire the beauty of the green water surface, she feels a bone-chilling cold, trembling all over, and refuses to get close. However, in the previous world of the White Snake legend, she entered the underwater palace with the clam spirit, but felt no fear. Probably because she knew that the big boss at the bottom of the water had already been captured by her, so there was no danger in the water. She trusted her instincts. If there was danger in the water, then she wouldn't go in. After riding Nisai around for a while and feeling the sea breeze, Kui Kui returned to the cliff. Jones had pitched a mini tent that looked like it would collapse any moment under the strong sea wind. Jones wasn't in the tent. His small fire had been extinguished by the wind, and he was lying behind a large rock that sheltered him from the wind, wrapped in a small blanket, sleeping soundly. Is he an idiot? Not sleeping in the tent and coming out to catch the wind? Nisai landed on the ground, and Kui Kui jumped down, patting it and letting it go play by itself. Nisai trotted away, waking Jones, who groggily tightened his blanket and looked up at Kui. Kui, you're back. Go to sleep quickly. I've already set up the tent. So he is not an idiot. He prepared a tent for me? Kui Kui felt warmth in her heart. You should sleep in the tent. If you catch a cold, I won't take care of you. Don't fall off your broom tomorrow and feed the great white shark. But, no buts. You go sleep in the tent. I'm a fairy. Fairies don't need to sleep. Kui Kui spoke in an undeniable tone. Jones reluctantly crawled into the tent, feeling a strange sensation in his heart. This fairy godmother seemed different from what he had heard. The next morning, Jones got up early to pack his things. Kui Kui took some stored snacks from the warehouse to give him for breakfast. After they finished eating, she rode Nisai again and flew into the sky. Jones strapped on his pack and also flew up on his broom, following Kui Kui into the sky. It was his first time seeing the ocean from above, and he was amazed at the sight. Haven't you traveled a lot before? Didn't you go to the Western continent? Why do you look like you've never seen the sea? No, this is my first time seeing the ocean from the sky. Before, I was always on the water, following merchant ships. On the ship, it would sway violently with the strong winds and waves, which wasn't pleasant. Plus, the only view from below was the water beside the ship and the occasional flying fish jumping up. I never had a chance to see the vast ocean from this high up without feeling seasick, surrounded by clouds, Jones explained. Kui Kui understood. She felt that way every time she flew on a plane. Then enjoy the view, but don't fall. We need to hurry. First, let's go to the southern continent to experience the local customs, and then we'll head to the western continent. Okay. Jones tightened his grip on the broom. What if we get lost? We won't. If you get lost, I won't, Kui Kui said casually, closing her eyes, with the little map in hand. How could they get lost? If they really did, wouldn't it be Nisai? They kept flying, although Nisai wasn't fast. It was about as fast as a witch's broom could go. Jones's initial excitement and amazement turned into a numb feeling after a while. Staring at the scenery all day could lead to visual fatigue, and the wind constantly blowing against his face made him feel like he couldn't even feel his face anymore. Don't end up with a facial paralysis. I still need you to be my husband. After flying for a whole day, they still hadn't reached the southern continent. At this speed, it would take another day to arrive. Kui Kui didn't mind. But considering Jones's condition, she decided to land on a small island before dark to rest. The island was tiny, only about the size of a soccer field, with very few trees and edges covered in seaweed, along with some oysters piled up. Near the coast, there were a few not-so-tall coconut trees, and Kui knocked down a few coconuts. Jones took a knife, cut a hole, and handed it to Kui, who accepted it without hesitation and drank the coconut water. After finishing the coconut juice, she prepared to take out some bread for Jones. Jones took the bread but didn't eat it. Instead, he rummaged through his large backpack and surprisingly pulled out a fishing rod. He walked to the shore, hooked a piece of bread onto the fishing hook, and simply tossed it into the water, then quietly waited. Can you really catch fish like this? Kui thought that the people in fairy tale worlds were too concerning regarding their IQ. However, since it was a fairy tale world, surprising things always happened. After a while, the fishing rod began to shake, and Jones quickly pulled it up, excitedly bringing back a fish, announcing to Kui that they could have fish for dinner tonight. What kind of fish is this? Can it be eaten? Kui had never seen this type of fish and didn't recognize it. Of course it can be eaten. This is the most common fish in the sea and the easiest to catch, called a dumb fish. People at sea basically survive by eating dumb fish. This fish isn't particularly delicious, but isn't bad either. It's best grilled with seasoning, and it can also be made into sashimi. Jones excitedly said, then dug a pit, quickly made a fire, and prepared the fish to grill. Under the fierce flames, the fish cooked quickly, and Jones skillfully sprinkled seasoning on it, constantly flipping it. Once the seasoning infused into the fish, he took it, cut it in half, and handed one half to Kui. Kui took it, sniffed it, and found it okay. It smelled just like the barbecue she had before, and Jones had indeed brought complete seasonings. This fish surprisingly had no small bones, which was great. It was exactly to her liking. Taking a bite, it was delicious. Looking at Jones, he had already removed the large bones, split the bread in half, and sandwiched the grilled fish, taking a big bite while squinting his eyes in enjoyment. After dinner, Jones set up a small tent and went to collect some dry branches, digging the pit deeper to make the fire bigger. This island is too small. We can only make do with sleeping here. It's windy, so if I make the fire bigger, it won't be too cold, Jones said with a silly smile. Kui responded, sitting beside the fire, feeling a bit uncomfortable. She pulled some seaweed to cushion her bottom. For some reason, she felt an underlying unease, as if something was about to happen. The sea level was rising, and soon it was about to reach the fire pit. Kui stood up, swayed her body, and rushed over, grabbing Jones, who hadn't yet climbed into the tent, and jumped up. Nicey soared into the air, catching Kui and quickly flying high away from the island. Ride the broom yourself, hurry. Jones looked confused, not understanding what was happening. Kui handed the broom to Jones, urging him to fly by himself, while she looked seriously at the small island they had just left. The fire had gone out, and the island was sinking straight down. As Kui looked back, she saw the thickest part of the ground sinking below the sea. The rapid sinking of the island stirred up huge waves on the sea, even faintly forming a storm. Kui had no doubt that if she had reacted even a moment later, she would have sunk with it. With her being a poor swimmer and having a fear of deep water, if she fell in, even with her current strength, there would be no way out. Watching the island sink, Kui gasped, feeling a bit scared. Jones was also frightened, silently inching closer to Kui. What was that? Why did the island just sink? You ask me, who do I ask? But they would soon find out. The sea surface surged with even bigger waves, and in the bright moonlight, they could clearly see a dark giant rising from the depths. That's not an island, Kui exclaimed in shock. Jones seemed to remember something and stuttered, Sea Captain, we should run. This is Death Island. Hurry, run. We'll die. Kui was about to ask what Death Island was when a gigantic creature surfaced, even larger than the island. 4 huge cylindrical shapes surrounded this oval monster, and a 5th cylindrical shape extended towards Kui and Jones. It was a pluplus sea turtle, but this turtle was way too big. Kui could see the moonlight reflecting in its eyes and the glimmering sharp teeth under the moonlight. Don't be afraid. We're in the air. It can't reach us. Kui was reassuring Jones when the turtle slapped its legs, making a strange sound. and then a water column shot up towards the sky, directly crashing towards Kui Kui and Jones. The water column didn't slow down due to gravity, but came at them with incredible speed. Kui Kui had a premonition that if they got hit, they would definitely sink, and then it would be over. Who would have thought that this sea turtle could use magic? Is there no order in this world? Such a huge bug could affect the development of the world. There was no time to think too much. Kui Kui directly controlled the broom, taking Jones to fly away, while Nai quickly dodged, narrowly avoiding the attack. The water column missed them, crashing down heavily, creating huge waves that turned the sea upside down. Run. Put all your strength into it. Head that way. Hurry. Kui Kui shouted to Jones, although she was very reluctant to admit that she couldn't beat that sea turtle. It wasn't due to strength, but because the ocean was the turtle's home turf. Kui Kui raised her hand and summoned a thunderbolt towards the turtle. Although water conducts electricity, the thunderbolt that could severely injure the white-haired creature didn't seem to harm the turtle at all. Kui Kui felt her heart sink, watching Jones, who was still on the broom ahead, gritting her teeth and continuously summoning thunderbolts to strike the turtle. Even if one thunderbolt was ineffective, she didn't believe a group of thunderbolts wouldn't work. The overlapping thunderbolts created a terrifying momentum. What was originally purple lightning now faintly glimmered with white. The thunder roared down towards the turtle, clearly causing it pain. It stretched its neck and let out a long howl, evidently enraged by being hurt by this insignificant human. The sea surface surged with even more terrifying waves, and the starry sky was covered with dark clouds, shrouding this area of the sea. The turtle's eyes glowed ominously red in the darkness. Oh no, we might be in big trouble, Kui Kui told herself. Realizing that if she had previously thought she couldn't defeat the turtle just because it was in the sea, now she fully understood that the turtle's strength was too overwhelming. Even on land, she wouldn't be able to win. Just its roar could summon the winds and clouds. This turtle was definitely not simple. What is the heavenly law of this world thinking? Doesn't it realize that compared to the emotions of those people, this is the biggest bug that could affect the order and development of the world? Rayan. Come out. Help. I can't hold on anymore. Kui Kui desperately called for Ruan in her heart, but there was no response. Damn yogurt candy. In a critical moment, she was always offline. Time was tight, and she couldn't care much anymore. She quickly bought a magical item in the mall and tossed it to Jones, urging him to hurry as they would meet in the southern continent. The moment the magical item touched Jones, it transformed into a transparent protective shield around him. At the same time, an acceleration spell was affixed to the witch's broom, and before Jones could say anything, he was suddenly whisked away by the broom's sudden speed. Kui Kui rode Nai and struck the sea turtle with a few thunderbolts to attract enough firepower before flying in another direction with the sea turtle. The soft speed was fast enough, and she was confident she could shake off the sea turtle. The delay was just for Jones. He was an ordinary person, and even a flying broom couldn't outrun Nai. If they escaped together, Jones would surely be in danger. Jones was brought out by her, and she couldn't just let him die like this. So, Kui Kui chose to buy time, waiting for Jones to fly far enough before starting to escape. She attracted the sea turtle to swim in another direction while flying and occasionally released thunderbolts to harass the sea turtle. When she felt it was about time, she prepared to stop and let Nai accelerate to break free from the sea turtle's pursuit. However, the sea turtle wasn't going to let her off easily. It was known for its bad temper, having been woken from a deep sleep by Jones lighting a fire on its back. Moreover, Kui Kui had been harassing it with thunder along the way. Now that it saw Kui Kui try to escape, it was not willing to let her go. It violently slapped the water, stretched its neck, and roared in anger, sending a water column crashing toward her. Kui Kui tightened her grip on the reins, squeezed her legs to urge Nai to run faster, and dodged the water column with a sideways movement. Just as she breathed a sigh of relief, Nai suddenly stopped and turned to fly higher into the sky. Nai, what's wrong? She asked anxiously, suddenly recalling the ignored telepathic function. Master, this space is sealed by this giant turtle. I can't get out. Master, what should we do? I'll take you to the top first. Nai-Sai's panicked voice echoed in Kui Kui's mind. Space sealing? What kind of amazing skill is this? Is this sea turtle really a product of a fairy tale world? This is clearly beyond the norm. Nisai took Kui Kui to the highest point, but the sky above was also sealed by the sea turtle, like a round dome enclosing the space. Kui Kui tried to raise her hand to summon lightning, only to find she couldn't sense any significant energy fluctuations. This sea turtle's sealing shield could actually block the flow of elements in both spaces. Kui Kui's heart sank as she and Nisai remained stuck at the highest point. The sea turtle, seeing that Kui Kui was trapped, ceased its attacks and raised its head high, its red eyes fixed on Kui Kui. Who are you to possess such powerful strength? This kind of power isn't something a person of this world should have. The sea turtle could actually speak. But what does it mean by not this world? Could this sea turtle also be from another realm? Kui Kui keenly caught the flaw in the sea turtle's words, furrowing her brow and coldly replying, "Where you come from, I come from." Impossible. Long ago, the sea turtle slapped its front flippers, clearly agitated but quickly calmed down. "Heh, little girl trying to trick me? Your skills are far from enough. I've lived for tens of thousands of years. What kind of schemes haven't I seen? Damn, tens of thousands of years. This is beyond the norm." Kui Kui felt her mind racing. "Soft, soft, come out quickly. A monster that's tens of thousands of years old. If you don't come out now, I'm doomed. Didn't they say the Heavenly Tao would help me? Heavenly Tao, where are you, Heavenly Tao?" Kui Kui was almost going crazy, hoping for some reliability. The sea turtle spoke again. "You possess an aura similar to that person." "Who are you to him? That person? Which person?" Kui Kui asked, confused, but at least she understood why the sea turtle hadn't killed her. It was likely because it sensed a similar aura from someone powerful, someone who must have thwarted the sea turtle before, which made the sea turtle wary and not directly attack her. A similar aura. It seemed it should be a predecessor of the wish shop, and she could use this to her advantage. "What do you think our relationship is?" she retorted dismissively. The sea turtle looked at her suspiciously, unsure whether to continue attacking or let Kui Kui go. After all, it still remembered the terror of that person, who could wipe out so many powerful beings with a wave of the hand, and even created cracks in space. If it hadn't reacted quickly and escaped into the cracks created by that person, it might have been dead long ago. Even so, its wounds were still not healed. "I'll tell you, he is my fellow disciple. If you have any sense, let me go, or he will surely take revenge for me." Kui Kui threatened fiercely, hoping to make the sea turtle release her. What she thought would be a foolproof statement had the opposite effect. Upon hearing this, the sea turtle's previously hesitant eyes turned icy. Little girl, trying to deceive me? You're still too young. Today, you won't be leaving here. Just stay and be my supplement." Saying this, it slowly compressed the spatial shield, and within this space, massive water columns surged forth, transforming into various weapons aimed at capturing Kui Kui. "This is bad." Kui Kui didn't know where she went wrong, but there was no time to think now. The spatial shield was already descending, and currently, she couldn't defeat the sea turtle, so her only option was to break a hole in the shield to escape. Realizing this, Kui Kui gathered her strength and summoned thunder, striking fiercely at a point on the spatial shield, one after another. The spot struck by the lightning shimmered with white light, but it wouldn't shatter. "Ha ha ha! Ants, obediently let me eat you, in front of my Xuanwu clan's diamond shield. Your tricks are useless." The sea turtle mocked, seeing that the water columns it created couldn't touch Kui Kui. It suddenly withdrew all the water, restoring temporary calm to the sea. Kui Kui's heart grew heavier. The sea turtle was preparing to unleash a big move. Gritting her teeth, Kui Kui summoned lightning with all her might, continuously striking the spatial shield. The summoned lightning grew smaller, as the thunder elements in this sealed space were almost depleted. The sea turtle clearly sensed this. "You pathetic ant, with your mere flesh, just stepping into the door of cultivation, you dare to attempt to shake me? Ridiculous." After saying this, the sea turtle slapped its four limbs. A terrifying aura surged from it, and a faint blue light emanated from its body. Wherever the blue light reached, the seawater turned to ice. The sea turtle now lay on the ice surface, and the flat ice around it grew more and more menacing the further it got, with more and more ice spikes erupting from the ground. The sharp ice spikes shot straight toward Kui Kui. Nisai hurriedly jumped aside with Kui Kui, but space was limited. Wherever Nisai jumped, ice spikes would erupt, leaving no room to evade. The protective shield was shrinking, the ice spikes were protruding faster, and gradually Nisai was also struggling. Just when Kui Kui thought she was doomed, a thunderclap echoed. The thunderclouds gathering in the sky above the protective shield unleashed massive lightning bolts, even more powerful than the ones Kui Kui had summoned. The imposing lightning struck the protective shield repeatedly, and in just a short while, visible cracks appeared on it. No, this is impossible. That pathetic, incomplete thing. How dare you oppose me? Don't you fear that I will destroy your world? The sea turtle roared. At this moment, the protective shield was also cracked open, and the sea turtle, consumed by rage, failed to notice Kui Kui. Seizing the opportunity, Nisai took Kui Kui and escaped. A beam of light descended from the sky, illuminating Kui Kui and Nisai. Kui Kui felt much better, all the pressure and fatigue fading away, and even the consumed magic power was replenished. Suddenly, a thunderous roar filled the air, striking down towards the sea turtle with a terrifying force. The sea turtle raised its head in anger, summoning larger ice spikes to counter the thunder. This is the way of heaven? Kui Kui had a rough idea and turned to run on Nisai. The way of heaven should have a way to deal with this sea turtle. Even from a distance, Kui Kui could still see the thunderous commotion. Many innocent marine creatures were already floating lifelessly on the surface of the sea. Alas, it's a sin. Kui Kui sighed inwardly when a glowing orb appeared before her. Please, host, seal the Cambrian giant turtle. A soft voice came through. Soft, where have you been? I was about to die, didn't you know? If it weren't for the sudden appearance of the way of heaven, I might have gone straight to the underworld. Please, host. Immediately seal the Cambrian giant turtle. Soft's voice grew urgent. Otherwise, if the way of heaven dies, the world collapses and your mission will be considered a failure. The Cambrian giant turtle is stronger than the way of heaven? Kui Kui was surprised, but obediently called Nisai to return to the battlefield. How do I use this glass ball? This is the demon prison. You just need to inject your own power into it. Okay. Nisai swiftly flew towards the battlefield. This world is still underdeveloped, and the way of heaven that has been birthed has its flaws. The Cambrian giant turtle has lived for tens of thousands of years, possessing formidable cultivation, and is evenly matched against the way of heaven, causing chaos. It should be noted that this is the way of heaven of this world, which should originally have absolute sovereignty. Now it can barely hold its ground, and it has even lost control of this sea area. This shows how powerful the Cambrian giant turtle is. Holding the demon prison, Kui Kui dared not get too close. Even from a distance, she could feel the intense energy from the clashes of the two sides. The battlefield was shrouded in dark clouds, making it impossible to see the situation inside, with only the flickering purple-white lightning visible, which was already terrifying enough. This sea turtle is so powerful. Can this herb work? Kui Kui's throat tightened, swallowing hard, feeling nervous due to the vast difference in strength. This is a demon prison specifically for imprisoning various demon beasts. Please rest assured, host, Soft said. Let's do it. Kui Kui gritted her teeth and infused her power into the demon prison, throwing it towards the sea turtle. The demon prison received the power Kui Kui inputted, emitting a blinding red light, growing larger and larger until it enveloped the Cambrian giant turtle in a sea of red brilliance. The sea turtle sensed something was wrong when it saw the demon prison and tried to retreat. However, the way of heaven, which had been watching it, would not let it escape so easily. It immediately summoned thunder again, fiercely reclaiming a portion of the seawater control from the Cambrian giant turtle, blocking its escape route. You insignificant ant! How dare you! The Cambrian giant turtle roared in unwillingness, desperately trying to escape, but it was quickly enveloped by the red light. Its roars and threatening sounds diminished as the red light shrank, ultimately condensing into a small orb, and the giant turtle's voice vanished completely. The orb, losing its red glow, spun back towards Kui Kui and finally hovered before her. The orb was still smooth as before, but now it contained a tiny turtle, as if a bug was trapped inside a glass marble. The dark clouds and thunder had dissipated, but the turbulent sea had not calmed down, showing signs of evolving into a superstorm, causing a disaster for many marine creatures. The orb of the Cambrian giant turtle disappeared, taken away by soft. Great, it's all over, and I'm still alive. Kui Kui sighed with relief, feeling the fatigue wash over her after the intense tension. Soft, what just happened? This kind of creature shouldn't exist in a fairy tale world, right? The fairy tale world is considered a lower-level world. How could such a thing exist? Even surpassing the way of heaven. And where were you? Why weren't you here? Give me an explanation. Kui Kui tiredly asked. She felt exhausted, and recently, soft seemed unreliable, reminding her of the time with the time spirit Xiaowen. Thinking of a near-death experience made her feel a chill deep inside. The sensation of death akin to the endless and bottomless sea below, filling her with dread and confusion. Thank you, Way of Heaven. You saved my life. I will do my best to help you restore this world during my mission. Kui Kui said to the sky where the thunder had just fallen. If it weren't for the Way of Heaven, she might not have waited for soft support. The dark clouds above had faded, and the bright moonlight once again illuminated the sea. If it weren't for the still churning waters below, she might not have remembered the fierce battle that had just occurred. The Way of Heaven did not respond. Kui Kui gently patted Nisai, urging it to fly towards the southern continent. She needed to find Jones and wasn't sure if he would be safe alone. Host, here's the thing, Soft said after a moment of silence. Its emotionless voice ringing out. Stop. Don't say anything yet. I'm not in a good state to listen to you right now. I just want to calm down and find Jones, then find a good place to rest on the southern continent. Kui Kui interrupted with a weary expression. Okay, but can you promise me that next time there's danger, you can call and come right away? If it weren't for the timely action of the Way of Heaven, I would have died here, don't you know? Soft did not respond. If you had come a little later, I would have been dead. I remember when I switched from Xiaowen to you, the headquarters said you could better protect my safety. What about now? From the very beginning, you didn't know there was a problem with this world. It was incomplete. I discovered the issue, and now you've been missing for days, searching for information while I was almost dead. System 1314, what exactly are you here for? I've experienced the feeling of near death. I don't want to experience it a second time. If you can't ensure my personal safety and guarantee that these tasks are in a normal state, then I think this job has no appeal for me anymore. System 1314, if your capabilities are problematic, I hope to apply to the headquarters for a system change. I cannot entrust my life to an unreliable system. Kui Kui said coldly. The system fell silent for a moment. I assure the system that from now on, the safety of the host's life will be prioritized and such situations will not occur again. Kui Kui did not respond, only coldly urging Nisai to run faster. Nisai, being a Pegasus skilled in speed, had no real attack power. The Cambrian giant turtle was adept at controlling water, using moisture in the air to make it incredibly thick, severely restricting Nisai's movement, which was why they couldn't escape earlier. Even so, it had greatly exhausted Nisai's stamina, and now she was somewhat fatigued. They needed to find Jones quickly or find the next island to rest. Otherwise, in this vast sea, with Kui Kui's fear of the deep sea and inability to swim, if Nisai were to tire out, they would either die at the hands of the Cambrian giant turtle or perish in the ocean. On Jones' broomstick, Kui Kui had attached a Windwalker talisman, and the speed was even comparable to Nisai's. After running for so long, when Nisai was about to be exhausted, she still hadn't caught up. They casually found a small island, and this time before landing, the system took the initiative to pop up a prompt. The small island ahead is safe. The host may land and take a short rest. Kui Kui ignoredi, stoppet Nisai. Took some items from the warehouse to feed Nisai, ate some herself, and set up a small tent she had prepared in the warehouse, settling in. Grandma, you should rest quickly after you finish eating. When I wake up, we'll continue to the southern continent. Nisai let out a snort in response. Kui Kui crawled into the tent and fell asleep, feeling this tense situation for the second time. The last time was in the Diyu dynasty, when that perverted man suddenly appeared from nowhere. His strength wasn't as terrifying, but she still fainted from the stress. Fortunately, the man who appeared later saved her. But she didn't know who had saved her. That man seemed to be quite extraordinary. if there was a chance. Forget it. Repaying kindness might not be welcomed. He was powerful and handsome, and with that equipment, he must be worth a lot in the system shop. He lacked nothing. So what would be the point of repaying him? Lost in thought, fatigue wrapped around Kui like a tide, and she fell asleep. The system opened a certain information channel by itself, silently sending the information it had gathered about the demon abyss along with its own findings and reporting its anomalies. Soon, a reply came back, not online. Busy. The system sent another message back, but received no reply after a while, exited the information network, and continued to protect Kui. At that moment, the man on the other side of the information network was fighting fiercely, wearing battle armor and wielding a crescent blade. With a swift motion, he took the lives of swarms of insectoids. Damn it, what is going on with the insect tide lately? These bugs. He was already covered in green insect blood, and there were many others in combat gear fighting alongside him, the void filled with the bodies of insects. These were all the lowest level bugs, completely devoid of intelligence. Why had they suddenly erupted into an insect tide? Everyone around him was clearly pondering the same question. These bugs were the lowest of the low. They could be slaughtered in droves by these Imperial Special Forces without any risk to themselves. However, they had been fighting nonstop for several days, and still, insects kept pouring out from the insect sea. Just swinging their blades was exhausting. Initially, they had used flashy special moves and technological weapons, but once those were depleted, they could only resort to basic attacks. Although these insects couldn't harm them, they were still quite disgusting. They were about to say something, but suddenly all the insects paused and then retreated like a tide. Before long, they had pulled back quite a distance. What happened? Was their nest destroyed? Which warrior did this? A soldier wondered, but everyone fell silent, turning their gazes to the man in the crowd wielding the crescent blade. He stood still, watching the insect tide retreat into the darkness before issuing the command to retreat. Everyone returned to the battleship, entering their rooms to clean off the grime. After coming out of the bathroom, the man connected to the intelligence core. He didn't like being disturbed while fighting or working, so the intelligence core was in do not disturb mode at this time. The intelligence core controlled a robot to bring a bottle of wine. Master 1314 sent a message saying it might be malfunctioning. The man poured a glass of wine and drank in one go. Is that so? He also transmitted a demon abyss, which contained a Cambrian giant tortoise, evidence of Sushu's crime, and some data. Do you need to look at it now? The man set down his wine glass and lay back on the bed, not caring that he was still wet all over. A light screen appeared before him, with a bead sealing the Cambrian giant tortoise on the left and some data on the right. He casually clicked to extract it, took the bead in hand, glanced at it, and carelessly tossed it into the warehouse before opening the data to read. 66 protecting the Princess 13, whether he had this data or not didn't matter. Sushu couldn't escape. He would keep these things stored for now and find a suitable opportunity to hand over everything we collected to the Interstellar Tribunal. The man turned off the light screen and closed his eyes. All right, boss, there's another matter. The system transformed into a virtual girl. Speak. There may be an issue with 1314. 1314? ISNT it in the warehouse. What happened? The man frowned. Last time, the boss encountered a novice employee from a wish-granting shop while capturing Sushu and assigned 1314 to her. The 520 system dutifully explained, noting that its boss was generally not very concerned about these matters. What is wrong? Did the little employee die? No. It's just that the 1314 system might have malfunctioned after being in the warehouse for too long. Here's the report sent. The system projected the light screen. Detection system malfunctioning. Emergency system malfunctioning. Schedule a time to check it. You take care of this. Also, regarding the heart of the world, which area does it belong to? Find the relevant person in charge and handle this matter properly. Sushu, once you fall into my hands, you will have to spit out everything you've swallowed before. After Kui had rested, she rode an IC and began flying toward the southern continent. The system explained to her why it had been absent, but didn't dare mention that it might have malfunctioned. It was prideful. Until it had undergone testing and received results, it would not admit to having problems. The abnormalities in this world are caused by an interstellar vagrant. I have found in the data that the host previously encountered a formidable opponent, their life hanging by a thread, and it was that person's doing. I detected traces of spatial storms around this world. The space nearby has been briefly torn. The Cambrian giant tortoise must have come through the spatial rift. The heart of the world has likely been taken by that fugitive. This is my negligence. The system explained. That person, the interstellar fugitive, who is he? What crime did he commit? Breaking space? But I feel she isn't as powerful as this Cambrian giant tortoise. Information about him is classified as S-level. The host currently does not have the corresponding clearance to know about this matter, sorry. But he has already been captured and will no longer pose any threat. All right, I also hope you remember what you said. Didn't you claim to be an exceptionally intelligent intelligence core? Then let us not have this kind of thing happen again. Please rest assured, host. Nice flew at full speed, arriving at the southern continent by noon, landing again on a beach. On the beach, some children were playing. Upon seeing Kui land on Nice, they exchanged glances, huddled together, whispering something, before one of the children ran over to ask her, "Excuse me, are you the fairy godmother?" This scene felt familiar. Yes, children. Great. An uncle told us to let you know that he's waiting for you at the northwest coast. Kui thought for a moment about the map. They were in the southern continent, and heading northwest would lead toward the western continent. Thank you, children. I wish you all happiness forever. Kui bid farewell to the children, riding the air without stopping, eager to find the princess. By dusk, she appeared on the northwest coast, a desolate place with no signs of habitation. She saw thick smoke near the coast from distance. As she flew over, she saw a small tent set up in an open area, and Jones was roasting something over a fire outside. Upon saying Kui Kui descend, Jones hurriedly handed over what he was holding, saying, "You've worked hard on the way, have something to eat. I prepared all the spices this time, and I've checked the environment. It's very safe." Kui took it, and it was a roasted chicken. "Where did you get this?" "There aren't many people around here, but there are plenty in the forest, so I caught one." Kui took a bite and found it surprisingly delicious. Here, they mainly relied on bread and snacks for food, and it had been a long time since she had eaten such flavorful meat. "You should eat quickly after we finish. We can set off early." "Okay." The two of them ate in silence. "Sorry, you almost lost your life," Kui suddenly said to Jones. "Huh?" Jones was taken aback. Kui didn't respond, thinking about how dangerous it was at sea and how she almost died. Jones had no resentment. She found it hard to believe. "Madam, please don't say that. Although I am a weak poet, choosing to be a bard represents my deep love for adventure. Moreover, I volunteered to join this trip. You don't need to blame yourself. For me, death is not terrifying because I have encountered landscapes I had never seen in the first half of my life. I should thank you." Jones seemed to know what Kui was going to say and sincerely expressed these words to her. "Kui Kui vacillant. Hurry up and eat. We'll leave once we finish." This journey went smoothly without any incidents. It was calm all the way, even a bit boring. They arrived in the West Continent and reached the imperial capital, where they continued their usual activities in the nearby woods, putting away their things and then tidying up before entering the castle. People on the streets were talking about the marriage of the princess and the prince. Princess Selena of the Starfall Empire and Prince Alan of the Adderland Empire. Their story had been praised by thousands, and everyone believed they were a match made in heaven. Among them, the tale of Prince Alan daringly entering the dragon's lair to save Princess Selena had spread widely, with girls enchanted by the prince's sincerity and bravery, and men longing to be as valiant as him. Their wedding was just around the corner, with the Starfall Empire and Adderland Empire being neighboring nations, and their capitals not too far apart. At this time, the people of both countries were as close as family, and everywhere could be seen songs and dances in celebration, which they attributed to the princess and the prince. Kui had no intention of appearing before the princess. Since the princess and the prince were the central figures of this world, any small change in their lives could lead to significant consequences. She preferred to observe from the sidelines, silently guarding and protecting the princess, waiting for her to marry the prince smoothly. Then, according to the typical storyline of fairy tales, the prince and princess would lead a happy life, and her mission would come to a perfect end. With this thought, Kui no longer felt the need to rush out to see the commotion. She let Jones go out to play and find inspiration for poetry while she stayed in the inn to recuperate and practice. She once again felt the importance of having strong abilities. Her account was now empty, and she couldn't buy any cultivation techniques, leaving only a few she had purchased before that she could barely continue practicing, along with a chaos decision. Kui Kui felt she had played her cards poorly. If she could start over, she would definitely not choose these things, but rather those powerful moves. Now, while they were indeed powerful, she couldn't use them. So what was the point? Time flew by, and the day of the princess and prince's wedding arrived. The princess was reluctant to leave her parents, and the prince felt sorry for her. So the wedding was held in the castle of the Starfall Empire. The king of the Adderland Empire even traveled specially to attend the wedding. The princess had to follow the custom of riding in a pumpkin carriage through the city before the ceremony. Dressed in splendid attire, the princess sat in the pumpkin carriage, and with the prince by her side, the carriage slowly rolled out of the castle, beginning its planned route through the streets. The streets were lined with onlookers holding flowers, shouting blessings at the carriage. Kui Kui hid among the crowd, quietly observing and ready to respond to any emergencies. The prince and princess truly received the love of the people. As Kui Kui walked along, she heard many talking about the princess. The princess is going to marry far away in the Adderland Empire. Oh, I really hate to see her go. Who wouldn't? The princess is wise and kind, so adorable since she was little. We watched the princess grow up. She's like our own daughter. Now she suddenly has to leave. Who can bear it? The princess has always sung beautifully. Whenever she sang in the garden behind the castle, we would rush to listen. Not just us, but many little animals too. The princess's singing seems to have a kind of magic that can make people forget their troubles and fill them with strength and joy. Yes, the princess has always been kind. I remember the shoemaker Lancer's family lost their home in a big fire. When the princess heard about it, she personally built them a new house and found them jobs, so that this poor family now lives a happy life. Such a smart and kind princess, our imperial jewel, has now found true love in Prince Alan. We should bless them instead of being sad. Yes, we should bless Princess Selena and Prince Alan. They will surely lead a happy life, free from disasters and misfortunes. May they be safe and healthy. May the fairy godmother bless them. One person clasped their hands over their chest and prayed. Others followed suit, placing their hands over their hearts and beginning to pray. Watching this scene, Kui Kui felt a stir in her heart. As the fairy godmother of the princess, shouldn't she do something? After thinking for a moment, she opened the store and used her current funds to buy something, choosing to use it immediately. A flurry of flower petals rained down from the sky, enveloping the entire imperial capital in fragrance, and people were astonished. The princess and prince must be a match made in heaven. The sky is raining flower petals. My goodness, this is a miracle, and I am fortunate to witness such a miracle. The prince and princess will surely be happy. Yes, long live Prince Alan. Long live Princess Selena. People shouted. The prince and princess sitting in the carriage were also surprised by the falling petals, but they didn't understand what was happening, thinking it was a blessing from above. They couldn't help but hold each other's hands tightly and smile at each other. Selena, you look beautiful today, Prince Alan said affectionately. You too, Selena said shyly, lowering her head. Selena, I haven't told you that I love you. You have, but if you want to say it, go ahead, Selena replied, blushing. All right, Selena, I will love you forever. I thank the great divine for bringing us together. I only know that the moment I first saw you, I was already deeply in love with you. Thank you. You are the first person to bring me sorrow, and you are the one who will accompany me for life.